Lu Feng, a foolish, rich second generation, was cheated out of all his property by everyone around him. After being deceived 1,000 times, he awakened the never-be-deceived system and also got the title of the world's biggest fool. Thanks to the system's bug, any deceptive words he believes will come true. The school beauty tricked him, saying, "Lend me money, and I'll be yours from now on." As a result, the school beauty was dragged to Lu Feng's dormitory by him the same day. The anchor goddess said, "Send me gifts, and I'll be your treasure with just one lollipop." Lu Feng gained an anchor girl who was devoted to him wholeheartedly. Pin Duoduo sent a link to the team up to cut prices activity, claiming he could withdraw 800 yuan. The foolish Lu Feng emptied their account in one go. Chapter 1. The world's biggest fool. Beep. Host Lu Feng has been deceived 1,000 times, successfully activating the never-be-deceived system and earning the title of the world's biggest fool. Henceforth, any words that deceive the host will manifest under the system's bug enhancement. Every time the host is deceived, 1 point will be added to their score. Upon reaching 10 points, a random lottery will be unlocked. Activating the system grants a grand gift package. Congratulations, host! You have received a Kai Ji Dan wisdom pill. Consuming it will clarify the mind and enhance intelligence, particularly effective for those of limited intellect. Given that the host has reached a state of irredeemable foolishness, the system will automatically administer the Kai Ji Dan. The mechanical voice echoing in Lu Feng's mind left him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation surged through his brain, transforming his once muddled thoughts into clarity, restoring the spark in his previously dull eyes. Previously, Lu Feng had been rather dim-witted, leading to the complete depletion of his substantial inheritance by cunning relatives and classmates who had banded together to deceive him. That it could be said that he was the university's very own ATM, a walking currency, with at least 6 floors of students at Long University having approached him for loans. The current scene depicted a male classmate, wailing inconsolably as he approached Lu Feng, claiming that his father, who had raised him with great hardship, had suffered a back injury at work and urgently needed funds for medical treatment. In his naivety, Lu Feng transferred the entirety of his WeChat balance of 2,132 yuan to the classmate without a second thought. Lu Feng, staring blankly at the classmate who had transformed into a smug figure upon receiving the money, felt a wave of clarity wash over him as he recalled his countless past foolish actions, his expression shifting like a kaleidoscope of colors. "Lu Feng, my dad desperately needs this money to survive. He'll repay you later. Goodbye." The borrowing classmate proudly raised his phone, flaunting it to others, showcasing the speed of his earnings, confident that he would no longer need to ask his family for funds, as he had a fool to sponsor him. Damn it, Qin Shoshin got to him first. Who would have thought? If I had known Lu Feng was receiving his allowance today, I would have rushed in first. I missed out on 2,132 yuan. I had my story all prepared, yet I arrived too late. All around, the voices of regret and lament from the observing classmates filled the air, with not a single soul offering sympathy for the deceived Lu Feng. As the classmate prepared to leave with the money, Lu Feng unexpectedly called out to him. "Wait, what? Do you need something?" Qin Shoshin responded with an air of mockery, displaying no gratitude for receiving the funds. "You said your father injured his back at work?" "Yes, Lu Feng, my dad is counting on this money for his recovery." "Bye." "Wait, you will repay me, right?" Lu Feng called out to Qin Shoshin's retreating figure. "Of course, you'll return your money within a week," came the dismissive reply, accompanied by a scoff. He thought to himself, whoever repaid this fool? Did he think I was as dim-witted as he? As the crowd dispersed, Lu Feng sat alone on a bench, lost in thought. His peculiar behavior had become a common sight for passing students, who were accustomed to seeing him sit for hours, only rising when hunger or thirst beckoned, or when nature called. The scene shifted to Qin Shoshin, who, upon receiving Lu Feng's money transfer, rushed to a nearby eatery with his 3 roommates to celebrate his unexpected windfall. As they entered the establishment, laughing and mocking Lu Feng, Qin Shoshin's phone rang. Upon seeing it was his mother, he casually answered, "What's up, Mom?" "What? Dad broke his back at work? Medical expenses are 80,000? Qin Shoshin's face paled instantly, and he shot to his feet, his roommates exchanging bewildered glances. Wasn't that the very excuse he had just used to deceive Lu Feng? Lu Fan remained seated by the roadside for over half an hour, finally grasping the purpose of the system he had awakened. Damn, was I really that foolish? Being deceived 1,000 times must surely break a world record. In this title of the world's biggest fool system, are you sure you're not here to humiliate me? His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had skipped breakfast and it was now midday. He realized he had been so foolish as to forget to eat. Recalling the direction of the cafeteria, Lu Fan prepared to head there for a meal. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car echoed, followed by a screech of brakes behind him, startling him into stepping aside. Turning around, he beheld a striking red Ferrari with the alluring figure of Lu Ruyan, the campus belle of Long University, peering out from the driver's seat. Get out of the way, you fool. If I hit you, I won't have the money to compensate. Instinctively, Lu Fan stepped back as Lu Ruyan accelerated past him in her Ferrari, his gaze catching sight of another stunning girl in the passenger seat. Let me think, what bet did I lose that resulted in this Ferrari? Oh right, Lu Ruyan challenged me to a contest of who had the bigger chest. Just wait. Lu Ruyan. Reflecting on his previous wager with Lu Ruyan, Lu Fan felt as though 1,000 crows had flown over his head. Unable to contain himself, he slapped his own face twice. Alas. This fool is not only foolish, but now seems to be losing his sanity. Self-harming already. Everyone, steer clear of him. He could harm himself, and perhaps others too. He's a fool. Hitting someone isn't a crime. The startled cries from nearby classmates darkened Lu Fan's mood, prompting him to bow his head and hurry towards the cafeteria. Although I lost a Ferrari to Lu Ruyan in a bet, her headlights. Truly magnificent. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found many students queuing for food. Ignoring the peculiar stares from those around him, Lu Fan boldly cut in line, advancing to the front of the serving counter. I'm hungry. Feed me. Instinctively uttering the 4 words with a hint of bravado, Lu Fan suddenly realized how foolish he sounded. In response to his line cutting, none of the students behind him voiced objections. They merely looked on in indifference. Who would bother to argue with a fool? The cafeteria lady, a robust figure, regarded Lu Fan with disdain. Without a word, she handed him a tray with a spoonful of cabbage and rice. Chapter 2. No Pi. Here, take this and eat, you fool. Previously, Lu Fan would have taken the tray without a word and left, but now, having regained his senses, he found this extreme humiliation intolerable. He remembered that his meal card was in the lady's possession, and his aunt replenished it with a generous amount each month. The reason for entrusting it to her was to prevent classmates from swindling him. Annie, fearing that he might go hungry, generously allocated more funds for his meals each month than any of his classmates, granting him unrestricted access to all dining halls. This thought ignited a sudden fury within Lu Fan, who seized his tray and hurled it against the glass of the serving counter. Instantly, rice and cabbage splattered across the glass, attracting the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. My aunt deposits 5,000 yuan into my meal account every month, and you expect me to subsist on this? Where's my meal card? Have you been embezzling my funds each month? Lu Fan's furious shout captured the attention of all around him, causing the serving lattice expression to shift. She suppressed her irritation, retrieved the tray, and prepared a more substantial portion of food for him, this time including meat, and the serving was more generous than anyone else's. Food can be carelessly consumed, but words must be measured. The funds on your meal card have been exhausted by your own consumption, which has nothing to do with me. You're talking nonsense. Our school charges 2 yuan for each dish and 1 yuan for rice. If I am served these paltry portions every day, where do you think the money is gone? The serving lady, taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected determination to pursue the matter, felt her patience wearing thin, her face resembling a boiled pig's. Fool! How dare you slander an honest person? If I were to embezzle your money, will my daughter-in-law bear a child without skin? Are you truly not embezzling? Lu Fan paused, recalling a bug in his system, uncertain if he was deceiving himself with this query. Of course not. You indulge in 3 meals daily. Here your meal card has been depleted by your own choices. Oh, I believe you now. It turns out I consumed all the funds on my meal card myself. Lu Fan nodded gravely, picked up his tray, and walked away, for he could no longer withstand his hunger. He had not eaten breakfast and had only consumed a bowl of porridge with a few pickled vegetables the previous night. The surrounding students felt a wave of disappointment. They had positioned themselves with stools and seeds, eager to witness the spectacle of the fool's outburst in the cafeteria, only to see him, at a critical moment, fall victim to a single comment and walk away. Lu Feng chose a random seat, and his classmates, as if confronted by a plague, scattered away in unison. Everyone knew this fool was careless with his food, often scattering it everywhere who would dare sit with him. Unfazed by their judgment, Lu Feng dug into his meal, ravenous as he was. The serving lattice phone rang upon seeing it was her son. She pressed the speakerphone button without a second thought, continuing to serve food while chatting. "What is it, son? I'm busy right now." "Mom, Xiaoyan has given birth." "She has given birth? What? Isn't she only 7 months along?" "The doctor says it was a premature birth. And my son, due to being born early, has underdeveloped organs and hasn't even developed skin. The doctor says he needs surgery otherwise. Your grandson won't survive past a month." "What?" The serving lady froze, her spoon clattering to the floor. Students outside the window were equally stunned. A child born without skin? Was such a bizarre occurrence even possible? Even the other serving ladies nearby ceased their actions, staring blankly at her. Meanwhile, Lu Feng continued to eat, his expression vacant, drawing laughter from his peers once more. Handsome and wealthy, yet such a fool. Indeed, if he weren't so foolish, perhaps someone would want to have children with him. "Hey, Li Gang, can you refrain from making such comments while we eat? You're a man, after all." "Who knows? Maybe he prefers men." Li Gang gestured flamboyantly, his scruffy beard paired with a seductive expression causing revulsion among his classmates. What a ridiculous turn of events. Just moments ago, the serving lady received a call from her son. His daughter-in-law just gave birth prematurely, and apparently the child has no skin. Perhaps it's karma for her every time she serves. It's as if she has Parkinson's, almost spilling the oil from the dishes. That's why the students call her the spin dryer. She probably dries out the moisture in her clothes. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's body jolted. Memories of his never-be-deceived system flooded his mind. He stared at the system panel in his thoughts, and to his astonishment, there were changes. Host, Lu Feng title, the world's biggest fool times deceived. 2 points accumulated too. He distinctly remembered that the previous data he saw were all zeros, indicating that within the brief span of his meal, he had accumulated 2 points. Connecting this to his recent experience, realization dawned upon him. It seems that Qin Shousheng and the serving lady have deceived me, which is why my points increased. Additionally, possessing the never-be-deceived bug means Lu Dama's deceitful vow has come to fruition. With this revelation, Lu Feng felt a surge of excitement. For the past 20 years, he had drifted through life aimlessly, having been defrauded of his inheritance after his parents passed away and estranged from his younger sister. Only his aunt had consistently cared for him. Now, having regained his normalcy and possessing such an extraordinary system, those who had deceived him in the past should brace themselves. Having polished off a plate of food, Lu Feng felt uncomfortably full and rose to fetch a bowl of soup. His exquisite features resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting, and even his eating was a marvel of elegance and charm. The young lady seated nearby had a voluptuous figure that drew attention, her ample bosom reminiscent of several large steamed buns, while her arms displayed skin as white as milk. Radiating an otherworldly glow, Lu Feng blinked in surprise. He recognized this girl indeed. No one at Long University was unfamiliar with her. Lu Mengran, the most beautiful girl in Long University, was renowned alongside Lu Ruyan as the Lu sisters of unparalleled beauty. Although sharing the same surname, Lu Mengran and Lu Ruyan were strangers, and due to their status as campus beauties, Lu Ruyan had always held a grudge against Lu Mengran, who overshadowed her in fame. Lu Feng boldly sat across from Lu Mengran, his gaze unabashedly appraising the campus beauty before him. Truly deserving of the title of campus beauty, such skin, such a face, such a slender waist, as Lu Feng stared, he found himself drooling, a sight that did not escape Lu Mengran's notice. A fool drooling over her was hardly flattering, and she glared at him with indignation. "Fool, what are you staring at? Get away from me." Chapter 3. Tender affection and rest in the past. Lu Mengran, despite her disdain for the fool, would not intentionally bully him. However, today her mood was particularly foul. She had received a distressing call from home that morning, informing her that her father was suffering from a heart condition and required bypass surgery. Coming from an ordinary family, They could hardly bear the financial burden of such an operation. After exhausting all avenues for borrowing from relatives, they still faced a shortfall of 30 to 40,000 yuan. Her mother had been weeping on the phone, and as a mere student, Lu Mingran felt powerless to alleviate her family's plight. As she irritably consumed her meal, her gaze fell upon the fool across from her, staring vacantly and drooling. Her pent-up frustration and resentment immediately shifted towards Lu Feng. Are you experiencing some hormonal imbalance? Or is it merely a case of hemorrhoids acting up? Am I infringing upon your enjoyment of my soup? Though the campus belle was undeniably beautiful, Lu Feng also had his dignity. Was it necessary for him to verbally lash out simply for casting a glance in his direction? You are the one with a hormonal imbalance. Your entire family is afflicted. Lu Mingran, incensed by being insulted by a fool, erupted in a flurry of retorts. Truly, the campus belle's ire was strikingly alluring. Lu Feng found himself fantasizing about sharing a bed with her. As he gazed at the stunning Lu Mingran in full bloom, a foolish expression involuntarily crept across his face. After all, he had been daft for 20 years, and such expressions had become second nature. Upon realizing the inappropriateness of her outburst, Lu Mingran noticed the many classmates observing them. She reflected on the absurdity of directing her anger at a fool for matters concerning her family. Calming her thoughts, a sudden idea struck Lu Mingran. She instinctively raised her gaze towards the fool. Although he was simple-minded, he was, after all, a member of one of the most affluent families in the capital. While his wealth had been squandered, he still had a doting aunt. Lu Feng's aunt was the principal of Long University. Otherwise, a fool would not be allowed to attend such an institution. Moreover, she regularly bestowed him with pocket money, although most of it was pilfered by classmates. Given Lu Feng's status, acquiring several tens of thousands of yuan wouldn't pose a challenge. An idea, rather contrary to her principles, swiftly germinated in her mind. Why not borrow a few tens of thousands from this fool? The wicked Lu Ruyan had swindled him out of his supercar. Surely borrowing a mere sum should not be a significant issue. As Lu Feng finished his meal and prepared to leave the cafeteria, Lu Mingran hastily set down her chopsticks and followed him. Lu Feng. Was Lu, the campus belle, truly this petty? It was one thing to insult him in the cafeteria, but now she was pursuing him to continue her verbal onslaught. However, what she said next made him realize he had been overthinking. Lu Feng, my father needs around 40 to 50,000 yuan for the surgery. Could you lend it to me? Borrow money? 50,000? I don't have that much. But I can ask my aunt. She has plenty of money. Hearing this, Lu Mingran's face lit up with joy as she nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Lu Feng. I promise I will repay you once I earn some money. As Lu Feng observed Lu Mingran's expression of gratitude, a wave of distaste washed over him. Was she not making it abundantly clear that she had no intention of repaying? She was merely in her second year of university. It would take at least 3 to 4 years before she could earn 50,000. To think she could deceive him so easily with mere words. Did she believe he was still the naive fool of the past? I can lend you the money, but you must agree to be my girlfriend. My aunt insists that I find a beautiful girlfriend to marry after graduation. Lu Feng recognized the utility of maintaining his fool persona, so he continued to play the part, his tone laced with a hint of stupidity. What? Lu Feng, you? Lu Mingran was exasperated. Seeking a loan, he had the audacity to impose such an outrageous condition. Was this not taking advantage of her misfortune? As she turned to leave, the image of her father lying in a hospital bed halted her steps. This fool's mind was clearly not functioning normally. He likely only found her attractive and did not comprehend the implications of a romantic relationship. She thought it prudent to placate him for the moment, but she would first test the waters. Lu Feng, do you know what boyfriend and girlfriend do? Lu Mingran asked softly, eyeing his foolish expression. Lu Feng immediately grasped her intention. Of course I know. Boyfriends and girlfriends share kisses, hugs, and sleep together. Mine has taught me that. Seeing Lu Mingran's countenance darken, he quickly resumed his act of feigned ignorance. If you become my girlfriend, you'll have to help me sleep. I'm afraid to sleep alone in a big room. Just help you sleep? Nothing else? Lu Mingran inquired softly once more. What else could there be? Lu Feng responded with a foolish expression, inadvertently disarming her suspicions. Lu Mingran, unbeknownst to the mirth bubbling within Lu Feng, felt her guard begin to lower. He was increasingly aware of the advantages of his foolish guise. The prospect of outsmarting others was exhilarating. It seemed Lu Feng was blissfully unaware of the intricacies of romantic relationships. He merely grasped the notion of kisses and hugs, which she could tolerate. Besides, this fool, while simple-minded, possessed a handsome appearance, so she did not consider herself entirely at a disadvantage. In pursuit of that 50,000 yuan, Lu Mingran could only comfort herself in this manner. Lu Fan, when can you give me the money? My father is anxiously awaiting his surgery. I'll go to my aunt's house right now to get the money. But from this moment on, you are my girlfriend. Lu Fan was determined to demonstrate to Lu Mingran. The campus belle, one undeniable truth. A man's words can be deceiving, even if that man is a fool. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Lu Mingran's slender waist. Her waist felt soft and delicate, an exquisite sensation, and the fragrance wafting from her only heightened his delight. Ah, Lu Fan, you! Lu Mingran blushed and pushed against him, but alas, as a delicate woman, she was no match for Lu Fan's strength. What's wrong? Did we not agree that you are my girlfriend from now on? Come, let's get the money. Lu Fan's expression of bewilderment once again eased Lu Mingran's reservations. A simple embrace, she could endure it. Thus, Long University was rocked by a seismic event. The esteemed campus belle, Lu Mingran, was found in the embrace of the fool, Lu Fan. The affectionate posture of the two was indistinguishable from that of a young couple. And this explosive news swiftly spread throughout the campus, eliciting a chorus of heartbroken laments. Chapter 4. Aunt provides the funds. Lu Fan ventured alone into the office of the principal of Long University, while Lu Mingran dared not follow. She understood that Lu Fan's aunt cherished her nephew dearly. Should she discover Lu's intentions to exploit him, it would surely result in her own misfortune. Awakened from her midday slumber, Lu Feng would typically have reacted with anger at being disturbed. However, upon seeing Lu Fan, her demeanor transformed entirely. Xiao Fan, have you eaten? Have you run out of money? How have you been lately? Have you made any good friends? Dressed in a pristine white blouse, Lu Feng affectionately grasped Lu Fan's hand, inquiring after his well-being. Ever since his parents passed away, she had been his sole support. Without her, he might have perished from hunger on the streets. With tears welling in his eyes, Lu Fan gazed upon the woman he held most dear in this world. Lu Feng, in her 40s, maintained an impressive appearance. The admirable genes of the Lu family imbued her with an aura of graceful maturity. Her resemblance to Lu Fan attested to their familial bond. Aunt, thank you for all your hard work over the years. Lu Fan stepped forward and enveloped this beloved woman in a tight embrace. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Xiao Fan, you. Aunt, I am well now. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Lu Feng grasped Lu Fan's shoulders, observing the clarity in his eyes. Such a gaze was not characteristic of a simpleton. That's wonderful. Heaven truly blesses us. Xiao Fan, you have finally recovered. Lu Fenghua's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as she embraced Lu Fan, her excitement reminiscent of a child. Lu Fan, too, had reddened eyes throughout this heartfelt moment. They sat on the sofa for half an hour, and Lu Fan's demeanor dissipated any lingering doubts in her mind. His speech was articulate, his gaze clear and bright, and his actions more composed than those of any ordinary person. Aunt, I'm out of money. Could you lend me some? Money? Has someone borrowed your funds again? Upon the mention of money, Lu Fenghua's demeanor shifted entirely. As the principal of Long University, she was well aware of the circumstances surrounding her nephew. Those young people truly believed that the wealth of the Lu family was easily acquired. When I was navigating the world, they were still playing in the dirt. However, Aunt, you have acknowledged that the money was lent out, and I have transaction records on WeChat. By the way, I recall that your best friend, Sister Lu, runs a law firm, right? I plan to visit her soon and discuss urging those individuals to repay their debts. Lu Fenghua was momentarily taken aback by Lu Fan's cunning. He was far from the fool he had once been. It seemed she had been transferring money to him through WeChat while keeping a watchful eye. Xiao Fan, you have indeed matured. In the future, simply tell your aunt what you wish to do. I will always be your strongest support. Initially, she had considered waiting until his classmates graduated to settle accounts for the minor scams he had endured, but now that he had regained his faculties, it was best he handled it himself. Yes, Aunt, please give me some money. Lu Mingran, the campus belle, is waiting for me to pay her. Lu Mingran, she is indeed a fine girl. Xiao Fan, go for it. I will transfer you 1 million. The funds will go directly into your account. Lu Fenghua opened her laptop before Lu Fan and transferred 1 million from her Longwood bank account to him. To her, that amount felt as trivial as 100 yuan, considering the Lu family's assets once soared into the hundreds of billions. Lu Fan's father had paved the way for him long before his passing, to ensure his safety. The cash held by Lu Feng alone would suffice for Lu Fan to live lavishly for half a lifetime. This million was but a drop in the ocean. Thank you, Aunt. I must take my leave now. Let's have dinner together this weekend. Yes, yes, Xiao Fan, do your best. I will prepare braised pork for you. As Lu Fan departed, Lu Fenghua suddenly covered her face and wept. The hardships she endured over the years to protect her foolish nephew were known only to her. Elder brother and sister-in-law, you may rest in peace. Xiao Fan has finally returned to normal. Lu Fan descended the stairs to find Lu Mingran, the campus belle, anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing him, she rushed over. With a beauty in his arms, Lu Fan, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity, stepped forward and embraced Lu Mingran tightly. Lu Fan, let go. Right now? Lu Mingran glanced at the scorching sun overhead. Who sleeps during the day? However, considering the money involved, she ceased her struggles and allowed Lu Fan to hold her close. After having just eaten, she felt the need for a good nap. Lu Fan attempted to appear more foolish to ease Lu Mingran's defenses, and indeed, she relented once more. All right, but when will you transfer me the money? Given the financial aspect, Lu Mingran gritted her teeth and bore with it. Lu Fan turned, a cunning smile adorning his face, astonished that the top belle of Long University was so naive. With Lu Mingran, the goddess of Long University, in his embrace, Lu Fan walked with his head held high, fearful that others might overlook him. Lu Mingran, however, was too embarrassed to raise her head, acutely aware of the gaze of their classmates piercing her like needles, fearing she would never lift her head in Long University again. Throughout their journey, they had unknowingly shattered countless hearts, and their intimate photographs quickly circulated across the campus. As Lu Fan, the foremost fool of Long University, enjoyed a professor-level lifestyle, he occupied an entire dormitory to himself, even a faculty apartment, boasting the finest living conditions among all students at Long University. Of course, this was due to Principal Lu Fenghua's efforts. Otherwise, Lu Fan would likely have faced bullying in a shared dormitory. Just as Lu Fan and Lu Mingran approached his dormitory door, a tall and furious boy stood in their path. Lu Mingran, how could you be with this fool? Lu Fan smiled at the boy, recognizing him as Kai, a member of a university basketball team and a devoted pursuer of Lu Mingran. Rumors had circulated that Lu Mingran and Kai were together. Was Lu Fan now seen as the interloper? He tightened his grip around Lu Mingran's waist, their bodies nearly merging. This scene ignited Kai's fury, and he clenched his fists, preparing to confront them. Terrified, Lu Fan shouted, ducking behind Lu Mingran. Wife, protect me. This big guy is going to hit me. Lu Fan clung to Lu Mingran's waist, pressing himself against her back, enraging Kai further, who was prepared to strike. Stop. Lu Mingran, despite her disdain for Lu Fan's foolish antics, understood that his life was at stake and could not allow him to come to harm. Kai, you know who Lu Fan's aunt is. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I assure you, there's a high chance you will be expelled. Have you forgotten what happened to the person who previously attacked Lu Fan? Kai's eyes flared with anger, and after a long hesitation, he reluctantly lowered his hand. Lu Mingran, why? When you rejected me last time, you claimed you had no intention of dating. Why would you choose to be with a fool? Am I not even better than him? Kai, you are indeed superior to Lu Fan in many aspects. But my father is in the hospital and requires 50,000 for surgery. Can you provide that? In this world, over 90% of people are ordinary, especially students of their age. How many could muster 50,000 yuan? Wife, I'm sleepy. I want to take a nap. Lu Fan mischievously whispered in Lu Mingran's ear, causing her to tense up, goosebumps rising on her neck. Thinking of her father awaiting urgent funds in the hospital, Lu Mingran gritted her teeth and took Lu Fan's hand, leading him toward his dormitory building. Lu Fan distinctly heard something shatter behind them, a crisp sound that resonated in the air. Upon opening the dormitory door, Lu Mingran was left speechless. While she and her 3 roommates squeezed into a small dorm, Lu Fan occupied a spacious one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom, luxuriously furnished, far surpassing her own home. The living room was equipped with a sofa, coffee table, refrigerator, washing machine, and air conditioner. Everything one could desire, especially in the precious real estate of the capital. Wife, I can hardly contain my hunger. Let us sleep. Lu Fan exclaimed excitedly, embracing Lu Mingran, who stiffened, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Could this fool truly understand matters between men and women? In the next moment, Lu Fan took out his phone, added Lu Mingran's WeChat contact, and directly transferred 50,000 yuan. Wife, Is this enough to put your mind at ease? Now let us sleep. Lu Fan's voice trembled with excitement. This was the top belle of Long University, and he never expected to achieve this on his first day of clarity. Wait a moment. Lu Mingran interjected, blocking Lu Fan's outstretched hand. She took out her phone, transferred the money again, and dialed her mother's number in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan observed her actions, bewildered. Could this woman truly be in such dire straits regarding her father's health? Lu Mingran's next words confirmed his suspicions. Mom, I borrowed $50,000 from a classmate. Please use it for Dad's surgery. We will repay them once we have the funds. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mingran gazed at Lu Fan's dazed expression, mistakenly believing he had fallen into his usual foolishness, which brought her a sense of relief. Lu Fan, aren't you sleepy? I'll coax you to sleep, but you must promise not to bully me. Do you understand? Although I can't repay the money I owe you right away, Lu Mingran will always remember it and will return it to you as soon as I save enough. Her words instantly cooled Lu Fan's previously heated heart. He had assumed that Lu Mingran was like others who deceived him for money, and that sleeping with her would be a given. However, the scene before him was entirely different from what he had imagined, leaving him feeling somewhat like he was trying to intimidate someone. Lu Fan, Lu Mingran called out sharply, waking the dazed Lu Fan. Her cheeks flushed as she led the way into the bedroom. Seeing the alluring silhouette of the campus beauty, Lu Fan's mind raced, and he dashed after her without a second thought. If Lu Deshihua didn't mind, why should he? Lu Mingran sat gracefully on the large bed, gently removing her sandals, revealing her exquisite legs clad in sheer stockings, her actions both elegant and enticing, accompanied by a hint of shyness on her face. Lu Fan felt a rush of heat as a wave of desire surged through him. Lu Fan, we agreed that it would only be a simple sleepover. You must behave and not bully me. All right, I won't bully you. I will only cherish and love you. Discarding his shoes, Lu Fan leapt onto the bed with the speed of a sprinter. Breaking news from Long University. The first campus beauty has paired up with the biggest fool. The basketball team SU Kai has been defeated by this fool and has withdrawn in despondence. The pinned post immediately ignited the forum, with countless students commenting below. The post even included photos of Lu Fan embracing Lu Mingran, along with candid shots of their conversations. Oh no, the jade cabbage has been ravished by a wild boar. How I wish I could partake in such a feast. What are you dreaming about up there? Hey, what do you think Lu Deshihua is doing right now? You are quite the lecher. Lu Mingran is my goddess. How dare you insult her? By the way, my goddess is so flexible. She must be able to do the splits. Puffed. You're not exactly a saint either, but have you all forgotten that Lu Fan is a fool? Damn, do you think that fool doesn't know what to do? Lu Fan was oblivious to the uproar on the school forum, having never paid attention to such gossip. At this moment, he was soundly asleep, nestled against Lu Mingran. Initially, he had intended to shamelessly win over Lu Deshihua, but unfortunately, he hit a red light. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was poured over him, leaving him silent and despondent. Lu Mingran, too, was in a dire situation. She had merely thought to lull the fool to sleep, but she was utterly unable to resist his actions, resulting in her being taken advantage of by him. Wiping her tears, Lu Mingran looked at the fool who was peacefully sleeping while holding her tightly, wishing she could strike him with a brick. The earlier tumult had drained her of all energy, and she, too, eventually dozed off. Lu Fan found himself dreaming of being ravenously hungry and arriving at a bun shop. Just as he was indulging in this pleasant dream, he was jolted awake by a slap to the forehead, only to see a beautiful face filled with indignation. Lu Fan, you jerk! You promised me you wouldn't bully me. You're not keeping your word. Lu Mingran cried, covering her face in distress. Lu Fan tried to comfort her, but she ignored him entirely. If you keep crying, I might just have to bully you. His outburst startled the weeping Lu Mingran awake, prompting her to quickly sit up and wipe her tears. Can we have a proper conversation now? If you continue to cry, we'll just go on like this. After a few minutes, Lu Fan smacked his lips, got up to dress, and casually tossed Lu Mingran's dress on her. Startled by his words, Lu Mingran turned pale, hurriedly pulling on her dress and curling up in the corner of the bed. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. In truth, she had indeed faced an enormous grievance. She never imagined she would be so thoroughly taken advantage of by a fool. Lu Mingran, we had agreed on merely cuddling and sleeping together. What did I go too far? Aren't we just cuddling and sleeping? You're shameless. I was almost. Lu Mingran trembled with anger. That did not happen. I am quite honorable. Lu Mingran, from now on, you are mine. I will cherish, love, and take care of you. Having finished teasing her, Lu Fan naturally leaned in to comfort her. His lewd expression made Lu Mingran feel both shy and furious, and she pinched his waist hard. Who wants to be the woman of a fool like you? Wait, no. Lu Mingran suddenly realized that Lu Fan, before her, bore no resemblance to a fool. He had used his foolish exterior to lower her guard, and had almost taken everything from her. At that moment, she felt like an utter fool herself. Lu Fan, you're not foolish anymore? Huh, today is quite fortuitous. Who would have thought I would capture the first campus beauty of Long University on my first day back? I am truly remarkable. Lu Fan, return my innocence. As Lu Mingran began to protest once again, Lu Fan glared and reached for her dress again. Terrified, she quickly silenced herself, looking at him with pleading eyes. Girls inevitably desire love. What could be wrong with you and me? Just look at me. I'm not bad-looking. I have money, and my aunt is the principal of Long University. Just imagine, by being with me, your life will undergo a tremendous transformation, and you won't have to worry about anything related to money. Lu Fan pulled Lu Mingran close again, trying to soften his tone. Lu Mingran's expression faltered, and she pondered deeply. Lu Fan's words were not without merit. He was tall, strong, and handsome. In the past, his foolish demeanor had obscured his attractive features. Now, with clarity in his eyes, he exuded a sense of shrewdness and brightness that was appealing as a boyfriend. Most importantly, what Lu Fan had said was true. Being with him meant she wouldn't have to worry about money or future employment, and her parents would live well too. Moreover, having been taken advantage of by him, a girl's psychology often leads her to remember the man who had such experiences with her. Let us go, darling. You must be hungry now. I'll take you out to eat. Seeing her expression shift, Lu Fan realized she was swayed by his words, though her feminine modesty made her hesitant to agree. Thus, he decided to change his strategy, beginning their relationship with a date. A few minutes later, Lu Fan wrapped his arms around Lu Mingran as they exited the dormitory, and the surveillance team outside immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures. Oh no! As they stepped outside, Lu Mingran exclaimed, collapsing into Lu Fan's embrace. What's wrong? My legs are numb. You've been sitting on me for hours. Lu Mingran shot him an annoyed glance, unaware that this scene shattered the hearts of the students who had been secretly photographing them. Oh no! Lu Xuehua has lost her virginity. May the heavens strike that fool with lightning. Minutes later, Lu Fan and Lu Mingran arrived at a Western restaurant outside Long University. Since it was a date, they naturally could not eat at the school cafeteria. They ordered 2 steak couple sets, and while waiting for their meal, Lu Fan pulled out his phone to check. To his dismay, there were no messages highlighting how pitiful his social life was. However, a pop-up from Scam app caught his attention, claiming earn 800 by making a cut. It was clearly a scam, but with the support of an infallible system, perhaps he should give it a try. With a spark of determination, Lu Fan promptly opened the software, entering the interface of KNYDO. Simultaneously, he glanced at the system panel in his mind. Host, Lu Fan. Title, The World's Greatest Fool. Number of times deceived. 2. Points accumulated. 2. The absence of change in both the number of deceptions and points confirmed the veracity of Lu Mingran's words, including her sincere promise to repay him in the future. Lu Fan, in this modern age, do you truly believe that a mere action can yield 800 yuan? Lu Mingran, observing Lu Fan's actions, cast him a bewildered glance. Perhaps a miracle might occur, he thought, as he jested about being foolish enough to believe anyone's words. After a few clicks, a sharing link appeared on the screen, inviting friends to KNYDO for a chance to receive an 800 yuan red envelope. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sent the link to Lu Mingran, requesting her assistance in this endeavor. Lu Fan, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? My participation yields no results. Indeed, while some had managed to claim the 800 yuan, the notion seemed implausible. Lu Mingran gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed Lu Fan's phone interface display a successful cut, with a red envelope arriving instantaneously. The delightful chime of WeChat signaled the arrival of the funds, a sound familiar to all. As Lu Fan opened the interface to reveal the substantial 800 yuan red envelope, a broad smile spread across his face. His interest lay not in the money itself, but in the reaffirmation of his immunity to deceit. Darling, with this, I won't even need to worry about meal expenses. Help me make a few more cuts, and we can earn some shopping money while we dine. Displaying the amount before Lu Mengran, he reveled in her incredulous expression. As Lu Fan sent her another identical link, Lu Mingran's face reflected a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Lu Fan, that was likely a fluke. Such fortune cannot strike consecutively. Even the gentle Lu Mengran could not suppress an expletive, for just a casual click had resulted in yet another successful cut, leading to another 800 yuan arriving. This is madness. Such occurrences defy logic. Lu Mengran continued to mutter in shock as Lu Fan sent yet another link, which once again resulted in a successful transaction. Within mere minutes, the service staff delivered a couple's meal, and Lu Fan had lost count of how many 800 yuan red envelopes had accumulated. Lu Mengran, now numb to the events, surmised that the back end of the software must have encountered a significant glitch. Otherwise, such absurdity could not occur. Chapter 7. Success in cutting is my expertise. Lu Mengran, taking out her own mobile device, attempted her own cut, but curiously, Lu Fan's assistance bore no fruit. This was the expected outcome. The system's design was to encourage endless referrals. Just as she was on the verge of accumulating 800 yuan, she found herself thwarted by a mere 3 cents. With sufficient referrals, the last cent would require a conversion of coins. NKNYD only yielded a few coins, necessitating 100 to exchange for that final cent. The system was rife with vexatious traps, perpetually leaving users feeling just one step away from success, only to be met with new obstacles. Numerous prominent streamers had tested the waters, gathering hundreds of participants only to find themselves unable to claim the 800 yuan. Lu Fan, it seems the backend has been fixed. Look, I Haven T succeeded. How about a wager, Mingran? If I succeed again, you'll come to my dormitory and wash my clothes for a month. If I fail, I shall grant you any request you desire. Lu Fan discerned that this was not a repair, but rather a unique advantage bestowed upon him by the system. All that deceived him would indeed come to fruition. The advertisements claimed that KNYD allowed for cash withdrawals, and thus it must be true. Those without a system, naturally, would not find success. I refuse to gamble with you. Who knows what ulterior motives you harbor? You were much more naive before. Having already suffered once at his hands, she was no longer easily fooled. At this moment, during their dinner date, Lu Fan understood that he could not expend all his energy on earning money. Accompanying Lu Mengran was paramount. For her, this day felt dreamlike, filled with unexpected twists and turns. Lu Fan, how many times have you withdrawn in total? I feel it must be 20 or 30 times. They will surely come after you for that money. Lu Mengran inquired with elegant curiosity, savoring a piece of steak. Who would trouble me for such a sum? Even the platform must retain some dignity. My success is due to my own capabilities. I do not seek your money. Consider the previous 50,000 as a loan. I shall repay you once I've saved enough. Lu Mengran felt a flicker of temptation, though her modesty led her to speak contrary to her desires. Having earned 27,000 in such a short time was astonishing to any ordinary person. Even if the withdrawals became impossible, half of that sum would still amount to a significant 13,000, a considerable fortune for a girl from an average family. With this money, she could enhance her lifestyle and purchase items she had long coveted but could not afford. Mingran, you are now my girlfriend. My money is yours. It's merely 50,000. Let us not mention it again. Lu Fan insisted, knowing that Lu Mingran's support was pivotal to his success. Without your cuts, the 20,000 would not have succeeded. It is only fair you take half. As he spoke, a glint of cunning shone in his eyes, but the innocent Lu Mengran was lost in dreams of extravagant shopping, oblivious to any deceit. After their meal, Lu Fan settled the bill and wrapped his arm around the goddess's slender waist, hailing a cab to the nearby shopping mall. Contemplating the 400,000 yuan Ferrari still in Lu Ruyan's possession, a sly smile crept across Lu Fan's face. Lu Ruyan, just wait. My belongings are not so easily taken. Though the vehicle had been transferred to Lu Ruyan, legally, she stood on shaky ground. Lu Fan, deemed a fool, possessed numerous medical certificates from reputable hospitals, rendering her actions tantamount to fraud. With the right lawyer, he could resolve the matter seamlessly, leaving Lu Ruyan at his mercy. Regarding the cunning Lu Ruyan, Lu Fan harbored no intentions of being kind. She was not at all like the docile Lu Mengran. The taxi stopped at a plaza surrounded by several universities, bustling with students in the evening. The mall was modest, catering primarily to the student demographic, with affluent students being a rarity. Upon entering the mall, shopping was inevitable, which was why Lu Mengran did not decline. She was no saint and appreciated beautiful clothing and exquisite gifts. The buy mentality of the wealthy was an irresistible allure across all ages. Without seeking Lu Mengran's opinion, Lu Feng led her straight to the clothing section. "Let us try another store. This one is too expensive," Lu Mengran exclaimed, her words filling Lu Feng with admiration. What a wonderful girl she was, even considering his finances while shopping. Had it been a different woman, she would have taken advantage of the situation. "My Mengran is the top flower of Long University, deserving of any brand. Trust me, your man is affluent." With a firm grip around the goddess's waist, Lu Feng confidently entered the Chanel section. As a top luxury brand in Long Country, Chanel may not be the pinnacle, but it enjoys widespread appeal. The design of the attire remarkably aligns with the aesthetic sensibilities of the people of Longhua, especially the women, who are particularly enamored with it. Lu Mengran, an ordinary girl from a humble background, had previously witnessed her classmates donning Chanel garments, yet the exorbitant prices had relegated such dreams to mere fantasies. It was astonishing that she now found herself stepping into a Chanel boutique, with Lu Feng already holding up a dress of her liking against her own silhouette. "Mengran, your fair skin and perfect figure make you the quintessential hanger for fashion. We simply need to select styles that appeal to us," Lu Feng said. Blushing, Lu Mengran nodded, torn between refusal and the desire that felt too superficial, for she genuinely coveted the dress. "Let's try it on if it fits. We shall wear it out without removing it." Lu Mengran obediently entered the fitting room, and moments later emerged to Lu Feng's eyes lighting up with excitement. She wore a white dress adorned with Longhua-style embroidery, its hemline elegantly asymmetrical. For Lu Mengran, with her tall and alluring figure, it felt as if it had been tailored just for her. "Is it beautiful?" she ventured, already seeing the answer reflected in Lu Feng's astonished gaze. "Let's omit the fitting charge. We shall purchase it directly without removing it." The attendant, previously perceiving them as mere curious students, was taken aback by their swift decision. "Sir, you possess exquisite taste. This dress is a new release from Chanel, only just arrived in our store a few weeks ago. It fits your girlfriend as if it were made for her. Even I, as a woman, find it utterly captivating." The dress was priced at 8,600, and the attendant inquired, "Will you be paying by card or cash?" Chapter 8. The relatives departed. Lu Mengran's cheeks remained flushed, her joy unrestrained. Clad in an ensemble exceeding 8,000, with a summer outfit worth over 6,000 in hand, and a fashionable bag worth more than 30,000 slung over her shoulder, she wore newly purchased Chanel heels. In just 10 minutes, she had spent more than she ever had on clothing throughout her life. As a young woman, she naturally harbored a fondness for beautiful garments, bags, and shoes. Previously, due to her family's financial constraints, such luxuries felt unattainable. She had consistently maintained her integrity, rejecting advances and gifts from suitors. There's a saying, "A man who spends on you may not necessarily love you, but a man unwilling to spend on you certainly does not love you." Still enveloped in bliss, Lu Mengran was led by Lu Feng into another shop. Upon entering, she realized they were surrounded by an array of stockings, and her face turned crimson. "Lu Feng, what are we doing here?" "Well, naturally we are here to buy stockings. With your long, fair legs, wearing beautiful stockings will render you even more enchanting. It would be a shame to waste such a perfect pair of legs." Lu Feng's remark left her blushing furiously. Unfazed, he ordered, "Attendant, please bring my girlfriend 4 pairs of black stockings, 4 pairs of white stockings, and 4 pairs of nude stockings, each in different styles." The attendant couldn't contain her laughter, while Lu Mengran felt too shy to lift her head. Lu Feng, undeterred, selected 12 appealing pairs. 2 hours later, having strolled through them all, Lu Mengran, weary from her heels, welcomed Lu Feng's suggestion to rest. His attentiveness deeply touched her. Throughout the evening, her face remained flushed with a mix of excitement and shyness. She was no fool. Lu Feng had bought her so many items, and she was well aware of the customary expectations that followed such generosity. Recognizing her thoughts, Lu Feng felt a flutter of excitement himself. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Mengran was gently ushered into the bathroom to shower. Obediently, she took the new lingerie and entered. Watching the goddess step into the bathroom, Lu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the moon. With the relatives of Lu Daxua gone, he felt a rush of anticipation. As he hurriedly tidied up his room, he eagerly awaited her return, passing the time playing a game on his phone. In just a few minutes, he had successfully earned a significant amount of money, relishing the thrill of his newfound fortune. I'm done washing. Lu Mengran emerged, her damp hair cascading around her shoulders. Enveloped in the scent of shower gel, clad in her new dress, her face flushed and shyly avoiding Lu Fan's fiery gaze. Mengran, dry your hair first. I'll be out shortly. Lu Fan swiftly stripped off his clothes and dashed into the bathroom. Lu Mengran's heart raced as she prepared to grab the hairdryer, but noticed Lu Fan's phone on the coffee table. Instinctively, she opened his WeChat, her eyes widening at the endless stream of transaction records, letting out a gasp. The total amount astounded her. Over 120,000. How could this be? A glance at Lu Fan's indistinct silhouette in the bathroom pushed her to take action with his phone. To her surprise, she successfully made a transaction using her own phone as well, though she couldn't share the link, leaving her puzzled. In mere moments, she had withdrawn over 10,000 using Lu Fan's phone, her excitement palpable. Lu Fan, this money comes too easily. I'm worried. My dear, I believe now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Lu Fan's gaze, intense and passionate, held hers as he disdainfully tossed her phone onto the sofa. Captivated by his fervent look, her heart raced anew. Lu Fan, will you treat me well in the future? At this point, Lu Fan could see that she was clearly prepared for what was to come. Of course, dear. Can't you see my sincerity towards you? Time was fleeting, and he playfully urged her, now, it's time to coax me to sleep. He stepped forward, scooping her into his arms. Lu Mengran gasped, burying her face in his embrace, too shy to reveal herself. As they entered the bedroom, he firmly shut the door with his foot. Throughout the night, Lu Daxua's cries echoed for what felt like an eternity, leaving many young men at Long University sleepless. The news of the first beauty, Lu Mengran, cohabiting with Lu Fan spread like wildfire, shattering the hearts of those who secretly adored her. Meanwhile, Lu Mengran lay in Lu Fan's embrace, her cheeks stained with tears, her shoulders exposed and as pale as milk. Lu Fan, are we moving too quickly? You don't think I'm a loose girl, do you? Mengran, you are the goddess of Long University. To have you is a fortune accrued over many lifetimes. Rest assured, as long as I, Lu Fan, have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry. The allure of her delicate form and the silky texture of her skin made him feel as if he were living a dream. Lu Fan checked the system panel in his mind, noting that the number of times he had been deceived and his points had increased to 3. It appeared that Lu Mengran had not contributed any points, which indicated that she had never deceived him. The additional point I acquired naturally stemmed from the cutting a slice withdrawal method. However, after numerous attempts at withdrawal, I have only obtained a single point. It seems my previous strategy for accumulating points is futile. Tomorrow, I must stroll around the campus once more and perhaps fall for a few more deceptions. Otherwise, when will I ever reach 10 points? I'm also left wondering what prizes might be available in the lottery. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the bustling city of Mo, Wang Tao, the head of the technical department at Pin Duoduo, was dining with his wife when his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 9. The Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges. What did you say? One account managed to withdraw nearly 200,000 today? Where are the staff? Are you all incompetent? Wang Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up and shouted in anger. Immediately rectify all vulnerabilities and suspend that individual's withdrawal privileges. No. Directly disable the withdrawal link for that account. Lu Fan transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Mengran's phone right in front of her. Lu Mengran's mouth opened several times, yet she couldn't bring herself to utter a refusal. Her phone had been in use for 3 years, and this money was just enough to buy a new one. Mengran, from now on, spend this money freely. Do not hold back. You've seen how effortlessly I can earn money. A few taps yield riches. Lu Fan, stop dreaming. That withdrawal incident was certainly due to a glitch in Pin Duoduo's system. Do you think such good fortune will come your way again? Lu Mengran adjusted her position comfortably in Lu Fan's embrace, gazing at his handsome profile with a smile. However, as she turned, her brow furrowed in pain as she clutched her abdomen. Don't doubt me. Whenever I wish, I can succeed in cutting a slice. Lu Fan, with one arm around the beautiful campus flower, resumed his operations on his phone. Unfortunately, upon opening the app, he discovered that the withdrawal link had vanished entirely. He then checked Lu Mengran's phone, only to find that the activity was still available on hers, while it had disappeared from his. Could it be that the officials have noticed and restricted my account? Lu Fan, I told you this must have been a glitch. Now that they have fixed it, you naturally cannot withdraw anymore. Ignoring her words, Lu Fan pondered for a few moments before stubbornly searching through Pin Duoduo once more. Oh, There's a cut a slice option for 9 yuan fruit phone. If I can't withdraw money, then obtaining a phone is even better. A fruit phone is quite valuable. Lu Feng clicked on the link for the phone and shared it with Lu Minggran right before her eyes. Minggran, you belong to me now. How about we make a wager on whether I can successfully cut a slice for this phone? What is the wager? If I fail, I will grant you one wish. If I succeed, you must wear the stockings you bought today to partake in an elegant activity. Lu Feng, clarify what this elegant activity entails. Lu Minggran lifted her head, her stunning face displaying a cute expression, unaware of the mischievous smile on Lu Feng's face. The moonlit night at the 24 bridges. What is the next line? The next line? ISNT it, where does the jade maiden teach? Oh, Lu Feng, you naughty boy. Hee, Minggran, this matter is settled. Click the link and give it a try. Don't be so naive. They've fixed the glitch. What do you expect? Suddenly, Lu Minggran let out a shriek, sitting up in shock, forgetting to cover herself as she stared at Lu Feng's phone, which displayed a successful cut slice notification, followed by a prompt for immediate delivery. Ha ha, Minggran, your phone is quite old. It's time for an upgrade. How is this possible? How can this be? Lu Minggran muttered in disbelief. Everyone knows Pin Duoduo's tricks. Only Lu Feng, in his foolishness, takes them seriously. Yet, witnessing the bizarre occurrence of him successfully cutting a slice for a phone in front of her was surreal. Minggran, watch as I strip Pin Duoduo of their resources today. Lu Feng kept tapping the link for the phone, and within minutes, he had successfully ordered 10 fruit phones. Lu Minggran watched in astonishment, her mouth twitching in disbelief. This was utterly uncanny, and her quick-witted mind struggled to keep up with the absurdity. Just as Lu Feng prepared to order an 11th phone, the system notified him that the stock was depleted. Out of stock? Only 10 phones? How stingy? Lu Feng complained, casually tossing his phone onto the bedside table. Be content. You've just harvested over 200,000 from Pin Duoduo along with phones. The average person would have to toil for 2 years to earn such wealth, Lu Minggran said, her voice trailing off as she sensed something amiss. Noticing Lu Feng gazing at her with a mischievous grin. Minggran, sweetheart, you lost our bet. Bah, Lu Feng, you're a rogue. You were much cuter when you were foolish. Now that you're thinking clearly, you've turned wicked. So, you intend to renege on our agreement? Just because you're the campus flower doesn't mean you can evade your responsibilities. If you refuse, I might just take matters into my own hands. You Lu Feng, just close your eyes. Ah, Lu Feng howled with excitement, obediently shutting his eyes, while Lu Minggran's face flushed crimson, stealing glances at him. She slowly nestled beneath the thin blanket. The next morning, Lu Minggran dragged her weary body out of bed to attend class. As for Lu Feng, have you ever seen a fool in class? He enjoyed privileges at Longda. He could attend any class he wished or skip any without interference from any teacher. Minggran, should I ask my aunt to excuse you? If you're feeling unwell, it's best not to attend class. I feel unwell because of you, you rascal. Do you think everyone lives as carefreely as you do? If I skip class, I'll lose credits. Dream on. Don't contact me for the next few days. I need to rest properly. Lu Minggran pinched him lightly, though she didn't exert much force, and turned to pick up her clothes from the floor. Lu Feng, with his hands behind his head, admired the enchanting transformation of Lu Minggran from a naive girl into a graceful woman. Dressed, Lu Minggran rushed into the living room, grabbing a pair of scissors and heading towards the bedroom, startling Lu Feng, who instinctively shrank back into the corner, clutching his legs tightly. Minggran, what are you doing? I'm just cutting the bedsheet. Why are you so startled? Lu Minggran paused, then realized Lu Feng's interpretation of her actions, bursting into laughter as she brandished the scissors menacingly toward his legs. If you bully me again, I'll get up in the middle of the night to find scissors and ensure your separation from your brothers. Lu Minggran carefully snipped a section from the center of the bedsheet, a keepsake marking her transition from girlhood to womanhood. Lu Feng watched as she folded the bloodstained piece and tucked it into her new bag, a lewd grin creeping onto his face. Minggran, when the fruit phone arrives, I'll contact you to pick it up. For now, focus on resting and don't spread any rumors about my return to normal. Got it? Lu Minggran shot him an annoyed glance, attempting to leave, but Lu Feng seized her wrist. After a brief pause, Lu Minggran bestowed a kiss upon him, and only then did Lu Feng release her. The beauty had departed, leaving behind the lingering scent of her presence. Reflecting on the bizarre events of the previous day, Lu Feng felt as if he were living a dream. This was the life that a wealthy young master should lead from now on. I shall relish every moment of life. Chapter 10. A beautiful day begins with deception. At the headquarters of Mo.S. Pin Shi, Wang Tao entered his office, where a night shift worker approached him with astonishing news. Supervisor Wang, the individual who had their cut a slice withdrawal of 200,000 suspended last night, has successfully placed an order for the 9 yuan fruit phone again. What? They succeeded again? Have all vulnerabilities been investigated? Wang Tao sat in his chair with a furrowed brow, seemingly indifferent to the situation at hand. In such a vast company, this minor loss was hardly significant. Manager Wang, we have conducted countless investigations, yet we have failed to identify any loopholes. Moreover, that individual managed to successfully acquire 10 iPhones for a mere 99 yuan. What? They succeeded in obtaining all of them? Are they a streamer? How many attempts did it take? Each attempt was executed by a single person, and each time, the same individual succeeded in a single strike. Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he opened his mouth to express his frustration, only to remember that he was the one who spearheaded the development of this one-strike program. Was he to scold himself? Damn it. Why didn't you inform me sooner? There must be some loophole you all have overlooked. I will head to the technical department for an inspection. Wang Tao hurriedly departed, but after more than an hour of scrutiny, he found no faults. Manager Wang, should we proceed with shipping the iPhones? Or should we simply freeze their account and not send them the goods? An employee's voice broke through his chaotic thoughts, and after a long moment of hesitation, he finally replied, no, it would tarnish our reputation as a large company to dispute a few tens of thousands of yuan over phones. Ship them. However, lock that individual's phone account, forbidding any further links to the one-strike program, as they must have discovered some unknown loophole. Lu Feng awoke just past 10 in the morning, reluctant to rise unless absolutely necessary. He opened his phone to send a message to Luda, the campus beauty, and checked his Pin Duoduo account, only to discover that all 10 iPhones had been shipped. I knew it. How could such a large company quibble over a few tens of thousands of yuan? Pin Duoduo is still quite magnanimous. Just as he prepared to initiate another one-strike attempt to earn some breakfast money, he discovered that all one-strike activities had vanished from his Pin Duoduo account, leaving the interface so clean that he suspected his phone had contracted a virus. Not only had the cash withdrawal activities disappeared, but the 9 yuan link for the iPhones was nowhere to be found. Realizing that his opportunity to exploit the system had evaporated, Lu Feng glanced at the system panel in his mind, which had previously indicated that accumulating 10 points would allow him to enter a lottery. Currently, he had 3 points, needing to be deceived 7 more times to qualify for the lottery. Seizing the fleeting moment of his reputation as a fool, he decided to stroll around the school, hoping to quickly accumulate the necessary 10 points. With anticipation for the lottery driving him, Lu Feng hastily got up to wash and dress. His aunt Lu Feng had filled his wardrobe with clothes and shoes, instructing him to toss his dirty laundry into a large basket. Every weekend, she arranged for diligent students to assist him in cleaning his clothes and tidying up, ensuring that his humble abode remained relatively tidy despite his foolish reputation. Dressed and admiring his handsome reflection in the mirror, Lu Feng nodded to himself with satisfaction. Let this beautiful day commence with a bit of deception. Upon entering the campus, Lu Feng spotted 2 girls chatting and laughing as they strolled by, each holding a plethora of snacks. Without hesitation, he intercepted their path, reaching into their bags to snatch a box of bread and a bottle of calcium milk. As the 2 girls stared at him in disbelief, Lu Feng turned and walked away, displaying a silly grin. That rascal just stole our food. One girl exclaimed. Oh well, he's just that silly Lu Feng. A loaf of bread and a bottle of milk aren't worth much. I read on the forum that Qin Shoxing from the computer science department swindled him out of all his money, so he probably can't afford to eat and is starving. In fact, he's quite conscientious. Just look at how many snacks I have in my bag. He only took the bread and milk, showing no greed whatsoever. Compared to those who drained him of his money, his character is remarkably good. You're right. I heard that yesterday. Qin Shoguang tricked him out of over 2,000 yuan, leaving him with nothing but pocket change. That guy is truly despicable. In comparison, this fool is undoubtedly a good person. As Lu Feng walked a short distance, a tall boy embracing a girl blocked his path. Lu Feng instinctively smiled, recognizing that his first business opportunity had arrived. He vaguely recalled the boy's name was Lu, who had borrowed money from him several times in the past. This time, however, Lu seemed to be seeking him out to probe for information. Lu Feng, did your aunt send you your allowance again? My mother's diabetes has flared up, requiring quite a bit of money for maintenance. I haven't eaten in 3 days. If you could lend me a little, I would be grateful. Lu released his girlfriend and stepped closer to Lu Feng, feigning distress. though the smirk on his face betrayed his insincerity. His girlfriend's expression was one of disdain as she rolled her eyes at Lu Fan. Lu Fan maintained his trademark silly grin, internally reveling in the unfolding drama. How else could he accrue the necessary 10 points without someone asking to borrow money? Borrow money? But my aunt just transferred me 2,000. That's all I have. Just received 2,000? Lu's eyes lit up, and he pinched himself to feign tears, looking at Lu Fan with an imploring gaze. Lu Fan, I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm utterly starving. My mother's diabetes has worsened, and we can hardly afford the medical expenses. As classmates, shouldn't you show a little compassion and help me out? Lu Fan attempted to suppress his laughter, aiming for a foolish but endearing demeanor. Yes, after all, we're classmates. Lu Fan, you should lend me the money, Lu urged, eagerly producing his phone for a transaction, while his girlfriend sidled up beside him with a gleeful expression. Lu Fan's gaze was immediately drawn to her ample bosom. Goodness, does this girl come from family that raises dairy cows? A mischievous idea sprang to mind. My aunt just told me that I shouldn't lend money without something in return. What would you possibly want in exchange? Lu's enthusiasm faltered as he realized his predicament. I want a bun, a big white bun. What are you staring at, you idiot? The girl, realizing Lu Fan's gaze was fixed on her chest, erupted in anger, while Lu's face darkened. Chapter 11. A collision with misfortune. The expression on the face of the formidable girl shifted, and ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Albeit with a condition. Lu Gang must buy me the dress I selected yesterday. All right, my dear, Lu Gang replied. He pondered briefly. The dress cost 800, leaving him with 1,200. They could indulge for a few days, and he even had money for a hotel room. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to win over Xiaoyu. The thought brought a smile to his face. Lu Fan, with a silly grin, approached the formidable girl, causing Xiaoyu to pale in fright and instinctively step back. Wait, there are too many people here. You fool, come with me to the grove. Lu Gang, keep an eye on us. If anyone sees, I will be utterly humiliated. Xiaoyu turned and walked into the grove, with Lu Fan following eagerly behind. Watching his not-yet gained girlfriend enter the grove with another man, Lu Gang felt a surge of anger. Ah, that stupid fool. For the sake of 2,000 yuan, I had to endure this. After a few minutes, Lu Fan emerged, a contented expression on his face, especially upon seeing Lu Gang's scowling demeanor, which made him feel elated. Lu Gang, I've borrowed some money from you. By the way, when will you pay me back? My aunt says one must specify a repayment time when borrowing. I will repay you in half a month. Lu Gang gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Lu Fan quickly scanned 2,000, and the payment was successful. It was not until Lu Fan had walked quite a distance that the formidable girl emerged, her face streaked with tears. Lu Gang, you scoundrel. You're not a man. You let your girlfriend be humiliated by another man for 2,000 yuan. That fool is a lecher, and I was taken advantage of by him. Lu Gang, I see your true character now. We are done. Tearfully, she turned and ran in the opposite direction. What? Lu Gang's eyes reddened, and he turned to confront Lu Fan. But he had to console his girlfriend first. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. After a moment's thought, he decided that soothing his girlfriend was more important. He understood that even if he caught up to Lu Fan, he could not do anything. In a confrontation, he would not prevail. Even in court, he would have no standing. Moreover, Lu Fan was a fool with a powerful backing, and Lu Gang had previously tricked Lu Fan out of money several times. He recalled a past incident where someone had tried to strike Lu Fan, but the outcome had been disastrous for the attacker, who lost his future after a single slap. Having labored for years to gain admission to Lon University, only to be deprived of his diploma, Lu Fan approached a bench, unable to contain his amusement. He burst into laughter. Those few minutes had been quite advantageous for him. After all, the girl had essentially offered herself without any hesitation. Although her face was average, her figure was striking, and he believed in seizing opportunities without remorse. Opening his mind to the system panel, he saw his points had risen to 4, bringing him closer to the 10 needed for a lottery draw. That fool is laughing so joyously. Could it be he is coming to money? A bothersome voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Fan looked up, his face instantly lighting up with a goofy smile. 3 tall figures clad in short sleeves and shorts, clutching basketballs, stood before him, blocking the sunlight. An idea sparked in Lu Fan's mind, and his silly expression masked his cunning intentions. My aunt doesn't allow me to speak to others about it. She just transferred 6,000 yuan to me. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged excited glances. 6,000 yuan was just enough for each of them to receive 2,000. Without uttering a word, They silently agreed on their course of action. "Oh, Lu Fan, you have no idea how hard it has been for us," one of the tall figures said, dramatically sitting beside Lu Fan and feigning tears. "What happened? Weren't you all doing well?" Lu Fan asked, his face still feigning innocence. "We are all members of the school basketball team, and during morning practice, I accidentally injured my leg. A visit to the hospital revealed a crack. My bone is fractured." The tall figure grimaced in pain, pointing to his exposed leg, which was covered in dark hair. Lu Fan glanced at it, momentarily imagining a giant gorilla. "All three of you are fractured?" Lu Fan glanced at their strong legs, questioning their intelligence. "Surely we could devise a more believable story. Don't you have any professional ethics when it comes to scamming?" "Indeed, we are all fractured." The tall figure signaled to his companions, who then slumped in front of Lu Fan, groaning in unison. "Come on. Even trying to catch a wild boar in the mountains would be more convincing than this," Lu Fan thought to himself. But he decided to tolerate it for the sake of the 3 points. "All three of you fractured simultaneously? Did you collide with a pig?" Lu Fan smirked. "I heard the cafeteria bought a live pig that escaped." Yes. During training, we weren't careful and crashed into a running pig, hence the fractures." The trio, evidently not the sharpest, failed to grasp the sarcasm in Lu Fan's words. "You really are unfortunate. I heard that pig ended up crashing into a tree and died." The absurdity of the situation dawned on them, yet they remained silent, motivated by the promise of 6,000 yuan. "Lu Fan, as a fellow student, shouldn't you help us given our severe injuries? Your aunt must have taught you to care for your classmates." "I care for your grandmother's leg." Lu Fan cursed inwardly, frustrated by their moral manipulation. Were it not for the promise of 3 points, he would have berated them until they cried. "As classmates, we should help each other. But I only have 6,000 yuan. That's enough. We can each take 2,000 for our legs." "Wait a minute. 3 people, 2,000 each, amounts to 5,000, doesn't it?" Lu Fan counted on his fingers, demonstrating the arithmetic. The 3 tall figures stared at him in disbelief. "Wow, I thought this guy gotten smarter, but he seems to be getting dumber." One of the tall figures pointed at Lu Fan's hand, and Lu Fan recounted, finally matching the totals. "You are clever. You realized 3 times 2,000 equals 6,000. Lu Fan pulled out his phone, and with the trio's ecstatic expressions, he transferred 2,000 to each, instantly earning 3 points, bringing him closer to the lottery draw. At this moment, Lu Fan's points had risen to 7. Only 3 more were needed for a draw. He continued his stroll around campus, searching for his next target, or rather, his next willing participant. Meanwhile, the trio, having unexpectedly gained 2,000 yuan, celebrated with laughter. There's a saying, in the midst of joy, one can forget oneself, and another, too much joy can lead to sorrow, and yet another. Coincidences often occur. The 3 huddled together, discussing where to enjoy dinner that evening. Upon exiting the school gate, a hefty pig suddenly leaped from a truck transporting livestock. Having narrowly escaped the butcher's knife, the pig ran wildly, startling pedestrians who quickly dove for cover. Students from Long University, witnessing the scene, scrambled to capture the moment on their phones. On the bustling streets of the capital, encountering a live pig is as improbable as running into a first love abroad. The frenzied pig, oblivious to its surroundings, knocked over innumerable objects, causing chaos in its wake. Just as the trio of tall brothers exited the school gates, the pig collided directly with them, sending all 3 tumbling to the ground, flipping twice in the air before landing heavily. A pig? Did I just get knocked down by a pig at the entrance of Longda? An absurd thought flashed through the minds of the fallen trio, only to be swiftly replaced by a wave of excruciating pain that coursed through their bodies, as if their legs had been shattered. Turning to look, their hearts sank as they beheld their legs twisted grotesquely, leaving no doubt that they were indeed broken. The pig, having knocked down the 3 tall individuals, failed to halt its momentum and crashed into a tree by the roadside, its limbs flailing before it lay still. Moments later, a high-definition video surfaced on the Longda forum, instantly claiming the top spot and overshadowing the incident involving Lu Fan and the campus beauty, Luda Extra. A real-life human collides with a pig, which then crashes into a tree. With video evidence, the trio known as the basketball team's 3 miscreants became famous for having their legs broken by a pig at the entrance of Longda, all while their postures remained remarkably synchronized. Moreover, after colliding with the trio, the pig met its demise upon hitting the tree, while the 3 miscreants were whisked away by an ambulance. Thus, Longda gained yet another legendary tale that would be recounted for years. The video garnered thousands of views in an instant, with some aspiring content creators quickly editing and posting it online. As the video went viral, a plethora of bizarre comments emerged, earning various accolades for their creativity. The heavens did not give birth to the three miscreants in vain. How joyous it is to collide with a pig and a tree. Do you not see the pig descending from the skies, racing towards Longda and never to return? Where there are three, one shall be my teacher. In truth, on a moonlit, windy night, the trio had stolen the pig's wife, prompting the pig to scheme for revenge. Yet, fearing societal judgment, it was compelled to end its own life. The pig, in the depths of despair, wielded its knife with righteous indignation, leaving its name to be remembered through the ages. You are all mistaken. The pig was a sow. And the incident arose because the three miscreants failed to pay for some services, leading the sow to pursue them to the gates of Longda and unleash its fury. Lu Feng wandered around the campus for an entire morning, ultimately falling victim to deception 3 more times, accumulating a total of 10 points. The host points have reached 10. Would you like to participate in a lottery? The long-forgotten voice rang out again, igniting excitement within Lu Feng. Previously, he had called out in his mind several times, but the system had reacted as if it were utterly foolish, even less reliable than he had been at his most naive. Were it not for the system panel still visible in his mind, he might have thought the system had found a new favorite. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first lottery. This time, you have drawn the ability Creepy Finger. The host may enjoy another lottery opportunity once the points reach 30. What does this mean? Does it reward me with the ability to become creepy with just my finger? Lu Feng hastily checked the system panel in his mind, and indeed, he discerned the truth. Host, Lu Feng title, world's #1 full number of deceptions, 10 points accumulated, 10 ability, Creepy Finger. Note, Creepy Finger may be used 3 times daily. The host need only extend any finger toward the target and shout Creepy Finger in a frenzy within their mind. The target will uncontrollably spew forth their darkest thoughts, including but not limited to foul language, awkward singing, or even wild screaming. Upon reading the description of Creepy Finger, Lu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. After all this useless skill turned out to be one that controlled another speech system. Are you bold enough to come and practice? I would gladly bestow this skill upon you. Furthermore, shouldn't the lottery points be 20 for each draw? Why did it leap directly to 30? Standing by the roadside in a daze, a bright red Ferrari suddenly screeched to a halt beside him. Is Lu the fool daydreaming again? The very Ferrari he had lost to Lu Ruyen was now being driven by a tall and handsome young man, with Lu Ruyen seated beside him, exuding an air of icy indifference. Lu Feng recognized this young man. He was a somewhat affluent second-generation individual from the capital, known for flaunting his wealth at school. His connection with Lu Ruyen stemmed from her cunning desire to leverage his connections to ascend to a higher social circle. This individual, with the peculiar name Zhu Yikun, was once a sycophant among the elite, but still possessed a modicum of confidence when dealing with ordinary people. Lu Ruyen, a master of manipulation, sought to change her fate by transcending social classes, thus birthing this scandalous duo. Zhu Yikun typically took Lu Ruyen along to any high-profile gatherings he attended, yet they were not in a romantic relationship, an unknown fact to outsiders. Lu the fool, I hear you lent out quite a bit of money today. Are you still able to eat? If not, why not lick the soles of my shoes clean, and I'll reward you with 100 to buy some good food. Zhu Yikun smugly opened the Ferrari door, placing his left foot on the ground in front of Lu Feng. Lu Ruyen, adorned with large sunglasses, couldn't be bothered to turn her head, fearing that a mere glance at Lu Feng might cause her to lose a layer of foundation. Lu Feng struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. He knew that if he erupted now, he would only lower himself further. So they're a bunch of pigs. Lu Feng chuckled foolishly, forcefully stomping down on a rotten banana on the ground before stepping directly onto Zhu Yikun's polished leather shoes. As he lifted his foot, Zhu Yikun's shoe was smeared with a brownish-yellow substance, reminiscent of decaying food, exuding a repugnant odor. Lu Feng, you are courting death. Zhu Yikun's face turned crimson, and he yanked on the handbrake, preparing to exit the vehicle. Yikun, do not engage with this fool, though it only diminish your status. And you, Lu Feng, do not speak to me again. Understood, Luda. Lu Ruyen, gritting her teeth in anger, turned her head away in disdain. This Ferrari was the very one she had deceitfully obtained, shamelessly dragging Lu Feng into a comparison of who could boast the most, ultimately leading her to possess this luxury car without spending a dime. Chapter 13. Why should a fool care about face? Oomph. May you starve, you fool. Zhu Yikun dared only to hurl insults. He truly did not have the courage to physically confront Lu Feng. Previously, someone had done just that, only to be incarcerated the next day under accusations of school bullying, losing both their education and freedom to operate a sewing machine. Lu Feng was recognized as the town fool. While it was customary for others to deceive him, any act of physical aggression would alter the nature of the situation entirely. As Zhu Yikun noticed the growing crowd of onlookers, he pulled out a tissue to clean his shoes of the rotten banana before closing the car door to leave. Lu Feng glanced at the banana, which bore similarities to decayed food, and a thought struck him. Should he give his newly acquired skill, creepy finger, a try? Why not test it out? Lu Feng extended his finger towards Zhu Yikun, mentally shouting creepy finger in a state of frenzy. I point at your mother. You dead fool. Zhu Yikun's expression remained unchanged, and disappointment washed over Lu Feng's face. The Ferrari roared to life and sped away a few meters before abruptly halting once more. The driver's door swung open, and Zhu Yikun and Lu Ruyan's terrified screams echoed from within. In the next moment, Zhu Yikun stumbled out of the Ferrari, pointing and hurling a barrage of vicious insults at Lu Ruyan. You shameless woman, did you really think you could rely on your looks to infiltrate the upper class? Such delusions. The individual approaching you merely seeks to exploit your physique to ingratiate themselves with the elite second-generation heirs. You are nothing more than a pest in a restroom, dreaming of entering high society. Zhu Yichun paid no heed to Lu Ruyan's dark, exquisite visage. He looked up to see a tall male classmate observing him with amusement. Last time, when you suffered from dehydration due to a stomach upset, it was I who secretly laced your tea with a laxative. How was that experience? Quite invigorating, wouldn't you say? And you, Zhou Lily, perpetually wearing a sour expression and reporting to the teachers. The dead rodents and cockroaches in your desk were my doing, infuriating you. You wretched woman. The two men he pointed at stared in shock, their eyes widening, and in the next moment, fury surged upon their faces as they charged at him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Particularly, the one named Lei Guang, who was already of formidable stature, landed a punch that left Zhu Yichun's face bruised, blood spraying several meters away. My goodness, this skill is remarkably effective, almost miraculous. Lu Feng exuberantly shouted within himself, having previously deemed this skill utterly worthless. It appeared he had been rather naive. Just imagine if such a display occurred at a grand banquet. The thrill it would evoke. Merely contemplating it ignited his excitement. The surrounding onlookers erupted into a frenzy, all raising their phones to capture the moment, with some brazen individuals moving in closer for a close-up of Zhu Yichun. Lu Feng's face beamed with delight as he shifted his gaze to Lu Ruyan. Miss Lu. Lu Ruyan recoiled in disgust, taking 2 steps back, completely disregarding Lu Feng's attempts at conversation. By the way, my aunt has a dear friend named Lu Xiaoyan, who runs a law firm and manages over 30 prominent lawyers. Get lost, Lu Feng. Don't speak to me, you repulsive creature. Lu Ruyan's face twisted in revulsion as she retreated further. Huh? How come you didn't find me repulsive when you were undressing in front of me? By the way, I haven't finished my earlier statement. My aunt intends to contact attorney Lu Xiaoyan to file a lawsuit against you all, especially someone like you, who deceived a fool out of over 2 million in cash and a Ferrari worth over 4 million. I reckon you won't even need to graduate before enjoying a lifetime civil servant salary. What did you say? Lu Ruyan's voice escalated in pitch, her eyes widening in shock as she gazed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, do you still have any shame? Those things were voluntarily given to me, and the car was willingly transferred into my name. My apologies, but I am a fool. What need does a fool have for shame? Legally speaking, your actions constitute fraud. You might want to consult a law student regarding how many years one might face for such a sum. Oh dear, my stomach is growling again. I must go eat. This afternoon, I will visit Xiaoyan's law firm to provide them with all the records of my deception. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he tilted his head and strolled towards the cafeteria, leaving Lu Ruyan's exquisite face paling at the implications of his words. If what Lu Feng said were true, she might indeed never escape her predicament. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lu Ruyan finally took out her phone and contacted a male classmate studying law. Miss Lu, I'm on a call, the male classmate exclaimed, excitement palpable in his voice. However, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's predicament, silence fell on the other end of the line. Li Quan, speak up. In my situation, the money was voluntarily transferred to me, and the car was also registered in my name. Do I bear any legal responsibility? Although the car is in your name, There's a critical point that undermines your position. Lu Fan is a fool, and fools lack the capacity for autonomous decision-making. This legally constitutes malicious fraud. Furthermore, the severity and magnitude of the fraud are substantial. If the other party pursues legal action, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences for the rest of your life. The laws of Longwood state that fraud exceeding 5 million incurs the most severe penalty of life imprisonment. As for the law firm you mentioned, Xiaoyan's firm is among the top 3 in the capital. Even my mentor dares not oppose them. The words on the phone struck Lu Ruyan like thunder, causing her body to tremble, and she dropped her phone without registering the action. Life imprisonment? I am still young and beautiful. I am the campus belle of Long University. I cannot go to prison. Lu Ruyan hurriedly picked up the phone, which remained connected. Li Quan, you must help me. I have no other options left. You study law, you can assist me, right? If you prevent me from going to prison, I am willing to be your girlfriend. Miss Lu, you are overestimating me. I do desire a campus belle as a girlfriend, but I am merely a 4th-year student and have yet to pass the bar exam. There's only one solution to this issue. Prevent the other party from suing you. Once they file a lawsuit, hiring any lawyer will be futile. The case is unwinnable. Right? I must not allow Lu Fan to sue me. I can approach Lu Fan. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she abandoned her supercar and hurriedly pursued Lu Fan. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lu Fan brazenly cut in line ahead of all his classmates. When he approached, they served him his meal without protest. And it was only as he took his seat that he grasped the situation's context. Aunt Li was notoriously sharp-tongued and held a poor reputation among peers while serving food. She would invariably spill the meat and drain the oil, earning her the nickname Human Dryer. The incident concerning the missing Yanzis had circulated throughout Long University and her hometown, leading to her husband calling her to vent his frustrations, lamenting that she had done nothing but harm. Now, her karma had come, falling upon their innocent grandson, leaving her husband unable to lift his head in their hometown. The most common curse people hurl at others is to beware of the consequences of their wrongdoings. Little did anyone expect this phrase to manifest so vividly. Thus, Aunt Li's demeanor today was markedly altered. Even while serving food, her hands were steady, inadvertently resulting in Lu Fan doing the entire school a favor. Chapter 14. The campus belle accompanies for dinner. It seems this system possesses a remarkable ability to reform individuals. It is unfortunate for that innocent child, but I have heard surgery could save her. Consider it a lesson for this aunt. As Lu Fan dined, he looked up to see a stunning silhouette approaching with a tray. Lu Mingran blushed upon seeing Lu Fan. She was with her roommates and felt too shy to greet him. This girl is still bashful. Lu Fan, oblivious to the concept of shyness, simply took his tray and sat down right next to Lu Mingran. Mingran, why didn't you seek me out for lunch? Lu Fan, what are you doing here? Lu Mingran stammered, her head lowered in embarrassment as she glanced at her 3 roommates seated nearby, mortified at his boldness. I came over to accompany my girlfriend, of course. Shall we dine together tonight? A new mala hot pot place has opened at the school gate. It looks promising. Lu Fan's words left her 3 roommates in utter shock. Mingran, you two are really together? So you have a thing for fools. A slender girl across the table stared in disbelief at the pair, only realizing her blunder after the words left her lips, leading her to awkwardly lower her head and stick out her tongue. Who said I want to dine with you? Don't contact me for the next few days. I'm preoccupied with my studies. That won't do. I am a vigorous young man, and countless girls seek my attention daily. What if I succumb to temptation? Bah, with a fool like you, the only ones who approach you are those seeking loans. Who will be interested in you? Lu Mingran's 3 roommates gazed at the playful banter between the two, clearly sensing a romantic spark. Moments ago, they had been inquiring about the origins of Lu Mingran's Chanel attire, and now they had their answer. Merely a multitude of suitors sought after Lu Mingran. Yet she chose to accept the company of a fool. What could possibly be her reasoning? At that moment, a slender and exquisite figure hurriedly entered the restaurant. Lu Ruyan had arrived in a flurry. She had intended to come earlier, but the school security had instructed her to move her vehicle, causing a slight delay. She had also contacted the school's cleaning staff, offering 50 yuan to ensure her car was cleaned. Lu Ruyan seldom frequented the cafeteria, as she believed her beauty afforded her a status above that of ordinary students. How could she possibly dine among them? Her anxious gaze scanned the surroundings and brightened upon spotting Lu Fan seated with Lu Mingran. Rushing over to him, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, mindful of the many classmates present. She was not foolish enough to expose their private matters in front of others. Lu Fan glanced at her and instantly discerned her thoughts. Lu Rian was an exceptionally intelligent and audacious woman. Otherwise, she would not have successfully extracted so much money and a vehicle from him. Min Gran, look, this woman has pursued me all the way here. If you don't keep an eye on me, who knows, I might end up in a hotel room with her tonight. Lu Fan, don't speak nonsense. Lu Rian might have legitimate business with you. Lu Min Gran, gentle and kind-hearted, held no ill will towards the school beauty Lu Rian, who shared her surname. Lu Fan, I need to discuss something with you privately, Lu Rian implored, her lips pressed together as she lowered her voice to appear more demure. Can't you see I'm eating? Wait your turn. Lu Fan offered no kindness in his tone. This woman did not deserve his courtesy, especially when compared to the gentle nature of Min Gran. Lu Rian's eyes reddened at his reprimand, a veil of moisture gathering, for she was the school's flower and was accustomed to being revered, never having endured such treatment. Lu Fan, don't be like this. Lu Min Gran interjected softly, unable to bear the scene any longer. Let us finish our meal first. We can discuss our matters afterward. By the way, Min Gran, are you truly not joining me for dinner tonight? If you ignore me, I might just go to a hotel with Lu Rian. If you dare. Who do you think would want you? Lu Min Gran scoffed, dismissing his words as she resumed her meal. Meanwhile, Lu Rian's face fluctuated in color, especially with so many classmates observing, making her feel acutely embarrassed. What shocked her even more was the realization that the stunning Lu Min Gran was indeed involved with the fool Lu Fan. Amidst the astonished expressions of their peers, the two school beauties of Long University concluded their lunch in the company of Lu Fan. As Lu Fan planted a kiss on Lu Mingran's lovely face and stood, he wrapped an arm around Lu Rian's waist. Lu Rian jolted at the contact, her instinct being to break free. Yet, upon encountering Lu Fan's indifferent gaze, she lowered her head and ceased her struggle. Behind her, Lu Mingran's mouth fell slightly agape, disbelief reflected in her eyes. Everyone at Long University knew Lu Rian's proud and lofty character. Her standards for a partner were solely based on wealth, and not just any wealth, but substantial riches. A fool like Lu Fan could never appear on her list of contenders, for no amount of money could secure a fool's affection. It was not until they exited the cafeteria that Lu Rian finally spoke. Lu Fan, what do you truly want? What do I want? Follow me to a certain place, and you shall understand, Lu Fan replied, his tone devoid of courtesy as he continued to embrace her waist, his hand wandering. Lu Rian blushed, gripping his hand tightly to prevent further intrusion. Please, Lu Fan, stop pretending to be innocent. Lu Rian, after knowing you for so long, do you think I don't know your true nature? Lu Fan's eyes flashed as he forcefully pried her hand away. But Lu Fan, I'm still a virgin. Lu Rian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Fan, taken aback, looked at her incredulously. This woman had attended countless high-end gatherings with Zhu Yichun, yet she claimed to still be unblemished. It was a miraculous feat, however. Lu Fan quickly deduced her ulterior motives. That barrier was merely a stepping stone into a wealthy circle. Perhaps those affluent heirs would pay her more attention because of it, demonstrating her cunning and endurance to an alarming degree. Drive to Shaoyan Law Firm. Lu Rian finally relented, pressing down on the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared to life. She had never before regarded Lu Fan with any respect, fully aware of her desires and convinced that a fool like him would not pass her initial screening. Yet now, in his presence, her pride seemed to evaporate, leaving her without any dignity. Lu Rian had always acted with caution, never anticipating that she would be so thoroughly ensnared by a fool. The Ferrari glided through the streets of the capital, a vehicle that ranked among the finest even in such a city. Lu Fan remained silent, gazing out the window at the bustling streets, his thoughts drifting to his family. His parents had passed, but his sister remained, albeit harboring resentment, and now living in the bustling metropolis. Reflecting on the past, Lu Fan bore no ill will toward his sister. Their parents had entrusted the vast Lu family conglomerate and countless assets to him. Yet, those cunning relatives had deceived him, swindling everything away. My dear relatives, just wait. I shall repay you for all that you have taken from me, 100-fold. Lu Fan's gaze turned icy as he murmured to himself. Half an hour later, the Ferrari pulled into the basement of a towering building, the target being Shaoyan Law Firm. Located on the 8th floor, Lu Rian, trembling with apprehension, followed Lu Fan into the law office, which, despite its unassuming name, boasted the greatest reputation in the capital. The firm handled only the most complex cases, showing little interest in mundane matters. Lu Fan, do you truly intend to sue me? She questioned, fully aware of his capability to make her pay for her previous transgressions. Lu Ruyan, don't overestimate yourself. To be frank, I have no interest in your petty finances. I'm here for the 1 billion yuan that was swindled from me. Over 60% of our classmates have borrowed money from me, some of whom have already graduated and entered society. It is only right to repay debts. Do you truly believe my money is so easily obtained? I have meticulously preserved all my transaction records on my mobile phone. Those who have borrowed money from me cannot escape my grasp. As for you, Lu Feng's icy gaze fixated intently on the astonished Lu Ruyan. Your fate hinges upon my whims. Perhaps if the esteemed young master is in a favorable mood, I may choose to overlook your culpability. Having uttered these words, Lu Feng turned and exited the elevator, making his way towards the front desk of Xiaoyan law firm. Lu Ruyan's delicate frame trembled slightly, her expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. With her astute mind, she could not fail to discern the implications of Lu Feng's words. Clearly, his faculties had returned to their normal state. As a vigorous young man, how could he not realize the predicament he faced with a strikingly attractive senior like herself? As she contemplated the situation with her freshly manicured nails, she understood the inevitable consequences that loomed ahead. Yet, at this moment, she had no options left. Her very life was in Lu Feng's hands. Even if she returned the money and the car, she could not evade the severe charges of fraud, especially since she had squandered her funds long ago and could not possibly produce such a sum now. Lu Feng knocked on the door of an office, and Lu Ruyan hastily followed him inside, realizing that her only course of action was to take things one step at a time, depending on Lu Feng's disposition toward her. Upon pushing open the office door, Lu Feng's gaze immediately settled on a mature lady clad in a fitted black suit seated behind the desk. Although the name Lu Xiaoyan may seem ordinary, her appearance was anything but. The tailored suit accentuated her voluptuous figure, her assets defying the laws of physics, surpassing even Lu Ruyan's by a significant measure. While her features bore a somewhat stern demeanor, one could hardly expect a lawyer to lack presence. Without a commanding aura, how could one intimidate others? As the lady raised her head to regard Lu Feng, her initially severe expression softened into a faint smile, as if she had discerned Lu Feng's identity. Lu Feng? Well, hello there. My aunt introduced me to you. I never imagined you would be such a strikingly handsome young man. Had I known, I would have visited you sooner. Lu Feng, feeling quite at ease, pulled out a chair and seated himself across from Lu Xiaoyan, leaving Lu Ruyan to her own devices. Lu Feng, I am your aunt's close friend, so you ought to address me as Auntie. Then, Lu Jia, would you prefer I call you Auntie or Sister? Lu Feng inquired, his eyes gleaming as he appraised the mature woman before him, who resembled a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an allure that was undeniable. Lu Xiaoyan paid no mind to Lu Feng's lingering gaze, fully aware of her own assets and accustomed to the attention of men. Lu Jia has always described you as a fool, yet I find you remarkably astute. With that charming tongue of yours, you could easily win over many naive young ladies. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lingered meaningfully on Lu Ruyan, silently acknowledging her exquisite beauty and impeccable style. Lu Jia, I am aware your time is precious, so let us not waste it and get straight to the point. I trust you understand my intentions. My mobile contains all my transaction records, and I require your assistance in printing them out as evidence. I intend for those who have defrauded me to face the consequences. Chapter 16. Is stealing feces illegal? Lu Feng, to be candid, we typically disdain taking on such trivial cases. With your transaction records, any lawyer would find a straightforward matter. Lu Xiaoyan stated. Yet she still summoned a technician to copy the data from Lu Feng's phone. Lu Jia, suppose a girl deceived me into parting with a luxury sports car worth over 4 million, and then swindled me out of more than 2 million in cash. What consequences would ensue for her actions? As Lu Feng posed this question, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruyan, causing her to tremble and her complexion to pale with anxiety. Deceived you? Lu Xiaoyan stared incredulously at Lu Feng's chest, noting that with his physique, any grown woman would likely triumph over him. By the way, Lu Feng, were you not? Yes, Lu Jia, I was indeed a bona fide fool, which is why I was swindled out of everything. However, I have since regained my senses. Lu Xiaoyan's gaze flicked towards Lu Ruyan, and with her keen perception, she quickly grasped the underlying tension in the young woman's demeanor. Lu Feng, I recall you possess numerous certificates from reputable hospitals, which legally affirm your previous condition as a fool. Should you choose to pursue a case against this girl, I have no doubt I could secure her conviction. The specifics of her sentence would depend on various factors, but the minimum would be 10 years, with a high likelihood of life imprisonment. Ah, Lu Ruyin gasped, her exquisite face turning ashen, the makeup unable to conceal her shock. Ha! Lu Feng could not restrain his laughter at her expression, reveling in the poetic justice that unfolded. Had she not swindled him first, she would not have found herself ensnared in this predicament. Lu Jia, I have a list of names I would like you to pursue legally. These individuals not only defrauded me, but also humiliated and bullied me. This is not merely malicious fraud, but also a form of campus bullying. These individuals are societal toxins. I believe it would be prudent to subject them to a few years of labor education. Lu Fan picked up a pen and paper from the desk, swiftly writing down a series of names. Individuals as vile as Zhu Yikun, from whom he intended to withhold any semblance of mercy. Moreover, he intended to use them as examples to deter others, confident that the remaining culprits would come forth to plead for leniency. Rest assured, Lu Fan, with your endearing address of sister, I shall see to it that your requests are handled splendidly. Lu Xiaoyan accepted the list, tucking it into her folder while scrutinizing Lu Fan with keen interest, curious about how a self-proclaimed fool, deemed incurable by every hospital, could suddenly exhibit such clarity. Lu Jia, I heard from my aunt that you are divorced. Could it be that my handsome demeanor has captured your heart? However, as your aunt's close friend, we must adhere to certain boundaries. Yet if you truly find it difficult to resist, I am open to relaxing those boundaries. Ha! Lu Xiaoyan could no longer contain her laughter at Lu Fan's earnest banter. It had been ages since anyone had dared to speak so audaciously in her presence. 10 years. Perhaps even 20. Lu Fan, I find you quite amusing. In the future, when I host gatherings, you are welcome to join. Gatherings can wait. Lu Jia, I actually have an unconventional legal inquiry I wish to consult you about. A smile graced Lu Fan's face as he anticipated Lu Xiaoyan's reaction to his next words. Lu Jia, I have always been somewhat unclear about the boundaries of the law. Tell me, is stealing feces illegal? What did you say? Lu Xiaoyan questioned, bewildered, unsure if she had misheard. Lu Jia, you know I was once a fool, and my thoughts may seem rather childish and absurd. Lu Fan, you truly are a character. Since you have posed the question, I shall discuss it from a legal perspective. Lu Xiaoyan straightened her posture, her expression shifting to one of solemnity. A transformation that made Lu Fan briefly wonder if she had mastered the art of changing her demeanor. Firstly, since stealing is involved, it implies that the act was done without your knowledge. Taking something without permission constitutes theft and is indeed illegal. However, this can vary in circumstances. For instance, if you did your business and did not flush, and someone stealthily entered your home to take it, that would constitute burglary. Yet, burglary can also encompass different scenarios. If the thief was armed with a shovel while removing your feces, this would elevate the crime to armed burglary, which carries heavier penalties. The exact sentence would be at the discretion of the judge. If you were to take your excrement with bare hands, such a crime would be relatively minor, typically resulting in detention or probation, along with a fine. Lu Fan stared in disbelief at Lu Xiaoyan, who was earnestly spouting absurdities. He found it hard to fathom that such a charming and alluring woman could utter such outrageous words. However, Lu Xiaoyan's subsequent remarks struck him like thunder, leaving his mind buzzing. Furthermore, the act of taking excrement could be classified into various scenarios. For instance, if you finish your business and left it unflushed, it would be considered abandoned property, and others taking it would not be illegal. Conversely, if you left it unbroken, it would be deemed your private property, and anyone taking it would be committing theft. Another scenario involves leaving the excrement unflushed, possibly with the intention of consuming it later, only for someone else to seize it. In such a case, you could assess the value of the excrement and sue for compensation, as seizing food also qualifies as robbery, with a specific punishment dependent on the excrement's value. Additionally, you must ascertain whether the person who took your excrement had accomplices, whether it was a coordinated effort or a spontaneous act, and whether it was premeditated theft or an impulsive decision. If it was a planned group crime, the matter becomes serious, infringing upon our country's criminal law. If it was merely a solitary act driven by hunger, it could be considered excusable, typically resulting in a reprimand. Thus, whether taking excrement is illegal hinges on various factors, including its value, the motive behind the act, and the tools employed. For example, if your excrement contained valuable items exceeding 3,000 in worth, it would violate criminal law. Conversely, if your excrement was exceptionally delectable, classified as a precious treasure, it would also imply theft of significant value, contravening the law. At this point, Lu Fan was utterly dumbfounded, while Lu Ruyan beside him was equally astounded. Her eyes blank and mouth agape at the ludicrous discussion of excrement. Two lunatics, who in their right mind would seriously discuss such a topic. Lu Fan, if you find my explanation lacking, I can elaborate further. I assure you, I could discuss this until nightfall without repeating myself. Sister Lu, I concede. My excrement isn't worth much. Shall we change the topic? Lu Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. A foolish question he had blurted out had turned into a dissertation of sorts. Chapter 17. Is it possible to go to a hotel without spending money? Sister Lu truly lived up to her reputation. He hoped she would forget this topic by dinner time. With a conflicted expression, Lu Fan dropped a remark and rose to leave. His gaze swept across the room, landing on an open file folder on Lu Xiaoyan's desk. Immediately catching sight of the word fraud, he had become exceedingly sensitive to that term, almost developing a reflexive response. Sister Lu, what case is this? Lu Fan instinctively reached for the folder. Lu Xiaoyan initially intended to stop him, but reconsidered. The case was quite complex, and she had little power over it. If Lu Fan was curious, she decided to let him look. Upon inspection, Lu Fan discovered it was a case of online fraud. Seeing his interest, Lu Xiaoyan began to explain. Lu Fan, are you aware of the scams originating from northern Myanmar? This is a transnational internet fraud case, and the perpetrators are hiding in the northern Myanmar area, leaving us powerless to act against them. Lu Fan glanced over the materials, noting that the victim was somewhat deserving of their fate. After all, who has ever had a fortunate outcome from online gambling? This individual had engaged with a beautiful dealer who dealt cards live, while the dealer continuously chatted with him, assuring him that deposits and withdrawals would be instant and that he was guaranteed to win. It was astonishing that such a fool could believe it. He ended up losing 600,000. Lu Fan, you aren't interested in this, are you? These schemes are blatantly deceptive. Once ensnared, one could lose everything. Their back-end systems can manipulate data, allowing them to control whether you win or lose. Lu Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, glaring at Lu Fan. After all, he was her best friend's nephew. If anything were to happen because of her, it would be her responsibility. Sister Lu, rest assured, do I look like a fool? Lu Fan chuckled, pointing to his handsome face, only for Lu Xiaoyan's next statement to darken his expression. You are indeed a fool, aren't you? Where does the question of appearance come in? Oh, Sister Lu, you've wounded my heart. I seek comfort in a hug. Lu Fan cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyan, whose assets were notably more pronounced than Lu Ruyan's, and opened his arms, intending to approach her. However, upon encountering her piercing gaze, he promptly backed down. After all, she was the top lawyer in the capital, and a harassment accusation could ruin him. Haha, Sister Lu, I shall take my leave now. Please notify me later when you finish organizing the evidence and materials. I will find a suitable time to confront them. Lu Fan stated, leading the radiant Lu Ruyan out, while Lu Xiaoyan watched him depart with a smile, making no move to see him off. The fool had finally recovered after 20 years. This was indeed quite interesting. Lu Fan's objective in delaying his actions was to seize the opportunity before news of his recovery spread, aiming to reap a significant reward, especially given the extraordinary nature of his recent skills. In the future, if someone displeased him, he could easily make them regret it. Lu Fan, please don't expose me. I'm still young and don't want to ruin my life. Once in the car, a long silent Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Fan with pleading eyes, genuinely terrified after their earlier exchange. Her fate now rested entirely in Lu Fan's hands. With a single word from him, she could end up toiling away in servitude for the rest of her life. Merely envisioning that scenario filled her with dread if it came to pass. She might as well prefer death. Lu Fan's gaze swept over her form. While Lu Ruyan's character left much to be desired, her appearance was undeniably captivating. A reputation recognized by all. The only reason she fell short compared to Lu Mengran was her haughty demeanor and cunning nature, as she often disregarded any man who dared to approach her. Lu Fan's gaze made her feel discomfort, akin to being pricked by needles. She had encountered too many men with such predatory stares. Over the past year, she had navigated the circles of wealthy young elites, honing her intuition. Lu Fan's mere glance conveyed everything she needed to understand. Lu Fan, if you desire, I can accompany you, provided you spare me from prison. At that moment, Lu Ruyan had shed any semblance of her proud persona, appearing utterly vulnerable and enticing, capable of captivating any man. Lu Ruyan, spare me the act of feigned helplessness. It will not work on me. Listen carefully. From today onward, you belong to me. You are prohibited from attending any of those so-called high society gatherings or flirting with any man. If you provoke me, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Feng gently lifted Lu Ruyan's smooth, delicate face, his words causing her to tremble, tears welling in her eyes. She recognized that from this moment forth, her carefully cultivated network over the past year was utterly shattered by Lu Feng's decree. However, circumstances favored Lu Feng entirely. She possessed no means to resist. Lu Feng's large hand caressed her face and neck, slowly descending, prompting Lu Ruyan to pale, her expression pleading. Please, Lu Feng, can we go to a hotel? Not here. In that moment, Lu Ruyan was sincere. Her tear-filled eyes were a true reflection of her feelings. She had preserved her purity to secure a position within a wealthy family, enduring countless crises and humiliations to maintain that innocence. LFN placed his palm on the tip of his nose, and an enticing fragrance wafted toward him, prompting him to squint his eyes in sheer delight. Go into your place. I know you have a house off campus. Why the need for a hotel? Isn't it supposed to be free? Lu Ruyan, with no means to resist, resigned herself to driving the car out of the parking garage. The Ferrari cruised through the bustling streets of the capital, and while Lu Ruyan wore an anxious expression, LFN was in a state of extreme euphoria. After having dismissed Lu Mngr in the day before, he was now set to do the same with Lu Ruyan. This was the life he, LDSHO, truly deserved. Reflecting on his past 2 decades spent in a haze, he wondered if this was Heaven's way of compensating him by granting him a system to alter his destiny. Chapter 18. The emaciated camel is bigger than the monkey. Lu Ruyan indeed owned a property in the capital, and she had purchased it outright. Regardless of whether her circumstances were genuine or deceptive, her ability to acquire property in such a competitive market as the capital spoke volumes about her capabilities. Though it was merely a modest 1-bedroom apartment, in this land where every inch was precious, it represented an unattainable dream for countless individuals. LFN took a satisfied tour of the less than 50 square meter apartment. Although small, it was exquisitely decorated, and with Lu Ruyan's discerning taste. The various adornments were nothing short of top tier. Upon entering, he nonchalantly instructed Lu Ruyan to register his fingerprint, allowing him access to the apartment whenever he pleased. In the future, he could invite Lu Mngr North to his place on campus and retreat to Lu Ruyan's apartment off campus. Alternating between the two residences promised a delightful existence. The petite living room featured a designated closet, overflowing with luxurious clothing, bags, and shoes. As the campus belle of Long University, Lu Ruyan had perfectly leveraged her advantages. These items were all gifts from admirers, and she had spent not a dime. Little did LFN know, he had played a substantial role in her acquisition of this apartment. With over $2 million in cash at his disposal, he had been duped by Lu Ruyan through various excuses, which ultimately led to the emergence of this apartment. Come here, take off my shoes, LFN declared, lounging on the sofa and beckoning Lu Ruyan, who was visibly anxious. Lu Ruyan's flawless face paled immediately, and without daring to resist, she knelt before him, trembling as she removed his shoes. Get some warm water and help me wash my feet. Please, don't humiliate me, Lu Ruyan whispered, raising her gaze in hope that LFN would show her some mercy, considering her pitiable state. Have I been deceived by you 10 times or 20? You humiliated me repeatedly in front of our classmates, even filming and posting it online. It was Lu Ruyan who had led the charge, guiding fellow students to find ways to exploit him, and one by one, they had taken advantage of his generosity. He could have filmed 1,000 episodes of his misfortunes, all orchestrated by Lu Ruyan. Now you feign pity? Did anyone stand up for me back then? Do you even know how much I was duped out of at school? Over 20 million just in school, and countless other valuables. You have the audacity to cry? Shouldn't I be the one who weeps? As LFN spoke, his anger grew, his mind flooded with memories of being swindled. The perpetrators were his classmates, and they were far more despicable than those outside the school. He had rarely been cheated by merchants while dining out or ordering takeout. I'm sorry, LFN. Lu Ruyan pressed her lips together, lowering her head as she brought a basin of warm water to wash his feet. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan was inexperienced in such matters. Her long, manicured nails caused LFN to flinch. Eventually, he could not endure it any longer and took over, washing his feet himself and asking her to dry them. Let's go inside. LFN led the way into the bedroom, a moment that would determine their fate. Lu Rui's body trembled slightly, her exquisitely beautiful face turning pale. After a minute of hesitation, she followed him into the bedroom, where LFN sat on her pink bedsheets, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. LFN, how about we eat something first? It's already past 4 in the afternoon, and it's not dark yet. I'm hungry. Do you think any food could possibly compare to your allure? Sleeping with the campus belle transcends any notion of day or night. LFN's wicked gaze swept over Lu Rui's entire form, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Come here. Don't even think about telling me you don't know how to please a man. I understand a woman's intentions better than anyone. You may still be pure, but I'm sure you've done plenty of other things. Come here. LFN's words were as commanding as a royal decree. Lu Ruin bit her lip and resignedly approached him. LFN's gentleness was reserved for Lu Mngrn, while all his darker inclinations were unleashed upon Lu Ruin. With Lu Ruin, he felt no need to mask any of his sinister desires. It was pure vengeance. Tears streamed down Lu Ruin's face, her meticulously applied makeup smudged. LFN, however, gazed up with a lewd expression, his attention fixated on the chandelier above. Yet, upon glancing down at Lu Ruin's sorrowful appearance, he felt a flicker of compassion. After all, this woman had chosen to follow him, and she must be suffering in silence. Her purity, her most valued asset, had been shattered by him, and she would undoubtedly feel a sense of loss. Why are you crying? Is being with me such a grievance? Haven't you always aspired to marry into wealth? Now, even if you cannot be the main wife, being a kept mistress isn't so bad. I'm not lacking in looks or money. Do you think that by swindling me out of all my funds, I've become a loser? How naive. My father may be gone, but he left enough resources with my aunt for me to indulge without worry for the rest of my life. There's a saying, the emaciated camel is larger than a horse. Though I may have fallen from grace, I was once among the elite in the capital. And about your previous so-called friends, discard them all. You are to keep your distance from them. Just remain my campus belle, and I will cover all your expenses from now on. After ranting for a while, he realized he was merely talking to a wall, as Lu Ruin continued to sob softly, seemingly oblivious to his words. A rumble from his stomach reminded LFN that they had yet to eat, prompting him to grab his phone and order an array of takeout. The food ordered was extravagant, with LFN focusing solely on his preferences, disregarding the prices. Just as he was about to embrace the campus belle for some tender moments, he suddenly remembered the online fraud case he had seen previously with Li Xiaoyan. Finding the website, LFN accessed it directly via his phone. Upon opening the page, he was taken aback by the content flashing before his eyes, filled with enticing videos and offers that dazzled him. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on a random section, only to be bombarded with explicit content, igniting his frustration. Chapter 19. Next time, I'll be more gentle. What the hell? Is it this thrilling? LFN navigated to the section concerning the fraud cases associated with Li Xiaoyan's employer, specifically the gambling entertainment segment. Upon entering, he was greeted by a virtual table featuring scantily clad female dealers and several players, unsure if they were legitimate or mere shills. Without hesitation, LFN wagered 10,000, and the dealer's eyes sparkled at the prospect of easy business. Brother FN, show us your might. Let us test your luck. I guarantee you'll win. LFN typed in the chat. Is it a guaranteed win? Will the money be cashed out instantly? The enchanting croupier, with unwavering confidence, unleashed her silver tongue, showering Lu Feng with an array of charming words as if they were free of charge. Brother Fan, if you recharge 10,000, you automatically become our member and can use voice commands. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pressed the voice button and inquired, what will the next round be? Beautiful? Brother Fan, you yist. We conduct the games here fairly and justly. However, if you wish to win big, you may place your bet on the trio of ones. The payout is 36 times your stake. Moreover, as a newcomer, you are often favored by luck, significantly increasing your chances of winning. Lu Feng eagerly awaited her persuasive words. He thought to himself that he would let her deceive him, as he unhesitatingly wagered the entire 10,000 on the 3 ones. The croupier's smile broadened, and her delight captured the attention of Lu Ruin, who had momentarily ceased her weeping and now regarded Lu Feng with an expression of disbelief. I thought you had grown wiser, but you remain as foolish as ever, falling for such juvenile tricks. You bragged about how a skinny camel is larger than a horse. Yet here you are, a mere camel that, after a few rounds of gambling, might lose everything. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, Lu Rian's thoughts were consumed with scorn as she fixated on the beautiful croupier on the screen, who had just shaken the dice and then halted. The bets are locked in. Let the game commence. The moment the dice cup was lifted, a smile of triumph spread across Lu Feng's face, revealing his satisfaction as the 3 ones appeared. This spectacle left Lu Rian utterly astounded, while the croupier stared in disbelief. Her gaze darted as she likely communicated silently with her supervisor. However, the outcome far exceeded her expectations, bearing no resemblance to her initial assumptions. Thank you for your guidance. Your insight has led me to a significant win. Please transfer the funds to me promptly. Lu Feng cheerfully addressed his phone, while the croupier's expression soured, akin to one who had tasted something foul. Yet, following what seemed to be a directive from her superior, she ultimately transferred the funds to Lu Feng. As he beheld the 36,000 arriving in his account, a broad grin spread across Lu Feng's face. Just a day prior, he had toiled for hours to earn over 20,000, and now, this windfall had arrived effortlessly. Indeed, the illicit path yielded swift rewards, though it appeared applicable solely to him. Beautiful. I must dine with my girlfriend now. I shall seek you out for another game next time, Lu Feng remarked as he clicked the full withdrawal button. Beside him, Lu Rian gazed at him with an expression of incredulity, thinking he truly believed that they would generously hand over money. It would indeed be a rarity for him to withdraw successfully. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Myanmar, Ling Fang's face turned pale as she faced the manager, Chun Jiang. Moments ago, she had rolled 3 ones and lost a staggering 36,000. They were all coerced into participating in fraudulent activities, and their performance was directly tied to their treatment. Typically, they would lure novice players with minor wins, but this time, due to a technical error, she had inadvertently disbursed 36,000. Chun Jiang intended to compensate her, but demanded that her account be locked to prevent further withdrawals. What? How is this possible? Manager Chun Jiang exclaimed, rushing to the technical department office, where a staff member sat, trembling and pale, staring at the computer screen displaying that 36,000 had been transferred moments ago. Damn it, what are you all doing? I instructed you to lock his account. Chun Jiang slammed his fist on the desk, causing a cactus atop to wobble dramatically and embed its spines into his face. Ah, you fool. You fool. Minutes later, with the assistance of a croupier, Chun Jiang finally cleared his face of the painful spines. Upon investigating the computer, he discovered a technical malfunction was the cause of the 36,000 being withdrawn. Fix this issue immediately. Such incidents must never recur. Otherwise, we shall face dire consequences from the boss. And you, Ling Feng, that young man has won money from you this time. He will undoubtedly return. Keep a close watch on him and contact me the moment he logs in. Add his WeChat. If you don't extract all his funds next time, I swear I will not bear the Chin surname. And you, in the technical department, ensure a thorough inspection. The dice remote control must not have any vulnerabilities in the future. Had Lu Feng overheard these words, he would likely have been infuriated, realizing that the dice were indeed rigged, making it astonishing for players to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Lu Rian stared blankly at Lu Feng as he opened his banking app, witnessing the 36,000 appear in an instant. She was utterly stunned, oblivious to the sensation of Lu Feng's hand resting upon her heart. Ha! 36,000 has just arrived. I truly am destined for greatness. Lu Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter at the notification on his phone. Ah, Lu Feng, don't squeeze too hard. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Lu Feng's grip tightened, prompting Lu Rian to squeal and shield herself from his enthusiastic touch. Ah, my apologies for my exuberance. I promise to be gentler next time. Lu Rian blushed and nodded, realizing that she had fallen entirely under Lu Feng's spell, and there was no escaping his grasp. She resigned herself to her fate. As the doorbell rang, Lu Feng immediately remembered he had ordered takeout. He leapt from his bed and dashed toward the door, oblivious to Lu Rian's outstretched hand behind him. Lu Feng, you're not dressed. Alas, in his exuberance, Lu Feng burst from the bedroom and flung open the door. Ah, pervert! A young female delivery rider, with her phone secured against her shoulder, let out a shriek, hastily covering her face in embarrassment. Caught off guard, Lu Feng blushed, suddenly aware that he was still unclothed. He quickly grabbed a scarf belonging to Lu Rian from a nearby rack and draped it around himself. I apologize, beautiful. I was in a hurry to retrieve my takeout. You're insane. My live stream just ended because of your antics. Live stream? I was just broadcasted? Lu Fan's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment as he noticed that the delivery rider's stream had attracted over 3,000 viewers. Yet the screen now displayed a message indicating that the stream had been banned. Feeling a surge of inexplicable anger, Lu Fan pointed an accusatory finger at the delivery rider, berating her. You're the one who's deranged. Instead of properly delivering food or focusing on your live stream, you're mixing the two. Be careful not to step in something unpleasant when you leave. Dressed in such attire, it seemed she was courting trouble, deserving of her ban. Lu Fan, with a scowl, snatched the plastic bag from the delivery rider's hands and shut the door with a resounding thud. The delivery rider's expression darkened, and as the door closed, she unleashed a furious tirade. You lunatic! Why don't you just go die in a ditch? Inside, Lu Ruyan, enveloped in her bed linens, couldn't help but find amusement in Lu Fan's predicament, stifling her laughter behind her hands. Enough with the laughter. Come eat. You need to fuel up for work. Lu Ruyan gasped, her face paling at Lu Fan's words, fearing he might take advantage of her once more, and tears welled in her eyes. By nature, Lu Ruyan was a cold, alluring goddess. Her tears only enhanced her appeal, invoking a desire to embrace and cherish her. Lu Fan realized that he had perhaps gone a bit too far with her. Although this woman was cunning and adept at manipulation, she had ultimately bestowed upon him the most precious gift of all. All right, come over and eat, he said gently. You've worked hard, so indulge yourself a little. I can always reduce my own exertions later. With that, Lu Ruyan wiped her tears and rose to dress herself, then sat across from Lu Fan, eagerly devouring the food before her. Lu Fan donned Lu Ruyan's bathrobe, which appeared somewhat awkward on him, but at least concealed his nakedness, sparing him the embarrassment should anyone else enter. The memory of his recent performance in front of 3,000 viewers, where he had bared it all, filled him with a sense of revulsion. 20 years of my innocence, oh wait, I forfeited my innocence yesterday, to Lu Meng ran. He sighed, acknowledging that the event had transpired and dwelling on it would be futile. He hoped no one had recorded the live stream. He reassured himself as he pulled Lu Ruyan, now dressed, to sit down and eat. The takeout he had ordered was a lavish seafood feast, a rarity that Lu Ruyan could not afford regularly. Given her earlier exhaustion, she dove into the meal without restraint. After finishing, Lu Fan relaxed with a chilled beer. Though it was May and the weather was not overly warm, there was a hint of heat in the air. Enjoying barbecued delicacies while sipping beer and gazing at the stunning school beauty before him, Lu Fan suddenly found life to be extraordinarily delightful. As he pondered, a silly grin spread across his face. Lu Ruyan felt a shiver run down her spine, thinking that he must be concocting some mischievous plan to trouble her now that he was well fed. Instinctively, she shifted slightly away from him. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, casting her a displeased glare. What are you trying to hide? The room is not that big. Can you really evade me? You men are all the same. Lu Ruyan retorted. When you see a beautiful girl, all you can think about is getting her into bed. That's nonsense. Lu Fan slammed the table and glared at her, feeling deeply insulted. How can you compare me to them? They might desire you for a night, but I am different. I am not picky about the location, he added shamelessly. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, unable to fathom his audacity. You are truly shameless. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone interrupted their banter. Lu Ruyan glanced at her phone, her expression tightening with anxiety. She furtively glanced at Lu Fan and quickly silenced her phone. However, her actions did not escape Lu Fan's notice, and he quickly guessed who was calling. Is it a bunch of pigs? He mused. Oh, it's Zhui-kun. Realizing she could not hide the truth, Lu Ruyan admitted it without hesitation. The name is inconsequential. They are all the same. From now on, sever all ties with that group of pigs, and you're forbidden from attending those so-called high society gatherings. In my eyes, those gatherings are merely a den of deceitful men and women. What genuine aristocrat frequents such places? They hold these so-called elite banquets solely to lure ambitious girls like you. You have attended so many, yet have you ever witnessed a single girl ascend in status? Lu Fan questioned, the weight of his words striking her like a thunderclap. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. Though Lu Fan's remarks were not profoundly philosophical, the final statement jolted her awake. Reflecting on the countless banquets she had attended, where she had come perilously close to compromising herself, she realized she had seen numerous girls with aspirations similar to hers, but had never encountered one who had succeeded. Have I truly been so naive? She pondered, her worldview shaken. As the phone continued to flash with incoming calls, Lu Feng took it upon himself to answer. Pressing the speaker button, Lu Ruyan attempted to intervene, but was too late. Why have you been ignoring my calls? I've been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Feng Xiao specifically requested your presence tonight. If you stand him up, we might as well leave this circle entirely. Zhu Yikun's voice erupted from the phone, filled with urgency and indignation. Lu Feng grimaced and turned the phone aside as Zhu Yikun continued to rant. I am genuinely curious. How long can your absurd antics last? I wonder if your recent public display of indecency has ceased. Lu Feng had initially posed a serious question, intrigued by the longevity of his own outrageous behavior. However, Zhu Yikun, upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, lost his temper entirely. Lu Feng, you fool. Why are you using Lu Ruyan's phone? You have no right to make decisions for her. If you've stolen her phone, I swear I will report you. Zhu Yikun remained oblivious to the situation's gravity, continuing to shout arrogantly. Listen closely, a bunch of pigs. Lu Ruyan has suddenly realized that I, Lu Feng, am the most handsome and magnificent man in the world, and she has willingly surrendered herself to me. We are currently in her apartment together. At this proclamation, Lu Ruyan could only stare in disbelief. How could one be so shameless? Lu Feng not only boasted about his own audacity, but also twisted the narrative into one where she had willingly submitted to him. Heaven, strike this scoundrel with lightning. She silently wished. Fool, you're talking nonsense. Don't believe him? Have her say a word. Lu Feng, in a fit of mischief, activated the speakerphone. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly responding. Yikun, what Lu Feng said is true. We will no longer be in contact. From today onwards, I belong to Lu Feng. Goodbye. She reached for the phone to end the call, but Zhu Yikun's incredulous voice erupted from the other end. Lu Ruyan, I don't believe you. Your dream is to marry into a top-tier family, and you were so close to achieving it. How could you give up? Feng Xiao is furious and is on his way to find you. At the sound of Zhu Yikun's last words, she hung up the phone. Her brow furrowed as she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, since Zhu Yikun said he would bring Feng Xiao here, they will surely arrive within minutes. Are you worried about me? With a smile dancing across his face, Lu Feng playfully lifted Lu Ruyan's chin. This woman was indeed captivating, her beauty surpassing even the starlets he had seen on television. Lu Ruyan, unable to resist his teasing, shut her eyes in humiliation. In that moment, she resembled a girl yearning for a kiss. Without hesitation, Lu Feng wrapped his arms around her neck and leaned in to plant a kiss on her lips. Lu Ruyan, Zhu Yikun, and the others are definitely on their way, especially Feng Xiao. He has recently become quite infatuated with me, and he will undoubtedly find us here. She realized that escaping Lu Feng's grasp was no longer an option. Her survival depended on acquiescing to his desires. Unless Lu Feng grew tired of her and cast her aside, she would remain bound to him. At that moment, Lu Ruyan came to a profound realization. Someone once said that life is akin to resilience. If one cannot resist, it is better to close one's eyes and attempt to enjoy it. As Lu Feng admired the youthful and radiant Lu Ruyan, he could not help but whistle, earning a disdainful glare from her. The two stepped out together, hand in hand, into the elevator. Just as they entered the basement, 4 flashy sports cars screeched to a halt before them. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted, fear flashing across her face. She realized she could not confront these individuals, and with their numbers, Lu Feng was likely to be at a disadvantage. Truth be told, she would find joy in Lu Feng receiving a beating, but her true concern lay in the aftermath, fearing he would unleash his frustrations upon her. Lu Feng, you need to run. There are too many of them. To her surprise, Lu Feng stood there with a silly grin, gazing at the 8 individuals emerging from the cars, showing no inclination to flee. Rest assured, they are merely a few insignificant individuals, not worthy of my attention. However, Lu Feng felt a twinge of insecurity within. After all, to flee in such a disgraceful manner before the woman he had just acquired was truly humiliating. Yet, he possessed a few cards up his sleeve. The peculiar gesture he had employed today could only be utilized once more before it would be rendered futile. Lu Feng stepped forward, positioning Lu Ruyan behind him, feigning calmness as he met the gaze of the 8 approaching youths, whose intentions were evidently malicious, amplifying his unease. Lu Ruyan stared vacantly at Lu Feng's back, realizing that this fool had chosen to shield her from 8 adversaries. In that moment, she found his demeanor surprisingly more appealing. Ruyan, you truly are with this fool. Zhu Yikun, amidst the crowd, wore a pale countenance, his sunken eyes suggesting sleepless nights, as he incredulously pointed at Lu Ruyan, his voice laced with rage. Beside him stood a young man with bleached hair, whose face darkened with fury. The young man's gaze shifted to Lu Feng, and suddenly, a glimmer of recognition lit up his eyes. "You are that fool, Lu Feng, from the Lu family? Who do you think you are?" Lu Feng cast a glance at the young man, but could not recall any information about him. "Ha ha, so it's you who dares to covet my woman. Back in the days when the Lu family was in its prime, I could only admire you from afar. Now, with your family in disarray and your parents long gone, it's truly remarkable that you've managed to survive this long. How audacious of a foolish boy to snatch my woman. As for you, Lu Ruyen, I must have overestimated you. Why choose a fool when you could have anyone else? Are you perhaps indulging in role play, raising this fool as your son? Ha ha ha." The arrogant young man pointed at Lu Feng, laughing uproariously, and his companions quickly joined in the mockery. "I laugh at you all. Look at your garishly dyed hair, resembling a troupe of colorful clowns. Especially you, you imbecile, with a face that seems to be a grotesque amalgamation of a pig's kidney and a ram's organ. How dare you gaze upon my girl? Who gave you the confidence to step outside with such an appearance?" Lu Feng directed his ire at the loudest among them, causing all present to be taken aback by the sheer audacity of his retort. Lu Ruyen's expression turned to one of disbelief. After all, this was a group of 8, and here was Lu Feng, seemingly inviting disaster upon himself. "Do you dare to insult me?" The arrogant one seemed momentarily taken aback. He had 8 companions at his side, yet, upon remembering that Lu Feng was a fool, he regained his composure. Could one truly expect rational behavior from an imbecile? "How dare you insult me? Brothers, teach him a lesson." With a darkened visage, the young man bellowed, and his companions, eager for confrontation, produced steel pipes and other makeshift weapons, charging towards Lu Feng. Alarmed, Lu Feng retreated a step, placing all his hopes on the peculiar gesture he had just mastered. He swiftly extended his finger towards the foremost assailant wielding a steel pipe, internally reciting the incantation for the whimsical gesture. The young man, witnessing Lu Feng's audacity, felt his temper flare. "You dare point at me? I'll make you regret it." Yet, before he could finish, his expression morphed into one of madness, and he began to howl incoherently. His companions were bewildered, but Zhu Yikun felt a shiver run down his spine, as if the scene was eerily familiar. "Ah!" The individual struck by Lu Feng's gesture exclaimed, suddenly turning on his companion and berating him. "Hu Bing, you fool! Do you have water for brains? Knowing I have a grudge against Lu Ming, why would you continue to ingratiate yourself with him? I cannot stand you, yet your girlfriend is quite alluring. I've already had my share of her affections. Not just her, but every future girlfriend of yours will be mine to claim." He continued to lambaste his companions, their faces darkening with rage, as though they were prepared to retaliate at any moment. Zhu Yikun, watching his companions descend into chaos, realized that it was indeed Lu Feng's doing. Earlier that day, just before his own debacle, Lu Feng had performed the same peculiar gesture, resulting in Zhu Yikun's own public outburst. He had witnessed Lu Feng extend his finger towards his companion, who then erupted into a frenzy. Realization dawned upon Zhu Yikun, and he regarded Lu Feng with terror, more frightening than encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Lu Ruyen, having experienced this bizarre phenomenon twice, gaped in astonishment. In a single day, witnessing 2 surreal incidents orchestrated by Lu Feng's inexplicable gesture was simply too much to ignore. Casting a glance at the still cursing young man, and then at Lu Feng, who appeared rather pleased with himself, Lu Ruyen's expression sharpened as thoughts raced through her mind. By heavens, this skill possesses remarkable potency. How foolish was I to deem it ineffective. From now on, if I encounter anyone I dislike, I shall invoke this to humiliate them thoroughly. With that, Lu Feng pulled Lu Ruyen into the luxurious Ferrari, eager to escape the scene, fearing he might succumb to laughter at the absurdity unfolding behind him. The young man, now being pummeled by his enraged companions, was reduced to tears, his cries mingling with the ongoing chaos, for the duration of Lu Feng's skill was 3 minutes, and the afflicted would not cease until the time was up. Lu Ruyen pressed the accelerator, the Ferrari roaring to life as they sped away. "Stop that fool!" the young man shouted, attempting to block their path as he broke free from his companions. Zhu Yikun, hiding behind a pillar 50 meters away, felt no courage to approach, fearing Lu Feng might once again point his finger at him. As for the others rushing toward the Ferrari, their bravery was commendable, but he had no intention of joining them. Lu Ruyen, troubled by the situation, slammed the brakes, unwilling to endanger anyone. How dare you block my path, seeking death? Lu Feng shouted from the passenger seat, rolling down the window to extend his finger at the most exuberant among them. Not again. Zhu Yikun trembled at the sight, his heart racing as Lu Feng pointed once more. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in anticipation, confirming her suspicions. The young man in front of the Ferrari suddenly transformed, his expression blank as he began to belt out a tune, his voice far more grating than a donkey's bray, leaving his companions in a state of shock. After his performance, he proceeded to recount his past misdeeds, revealing every illicit escapade, from sneaking into the girls' dormitory to steal underwear to his sordid encounters with prostitutes. A familiar scene unfolded once more, leaving the 5 companions of Feng Sha in utter disbelief. Even the dullest among them could discern something amiss. Lu Feng had pointed at individuals on 2 separate occasions, exhibiting no intention of concealing his actions, doing so right in front of everyone. His companions emitted cries of alarm, desperately turning to flee. I was wrong. Spare me. I won't dare again. Lu Xiao, please forgive me. On the ground, Feng Sha was no fool. He had clearly surmised that this was Lu Feng's handiwork. Just moments ago, he felt his mind clouded, leading him to babble nonsensically, an experience he never wished to endure again. Had the episode lasted any longer, he feared he might have revealed his deepest secrets. Hurry and drive. Do you wish to linger here? Lu Feng shot a triumphant glare at Lu Ruyan, who, daunted by his gaze, dared not utter a word. She swiftly turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari sped past Feng Sha. As the Ferrari rounded a corner, Lu Feng noticed a companion of Feng Sha standing in his path. Mistakenly assuming the individual intended to block him, he promptly rolled down the window and pointed at him. Oh my, I'm done. The young man, under Lu Feng's accusatory finger, shrieked in despair and bolted away. At least you know your place. The next morning, Lu Ruyan dragged her weary body out of bed, unlike Lu Feng, who could sleep in without a care for classes. She cast a glance at Lu Feng, sprawled across the bed in an ungraceful manner, her irritation prompting her to run her fingers through her hair before searching for her clothes. A similar scene at a different time, just yesterday morning, Lu Mengran had hobbled out of the apartment in the same manner. Today, Lu Ruyan followed suit, stepping through the door in a similar fashion. After escaping the chaotic scene the previous night, Lu Ruyan had opened the Ferrari's window and sped down the highway, clearing the lingering foul odor from the car's interior. It was only by noon that Lu Feng, radiant and refreshed, finally rose to wash up before heading to the dining hall. As he turned with a plate of sumptuous dishes in hand, Lu Feng spotted Lu Mengran entering the dining hall with a roommate. His eyes brightened, and he eagerly approached her. Lu Mengran, clearly aware of his approach, blushed and shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to stay away. Ignoring her silent plea, Lu Feng boldly stepped in front of her. Darling, are you having lunch? What would you like me to get for you? Lu Feng, you idiot. Why are you shouting in front of everyone? How embarrassing. Lu Mengran's face turned crimson, and she attempted to escape. But realizing she would go hungry if she missed the meal, she reluctantly moved aside to queue for food. Mengran, take my plate and sit over there. I'll get you some food. Having offered herself to him 2 days prior, Lu Feng knew that Lu Mengran likely still bore some injuries, and he could not let this chance to impress her slip away. He shoved his plate, brimming with various meats, into Lu Mengran's hands and then rushed to the front of a serving line. Food, please. Lu Feng's queue jumping was met with indifference from the others, who had grown accustomed to his antics. Lu Mengran, sitting in a corner of the dining hall, felt both embarrassed and guilty as she glanced at the plate in her hands. You fool, didn't you just get food? The serving lady shot Lu Feng a disapproving glare, showing no intention of serving him. However, Lu Feng was adept at handling such situations. This is for my aunt. Do you have a problem with that? It's not about who it's for. Your meal card only allows 1 serving per meal, she retorted, only to realize that Lu Feng's aunt was none other than Principal Long. Who would dare deny him? Should I call my aunt to discuss your sanitation issues? Or your ingredient procurement standards? Or your behavior protocols? You better not try to oppose me. The serving lady's demeanor darkened as she quickly begged for leniency. Lu Feng's tactics always worked on her, for a single word from the principal could lead to a complete overhaul of their dining hall operations. After all, finding fault with the cafeteria was exceedingly simple, with numerous loopholes readily apparent. Lu Feng, undeterred by her hostility, pointed at the plethora of meat and had his fill, even requesting an additional bowl when the plate overflowed. As he exited with a bowl of food, The students in line behind him displayed expressions of envy. Having an aunt, as the principal, really pays off. Why didn't I inherit such good fortune? Indeed, but life is hardly perfect. This fool may have had a fortunate birth, but is cursed with an utterly foolish mind. Lu Fan approached, Lu Meng ran, placing the plate and the bowl of meat before her. She stared at the heaping bowl of meat in confusion. Are you trying to kill me? I'm just an ordinary girl. Even the pigs at my house couldn't eat this much. Lu Fan recognized he had overdone it, but quickly spotted Lu Meng Ran's 3 roommates approaching with their plates, which inspired an idea. Meng Ran, if you can't finish it, let your roommates help. After all, it doesn't cost me anything to get more food. Let's not waste it. I can always get more if needed. Lu Meng Ran glanced at her 3 roommates who had just sat down, rolling her eyes at Lu Fan's suggestion as a sign of consent. Although the 3 girls may not have been as beautiful as Lu Meng Ran, they were youthful and vibrant, eagerly diving into the meat from her bowl without hesitation. Their eyes darted between Lu Meng Ran and Lu Fan, fully aware of any changes in their friend's life. The sudden influx of expensive clothing, shoes, and bags on Lu Meng Ran could not escape their notice. However, no matter how hard they thought, they could never have imagined that Lu Meng Ran's partner was none other than this fool. One was the most beautiful girl at Longda, and the other was the most notorious fool. It was a perplexing match indeed. Lu Fan paid little attention to the glances from Lu Meng Ran's roommates. His focus was solely on her pure, radiant, and exquisite visage. It was as if her breathtaking beauty was the most delightful accompaniment to his meal. Lu Fan, stop staring at me. Unable to endure his unwavering gaze, Lu Meng Ran kicked him beneath the table in annoyance, prompting him to tone it down. Meng Ran, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll take you out for seafood and barbecue. No, I have to study tonight. Lu Meng Ran was no child. She understood the consequences of indulging in a feast when she had responsibilities. Besides, her body was still recovering. She couldn't afford to indulge. A balance of work and play is essential. Bring your 3 roommates along. The seafood in the East City is fresh, having been transported straight from Jean City Esport. Lu Fan's invitation made Lu Meng Ran's roommates' eyes sparkle with excitement. Coming from ordinary families, they could hardly afford a lavish seafood feast on their meager allowances. In this city, a seafood meal could easily cost over 1,000, far beyond what they could manage. The prospect of a free seafood barbecue sent them into a frenzy, and they turned their pleading gazes toward Lu Meng Ran. Come on, Meng Ran, your grades are stellar. Why bother studying tonight? You can always catch up tomorrow. Meng Ran, it's not about being indulgent. I haven't had a seafood feast in 2 years. All right, don't look at me like that. I admit I have a craving. A seafood feast. A seafood feast. Thus, Lu Fan managed to win over 3 allies with the promise of a seafood dinner. After finishing his meal, Lu Fan initially intended to invite Lu Meng Ran to his dormitory for a tender moment. Heaven was merciful. He genuinely sought nothing more than a simple, affectionate encounter. She was not a naive little girl. The words of men can be deceitful, even if the man in question is a fool. Just 2 days prior, her innocence had led her into Lu Fan's clutches, and having learned from experience, she was unlikely to fall for the same trick again. With nothing to occupy his time, Lu Fan's mind wandered, and a signature silly grin crept onto his face as he embarked on his journey to accumulate points. In a few days, he would commence legal action against those who had swindled him out of money. Seizing the opportunity before the situation escalated, he hastened to amass more points. Indeed, as he observed the foolish student from Long University seated and engrossed in his phone, several unsuspecting sheep wandered directly into his jaws. Does the fool have money? Lu Fan lifted his head, beaming at the 2 unsuspecting targets who had presented themselves. To the eyes of his classmates, his smile epitomized that of a simpleton. I have no money. My aunt forbids me from having any, one of the boys replied, sharing a conspiratorial glance with his companion, unable to suppress their laughter. After their mirth subsided, they feigned sorrow and approached Lu Fan, crouching before him. Lu Fan, I am in a pitiful state. I have toiled in my studies for over a decade to gain admission to Long University. My parents have sacrificed so much for my education, and I have a younger sister in high school. My rural parents struggle to support us. Can you imagine the pressure? The boy pinched his thigh, forcing a few tears to well up. His performance astonished his companion, who thought it a pity he wasn't studying drama. Seeing Lu Fan's oblivious grin, the boy continued his act. My parents toil in our rural home, raising sheep to fund my education. This morning, our sheep pen collapsed, and half of our flock was crushed to death. My parents have fainted from grief in the bathroom. When I received the news, it felt as if the sky had fallen. I must pay my tuition for the upcoming semester, and the death of those sheep has shattered my future. At this point, the boy collapsed on a Lu Feng's chair, weeping, leaving his classmates bewildered. Why did your parents faint in the bathroom and not in the sheep pen? Was there something particularly tragic about the toilet? Lu Feng asked earnestly, leaving the weeping boy momentarily speechless. That was just a casual remark. Does it matter where they fainted? The point is my sheep are dead, he retorted, frustration bubbling over. Well, if more sheep die, you could always cry in your bedroom. It has a comfortable bed, Lu Feng suggested, unintentionally infuriating his classmate further. The boy felt as if a swarm of crows had flown over his head, showering him with misfortune. He wanted to retaliate, but realized he was arguing with a fool, which would only make him seem foolish as well. Look, I don't want to drop out of school. I want to study. You must have money, right? If you lend me some, I can continue my education. You will be doing a great deed, and heaven would surely bless you. But I don't have much money. My aunt just transferred me 4,000 yuan. That won't cover your tuition, Lu Feng replied, eager to end the charade and focus on accumulating points. The two boys exchanged excited glances, realizing they could easily pocket that 4,000 yuan, splitting it evenly between them. Friend, we are both in dire straits. If you could lend us 2,000 each, we would repay you once we have funds. Both of you are in need of money? Did your sheep also perish? Lu Feng asked, looking curiously at the other classmate, who lacked his companion's theatrical prowess, leaving him bewildered. I don't have sheep. What do you raise at home? We have a dog. Then that it. Your dog could be crushed. The classmate, with gritted teeth, suppressed his irritation, but under the urging of his companion, he managed to force out, You're right. My dog has been crushed, and I need money for its funeral, as it has been with my family for many years. 4,000 yuan was soon transferred, and Lu Feng successfully earned 2 points. As the boys departed, their phones rang simultaneously. What? The wall collapsed, killing dozens of sheep and causing losses of tens of thousands? Ah Huang jumped from the building and died. How can this be? Their shocked expressions mirrored each other, and a chilling realization crept over them. Watching them leave, Lu Feng felt a joy surpassing theirs. He had learned to earn money faster than he spent it, and he was unconcerned about this trivial amount. Wandering the campus, he accumulated more points, and soon, a message chimed on his phone. It was the notification of his prize from the previous day's lottery. A delivery of 10 fruits and 16 phones had arrived, but the delivery person insisted on handing them directly to Lu Feng rather than leaving them in the locker. Spotting the girls' dormitory nearby, an idea struck him. I've never been in a girls' dormitory. This is the perfect opportunity to deliver gifts to my sweetheart and sneak a peek inside. What do you think you're doing? Hey, you foolish idiot. This is the girls' dormitory. Be careful, or I'll report you to the administration. Lu Feng intended to slip in unnoticed, but the dorm supervisor, sharp-eyed as a camera, called out to him. Excuse me, dorm supervisor. I'm here to find my girlfriend and deliver her some gifts. Who are you calling Aunt? Your whole family is Auntie. You're in trouble now. The supervisor erupted, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Feng. Taking in her stature, at least 5 feet tall and 150 pounds, Lu Feng swallowed hard. With her round face, she appeared to be in her 50s. Calling her aunt seemed more fitting than calling her little fairy or young lady. Chapter 25, which Good Samaritan wanders into the girls' dormitory, asking for directions. The dorm supervisor, armed with a makeup mirror, touched up her makeup before glaring at Lu Feng. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call security, and you'll receive a severe reprimand that could jeopardize your graduation. Her harsh words provoked Lu Feng. If you insist on speaking to me like that, let us see who dares to reprimand me. Call security. I'm eager to see who will chase me away. You depend on the contributions of female students for your food and drinks. It's clear you've been indulging in corruption. I think it's time to inform my aunt about your conduct. By the way, you're related to Director Li, right? I'll have her investigate whether there's any collusion between you two. Let us see who gets expelled first. Lu Feng pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, revealing his aunt, Lu Fenghua. The dorm supervisor's expression turned to shock. She was indeed a beneficiary of connections, having secured her position through her relationship with Director Li. However, in Long University, who could rival Lu Feng's connections? Lu Feng's parents are shareholders of Longda, possessing a considerable number of shares, which are now reportedly in Lu Feng's name. Notably, Lu Feng's aunt is the esteemed president of Longda. Many have bullied and humiliated Lu Feng, yet none have dared to lay a hand on him. The only student who had previously struck Lu Feng was sent away due to bullying. Upon recalling this, the dormitory matron felt a sudden sense of dread. If Lu Fan made that phone call, not only would her job be jeopardized, but Director Li's position would also be at risk. Please, young Master Lu, don't make that call. I'll let you in, just don't call. The matron rushed out of her room at breakneck speed, blocking Lu Fan's phone, terrified he might dial. Ah, will you still manage me in the future? If not, young Master Lu, feel free to enter the girls' dormitory as you please. It's my fault for provoking you. As the matron spoke, she edged closer, her overpowering perfume hitting Lu Fan like a wall. He took a step back in distaste and entered the girls' dormitory, carrying his package. Just as he turned a corner, he collided with a girl who emanated a delightful fragrance that sent him reeling backward. Ah, pervert, it's you. Lu Fan stared blankly at the girl before him. It was Xiao Yu, the girl he had previously taken advantage of. No wonder she had such remarkable elasticity. She was the one who had achieved dairy freedom for her entire family. Lu Fan's expression turned lecherous as he shamelessly appraised her. Xiao Yu's face shifted through various emotions. She remembered being tricked into a secluded area by this fool, who had then taken full advantage of her. The coincidence of meeting him again today was infuriating, especially in the girls' dormitory. You idiot! How dare you trespass into the girls' dormitory? Are you looking for trouble? Watch out for the matron. She'll have you caught. Hee hee. Xiao Yu, do you think anyone at Longda would dare to catch me? She shot him a glaring look, disgusted by his lascivious gaze, instinctively crossing her arms and turning away to flee. The entire school knew about Lu Fan's aunt being the president of Longda, and no one dared to confront him. The most anyone did was mock him or attempt to con him out of money, knowing he was wealthy. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Fan suddenly realized he had no idea where Lu Mengran's dormitory was. His mind whirled, and he pushed open a nearby door. The room was stifling. Two girls were sitting at a desk, one of them in a rather indecorous posture. She lounged back in her chair, one long leg resting on a stool, while the other was propped on the desk, engrossed in a movie. When she noticed someone had entered, she turned, bewildered by the sight of a boy standing at the doorway. Lu Fan was equally stunned. He had merely intended to ask for directions to Lu Mengran's dormitory, yet he had inadvertently stumbled upon such a provocative scene. Wow, is it really this scandalous? Ah, pervert. The girl took a moment to gather herself, her face flushing as she jumped up to cover her legs with her skirt, angrily pointing at Lu Fan. You pervert! How dare you sneak into the girls' dormitory? Expect to be reported and face severe consequences. The dormitory matron, hearing the commotion, chose to ignore it, knowing that the fool had powerful backing and could create chaos as he pleased. Hey, beautiful, I just came to ask for directions. Lu Fan replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. He genuinely sought assistance, though his gaze lingered on the girl's fair, long legs without blinking. Which decent person barges into the girls' dormitory to ask for directions? The other girl, clearly recognizing Lu Fan's infamous reputation, remarked with disdain, You mean the idiot Lu Fan? He is that Longda's biggest fool? Yes, he is the first fool of Longda. The long-legged girl finally connected the dots, while Lu Fan felt a dark cloud of embarrassment wash over him. How could they refer to him as the biggest fool in front of him? Surely he was the world's foremost fool, a title bestowed by the system itself. Beautiful. I'm genuinely asking for directions. Where is Lu Mengran's dormitory? Lu Mengran? Are you, the fool, trying to pursue the #1 campus beauty? The long-legged girl sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Fan and then at the package in his hands, clearly deducing he was trying to curry favor with the campus beauty. But Lu Mengran was far above his station and would never notice someone like him. Shouting, quickly send him away. Don't waste our time while we're watching shows. The fool Lu Mengran is in room 302. Hurry up and go. And remember to close the door. With Lu Mengran's location revealed, Lu Fan wasted no time and turned to leave. In a moment of impulsivity, he blurted out a remark that sent the long-legged girl into a frenzy. Hey, your pants are quite sexy, but I recommend you get a Phillips razor. Being a bit more diligent wouldn't hurt. Lu Fan dashed out, leaving the long-legged girl in a state of shock. Xiao Ting, you're in trouble. That fool just saw everything, and he thinks you're lazy. Ah, you idiot, this isn't over. The dormitory echoed with the girl's frustrated scream as Lu Fan sprinted to the third floor. When he arrived at Lu Mengran's dormitory, nothing scandalous occurred. Not all girls left their doors unlocked. Lu Fan knocked on the door, and a girl named Lu, dressed in a cool camisole and shorts, opened it, staring blankly at the boy in front of her. Hi, I'm looking for Mengran. You fool, what are you doing in the girls' dormitory? Didn't the matron stop you? Lu Fan pushed past the bewildered Lu and entered the dormitory. At the far end, behind a curtain, a beautiful and pure little head peeked out, revealing a stunned Lu Mingran. Mingran, my dear, I've come to deliver something for you. Ignoring the curious glances from the other girls, Lu Fan strode directly to Lu Mingran's bedside, his gaze fervently roaming over the colorful lingerie hanging nearby. Ah, you fool, what are you doing? How did you sneak into the girls' dormitory? The matron will catch you. Lu Mingran, dressed in a casual t-shirt and shorts that accentuated her alluring figure, looked astonished at Lu Fan. If it weren't for the presence of her 3 friends, Lu Fan would have been tempted to engage more closely with her. Who would dare catch me at Longda? Mingran, your phone has been in dire need of an upgrade. I received a new one and brought it to you right away. Come down and check it out. Lu Fan raised the package triumphantly, and Lu Mingran's excitement began to build. She had long desired a new phone, but had never acted on it due to her circumstances. The phone in Lu Fan's possession was undoubtedly the one he had acquired the previous day, though he had technically spent 99 yuan to buy 10 pieces of fruit. So was tea entirely unearned. 10 new phones have arrived? Lu Mingran exclaimed incredulously. That must be worth over 100,000. They actually delivered. Quick, come down and collect your new phone. Lu Fan ostentatiously placed the delivery box on Lu Mingran's desk, only to discover that the desk of the campus belle was impeccably tidy and clean, with the computer and books arranged in perfect order, providing a sense of comfort to onlookers. Lu Mingran excitedly descended from her bed, stretching her long, fair legs as she stepped down, which caused Lu Fan's gaze to gleam with envy. Ignoring Lu Fan's fervent stare, Lu Mingran eagerly took out a small knife and gently opened the delivery box, revealing a neat row of 10 fruit phones before her. Wow, they really sent 10 fruit 16ths. Am I dreaming? Lu Mingran exclaimed as she carefully unboxed one of the phone boxes, prompting her 3 roommates to gather around in astonishment. While they were not particularly concerned about the purchase of a fruit 16, as everyone at school knew Lu Fan was wealthy, the idea of buying 10 phones at once struck them as extravagant and wasteful. Lu Fan, sitting on Lu Mingran's chair, wore a smug expression as he watched the goddess revel in her joy, his eyes occasionally wandering over her exposed skin. Lu Mingran selected a pleasing color, transferred her old phone's card and data, and delightedly toyed with her new device. The scene left her 3 roommates enviously glancing at their own old phones and then sneakily eyeing the neatly arranged 9 phone boxes on the desk. Their desire for new phones evident. Lu Fan, having noticed the expressions of the 3 girls, quickly formulated a plan, since he intended to win over these roommates. Why not do it more thoroughly? Do you 3 want to change to new phones? He asked, his words striking like thunder, leaving the 3 girls stunned. They were not naive. A phone costing over 10,000 yuan was not something one simply gave away. Lu Mingran, too, reigned in her excitement, looking at Lu Fan in disbelief. Oh dear, my legs are a bit sore. Who will massage them for me? Perhaps I might feel generous enough to give away a phone, she teased. I won't be using so many phones anyway. It wouldn't hurt to gift a few. Lu Fan reclined comfortably in the chair, and the closest, Mao Lily, quickly grasped his hint. Lu De, I'm an expert at massages, having inherited the craft through 3 generations, she declared, darting to Lu Fan's side and kneeling to massage his legs. Lu Mingran was left dumbstruck by this display, asking Lily, didn't your family raise pigs? Mao Lily, unfazed by the revelation, continued her massage, while Lu Fan, enjoying the attention, casually handed her a phone box. You really gave it to me? Mao Lily asked, staring incredulously at the unopened box in her hands, overwhelmed by joy. Lu Di, I can also massage shoulders. Lu's eyes turned green with envy as she witnessed her close friend receiving a new phone. Abandoning all pretense, and eagerly positioned herself behind Lu Fan to massage his shoulders. The last to react, Li Qian, found herself at a loss. I could do a backflip, she exclaimed, her face flushed. Can you really do a backflip? Lu Fan asked, intrigued. Indeed, I'm a performing arts major, and I achieved a level 10 in ethnic dance by the age of 10. She boasted. Forget the backflip. How about showing me a split? Lu Fan's gaze lingered on Li Qian's long, fair legs as she, without a moment's hesitation, lifted her right leg and placed it on Lu Mingran's bed. Wow! Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaim, astonished by her flexibility, which seemed to exceed that of the average person. As Li Qian noticed Lu Fan had not yet handed over the phone, she effortlessly lifted her foot over her head, executing a semicircular bend that surpassed the difficulty of a split. Impressive, Lu Fan applauded, casually handing out 2 phones to Lu and Li Qian. The 3 girls, now in possession of their new phones, looked at Lu Fan with newfound admiration. Lu Mingran, aware of Lu Fan's ulterior motives, realized he was blatantly trying to win over her roommates. From now on, her roommates would likely be at Lu Fan's beck and call, leaving her to bear the brunt of the situation. Chapter 27. Who's the Good Samaritan? Asking the foolish questions, the four girls huddled together, playing with their new phones and even ordering 4 stylish phone cases online. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, feeling bored and drowsy, decided to remove his shoes and climbed onto Lu Mingran's bed to take a nap. Lu Fan, what are you thinking? This is a girl's dormitory. If you sleep on my bed, where will I sleep? Lu Mingran glared at him, her face flushed with anger. Her 3 roommates, sensing the tension, dare not speak up after receiving such expensive gifts. Dream on, Mingran. This bed is spacious enough for both of us. Come join me. Lu Fan teased. You shameless cat. Lu Mingran retorted, realizing that climbing onto the bed would only lead to embarrassment in front of her friends. Get down, or I'll call the dorm supervisor, she threatened. Go ahead, see if she dares to come. Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, relishing the enticing fragrance wafting from Lu Mingran's bed, a mix of her body scent and fragrant shampoo. Lu Mingran shot him a resentful glare, glancing at the clock. She had half an hour before class. With an important lecture ahead, she decided to review her notes before heading to class. As Lu Fan dozed off, he awoke to find the dormitory eerily empty. Damn it, why didn't they wake me up before leaving? He groaned, rolling around contentedly on Lu Mingran's bed before finally getting up. After filling the basin in the bathroom, his eyes were drawn to a colorful array of undergarments on the balcony. It was clear these belonged to Lu Mingran and her friends, though he couldn't tell which ones were hers. Lu Fan, in a somewhat mischievous manner, sifted through them and ultimately decided to pocket a pleasing pink pair before leaving with a sense of satisfaction. After wandering around campus and earning more points, he found himself only 10 points away from his next lottery draw. Glancing at the classroom in the distance, he inexplicably approached the academic building for the first time. Inside the bright auditorium, a balding professor was passionately lecturing. Lu Fan had little interest in the subject matter, but the presence of Lu Mingran made it worthwhile. Spotting her among the crowd, Lu Fan immediately recognized Lu Mingran, who stood out like a celestial being. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, disregarding the professor's furious glare, and made his way to Lu Mingran's side. Next to her sat a chubby girl, whom Lu Fan addressed. Excuse me, could you let me sit with my girlfriend? Okay, the girl replied, blushing as she quickly shifted aside. Lu Fan nonchalantly settled into the seat, ignoring Lu Mingran's murderous expression. What are you doing here? Causing a ruckus in class? Professor Li is notoriously strict, she scolded. Liam NGR, and lowered her voice and furiously scolded LFN. LFN, however, remained unfazed, sitting beside Li MNGR with an air of contentment, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her. This scene shattered the hearts of numerous boys around them. Many had come to class merely to catch a glimpse of the illustrious Li Dishi Ohu, only to witness her being monopolized by another boy. Instantly, a myriad of murderous glares shot towards LFN. Even Professor L on the podium wore a face of indignation, but his refined upbringing compelled him to suppress his anger and continue with the lecture. However, LFN's incessant noise was a blatant affront to his dignity. Enough! Professor L bellowed in a fit of rage, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He picked up the blackboard eraser before hurling it at LFN. Years of teaching had honed Professor L's aim, and the eraser gracefully arced through the air, striking the face of an innocent girl seated next to LFN. The girl looked up at Professor L with a mix of innocence and grievance, her face smeared with chalk dust, creating a humorously absurd spectacle. Professor L's face flushed with embarrassment, torn between the urge to apologize and his pride, ultimately settling on a fierce glare directed at LFN. This student, please stand up. Liam NGR nudged LFN, who finally realized that Professor L was addressing him. Reluctantly, he stood, a disgruntled expression on his face. What's the matter? Can't you see I'm busy charming a girl? You. Professor L was nearly apoplectic at LFN's nonchalant demeanor. This is a classroom. I do not interfere with your romantic pursuits, but I implore you not to disrupt my lecture. LFN incredulously pointed at his own face. Who in their right mind would ask a fool a question? Ignoring LFN's expression, Professor L thought for a moment before posing a relatively simple question. In the 3 kingdoms, In which years did Li, Guan, and Zhang pass away? LFN was taken aback, glancing at Li MNGRN, who completely disregarded his pleading gaze, shifting her body away from him, clearly delineating their boundaries. Please, Professor, have you ever encountered a good person asking a fool a question? His remark left the students in the auditorium dumbfounded. Before he could comprehend the situation, Professor L's face darkened, and he seized a piece of chalk to throw at LFN once more. Stumbling slightly, Professor L nearly toppled over as he realized he had missed again, his renowned accuracy failing him twice in succession, both times hitting an innocent student instead. I'm Li, not Li, Professor L nearly shouted in despair, his voice loud enough to make LFN instinctively cover his ears. I understand, Professor Wang. My surname is Li. It's Musy Li. Oh, understood, Mu Professor. Professor L felt his vision darken, swaying slightly before steadying himself against the lectern. Why don't we just continue with the lesson? This person, LFN, is simply a fool. There is no need to bother with him. A girl in the audience suggested, her face reflecting her pity. Professor L finally took a good look at LFN, recalling that the school indeed had a student of questionable intellect. Chapter 28. The Frustrated Professor L. However, Professor L was so enraged he almost fainted, and he certainly could not let LFN off so easily. Since you are a fool, I shall ask you something simple. LFN, what are the names of Li, Guan, and Zhang? Professor L felt this question had already crossed the limits of his patience, asking it while covering his face in disbelief. LFN scratched his head, pondering for a few seconds before responding. Are they Professor Li, Professor Guan, and Professor Zhang? Cough, cough. The water Professor L had been sipping sprayed from his mouth, landing directly on the girl who had previously tried to warn him. Her meticulously applied makeup was instantly ruined, prompting her to squeal and frantically dab her face with tissues. The auditorium erupted in laughter, while LFN wore an expression of innocent confusion. Glancing down to see Li D, she Ohu with her head buried in her arms, her body shaking with suppressed laughter. Ah, such a hopeless child. You cannot answer such a simple question. How did you even enroll at LND? Professor Sun, why don't you try asking another simple question? Perhaps I can answer one correctly. Professor L felt his vision darken, torn between the urge to explode and realizing that arguing with a fool was futile. He massaged his chest a few times to calm his racing heart. LFN, I shall ask you another simple question. What is the next line of spring, slumber unawakened at dawn? Professor looks like a fool. The hoe is in the sun at noon. Professor L's eyes reddened, his hands cracking as he clenched them tightly, grinding his teeth as he spat out 5 words with great effort. Professor looks like cassava. White hair floats on green water. The professor has no legs. The sun sets behind the mountains. The professor wants to commit suicide. Damn it. LFN. Can you refrain from using professor every time? Why not choose another title to torment me with? Professor L nearly lost his composure, cursing under his breath without realizing it. Oh, how about Professor Yi? You changed the question? I'm not well versed in poetry. LFN maintained his infuriatingly carefree demeanor, while Idishi Ohu beside him appeared to be on the brink of laughter, tears welling in her eyes. Professor L glared at LFN with a ferocity that suggested he might devour him whole. After taking a few gulps of water, his gaze shifted outside to see a colleague walking by with a small Pekingese dog. LFN, I shall ask you one last simple question. Compose a sentence using the professor looks at the dog on the playground eating. Hee, Professor Feng, I can do this. The dog looks at the professor standing on the playground eating feces. Am I clever? LFN wore a smug expression, leaving Professor L and the students in the auditorium utterly astonished, as if swarms of crows had just flown by. Damn it, that's wrong. There is no such logic as eating feces. LFN, rearrange it. How about the dog professor stands on the playground looking at the feces eating? Are you insisting that the professor must eat this pile of feces today? How did you even gain admission to L&D with such intelligence? You'd better bring your parents over. Otherwise, I will deduct all your credits. Professor L could no longer contain his frustration, shouting vehemently at LFN. His expression twisted with rage. Professor Luo, I only have one aunt. How about I arrange a time for you two to meet? Just call your aunt. LFN. It seems we need to reassess your educational situation. That's unnecessary. Professor N, you can simply go to the principal's office. My aunt is LF and go. What did you say? Professor L's face darkened, Realizing the significance of LFN's connection, he suddenly remembered that LFNgu was the principal. Professor L's expression shifted dramatically. He wouldn't dare confront Principal L, a figure of significant stature. He now regretted provoking this fool, entangling himself in a troublesome situation that left him with no escape. After much inner turmoil, Professor L realized he could not contend with LFN, conceding defeat and instructing him to sit down. Why do you have to provoke me when you could simply focus on your studies? As the time was up, Professor L hurriedly exited, fearing that lingering too long would subject him to further torment from LFN. Throughout the ordeal, Liam Ngr's face was flushed. Unlike LFN, she lacked his audacity to flirt openly in front of hundreds of classmates, acutely aware of the daggers in their gazes directed at LFN. Lu Feng rubbed his waist, which was marked with bruises, a testament to how excessively he had provoked the gentle Lu Mengran. All right, my dear, you go to class while I take a stroll around campus to admire the lovely ladies. Remember to invite your 3 roommates for dinner tonight. Amidst a sea of hostile glares, Lu Feng boldly embraced Lu Mengran and playfully nibbled at her, before smacking his lips and turning to leave. Behind him, Lu Mengran's flustered reprimands echoed, but the thick-skinned Lu Feng paid them no heed. He wandered around campus for a while, earning 2 more points. Inching closer to the 30-point lottery draw, he called Lu Ruyan, only to find her evading his advances, pleading for mercy and claiming she needed a couple of days to recuperate before joining him again. Lu Feng understood that he had exhausted Lu Ruyan, who would likely need several days to recover. Life can indeed feel as lonely as snow. Lu Feng lay sprawled on the grassy expanse of the campus, indifferent to the curious gazes of passing students. As dusk fell, numerous handsome young men and beautiful women emerged from the campus, each dressed to the nines, ready to embrace their youthful revelry. Lu Feng had already summoned a 6-seat vehicle, instructing the driver to wait beneath the girls' dormitory. Brother, you are the most impressive student I have encountered. I have been driving for 6 years in the capital, and this is the first time I have entered Longda's campus. The driver's gaze wandered over the youthful and vibrant female students, his face revealing a hint of excitement. Vehicles were typically barred from entering Longda's campus, and the security guards were diligent. However, Lu Feng was an exception. Rules simply did not apply to him. Upon arriving, he merely rolled down the window to show his face, prompting the guard to promptly open the gate. With the principal backing him, the guards were mere underlings, who would dare confront Lu Feng unless they wished to resign. As he spotted the elegantly dressed Lu Mengran exiting the girls' dormitory, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He flung open the car door and hurriedly approached her. My dear, you look absolutely stunning today. Lu Mengran, blushing, was taken by Lu Feng's hand. His compliment made her hours of meticulous preparation worthwhile. Her tall and alluring figure was accentuated by a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being. The hem of her dress revealed a glimpse of her slender legs, straight as chopsticks. Her long hair cascaded down her back, simply tied with a headband, creating the perfect hairstyle. Her delicate features, complemented by a subtle makeup touch, radiated a soft glow, drawing the attention of everyone around. Lu Feng's heart raced as he took her hand and guided her into the car. Behind them, Mao Lily and the other 2 girls exchanged glances, bemused by Lu Feng's apparent oblivion to their presence. This rascal, we are living beings too, not just shadows. Even if we aren't as beautiful as Mengran, can't he at least acknowledge us? Mao Lily, Lu, and Li Qian shared knowing looks, accustomed to such dynamics. Being beside Lu Mengran, the pressure they faced was palpable. Almost all eyes were on her, with them merely serving as the background to her brilliance. Lu Feng settled Lu Mengran in the back seat, wrapping his arm around her waist and leaning in closer, only to be met with her bashful hand blocking him. Lu Feng, behave yourself, others are watching. When he glanced up, he noticed the driver, transfixed, staring at Lu Mengran, clearly mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. Hey, where are your eyes wandering? The driver awkwardly wiped the corner of his mouth, turning his gaze to the youthful beauty now seated beside him. The vehicle, accommodating 6, was perfectly filled with Lu Feng and his companions, with the forthright Mao Lily taking the front passenger seat. Tonight, Lu Feng was treating them to an extravagant dinner. Not only had Lu Mengran dressed elaborately, but Mao Lily and the others were equally radiant. However, Lu Mengran's allure overshadowed them, for even on their own, they would command attention on the streets. As the driver's gaze lingered on Mao Lily's fair legs, he steered the car out of the campus. Throughout the journey, Lu Feng engaged Lu Minggran in low whispers, inquiring about her life, while the others remained silent, inundated with their shared romantic banter. Lu Minggran hailed from a family of scholars. Her mother was a teacher, and her father a prosperous farmer, both diligently working to provide for their siblings. What is your uncle currently doing? Ugh, who is your uncle? My brother works in the bustling metropolis, designing for an advertising firm. Lu Minggran shot him a playful glare, their flirtation unnoticed by the three girls behind them, who were silently seething. Had it not been for Lu Feng's invitation to dinner and the generous fruit platter he gifted, they would not have endured this plight of witnessing his affection. Soon, the car arrived in Dongcheng, and Mao Lily nearly sprinted out, unable to contain herself any longer, having restrained her impatience thus far. Lu Feng guided the four girls to a seafood restaurant he had reserved, specifically booking a private room to avoid any drunken ruffians disrupting their evening. Lu Feng had spared no expense for this feast, having paid a substantial deposit for an opulent seafood barbecue spread, including a 12-pound king crab that cost him a pretty penny. As he ushered the girls to their seats, Lu Feng accidentally stepped on a small cardboard box. Glancing down to see it bore the word "Scan to receive an 888 yuan red envelope. Normally, people would overlook such things, for in this digital age, scams of this nature have been reported countless times, and as university students, they were all well aware. But was Lu Feng a normal person? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he picked up the box and eagerly reached for his phone. Don't scan it. Lu Minggran's expression changed, and she quickly shielded his phone's camera. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked, bewildered as he looked at the esteemed Lu Minggran, who shot him an exasperated glare. If you scan, what awaits you is either a trap to lure you into a group or a fee for a massive prize. Once you pay, you'll be blocked immediately. Haven't you seen the reports on these scams? Only a fool like you would fall for it. Lu Minggran attempted to toss the box away, but Lu Feng swiftly snatched it back. Hey, you call me a fool. So surely there can't be that many scams in the world. Ignoring Lu Minggran's disapproving gaze, he scanned the QR code, eager to prove his theory. If this worked, he could make a quick trip to the delivery station, and the money was secondary. The points were what truly mattered. To his astonishment, the QR code did not redirect him, but instead deposited an 888 yuan super red envelope directly into his account, instantly credited via WeChat. Just as I thought, Lu Feng exclaimed, presenting his phone to Lu Minggran, whose jaw dropped in disbelief as she covered her mouth in shock, unable to comprehend the windfall. No way. How is this possible? An 888 yuan envelope? Let me see. Mao Lily snatched the phone from Lu Feng, instantly frozen in shock at the displayed amount. Li Qian and He Lu leaned in, their expressions equally astonished, as the atmosphere in the room became palpably surreal, with the four girls staring wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost on a bright day. I can't believe it. Mao Lily retrieved her new mobile phone and scanned the QR code with great anticipation. However, to her utter astonishment, instead of receiving the expected red envelope of 388 yuan, a notification popped up. Congratulations. You have won our grand prize of 200,000 yuan. Please click below to contact our staff on WeChat to claim your reward. Mao Lily was well aware of the ensuing procedure. Upon adding the contact, she would be lured into paying a portion of the so-called handling fee before claiming the substantial prize. Yet, after transferring several thousand yuan for the fee, she would find herself blocked and abandoned, a common scam. The four girls exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring one another's confusion as they observed Lu Feng's mobile display showing a successful transfer of 888 yuan. Only Lu Minggran seemed to recollect something. She had witnessed Lu Feng deftly cutting a deal worth over 100,000, only to then buy 10 Fruit 16 mobile phones with a mere slice of 100 yuan. Now, as Lu Feng scanned the code to claim the 888 yuan, she pondered whether it was mere coincidence, fortune, or something more. In Chapter 30, gazing at the bowl while eating from the pot, Lu Feng accepted a delivery box and resumed his operations on the phone. Each time he scanned, 888 yuan was credited to his account, and after over 20 scans, the interface finally indicated that all red envelopes had bing claimed. Following the earlier incident with Pinxi Shi, Lu Feng understood that the merchant had discovered his withdrawal activity and promptly terminated the promotion. Disposing of the delivery box onto the floor, he contentedly tucked away his phone, only to realize that 4 pairs of wide, innocent eyes were fixed intently upon him, particularly Mao Lily, Li Qian, and He Lu, whose stares made him feel somewhat uneasy. Why do you gaze at me so? My heart is devoted solely to my beloved Mengran. However, if you are desperately yearning for a distraction, I could be persuaded to make some sacrifices. How vile. A dog cannot produce ivory. The odd atmosphere was shattered by Lu Feng's remark, prompting Mao Lily to blush and scold him. The bashful Lu lowered her head in embarrassment, while Lu Mengran, her cheeks flushed, pinched him beneath the table. Do not mind this lascivious scoundrel. All men are the same, gazing at one thing while eating from another. The food has arrived. Let us dine. Lu Mengran shot Lu Feng a glare as the restaurant's server wheeled in a cart laden with exquisite dishes, an array of seafood and barbecued delicacies filling the table. Upon the arrival of a 12-pound king crab, the four girls were left in awe, as they hailed from ordinary families and had never indulged in such opulent fare. Wow, this king crab is nearly as large as I am. How much must this cost? Li Qian remarked, extending her arm to compare it to the crab's formidable claws. Lu Feng, why did you order such extravagant items? This is far too wasteful. No family, regardless of wealth, could sustain such extravagance. Ah, Mengran, this is merely a treat for you and your friends. You know I usually dine in the cafeteria and scarcely indulge in such luxuries. Lu Mengran's expression softened at his words, recalling that he often ate at the cafeteria, which she had witnessed multiple times. Moreover, I am now able to earn money. Tonight's dinner is courtesy of a benefactor. Lu Feng waved his phone, and the girls remembered that he had just claimed over 200,000 yuan in red envelopes, thus treating them to this lavish feast. Inviting the four girls to savor the culinary delights, they commenced their meal at around 7 o'clock in the evening, their youthful appetites rendering them ravenous in the face of the abundant spread. The five of them began to feast heartily, Lu Feng unabashedly seizing a colossal crab leg and extracting the tender meat within, prepared to devour it, only to notice Lu Mengran elegantly peeling the crab shell beside him. Without hesitation, he redirected the succulent crab meat into her mouth. Could the two of you cease your antics? We came here to eat, not to witness your display of affection. Indeed, we are here for a meal, not to consume dog food. I wholeheartedly concur, the three sisters chimed in, while Lu Rian shot him an exasperated glare and moved her chair further away. With no need for a goddess to be fed, Lu Feng's eating mannerisms became increasingly unrestrained, stuffing his mouth with food from both sides. The four girls, lacking an alcohol tolerance, did not resist Lu Feng's request for a bottle of light white wine, and they indulged in a boisterous feast. Despite their inability to hold their liquor, they managed to consume food in quantities rivaling that of a burly man. The table piled high with seafood and barbecue dishes was soon cleared, leaving the four girls reclining in their chairs, utterly stuffed. Young Master Lu, I have not enjoyed such a delectable seafood feast in at least 2 years. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Indeed, it seems that one person's romance results in a banquet for the entire dormitory. We are all beneficiaries of Mengran's fortune. With daytime gifts of fruit 16 phones and an evening of lavish dining, Mengran, you must properly express our gratitude to young Master Lu tonight. Mao Lily and Lu spoke reasonably, but Li Qian's remark carried an undertone of impropriety, causing Lu Mengran to freeze momentarily in realization. Qian, what are you saying? Lu Mengran's face turned crimson as she playfully pinched Li Qian. The two girls burst into laughter, their spirited antics causing quite a ruckus. In the summer, attire was already minimal, and as the two girls frolicked, Lu Feng found himself at a disadvantage. While other men might steal glances in secret, Lu Feng could not contain his gaze, eyeing them with unabashed desire. Cease your antics, or young Master Lu may unleash his primal instincts. Mao Lily's warning snapped Lu Mengran and Li Qian back to reality, prompting them to adjust their clothing and sit up straight. Shall we proceed to the next venue? Lu Feng's suggestion caught Lu Mengran off guard, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she shook her head in refusal. I merely meant to suggest we sit at the Starbucks next door. Where did your mind wander, Mengran? Oh, to Starbucks. I thought you were suggesting a bar. Lu Mengran's embarrassment was palpable, realizing that Lu Feng had indeed meant to go to Starbucks, but had altered his words upon sensing the group's reluctance. As Lu Feng settled the bill, the total surprisingly exceeded 20,000 yuan. The four girls gasped, their tongues nearly slipping out in disbelief, while Lu Feng remained unfazed. For with a mere flick of his finger, wealth flowed into his account, rendering such sums trivial. Just as they prepared to leave, Lu Mengran suddenly gasped, clutching her wrist with a pained expression. Turning around, Lu Feng beheld a burly man with tattoos covering his back, leering at Lu Mingran with a lascivious gaze. Lu Fan immediately comprehended the situation. It was likely that this brute, having feasted, sought to take advantage of a beautiful girl. What happened, Mingran? Lu Fan's expression darkened as he encircled Lu Mingran with his arm protectively. He tried to slap my backside, but I blocked him. Lu Mingran's face was filled with indignation as she extended her arm, revealing a visible handprint rapidly swelling on her delicate wrist. In Chapter 31, Watch Me Avenge You. A surge of fury ignited within Lu Fan, his eyes blazing as he glared at the lascivious man. The brute, undeterred, rose to his feet, grinning at Lu Fan, especially as three imposing companions loomed behind him, their expressions menacing. Please, don't provoke them. I'm fine, Lu Mingran exclaimed, her face paling at the sight of the four formidable men confronting them. The four girls, mere weaklings alongside Lu Fan, stood no chance against the intimidating quartet. As he gazed at the pleading before him, felt an overwhelming urge to defend his dignity as a man by retaliating. Yet, he was acutely aware that in a confrontation, his slight stature would render him incapable of overpowering even the weakest among them. However, this did not imply that he would allow today's indignities to go unpunished. After all, he had yet to utilize his 3 instances of a peculiar gesture. Let us just leave, urged the four girls in unison, with embracing his arm and leading him away. Behind them erupted the boisterous laughter of 4 burly men, and despite the crowd surrounding the bustling eatery, no one dared to intervene, including the restaurant owner, who feigned ignorance. Angered and humiliated, felt as though his lungs might burst, while the girls trembled with rage. Yet their vulnerable position left them powerless. Wait broke free from S' grasp, his face darkening as he glared at the 4 men from a distance. You have nothing to worry about. I want to seek trouble, but your grievances shall not go unaddressed. Just by standing here, your man is ready to avenge you, he proclaimed, pointing with fervor towards the distant ruffians. And her companions stared at him in bewilderment, wondering if he truly intended to curse them from afar. But in the next moment, their astonishment deepened as the man targeted by began to bellow. This restaurant's food is filthy. We, the Black Tiger Gang, supply the ingredients here. They use gutter oil, and worse still, the unscrupulous owner collects all leftover food to extract oil for reuse. The oil you consume is tainted with the saliva of others. Additionally, the pork is sourced from dead pigs, and the dog meat comes from strays captured by our gang. The restroom and dining area share a wall, and there are dead rats decomposing in there. It's likely that maggots have crawled into your meals. The man's revelation plunged the entire hall into stunned silence, with patrons staring in shock at the informant. No wonder the food tasted so foul. It's revolting. I refuse to eat this, echoed voices of dissent as diners hastily departed, leaving no payments behind. The restaurant owner, witnessing the mass exodus, unleashed his fury upon the informant. Having established such a large eatery in the capital, his connections were not to be trifled with. He shouted, summoning several chefs armed with knives from the kitchen. Just moments prior, had pointed at the man randomly, causing the one who had harassed to unleash the hidden secrets of the establishment. You gazed at him in astonishment, while he proudly wrapped an arm around her waist. Dreamer, my dear, although I may not be able to fight him, we possess extraordinary abilities. Isn't this a means of avenging you? Extraordinary abilities? Have you awakened a power? Regarded with a peculiar expression, half amused and half incredulous. What do you mean by controlling others to babble nonsense? Not controlling nonsense. I simply compel them to speak erratically, retorted, somewhat deflated, as he realized that his peculiar gesture indeed amounted to such a power. This is hilarious. You've awakened the ability to make others spout nonsense. Collapsed in a laughter, clinging to, and, while S' expression darkened as he pointed menacingly at the trio. If you dare to laugh again, I will make you experience it too. No. Please spare us. The 3 girls' faces paled at the thought of publicly babbling absurdities in front of a crowd. Do not frighten them. Have you truly awakened this power? Whispered, pulling on S' sleeve. Of course, my dear. Watch me take revenge. Those 3 accomplices are equally despicable. S' gaze fell upon the 3 men lingering at the entrance. And without hesitation, he pointed at one who seemed unwelcome. Instantly, that man's expression shifted as he began to shout, following in the footsteps of his leader. You are a disgrace. Your wife is with our boss daily, and you dare not utter a word. It's pathetic to be a man like you. Moreover, you've employed the Black Tiger Gang to sabotage your competitors' businesses, driving them to bankruptcy. You are more vile than we are. The restaurant owner's already darkened face grew even more menacing as he glared at the remaining two men. Confusion washed over them as they witnessed their comrades acting irrationally before such a large audience, with many onlookers recording the scene on their phones. Suddenly, one of the remaining men frowned, his expression becoming vacant. He threw back his head and let out a series of piercing screams, leading onlookers to believe he had endured a horrific ordeal. Not again. The restaurant owner, now on edge, watched in disbelief as the third man followed suit, shouting incoherently alongside his brothers. Enough is enough. Brothers, attack. He roared, his face turning a sickly green as he witnessed the complete evacuation of his establishment. The last unscathed man, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee but was met with a bottle hurled by the owner, knocking him unconscious. He tumbled forward, his mouth striking the steps, issuing a cry as blood poured forth, revealing two prominent front teeth amidst the crimson. Chapter 32. Playing games, haha, this is too funny. Outside the eatery, and were in fits of laughter. 2. Clutched her mouth, giggling uncontrollably as the earlier discomfort dissipated entirely. Dare to bully my woman? I shall ensure you regret it. Satisfied with how events unfolded, wrapped his arm around S' waist and departed. After the recent commotion, none of them felt inclined to visit Starbucks. Instead, invited and her friends to his for a gathering. Curiosity piqued, the girls eagerly accepted. While waiting for a taxi, took the opportunity to purchase an assortment of fruits, snacks, and drinks at a nearby store. By the time they returned it was already past 8 in the evening. The trio was taken aback by the opulence of S' single apartment, a stark contrast to their cramped dormitory. What nonsense are you spouting? Blushed fiercely, playfully tugging at the wildly enthusiastic. With a grin, spread an array of snacks and drinks across the sofa, and the 5 of them settled in for a leisurely chat. Sitting idly is quite dull. Lu Feng, why don't we engage in a game? There are 6 numbers here, and whoever draws a 1 must recount the most embarrassing incident of their life. Each person will take turns sharing, and if someone has already shared, they must draw again until everyone has spoken, at which point the game concludes. Mao Lily's suggestion garnered unanimous support from the girls, and naturally, Lu Feng, being the only male present, had no objections. To his dismay, however, Lu Feng drew a 1 in the first round. The 4 girls beamed at him, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming performance. Lu Feng stipulated that he must share an incident he had personally experienced, with no fabrications allowed. He believed that his credibility as Lu Deshao was intact. Nodding in agreement, Lu Feng felt that cheating in a game would render it meaningless. Yet, as he pondered, he was astounded to realize that he had encountered countless embarrassing moments in his life, and he could not pinpoint the most humiliating one. After more than a minute of deliberation, he finally managed to recollect a particularly embarrassing event. Ahem, please refrain from laughing at me once I finish. My most embarrassing moment involves you girls. Involving girls? Lu Feng, you didn't sneak into the ladies' restroom and get caught, did you? Mao Lily inquired with an inquisitive expression, while the other 3 girls gazed at Lu Feng with wide eyes. You all know I bear the moniker of Lu Xiaozi. In fact, just a few days ago, I was utterly oblivious. It was only suddenly that my mind cleared up. To be precise, I am now as normal as you all. Is it when you awakened your power to control feces? Mao Lily teased, as she had seen such plots in novels. Lu Feng shot her a dark glare, knowing that his ability to control feces was indeed unescapable. When I was 13 or 14, I stumbled upon an unopened packet of an heirloom on the street. At that time, my mind was rather foggy, but I vaguely understood that it was something girls used during their menstrual periods. Being in my teenage years, filled with curiosity about the opposite sex, I took the packet and secretly used one in my room. What? A grown man using it? Lu Feng glared at the interrupting Mao Lily and continued. Unfortunately, I didn't know how to use it properly and ended up using it the wrong way. Used it the wrong way? Does that mean the adhesive side stuck to you? The 4 girls blushed, with a bold Mao Lily casting a peculiar glance at Lu Feng's legs. The quality of those products back then was exceptional. I have no idea what that adhesive was made of, but once it was on, it wouldn't come off. I struggled for quite a while to tear it off, and in the end, I was crying and had to ask my mother for help to remove it. The pain I felt at that moment still makes me want to cry. You can imagine the agony of pulling off a layer of glue stuck to your skin. Puffed. Ahem, haha. Mao Lily could no longer contain herself. Her drink sprayed out as she burst into laughter, clutching Lu Mingran as they both convulsed with mirth. Lu, the school beauty, was also laughing heartily, while the room echoed with the laughter of the 4 girls, leaving Lu Feng with a sullen expression on his face, embarrassed. Enough with the laughter. Let us proceed to the next round. I refuse to believe none of you have experienced something equally embarrassing. Lu Feng's exasperated shout ended the girl's moment of joy, and Mao Lily cheerfully retrieved the slips of paper to commence the next round of drawing. This time, Li Qian was drawn. She was a performing arts student with a solid background in dance, possessing a slender figure and charming features. Aside from having a rather prominent pair of assets, she was quite lovely. It was rumored that she had a boyfriend who lived far away, leading to a long-distance relationship. After pondering for a few seconds, Li Qian spoke with an awkward expression. My boyfriend and I established our relationship while studying in our hometown. He was part of the basketball team, tall and handsome. Once, he was bullied by some guys on the team, and I couldn't stand it. So, while they were playing, I rolled a cactus over the sweater of the guy who was bothering him. At that time, it was quite cold, so they had taken off their thick clothes and were playing in short sleeves and shorts, thus no one noticed my little stunt. Later, the guy put on his sweater without realizing it, and soon he started feeling unwell as the cactus spines pierced his skin. It turned out he was allergic to cacti, and his body broke out in red welts, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. I had only intended to prank him a bit, but I had no idea he would have such a reaction. He ended up in the hospital for a week, receiving 4 treatment to recover. The school investigated the incident, and I was so frightened that I took a week off, hiding at home before I dared to return to school. I have always been obedient and seldom do anything overly extreme, but this incident stands out as the most embarrassing of my life. And what happened? Did the school track you down? Mao Lily asked curiously. Li Qian shook her head. There were no cameras at school. Who would suspect that a well-behaved girl like me could be involved? The third person to draw was surprisingly Mao Lily herself, who generously shared her own most embarrassing experience. I have always been rather boisterous and tomboyish. Back home, I was the ringleader, often leading a group of kids into mischief. Once, I took a group of children to play on the back mountain, where we discovered a massive hornet's nest. Unfortunately, when I opened the bag, all the hornets swarmed out. We kids ran home in a frenzy, and the hornets followed, wreaking havoc throughout the village. Our village is quite small, and that day, half the villagers were stung by hornets. In the end, the villagers lit a bonfire, and the smoke finally drove the hornets away. Ha ha ha, Lily, I never imagined you could be so hilarious, Li Qian exclaimed, unable to contain her laughter at the vivid image Mao Lily painted. Next to draw was Lu Mengran, the gentle and gracious school beauty. Lu Feng was immediately intrigued. What kind of embarrassing tale could such a lovely girl have? After much hesitation, Lu Mengran finally began, her cheeks flushing. This incident occurred during my freshman year. A boy wrote me a love letter, but in his carelessness, he only wrote his name and not mine, referring to me as you throughout the letter. He invited me to meet him in a small grove behind the school. After reading the letter, I initially intended to toss it in the trash, but a mischievous impulse led me to secretly slip the letter into the desk of a girl in front of me. I distinctly saw her joy as she read it, and soon after, she dolled herself up and went to meet the boy in the grove. The next day, I was shocked to discover that they had gotten together, albeit under duress, as the boy was tall and handsome while the girl was quite short and weighed nearly 200 pounds, with a rather domineering personality. Later, the boy confronted me angrily, and that was when I learned what transpired that night in the grove. What? How could that happen? Lu Feng and the 3 girls stared at Lu Mengran in disbelief. Her face flushed as she struggled to recount the incident. Oh dear, it's 10 o'clock, and the dormitory will lock the doors. He Lu, the only one who hadn't shared an embarrassing story, exclaimed while pulling out her phone, preparing to leave. Lu Feng was ready for her attempt to escape, smiling as he blocked her path. Lulu, do you believe I want to come to your dormitory to hear your story in full? He Lu's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, as she was the last one and did not need to draw lots. However, the embarrassing incident that occurred at this school weighed heavily on her, and the thought of sharing it and it being leaked made future encounters awkward. Yet, as she looked at Lu Feng, who stood resolutely in front of her, she noticed that none of her 3 close friends were willing to speak up for her. Lulu, why don't you stay with Mengran tonight? Perhaps if my mood improves, I might not make you tell it. Lu Feng's gaze lingered on He Lu's delicate figure. While she may not possess the beauty of Lu Mengran, her petite and charming stature easily elicited a protective instinct in boys. Furthermore, her face bore a hint of cuteness that made Lu Feng imagine that if she donned a lowly outfit with twin ponytails, she would undoubtedly be an adorable girl. Feeling uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze, He Lu clasped her hands to her chest and hid behind Lu Mengran. Can I just speak? Lu finally sat next to Lu Meng Ran, hesitating for a long while before slowly beginning her tale. The people I'm about to mention are likely familiar to you all, but you are my closest sisters, so you must not let my words escape. Hearing this, Lu Meng Ran and the others grew even more curious, eagerly awaiting Lu's revelation. I have always been a well-behaved girl, rarely engaging in anything too outrageous. The most embarrassing thing that happened to me would be an incident from last year. You all must know Li Mei from the neighboring dormitory. She is part of the school cheerleading squad, domineering and enjoys bullying others. Li Mei. Lu Meng Ran and the others exchanged glances, their expressions indicating recognition. It was evident they were familiar with her. Li Mei is quite arrogant, especially since her boyfriend is on a basketball team, tall and intimidating, sharing her penchant for bullying. I have often been a target of their harassment, particularly from Li Mei, who would frequently seek trouble with me. As Lu recounted her grievances, Lu Meng Ran and the others comforted her gently. Last year, when I fell ill and took a leave of absence from class, you three were not in the dormitory, and Li Mei came over to bully me again, demanding that I clean their dormitory. I dare not resist, so I reluctantly swept their room with a broom. When I was tidying Li Mei's bed, I stumbled upon a box of something new. What was it? Please clarify, Lulu. Mao Lily asked anxiously, her curiosity piqued. Lu, embarrassed, furtively glanced at Lu Feng and mumbled, "Wow." Upon hearing those two words, Lu Feng's interest was instantly piqued, his eyes widening with excitement as he focused intently on Lu. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted and feeling indignant towards Li Mei, I used a pin to poke holes in all of her items and poured some medicated oil on her sanitary napkins. What? Poking holes? Does that mean? Mao Lily exclaimed, her eyes widening as she imagined inappropriate scenarios. Lu Meng Ran and Li Qian exchanged glances, their faces flushed, both awkwardly lowering their heads. Lulu, I never expected someone as seemingly innocent as you would resort to such measures. It seems Li Mei has bullied you quite a bit. Lu Feng, having already conjured vivid images in his mind, gazed at Lu with a grin. Feeling shy under their scrutiny, Lu lowered her head, appearing bashful. Is there a sequel to this story? Yes, last year, just before the new year, Li Mei took a half-month leave. You must have heard about it. She claimed it was due to a gastric issue, but in reality, she went for an abortion. An abortion? Wow. Mao Lily gasped, her face reddening to the point where it nearly buried itself in her chest. Lu Meng Ran and Li Qian wore expressions of both amusement and discomfort, while Lu Fan laughed unabashedly, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Chapter 34. Drowning in a bath, Lu Meng Ran glanced at her phone and, feeling guilty, attempted to leave. Lu Fan glared at her but did not stop her, although he did not let her off lightly. Ah, my period just started, Lu Meng Ran exclaimed. I'm no longer the foolish girl I once was, who gets their period twice a month. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But after I shower, I'll come to the girls' dormitory to find you. You can choose between my place and yours. Lu Meng Ran was taken aback. She truly had no counter to Lu Fan's audacious maneuver. Other male students found it nearly impossible to enter the girls' dormitory, yet he strolled in with ease. If he were to end up at her dorm, lounging on her bed, it would inevitably lead to an embarrassing performance in front of her three roommates. Just thinking about it made Lu Meng Ran wish she could vanish. Mao Lily laughed as she pulled Li Qian and Lu away. Today, young Master Lu treated us to a feast of fruits and seafood barbecue. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to leave. Meng Ran, you should stay and reward young Master Lu. Of course, if you wish to perform for us three, we wouldn't mind learning some physiological positions in advance. Mao Lily playfully shoved Lu Meng Ran, who stumbled and nearly fell into Lu Fan. He chuckled and shot a knowing glance at Mao Lily. Lu Meng Ran wasn't entirely opposed to staying. Rather, she resisted doing so in front of her closest friends, as she lacked the audacity of Lu Fan. Bang! The door to the room slammed shut, sealing off Lu Meng Ran's escape route. She shot a resentful glance at her three friends, who had abandoned her. In truth, she hadn't intended to leave. It was simply the modesty of a girl at play. Holding the bashful Lu Meng Ran in his arms, Lu Fan felt a rush of blood surging through him, and his breathing grew heavy. Lu Meng Ran was no longer a little girl. She understood well what was about to unfold. As the winds calmed and the rain ceased, Lu Fan and Lu Meng Ran nestled together, engaged in conversation. What has happened to you? Lu Fan inquired. A fool has suddenly transformed so drastically, with so many incredible things occurring in your life. The only regret for the night was that he had wished to try soaking in a bathtub, but his aunt, Lu Feng, fearing he might drown, had only arranged for a shower. Regardless of what has transpired in my life, my dear Meng Ran, just remember that I shall be the only man in your life from now on. Lu Fan embraced Lu Meng Ran, whispering sweet nothings that every girl loves to hear, especially from the lips of the man she cherishes. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone. He glanced at the screen to find a message from the alluring dealer, Ling Fong, whom he had encountered during a previous online scam. Who is this? Lu Meng Ran asked suspiciously, eyeing Lu Fan's phone screen, where a young and beautiful girl's WeChat profile picture stood out. Moreover, Ling Fong's message was quite flirtatious. Brother, are you there? Hee, this is a fortune bringer. Lu Fan chuckled smugly and quickly typed a response to Ling Fong. Miss, are you missing your brother? To his surprise, Ling Fong sent a voice message, and Lu Fan opened it, prompting Lu Meng Ran to lean in closer to listen. Brother, it's been so long since you've come by. When will you find time to come and play? I've been waiting for you. Lu Meng Ran's eyes widened in shock, her expression darkening as she glared at Lu Fan. It was impossible to blame her. Ling Fong's words were too suggestive, leading any normal person to jump to conclusions. As Lu Meng Ran's displeasure grew, Lu Fan smiled and began to explain. My dear, allow me to teach you a lesson today, showing you that what you see and hear is not always the truth. With a hint of puzzlement on Lu Meng Ran's face, Lu Fan opened a software application on his phone, one he had previously downloaded while browsing the web. Lu Meng Ran gazed at the colorful words associated with online gambling above, instantly deducing their nature. Lu Fan, how could you engage in such activities? The expression in Lu Meng Ran's eyes reflected profound disappointment. Countless lives have been shattered by online gambling, a scourge rampant across the internet. Many who indulge in it find themselves on a slippery slope, as none of the vices, gambling, drugs, or otherwise, offer any benefit, having ruined innumerable lives. Darling Meng Ran, have you forgotten my capabilities? In all the days we've known each other, have I ever suffered a loss? Although it sounded far-fetched, Lu Fan had never encountered a setback. He had once played a game that resulted in a staggering loss of over 200,000 for another player, compelling them to shut down their platform. Moreover, he had successfully exploited a promotion for a smartphone, wiping out their entire inventory, leaving him with 6 brand-new, unopened devices at home. Just last night, while dining out, he had scanned a code to claim a red envelope, accumulating over 200,000 in the process, money that seemed to flow as if it were a mere jest, leaving one incredulous. His remarkable abilities, though somewhat distasteful, proved exceedingly effective in dealing with adversaries. When she was harassed by some ruffians that evening, she had braced herself for humiliation, only for Lu Fan to step in with his extraordinary power, swiftly subduing the 3 rogues. While the scene was rather grotesque, it was undeniably gratifying, particularly when the 3 ruffians were held down and subjected to a beating by the restaurant owner. In that moment, her admiration for Lu Fan surged. Lu Fan confidently entered Ling Fong's room, casually placing a bet of 10,000 on 18 points. Ah, welcome, Brother Fan, to my little sister's room. Aren't you a wealthy man? Why such a modest wager? In Ling Fong's room, only Lu Fan was present. Her demeanor was unusually casual, devoid of the usual stiffness, indicating that this was not their first conversation of this kind. Don't rush, sister. This is money from WeChat. Transfers take time, right? Let's try our luck first. You wouldn't be manipulating the dice behind the scenes, would you? Brother Fan, don't be absurd. This platform is entirely fair and just ensuring that no one is cheated. It's entirely possible to roll 3 sixes for 18 points. Very well, I trust in your fairness. Lu Fan wore a silly smile, while Lu Meng Ran regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if he were a fool. Little did she realize, just as she finished her internal monologue, Lu Fan's system activated. Lu Meng Ran and Ling Fong stared in astonishment, their expressions blank as they witnessed the 3 sixes in the dice cup. Lu Meng Ran rubbed her eyes in disbelief, while the beautiful dealer, Ling Fong, nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. Across from Ling Fong, Chen Jiang was equally dumbfounded. He had arranged for 2 people to keep an eye on Lu Fan's table, ensuring that all equipment was functioning correctly. Yet now, the sight of the 3 sixes felt like a heavy blow to Chen Jiang. How is this possible? How could this happen? Technicians, are you all incompetent? No matter how hard Chen Jiang racked his brain, he could not fathom that the source of this anomaly originated from the online presence of Lu Fan. Blessed with the supportive system, any lie, as long as he believed it, would manifest into reality through the system's backing. Ha ha ha, my dear Fong Fong. Here, 10,000 for you as a tip. Please transfer the rest to me. The screen showed Lu Feng forcing a pained smile, casting a pleading glance at Chunjiang. Chunjiang, gritting his teeth, nodded in agreement, signaling her to transfer the funds to Lu Feng's account. He then glared at the technical staff. Lock his account. If he withdraws today, I swear I'll send all of you to work as pig farmers. As 36,000 hit Lu Feng's account, his face lit up with joy. Although he had no need for money, the thrill of it was exhilarating. He was fully aware that a team was conspiring against him, yet he played along, even following the dealer's betting suggestions. Lu Mingran, exasperated, ran her fingers through her hair. An excited Lu Feng lifted her chin and playfully pecked her lips. Darling, watch me dominate and win against them. Cut it out, Lu Feng. Don't be naive. This feels like a trap. They're letting you taste success before they start reaping the harvest. Lu Feng chuckled, dismissing her concerns. He pressed the voice button, resuming his conversation with Lu Feng. Sister Feng Feng, what should I bet on next? You truly one team manipulate the dice, right? Lu Feng, wearing a sorrowful expression, exchanged a glance with Chunjiang before mustering a smile that seemed to carry the weight of her despair. Sister Feng Feng, how much should I bet this time? Lu Feng, oblivious to the absurdity of asking a dealer about the outcome, posed a question that only a fool would ask. How about you try betting on 18 points again? Perhaps your luck will hold. All right, I'll bet on 18 points. Lu Mingran, now sitting upright in anxiety, stared intently at Lu Feng's phone screen, completely oblivious to the blanket slipping down, revealing more than she intended. Lu Feng, trembling with anxiety, shook the dice cup, acutely aware that this man seemed to attract bizarre occurrences. Chunjiang, reassured by her tension, signaled to her that 4 people were now watching over Lu Feng, with no chance of manipulation. However, when Lu Feng lifted the dice cup, the sight of the 3 sixes nearly blinded everyone present. Lu Feng's face turned pale with alarm. She had intentionally suggested 18 points, believing it impossible for the same triple to appear twice. Yet now, the unthinkable had manifested in her hands. Bang! Chunjiang, across from her, collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Quick, close his account. We must delete his account immediately. He must not be allowed to withdraw. Chunjiang's frustration was evident as he shouted, fully aware that Lu Feng was just on the other side of the screen. Hearing every word, Lu Mingran envisioned the scenario. They would block Lu Feng's account and abscond with his winnings. Yet, Lu Feng remained unfazed, calmly clicking the compensation request button. 12,960,000 instantly appeared in his account, followed by him pressing the withdrawal button. In less than 3 seconds, his bank account notified him of a balance change. Only then did Lu Feng's gambling account turn to a black screen, yet he had already secured his funds, showing little concern for whether his account would be suspended. In Myanmar, Chunjiang shouted angrily at his subordinates, block his account. If he successfully withdraws, we'll all be sent to have our kidneys harvested. The 2 technicians, pale with fear, stared at their computer screens. One had just knocked over a cup of water in his nervousness, causing a malfunction, which led to the withdrawal of over 10 million. Manager Chun, the money has already been withdrawn. We're finished. What? Chunjiang rushed to the technician's computer, staring at the screen, displaying a successful withdrawal notification. He felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the floor. The enchanting dealer, Lu Feng, who had followed them, also succumbed to the same fate, collapsing to the ground with a roll of her eyes. If the boss decided to pursue the matter, her outcome as a woman would be far more tragic than that of Chunjiang and the others. In truth, the joys and sorrows of people are not universally shared. In stark contrast to the collective wails of Chunjiang and his companions, Lu Feng was in high spirits, laughing heartily while cradling the exquisite Lu Xiaohua in his arms. Lu Mingran, in disbelief, gazed at Lu Feng's mobile balance, the record of over 10 million undoubtedly authentic. How could this be? Ha ha ha. I am indeed the chosen one. Nothing is impossible for me. Chapter 36. Reincarnation is a skillful craft. In the morning, Lu Mingran, looking weary, exited Lu Feng's apartment, casting a fierce glare back at it. Mao Lily pulled Lu Mingran down onto a chair, bending down to fawn over her. The 3 of them had each received a Fruit 16 mobile phone and enjoyed a lavish seafood barbecue feast the previous night. They had left Lu Xiaohua behind, fully aware of the ensuing drama that awaited her. Lu Xiaohua had borne the brunt of their escapades, and thus their fervent attentions were a show of gratitude. Li Qian stood behind Lu Mingran, massaging her shoulders, while Lu noticing the crowd, poured her a glass of brown sugar water. Mingran, you've worked hard. Drink this to invigorate your blood. Only then did Lu Mingran realize, her face flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to rise, but Li Qian pressed her back down again. What you all doing? TSK, Mingran, your battle scars are quite intense. Look at that strawberry mark. Li Qian pointed at the mark on Lu Mingran's neck, prompting Mao Lily and He Lu to lean in for a closer look. Lu Mingran tried to cover it, but it was too late. You all are incorrigible. Unable to withstand the onslaught from her 3 roommates, Lu Mingran struggled to her feet and climbed on her bed. Lu Feng, oblivious, continued to sleep soundly until nearly noon, finally rising with a look of satisfaction. He was well aware of Lu Mingran's stealthy departure. However, he had been sleeping soundly and, having thoroughly exhausted Lu de Xiaohua the previous night, had simply turned a blind eye. It appeared that while his mind had been somewhat unhinged before, his physical constitution was undeniably robust. Nevertheless, he couldn't let Lu de Xiaohua be the only one to suffer. He planned to invite Lu Xiaohua over that evening. After freshening up, Lu Feng took out his phone and initiated a video call to Lu Ruyan. Her stunning visage appeared on the screen, though her expression showed clear signs of anxiety when facing him. This sight caused Lu Feng to narrow his eyes, his expression freezing. Lu Feng, hee, where's Ludamanta now? I'm out dining with friends. Male friends? Lu Feng's brow furrowed, ready to erupt. But Lu Ruyan quickly aimed her phone at the 2 girls beside her, causing Lu Feng's expression to soften. He recognized these 2 girls well, as they had borrowed substantial amounts of money from him in the past. They had taken advantage of Lu Ruyan's connection with Lu Feng to swindle him out of quite a bit. However, out of respect for Lu Ruyan, Lu Feng chose to overlook their transgressions for the time being. Ludamantu, come to my apartment tonight. I'll let you rest for a few days. Your body should be well by now. Lu Feng, Lu Ruyan's body jolted at his words, as the last time he had left her with a lingering fear. Hearing him summon her once more filled her with trepidation. What do you mean what? Lu Ruyan, do you think you have a right to refuse me? His words deflated Lu Ruyan's once proud demeanor, forcing an unappealing smile onto her face. All right, I'll come over after dinner. Satisfied, Lu Feng ended the call, his stomach grumbling in protest. Noticing the time, he realized it was mealtime. He ordered a multitude of takeout and called Lu Mingran, instructing her not to go to the cafeteria and to wait for him to bring her food. Lu Mingran, clearly still catching up on sleep, spoke weakly, her tone exuding a delicate softness. Darling, you worked hard last night. I've ordered takeout for you. Don't go to the cafeteria with your other roommates. We'll eat in your dorm. With that, Lu Feng hung up, not allowing her a chance to refuse. Just as he picked up the takeout at the school entrance, his phone rang, revealing a call from his aunt. A smile instantly graced Lu Feng's face, for she was the person dearest to him in the world. Annie, Xiao Fan, come over for dinner tonight. Nian Yin will also be there. Okay, Annie. After hanging up, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. While he had no objection to dining at his aunt's, her daughter, Ding Nian Yin, harbored a strong aversion to him. If they all gathered for dinner, he would undoubtedly endure her disdain. Ding Nian Yin had grown up as a privileged heiress, just like Lu Feng, but her status in the vast city of Beijing made her a prominent figure. Naturally, having a foolish cousin like Lu Feng was a source of embarrassment for her, and his presence often caused her to lose face. Arriving at the girls' dormitory with a bounty of delicacies, the dorm matron immediately lowered her head, pretending not to see him. She had been warned by a relative of the school's disciplinary director to turn a blind eye to Lu Feng, as any confrontation with him could lead to trouble even the director's relative couldn't resolve. She was quite content with her role as dorm matron, enjoying a relaxed workload and often receiving bribes from the girls. The dining hour was bustling, with many girls coming and going. Upon seeing Lu Feng, a lone male confidently striding into the girls' dormitory, several girls displayed displeasure. Why can this guy enter freely while my boyfriend can't? If you have a powerful aunt who is the principal, then find yourself one too. Then I might just treat you like a grandson. The girl who had spoken was left speechless, realizing that reincarnation is indeed a skillful craft. And it was no fault of this fool that his circumstances had turned out favorably. Lu Feng expertly made his way to Lu Mengran's dormitory, only to find a tall girl leading 3 others in a heated argument with Lu Mingran and her friends. What's going on here? Lu Feng entered perplexed. Lu Mingran and her companions appeared to be prepared, with tables and chairs arranged. But what was the situation with these 4 girls? So you 4 have become emboldened with a boy backing you up. But bringing a fool along is quite the embarrassment. The tall girl looked at Lu Fan with disdain, clearly recognizing him. Lu Fan, this is Li Mei. They are bullying us again, Lu Mingran declared angrily, pointing at the tall girl. Lu Fan's gaze narrowed as he recalled her. She was indeed the protagonist of the story Lu had recounted last night, and it seemed she had borrowed money from him as well. Lu Fan placed the takeout on the table and began searching through his phone, quickly locating Li Mei's transfer records. Li Mei ISNT it? When are you going to repay the 3,000 yuan you borrowed? It's been half a year now. He displayed her transfer record in front of her, but Li Mei merely glanced at it, her disdain evident as she refused to engage with him. You foolish idiot. I earned that money through my own means. Don't even think about repayment. Not repaying? Lu Fan wore his signature silly grin as he pulled out his phone and dialed the number for Xiaoyan Law Firm. Sister Lu, please prepare a lawsuit against Li Mei. You want to sue me? Li Mei stared at Lu Fan in disbelief, her eyes wide open. This fool actually intended to sue her over a mere 3,000 yuan. Indeed, a fool never plays by the rules. Either repay the money or brace for the lawsuit. Lu Fan's phone buzzed, and Lu Xiaoyan sent a screenshot of Li Mei's lawsuit, complete with transfer evidence. This lawsuit was bound to succeed without a doubt. Lu Fan placed his phone before Li Mei, who was rendered speechless upon seeing the lawsuit photo. You lunatic, you're suing me for just 3,000 yuan? Why don't you just go die? I have no money. Do as you wish. Li Mei's face turned a mix of green and red, and she angrily attempted to leave. However, Lu Fan would not let her off so easily after being bullied. Just as Li Mei and her 3 roommates reached the door, Lu Fan pointed his finger at her, executing his cunning technique. Lu Mingran and the others widened their eyes, recalling the power of Lu Fan's finger from the previous night. Mao Lily, quick-witted, pulled out her phone and rushed to the door to record the scene of the fallen Li Mei. Lu Mingran exchanged glances with Li Qian and He Lu, and the 3, in perfect sync, dashed out to witness the spectacle, with Lu Fan grinning as he followed suit. This was Lu Fan's first time using this skill on a woman, and he was eager to see how it differed from its effect on men. In fact, the system did not distinguish between genders. Li Mei's reaction was even more pitiful than that of the 3 burly men from the previous night. The woman threw her head back and howled, instantly drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Lu Jinxiang, I love you. Please don't abandon me. I slept with the headmaster just to absolve your major offense. A gasp echoed in the corridor, and nearby spectators widened their eyes, many recording the dramatic scene on their phones. Li Mei then turned to another girl and uttered words that ignited fury. Yi Tong Tong, that new notebook of yours? I stole it. My boyfriend needed a pair of sneakers, so I sold it for cash. You scoundrel. That was my father's hard-earned money from working on the construction site. Bought for my education. Yi Tong Tong's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Mei's 3 roommates stared at her in bewilderment. Had she lost her mind? Lu Fan, your ability is truly terrifying. Lu Mingran blushed, a peculiar expression on her face as she looked at her boyfriend, struggling to suppress a laugh. Let her bully my precious. I wouldn't dare to mistreat my own woman. So who does she think she is? From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I promise to make them regret it. With a chuckle, Lu Mingran couldn't hold back her laughter, her voice ringing out. Mao Lily and the others finally returned inside after watching the commotion for a while, likely realizing that Li Mei's ability had worn off. Haha, that felt so good. She had been bullying us for too long. Mao Lily and He Lu embraced each other, laughing uncontrollably, their gazes toward Lu Fan filled with admiration. Last night, they had thought Lu Fan's skill of manipulating others' words was useless, but they never imagined it would be so effective against wrongdoers. All right, time to eat. During dinner, everyone forgot the earlier scene. Lu Fan sat back, opened the takeout, and the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Lu Mingran's stomach rumbled. She hadn't eaten since the previous night and was starving. Wow, young Master Lu, as expected of a wealthy person, the dishes are truly sumptuous. Unlike us, who have to settle for cheap meals at the cafeteria every day. Mao Lily's mouth watered as she gazed at the table laden with delicious dishes. Lu Fan had ordered an array of 8 dishes and a soup, along with 5 portions of rice, featuring a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. Knowing Lu Mingran loved chicken, he had specifically ordered braised chicken pieces for her. However, upon opening the container, Lu Fan's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Wow, why is every piece of chicken just the backside? Lu Mingran exclaimed, and the others turned to look as well. Indeed, the box of braised chicken contained 6 chicken backs. Damn it, this restaurant seems to have lost its mind. If they serve 6 chicken backs to 6 customers, they would receive 6 bad reviews. But if they serve one person, only 1 review would be affected. It's quite a bargain. God damn it, I wanted braised chicken pieces, not braised chicken backs. Lu Feng raged at his phone, while Lu Mingran and the others stifled their laughter. After finishing their meal, the girls tidied up, while Lu Feng lounged in his chair, admiring their youthful and alluring figures, his lecherous gaze making the girls blush and their hearts race. As the weather grew warmer, the girls wore less clothing, opting for cooler outfits in the dormitory. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lu Feng climbed onto Lu Mingran's bed, ignoring her protests. Mingran, darling, come sleep with me for a bit. After a couple of hours, we can go shopping. I made quite a fortune last night, and I can't help but feel uneasy if I don't spend some of it. Shopping? Lu Mingran's eyes sparkled. What girl didn't he love shopping? The four had initially planned to go shopping in the afternoon. Now, with Lu Feng accompanying them, not only did they have a free helper, but Lu Feng was also generous, making him an appealing companion for expensive gifts. Chapter 38. The authentic work of Tang Bohu blushing. Lu Mingran stole a glance at her 3 roommates, who all looked down, pretending to be mute. They had just enjoyed a lavish meal courtesy of Lu Feng and felt too shy to ask for his favor. Hurry up, darling. After a satisfying meal, I just want to hold you and sleep. Lu Feng beckoned Lu Mingran again, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and climbed onto the bed. Lu Feng rolled over, pushing her to the side while he settled on the edge. Naively, Lu Mingran experienced once more the adage that a man's words could be deceiving. She had thought Lu Feng simply wanted to sleep after a hearty meal, not realizing he had ulterior motives. Staying overnight in the girls' dormitory, Lu Feng was likely the first in the entire long to do so. By mid-afternoon, Lu Feng wrapped his arm around Lu Mingran's waist as they strolled through Panjiayuan. Behind them, Mao Lily and the others curiously surveyed the surroundings filled with antiques and curios. The reason for their visit to Panjiayuan was that Lu Feng wished to validate a thought he had. The vendors selling antiques were all adept at deceiving customers, and what Lu Feng anticipated the most was to be swindled. Completely ignorant about antiques, Lu Feng had no need to understand the intricacies of these items. As long as the stall owner claimed something was genuine, with the system backing him, it would undoubtedly be authentic. Lu Feng squatted down with Lu Mingran at one stall and casually picked up an ancient painting to inquire of the owner. What is this painting? The painting in Lu Feng's hand clearly depicted a reclining tiger. The stall owner, an astute-looking elderly man, brightened at the sight of Lu Feng and Lu Mingran. Couples like them were the most favored customers among vendors, and the reason was understood by all. Young man, this painting has a significant history. Do you know Tang Bohu? Tang Yin? This is the lost painting of the reclining tiger by Tang Yin himself. If you buy it, it would be a tremendous bargain. Tang Bohu? Is this truly a painting by Tang Bohu? Lu Feng's face showed genuine astonishment. This was no act. Didn't Tang Bohu paint beautiful women? The young man, seemingly unaware, is informed that Tang Bohu indeed had a penchant for painting beautiful women. Yet his Wahoo too, and landscape paintings are equally remarkable. For this particular piece, one could easily command a sum of 500,000. Should it make its way to an auction in Xiangjiang, it might fetch upwards of 30 million. 30 million? Goodness. Is Tang's artwork truly worth that much? Lu Feng was once again taken aback, causing Lu Mingran beside him to frown in disbelief. Does Mao Lily also paint? You cannot be serious, Lu Feng remarked, glancing at Mao Lily, who stood behind him. His gaze traveled from below, captivated by the view, as Mao Lily donned a short skirt revealing her safety shorts. Hey, young Master Lu, where are you looking? Mao Lily shyly covered her skirt, attempting to shield herself from Lu Feng's intrusive gaze. Can you really paint? He inquired. Of course. Although my skills may not be exceptional, I have studied art, and I could replicate a fierce tiger painting in a single evening, undoubtedly as good as this one. The vendor, sensing his business was at risk, hurried to persuade Lu Feng, recognizing that the young man clearly had an interest in the painting. Young man, this is an authentic piece by Tang Bohu. You could easily turn it for 100-fold profit. Then why don't you sell it yourself? Do you think we are fools? Mao Lily retorted without hesitation. However, the vendor remained unfazed. Such individuals had seen it all. If they were to become irate over a young woman's comment, they might as well abandon their business. 50,000 is a bit steep. How about 500 for this Tang Bohu painting? Lu Feng boldly suggested, slashing the price by 100-fold. Yet beside him, Lu Mingran and her 3 companions felt that even 500 was excessive for such an obviously fake piece. Young man, This is an authentic work by Tang Bohu. 501 T suffice. How about you increase it to 20,000? With that, you could take the true piece by Tang Bohu home. Just 500. Take it or leave it, Lu Feng asserted, wrapping his arm around Lu Mengran's slim waist, preparing to leave. The vendor, sensing the urgency, softened his tone. Don't go. Young man, 500 it is. Just consider it a friendly gesture. Hurry and make the payment. The vendor promptly handed over a QR code, and Lu Feng, without hesitation, completed the payment and collected the painting. Young Master Lu truly stands apart. To think he spent 500 on such a childish drawing. That has several days' worth of living expenses for us poor students, Mao Lily commented, her expression one of disbelief. Indeed, Lu Feng, having wealth does not permit such extravagance. Donating that money would yield greater benefit than purchasing this painting, Lu Mengran added in a tone of concern, yet Lu Feng simply smiled, uttering a remark that nearly caused everyone to faint. Did you not hear the vendor say this is an authentic work of Tang Bohu, worth at least 30 million? Uft. Only a fool like you would take that vendor's words seriously. Anyone with a modicum of sense would see through his deception, came the retort. Hey, if the vendor is telling the truth, then it must be genuine. How about a bet, Mengran? Lu Feng's eyes glimmered mischievously, his gaze lingering on Lu Mengran's alluring figure. Today, she wore a pleated skirt paired with light makeup, enhancing her already stunning beauty. Lu Mengran felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, fully aware of his penchant for embarrassing her with his antics over the past few days. Fine, Lu Feng, if you want to bet, I will. This worthless painting offends my eyes. If Tang Bohu were aware that his authentic work was being disrespected, he would surely rise from his grave in anger. Lu Feng's gaze shifted to Mao Lily, a wicked idea taking root in his mind. While Mao Lily may not possess Lu Mengran's beauty, she was undeniably youthful and attractive. With no shortage of admirers at school, Lu Feng's words were undeniably flirtatious, yet the bold Mao Lily hesitated only for a moment before agreeing, much to the astonishment of her three companions. Young Master Lu, can you assure me that you will honor your word? My monthly living expenses are 2,000, and with over 20 months until graduation, that amounts to quite a sum. Don't underestimate me. The bag I bought for Mengran cost far more than that. Then I shall thank young Master Lu for his generosity, Mao Lily giggled, her eyes sparkling as she envisioned the luxurious lifestyle she could lead with an additional 4,000 monthly. However, Lu Mengran felt a twinge of apprehension. Lu Feng's grin was too mischievous. In the days they had known each other, she had never witnessed him suffer a loss. Yet, that painting was an obvious forgery. How could Lu Feng possibly win against Mao Lily? Lu Feng led Lu Mengran, who wore a skeptical expression, into an upscale antique shop. Juju Baizhai, this is the place. Do you buy items? Lu Feng inquired cheerfully, holding the ancient painting aloft. Behind the counter, an elderly gentleman with reading glasses was sipping tea and perusing a book. Upon seeing them, he stood up with a smile. This antique shop is indeed a place for transactions. Are you looking to sell the painting? Certainly. This is an authentic work by Tang Bo, valued at several tens of millions, Lu Feng asserted confidently. However, the old gentleman's smile faded instantly upon hearing this, showing no interest in the so-called Tang Bohu original. Lu Mengran and Mao Lily exchanged awkward glances, taking a few steps back, their expressions clearly indicating they did not know Lu Feng. A shop of such repute in the capital could only be run by a true expert. You, a fool, bring a blatant forgery to sell. Why would I waste my time on you? Young man, you jest. Authentic works by Tang Bohu are treasures reserved for auctions, not something I would sell in my humble shop. The old gentleman resumed his seat, dismissing Lu Feng's painting without even a glance. Is it that you cannot afford such an amount? He continued. If it were truly an authentic work by Tang Bohu, we would undoubtedly have the funds. My Juju Baizhai is well respected in the antique circle. The elder sipped from his teacup, a proud expression gracing his features. Lu Feng, however, unfurled the painting before the elder, now fully convinced of its authenticity, as the points in his mind increased by one. He was only 3 deceptions away from his next lottery draw. The last time, he had received a skill for controlling excrement. He wondered if the system could offer him a reward that would transform him into a superhuman. The old gentleman, with an air of disdain, glanced at the painting, declaring it to be of such poor craftsmanship that even a 3-year-old would recognize it as fake. Lu Mengran and her companions had already covered their faces in embarrassment, while Lu Feng remained blissfully smug, oblivious to the elder's disgust. Young man, if the old man cannot appreciate this painting, You would do well to seek out another shop. But I paid 500 for this. I was counting on it to earn me a supercar. 500? With this painting, you would be lucky not to lose your shirt. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively touched the painting, suddenly sensing something amiss. The elder's reaction piqued the interest of Lu Mingran and her companions, while Lu Feng remained unfazed, exuding confidence. The elder, now serious, retrieved a magnifying glass and flashlight, scrutinizing the painting closely. Objects within objects. Good heavens! This is truly a case of objects within objects. Could there be an authentic piece hidden beneath this scroll? The elder's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Even Lu Mingran and her companions, despite their naivety, sensed something was amiss with the painting, particularly Mao Lily, who cast a guilty glance at Lu Feng. The two had a wager, and she never anticipated Lu Feng could win if she had to give him a back rub. How could she ever face Lu Mingran and Lu Feng again? The elder carefully rubbed the side of the scroll, and to everyone's astonishment, he revealed a hidden layer at the edge of the painting. The young man, aware of the elder's difficulty, realized that this painting was indeed the fabled WCJ, with another layer concealed beneath. I must unveil the upper layer of the scroll to ascertain what lies beneath. Well then, go ahead. I am in no rush, Lu Feng remarked from his seat, prompting an immediate shift in the elder's demeanor as he personally poured tea for the group. To reveal the painting, I need to summon an old friend who is an expert in this matter. I am merely a novice in this regard, and mishandling the precious artifact would be troublesome. You're not going to make me wait all afternoon, are you? Lu Feng frowned at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he had dinner plans at his aunt's house later. Do not worry. He is in the adjacent shop and will be here in no time, the elder assured. Just as he spoke, an elderly man with white hair rushed through the door, his loud voice echoing. Where is... In the next moment, the elder's gaze swept over Lu Feng and the others, landing on the scroll on the table. He produced a magnifying glass from his bag and began to examine the scroll. As the two men worked diligently, Mao Lily felt increasingly uneasy. Indeed, it is in my 70 years of life, I have only encountered this situation twice. Young man, are you certain you want me to uncover this scroll? If I do, the upper painting will be destroyed, as the original owner left no room for error. Only one of the two scrolls can be preserved. The two elders gazed at Lu Feng with eager eyes, causing him to feel a wave of discomfort. It would have been better if two beautiful women were staring at him, but the attention from two elderly men felt rather unsettling. They exchanged looks and began to move swiftly. In an instant, the table was cluttered with an array of tools: scissors, utility knives, water, and candles. Lu Mingran, witnessing the unfolding scene, immediately took out her phone to record a video. The concept of a painting within a painting was surreal, and she felt compelled to document it. After 20 minutes of their meticulous efforts, the upper layer of the scroll was gradually unveiled, revealing a stunning painting of a tiger. Upon witnessing this, Lu Mingran and her companions gasped, covering their mouths in awe. The two elders were flushed with excitement. The thrill of personally uncovering a piece of art was a feeling only they could fully appreciate. The tiger lying in wait. Oh heavens! This is indeed the authentic work of Tang Bohu, the owner of the shop exclaimed, while the other elder stared blankly at the painting, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. What? Is it truly an original? Mao Lily gasped, her face flushing crimson. Lu Mingran and the others looked at her with peculiar expressions. The wager alone was enough to make anyone blush, and now they were eager to see how this would unfold. The unveiled scroll depicted a lifelike tiger reclining on the ground, its eyes reflecting a shadowy figure, the features of which were vaguely discernible. Such exquisite artistry could only be the work of a master. Well, gentlemen, assess the authenticity of this painting and then provide an offer. What? Young man, are you suggesting you wish to sell this treasure to my shop? The shop owner stared at Lu Feng in disbelief, as such artifacts were typically auctioned off for maximum profit. Of course I intend to sell it. Otherwise, why would I be here? The two elders exchanged glances and began to whisper to one another. A minute later, the price they offered left Lu Mingran and her friends utterly astonished. We appreciate your trust, young man. To be honest, this tiger lying in wait would fetch the best price at auction in Xiangjiang. This painting has been confirmed as the genuine work of Tang Yin, and it is the long-lost original. After consulting with Old Yang, we estimate a starting price of 30 million. However, we cannot predict the final auction price. Thus, we are offering you a generous price of 40 million. What do you say? The figure of 40 million made Lu Feng momentarily speechless, as it far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Lu Mingran and her companions, coming from ordinary backgrounds, were utterly shocked by such a staggering amount, their hands covering their mouths, their bodies trembling with excitement. 40 million. Oh heavens. All right, it's a deal. Transfer the funds. Lu Feng retrieved his phone, placing a picture of his bank card on the table, eliciting a delighted expression from the shop owner, who eagerly began to process the transaction. The elder who had assisted in revealing the painting looked on enviously as his friend secured the masterpiece, wishing he could offer more to acquire it himself, had it not been for the rules. In just a few minutes, Lu Feng received a notification of a balance change on his phone. He began to view the small shop with newfound respect. Despite its size, its cash flow rivaled that of a large corporation. Lu Feng flaunted the notification to Lu Mingran, who stared at the lengthy string of numbers in disbelief. After winning over 12 million from gambling the previous night, and now earning 40 million after a stroll, it was hard to fathom. Darling, I'm planning to buy a supercar. The money is now at my disposal. Lu Feng chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Mao Lily, who flinched in response and nervously hid behind Lu Mingran. As they exited the shop, Lu Mingran and her companions still bore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom that such a surreal scene had unfolded before their eyes. Lily, do you prefer to give me a back rub at my apartment or your dormitory? I have no preference. Lu Feng smiled at the flustered Mao Lily, who was too anxious to respond, fearing he might seek revenge. Ah, Lu Feng, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to back out of our agreement? It's just a back rub. It's not like anything else happened. Who is afraid of who? Lu Feng's words ignited Mao Lily's competitive spirit, and she attempted to appear composed while glaring at Lu Feng, though her apprehension was evident. Lu Feng laughed heartily as he wrapped his arm around Lu Mingran's waist, departing. Though he wished to explore more at Panjiayuan, time was not on his side. It was rare to have Lu Mingran out with him. He certainly could not let her leave empty-handed. Just as they were about to head to the nearby shopping mall, Lu Feng's gaze was drawn to a stall selling books at the entrance. Is this a martial arts manual? He crouched down, and the stall owner beamed at the sight of a customer. Young man, this is an authentic martial arts manual, just 10 yuan each. Feel free to choose. Who knows? If you practice the techniques within, you might become a martial arts master. Lu Mingran and her companions looked at Lu Feng's foolish antics with exasperation. Martial arts manual? Are you expecting to save the world with these? Is it truly a martial arts manual? Lu Feng picked up a book titled One Yang Finger and inquired of the owner, who remained oblivious to the excitement glimmering in Lu Feng's eyes. Indeed, this is the manual for One Yang Finger. It was the very technique that brought Kato Iu fame. The owner's words left Lu Feng utterly stunned, while Lu Mingran and her friends gazed at the stall owner in bafflement, perplexed by his claims. Apologies, young man. I seem to have misremembered due to my age. Causing a bit of confusion, the boss awkwardly scratched his head, while Lu Feng promptly pulled out his phone to scan the code. Purchasing 3 martial arts manuals, Yang Ji, Beiming Shengong, and Lingbo Weibu. These selections were deliberately made by Lu Feng to validate his thoughts. Should these manuals materialize under the system's enhancement, Yang Ji would serve as a formidable offensive technique. Beiming Shengong could absorb others' internal energy for his own use. And Lingbo Weibu represents the pinnacle of lightness skill, allowing one to traverse the air as if walking on solid ground when perfected. Lu Feng's somewhat foolish actions had become a norm for Lu Mingran and the others, to the point where their moral compass seemed at risk of shattering. Fortunately, Lu Feng only spent 30 yuan this time, so Lu Mingran and the others refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. As for the martial arts manuals, Lu Mingran and her companions lacked even a passing interest, having noticed the People's Publishing House insignia printed on the covers. Today, this young master has made a fortune. Next, each of you can choose one item, and I shall cover the expenses up to 10,000 yuan, Lu Feng declared, eliciting ecstatic reactions from Mao Lily, Li Qian, and Lu. Lu Mingran shot him a flirtatious glance, aware that he was repeatedly winning over her close friends. If this continued, her roommates might very well push her towards his apartment. Time was of the essence at the mall, so Lu Feng led the 4 young women directly to a Chanel store. Go ahead and choose as you please. This young master is not short on funds. He playfully nudged Lu Mingran, who was fixated on the beautiful garments, pushing her into the store. The 4 girls cheered and dashed into Chanel's clothing section. It seems that women across the globe share a common sentiment when it comes to acquiring beautiful clothing. One can never have too much. Thank you, Master Lu, for your generosity. Upon exiting Chanel, Mao Lily and her friends each carried a bag containing the exquisite outfits Lu Feng had purchased. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Lu Feng, who appeared to radiate brilliance in their gaze. The least expensive item among the three was over 6,000 yuan, while Mao Lily had chosen a dress priced at 10,000 yuan, a figure she had never encountered before in her life. As her dormitory wardrobe consisted of inexpensive attire costing only a few dozen yuan. Chapter 41. The black taxi Lu Feng was also carrying several bags, filled with clothes and shoes he had bought for Lu Mengran. Notably, a pair of diamond-studded high-heeled sandals, valued at over 60,000 yuan, left Mao Lily and the others utterly astonished. Lu Feng had lavishly spent over 200,000 yuan without batting an eye, all due to his newfound wealth. Lu, don't buy any more. You've already spent too much today, Lu Mengran exclaimed, alarmed as she quickly grabbed his arm to stop him from venturing further into the mall. Feeling tired from shopping? I'll get you all some milk tea. Upon hearing the mention of milk tea, Lu Mengran sighed in relief, as Lu Feng's spending habits seemed excessively extravagant in her eyes. Her father struggled to scrape together tens of thousands for surgery, while Lu Feng casually spent over 200,000 just to amuse himself. Such a stark contrast was hard to fathom. Master Lu, let me treat you to this milk tea. Given how much you've spent on us, we can at least afford to treat you to a cup. Mao Lily tugged at Lu Feng and dashed into the milk tea shop, purchasing 5 cups. My dear, I want to be joining you for dinner tonight. My aunt has invited me over. I'll transfer some pocket money to you, so you can find a place to eat. Lu Feng insisted he did not need to provide her with money, as he had ample funds. Before Lu Mengran could finish her refusal, he had already completed the transaction on his phone. Staring at the long string of numbers on the screen, Lu Mengran's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Mao Lily craned her neck to catch a glimpse, her eyes widening in shock at the staggering amount. Wow, 200,000. Master Lu, do you really consider that pocket money? Perhaps you should consider if you need a third partner. We 3 are available, Mao Lily exclaimed, her eyes glinting with envy. Their family earned less than 200,000 a year, while Lu Feng casually transferred that amount as pocket money to his girlfriend. It was impossible to compare lives so drastically different. Lu Mengran looked at Lu Feng with a pained expression, unsure how to accept such a sum. However, Lu Feng took her phone and pressed the accept button, not allowing her the chance to refuse. Mengran, you are mine. When I prosper, you shall prosper as well. Spend this money freely. You know how quickly I can earn it. In the past, she would have been mortified to accept such generosity, but clearly, this was the most sincere form of affection. Lu Feng exited the store with a bag he had purchased for his aunt, valued at over 20,000 yuan. Behind him, Lu Mengran blushed as she watched his figure disappear into the crowd, while Mao Lily, Li Qian, and Lu gazed at each other, filled with envy. Their eyes sparkling with green. Lu Nyang, do you think Master Lu is still accepting a third partner? We 3 would fit the bill, Mao Lily teased, her gaze fixed on Lu Mengran's flushed face. Oh, Lily, you have such a loose tongue. If you're feeling frisky, just go to his apartment tonight. Lu Mengran playfully retorted, engaging in light-hearted banter with Mao Lily. After a while, the 4 girls finally made their way back to the dormitory, their spoils in tow. Lu Mengran certainly remembered the promise of dinner, but she could never bring herself to spend tens of thousands on a lavish feast like Lu Feng. After leaving the mall, Lu Feng hailed a taxi to his Aunt Lu Fenghua's residence. Unbeknownst to him, the driver wore a sinister smile. 20 minutes later, as the taxi arrived at the entrance of Lu Fenghua's neighborhood, Lu Feng was taken aback by the fare displayed on the meter, over 400 yuan. Staring in disbelief at the fare, he suspected the meter was malfunctioning. Surely, after a 20-minute ride, there was no way the fare could be so exorbitant. Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pay, the driver urged. Are you sure this meter is functioning correctly? I was in the car for less than 20 minutes, and given the traffic in the capital, we barely covered 5 kilometers. Are you charging me 400 yuan? Did your car come with gold trim? Or have I somehow crossed into another realm? Lu Feng realized he was dealing with a rogue taxi. In the heart of the capital, encountering a rogue taxi was truly astonishing, highlighting Lu Feng's remarkable misfortune. As if sensing Lu Feng's reluctance, the driver leaned over and retrieved a stainless steel baton from the glove compartment, glaring menacingly at Lu Feng in the back seat. The driver's fierce demeanor and the sound of the baton striking the interior of the car made Lu Feng feel a twinge of trepidation. However, he quickly reminded himself that he possessed a system and unique abilities. Although the weird finger technique seemed dubious, it was undeniably effective. As Lu Feng prepared to activate his ability, he reconsidered. The weird finger was merely a means of retaliation, offering him nothing in return. Was there a way to not only earn points, but also expose this rogue taxi driver? Driver, let's discuss this calmly. It's just 400 yuan. I can manage that. But are you certain this meter is accurate? I distinctly remember taxi fares were never this steep. How about you swear that the meter is correct? And I'll pay you immediately? Lu Feng's words left the driver momentarily bewildered, staring at him as if he were a fool. What on earth? Have I encountered an idiot today? If swearing had any weight, there wouldn't be any criminals in this world. Hey kid, I assure you, this meter is working fine. It's just a matter of swearing, right? If there is anything wrong with the meter, may I encounter a car accident every day from here on out. The driver's overly eager oath brought a sly smile to Lu Feng's face. This is a promise you made yourself. If something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with me. All right, my dear driver, I was just saying there aren't that many bad people in this world. It seems I misremembered after all. Lu Feng dropped a remark and took out his phone to transfer over 400. This action left the driver utterly astonished. How could he believe such a casual oath? This fellow is undoubtedly a fool. Farewell, brother. Wishing you a smooth journey. As Lu Feng glanced at the panel indicating he had gained another point, he could barely suppress his grin. After exiting the vehicle, Lu Feng swiftly dashed to a safe spot on the sidewalk, maintaining a considerable distance from the black taxi. Fool! The driver, several meters away, hurled an expletive at Lu Feng, triumphantly pressing the accelerator to speed away. In the next moment, the driver faced calamity, as he was too focused on Lu Feng and failed to notice a luxury car barreling straight ahead. Bang! The driver stumbled, nearly colliding with the windshield. How can one drive like this? The driver, mid-curse, looked up and was instantly petrified. The luxury car glimmered in the dusk sunlight with a blinding golden sheen. Lu Feng, from a distance, was equally stunned. Could his system be this effective? Indeed, any lie, if believed, would manifest under the system's influence. Even the driver's rash oath was instantly validated, prompting Lu Feng to internally praise the reliability of the system. Such a vehicle, Lu Feng mused, surely cost a fortune. Moreover, the luxury car was proceeding normally while the black taxi had recklessly veered into the main road, colliding with it. The black taxi driver, ashen-faced, exited the vehicle, his legs trembling slightly. Judging by his demeanor, Lu Feng surmised that the driver likely had no commercial insurance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so shaken. The driver of the luxury car also stepped out, clad in a suit with white gloves, clearly a professional chauffeur. The rear door of the luxury car swung open, revealing a stunningly fashionable woman. Upon seeing her, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. She was extraordinarily alluring. At least 1.70 meters tall, she wore a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her curves spectacularly, clad in white crystal high heels that enveloped her legs in sheer stockings. Lu Feng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his gaze shifting to her face. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Her exquisitely beautiful countenance radiated an icy nobility coupled with a hint of defiance, resembling a rose with thorns. The woman approached the driver, furrowing her brow as she surveyed her damaged vehicle. Li Shu, sort this out. Come pick me up in that Maybach in a couple of days. Understood, miss. The woman tossed her words over her shoulder, striding with an air of superiority into the upscale residential complex. She never cast a glance at the black taxi driver. Such trivial matters were left to her chauffeur to handle. Lu Feng, his curiosity piqued, eagerly trailed behind her into the community. Goodness, she was truly exceptional. The air was infused with an enticing fragrance as they walked. Lu Feng's gaze fixated on her figure, his mouth watering at the sight. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed the beauty had halted, turning to glare at him with a frosty expression. This is a high-end residential area. If you're thinking of sneaking in to steal something, think again. The complex is under constant surveillance and security patrols 24 hours a day. Moreover, these guards are formidable. If they catch you, they'll likely beat you half to death before handing you over to the police. Wow, her voice was truly melodious. Lu Feng stared at her lips, his expression unmistakably lewd as inappropriate thoughts flooded his mind. Oh, what did you just say? His shameless demeanor clearly irked the woman, her gaze ablaze with fury. Scoundrel, seeking death. The The woman waved to the distant security guards, who rushed over with batons in hand. "What can we do for you, miss?" The guards, evidently familiar with her, greeted her respectfully. "This man is trying to follow me into the community. Investigate him." After speaking, the woman held her head high and strode through the entrance. After traversing a series of lush pathways, she paused before an opulent gate. As she prepared to use facial recognition to gain entry, she instinctively glanced around, only to spot the lewd man standing not far behind her. "How could the security possibly let you in?" "Hey, beautiful, is it possible that I'm also a resident here?" Lu Feng's gaze lingered on the woman, his lecherous demeanor eliciting a frown from her. She had encountered various men's stares, but never had anyone been so brazenly and openly lewd. "You? A resident here? Do you even know what kind of people live here?" Lu Feng sidestepped her, confidently approaching a neighboring door, smoothly using facial recognition to unlock it. Witnessing the woman's astonished expression, he puckered his lips and blew her a kiss. "Hey, if you're feeling lonely tonight, feel free to come find me. As your neighbor, I am more than willing to fill your emptiness." With that, he dashed into the villa's courtyard. Indeed, his aunt, Lu Feng, resided here. Fearing her nephew might feel slighted, she had ensured he was also registered in the access system. The woman stood frozen, shocked at Lu Feng's retreating figure. "Isn't this Professor Lu's home? How could this be possible?" Lu Feng skillfully opened the main door of the villa, and Lu Feng, donning a floral apron, greeted him with joy. "Xiao Fan, you're here. Quickly wash your hands and sit on the sofa for a bit. I'll get you some fruit." "Okay. Annie, here's a little something for you. I saw this bag while shopping with my girlfriend earlier and thought it would suit you perfectly." Lu Feng raised the bag in his hand. Knowing that every woman loves gifts, even someone as esteemed as Lu Feng, especially when the gift was from her beloved nephew. "Xiao Fan is truly grown up. You even think to buy a bag for your aunt. I absolutely adore it." Lu Feng excitedly accepted the unopened bag, nearly embracing it without a second glance. Her reaction brought immense satisfaction to Lu Feng. The emotional value he received from her happiness made the several thousand yuan spent feel worthwhile. However, the arrival of a young girl at the door abruptly shifted the warm atmosphere to one of awkwardness. The girl kicked open the villa's door, scanning the room with disdain until her gaze landed on Lu Feng, her contempt unmistakable. "Mom, I'm not saying this to insult you, but this foolish cousin of mine has caused you so much trouble and embarrassment, and you still coddle him. Our family has already shown him enough kindness. How can you still be so indulgent toward him? Do you even want your family anymore?" Upon seeing the girl, Lu Feng felt a headache coming on. She was none other than his aunt's biological daughter, Ding Yan, who had always held a grudge against him. "Yan, your brother has returned to normal. He won't make foolish decisions anymore. Don't dwell on past grievances. Try to communicate with him. He is truly changed." Lu Feng affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, only to suddenly remember something and dashed into the kitchen. Lu Feng's words left Ding Yan momentarily stunned, glancing at Lu Feng, who stood awkwardly to the side. "My mom can't be deceiving me, can she? How could a fool suddenly improve? If your illness could truly be cured, would it have lingered until now?" "Hey, Yan, I'm genuinely better now. If you don't believe me, let us share a heartfelt embrace and feel it for ourselves." Lu Feng smirked mischievously and extended his arms towards the enchanting young lady before him. "Ah, you get lost." Ding Yan retreated a few steps, her face marred by disgust. She clearly sensed that Lu Feng had changed. He no longer merely gazed at her with a foolish grin, but had transformed into someone even more insufferable. How could a fool possibly improve? I refuse to believe it. If you claim to be better, let me pose a casual question for you. Tell me, what is the 16th digit after the decimal point in pi? Lu Feng's face darkened, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. You call this a casual question? By your logic, I'd wager that 99% of the nation must be fools. Unable to answer, he thought, how could a foolish person return to normal? Ding Yan wore a disdainful expression, and Lu Feng felt a surge of anger, wishing to retaliate with a lewd gesture. If you're going to ask questions like that, I could throw out a few that you wouldn't be able to answer either. Yan, how many hairs were on Zhang Fei's face in the Three Kingdoms? Lu Feng grinned wickedly at Ding Yan, intentionally making it a challenging question, as if anyone could possibly know the answer. To his astonishment, Ding Yan's subsequent response left him dumbfounded. She pondered seriously for a moment. The number of a man's facial hairs relates to various factors, such as testosterone secretion and genetic inheritance. Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms likely had a high level of testosterone, leading to a peak in facial hair count. which scientific research suggests is approximately 25,000 strands. A fool is indeed a fool, asking such a simple question. Lu Fan was so enraged that he nearly cursed. But considering that her mother was his own beloved aunt, he refrained. At that moment, a series of terrified screams erupted from outside the villa, causing Ding Yin to change her expression and rush out. Lu Fan, sensing the scream's familiarity, followed her in bewilderment. The scene outside left him astounded. The beauty he had seen earlier was holding a small Pekingese dog on the path outside the Lu Feng villa. A massive black dog was overpowering the little Pekingese, which was trembling in fear, unable to move. The beauty, intimidated by the giant dog, could only stand by helplessly, screaming for assistance. Good grief! Lu Fan stood at the entrance, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Ding Yin clearly recognized the beauty, but even she, a fragile girl, dared not approach, fearing the wrath of the colossal dog. Upon seeing Ding Yin, the beauty's face lit up with a glimmer of hope. Yin, quickly call security. All right. Linglong Jia. Ding Yin hastily rummaged through her bag for her phone. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stepped up to the beauty with a smile. Linglong Jia, perhaps you could plead with me. Maybe I could assist you. If you wait for security, your little dog might be in dire straits. The beauty shot him an annoyed glance, but Lu Fan's words held merit. Time was of the essence, and her precious dog was pinned down by the giant canine. Her complexion paled as she realized the urgency. I beg you, please save Duoduo. Lu Fan was somewhat curious, wondering if his lewd gesture would have an effect on animals. The beauty and Ding Yin stood together, expecting Lu Fan to grab a stick or something to drive away the giant dog. To their surprise, he merely pointed at the enormous dog on the ground, mumbling some sort of incantation. The two women were taken aback, disillusioned. Did he really think this was the right time for such nonsense? The next moment, however, they were left speechless as the massive dog began to whimper tragically, suddenly leaping off the Pekingese and attempting to flee. Yet just a few meters away, it collapsed, howling in distress. Then came a cacophony of explosive sounds, filling the air with a foul stench for dozens of meters around. The dog's intestinal distress continued, and Lu Fan was satisfied with the chaos he had created. His lewd gesture had proven effective once again, although the collateral damage was overwhelmingly potent and indiscriminate. What just happened? Ding Yin and the beauty stared blankly at the incapacitated giant dog, then exchanged bewildered glances with a smug Lu Fan. Ladies, could it be that you have a particular fondness for this aroma? Just that brief moment, and I was nearly suffocated. As Lu Fan stepped back inside, he was surprised to find Ding Yin and the beauty following closely behind, raising his curiosity about the latter's background. The esteemed Lu Feng emerged from the kitchen, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar beauty in the living room. Linglong, you've arrived. I just prepared a delightful feast. Why don't you join us for dinner? Let me introduce you. This is my nephew Lu Fan. You're of similar age, so feel free to get to know each other better. Lu Fenghua's words made Lu Fan smile broadly, as his aunt seemed overly eager to help him find partner. Hello, Professor Lu. The beauty stood, bowing respectfully to Lu Fenghua, her demeanor a stark contrast to the proud and aloof persona Lu Fan had previously encountered. Chapter 44. You're just here for a free meal. Linglong Jia, don't mind this fool. He used to be simply foolish, but now he is both foolish and lewd. Just look at how his eyes are practically glued to your chest. Ding Yin with a face of disdain, pulled by Linglong to sit on the opposite end of the sofa, as far from Lu Fan as possible. By Linglong's face flushed, quickly adjusting her skirt, as Lu Fan's gaze was indeed far too brazen, unashamedly fixated on her chest. Although Bai Linglong had distanced herself, it did not deter Lu Fan's relentless scrutiny. From their earlier conversation, Lu Fan had gleaned a bit about the beauty. She hailed from a background akin to his own, someone born with a silver spoon. However, while she had excelled from a young age, now successfully managing her family's company as a formidable female CEO, he had remained foolish throughout, losing his vast inheritance and even the company that was no longer his. What is this? Ding Yin turned her head to discover 3 martial arts manuals Lu Fan had left on the table. Her curiosity piqued. Bai Linglong also leaned in to get a better look. Upon seeing them, both girls wore peculiar expressions. In this modern age, martial arts manuals seemed like a joke meant for a fool. A fool? They exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of their situation with Lu Fan. Is this yours, you fool? Of course. Yin, these are martial arts manuals I found at a stall. Once I master these 3 techniques, I will be an unparalleled expert. Lu Fan wore a proud expression, while the 2 girls looked on with disdain, utterly convinced that he was beyond redemption. I thought you truly improved, but it seems you're still as foolish as ever. Stay away from me with your nonsense. Ding Yin tossed the 3 manuals back at Lu Fan, who treated them like treasures, carefully stowing them away in a bag. This only served to deepen the 2 girls' disdain for him. Lu Feng prepared a sumptuous meal, inviting the 3 to join her at the dining table. Today marked the first occasion for her nephew Lu Fan to dine at home since his recovery, and Lu Feng had gone to great lengths to prepare an extravagant feast. The table was adorned with a delightful array of culinary delights, showcasing both land and sea treasures. It was only when she noticed Bai Linglong that Lu Feng extended an invitation for her to join the meal. Thank you, Professor Lu, for your hospitality. This dinner is indeed splendid. Bai Linglong smiled, squinting her eyes in gratitude towards Lu Feng. However, a remark from Lu Fan nearly sent her into a fit of rage. Sister Linglong, you might be getting ahead of yourself. This feast was prepared for my aunt's nephew, and you are merely here to mooch. Bai Linglong's expression darkened, feeling awkward as she hesitated with her chopsticks, unsure whether to pick up food or refrain. Don't mind this fool, Sister Linglong. Come, savor my mother's culinary skills. Ding Yin shot Lu Fan a glare and picked up her chopsticks to serve Bai Linglong a crab claw. Yin, you mustn't call your brother a fool. Xiao Fan has recovered. Understood, Mom. Lu Feng, with a loving expression, placed a piece of braised pork into Lu Fan's bowl, a dish that had taken her over 2 hours to prepare. Thank you, Aunt. Lu Fan beamed with a simple smile, though to the 2 girls across from him, it appeared more like a foolish grin. The warm dinner lasted over an hour, but the warmth was solely perceived through Lu Fan's eyes. The 2 girls across the table gazed longingly, as if Lu Feng had poured all her affection for Lu Fan over the past 20 years into this moment, continuously serving him dishes without pause. Aunt, I am full, Lu Fan said, rubbing his protruding belly with satisfaction, prompting Lu Feng to finally cease her feeding. It's all right, Aunt. I have plans with Lu Daxua tonight. Lu Mangran, she is a wonderful girl. Xiao Fan, I was originally thinking of introducing Linglong to you. She is both capable and financially independent. If you 2 were to be together, you would certainly be well off in the future. Lu Fenghua's words caused Bai Linglong, sipping her juice, to stiffen in surprise. After all, she was the CEO of a listed company. Even with poor judgment, she would never consider someone foolish. Lu Fan, too lazy to explain that he was referring to Lu Ruyan, simply shrugged. It's fine, Aunt. I can handle multiple women without issue. Even Lu Fenghua was taken aback by Lu Fan's brazen statement, which bordered on shameless. Dare you? Ding Yin spat in disdain at Lu Fan, who then proceeded to astonish her further. He pulled out his phone and brazenly asked Bai Linglong for her WeChat and phone number, seemingly intent on pursuing his sister Linglong. Bai Linglong was taken aback by his audacity. Had he not just mentioned plans with a certain school beauty? Her first instinct was to refuse. But seeing Lu Fenghua smiling at her, she felt too embarrassed to do so. Watching Bai Linglong grit her teeth as she added her WeChat and left her number, Lu Fan finally stood up contentedly to leave, carefully taking the 3 martial arts manuals with him. Once outside Lu Fenghua's villa, Lu Fan promptly dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Lu Damayatu, come pick me up. Lu Fan, I can't leave right now. Just a moment. The cacophony on the other end of the line darkened Lu Fan's expression. Lu Ruyan, are you testing my patience? Have you forgotten about the several million in debts and that sports car? No, Lu Fan, I didn't mean to. I was tricked into signing a racing agreement. They insist that I must complete the race to leave. You, with your half-baked skills, racing? Lu Fan replied skeptically, though Lu Ruyan's tone did not suggest deceit. Send me your location. Delay them until I arrive. After hanging up, Lu Fan hurriedly hailed a car towards Lu Ruyan. After all, she was his woman, and he could not bear to see her mistreated. Fortunately, the distance was not too far. Lu Fenghua's villa was just outside the 3rd Ring Road, while Lu Ruyan's racing venue was near Jixing. However, upon arriving at the racing estate, Lu Fan was stopped at the entrance, as entry without a member escort was not permitted. Just as he was about to call Lu Ruyan for assistance, a flashy sports car screeched to a halt beside him. Lu Fan's eyes brightened at the sight of the familiar vehicle. Indeed, the window rolled down to reveal an arm extending a membership card to the security guard, accompanied by a face that Lu Fan recognized all too well. Oh, isn't this Feng Duoduo? The driver, Feng Feixiang, suddenly noticed Lu Fan standing beside him. and his expression shifted dramatically, filled with fear. Goodness! Feng Daxiao slammed on the accelerator, prepared to flee, but Lu Fan merely smiled and pointed a finger at him. This gesture nearly frightened Feng Daxiao to the point of losing his composure. Stop! The instant he started the sports car, Feng Daxiao obediently hit the brakes. A look of terror etched on his face as he gazed at the approaching Lu Fan, whose smile resembled that of a devil from the underworld. Chapter 45. Entrapped Lu Fan reclined leisurely in the passenger seat of the sports car. While it looked impressive, the space was cramped, making even his somewhat tall frame feel confined. Feng Daxiao's eyes darted nervously from the road to the passenger seat, fearing Lu Fan might point at him again. The last time, he and his 8 friends had attempted to confront Lu Fan over a girl, only to be swiftly dealt with by a mere finger from him. Remembering that uncontrollable feeling of embarrassment, Feng Daxiao's legs felt weak. Seeing that Lu Fan had no intention of causing him trouble, he finally exhaled in relief. What business do you have here, Daxiao Feng? A Lu Xiao, aren't you aware? Strictly speaking, this place is owned by your family. Feng Feixiang glanced at Lu Fan, sensing something was amiss. The entire city knew of Lu's reputation as the fool, yet Lu Fan appeared to have regained his composure. Anyone who dared to call him a fool now would surely face his wrath. My family owns this? What is going on? Lu Fan sat up in surprise as Feng Daxiao drove the sports car into a vast plaza. The square was alive with vibrant lights and sounds, showcasing dozens of flashy sports cars arranged in rows. In the distance, pulsating music played while scantily clad women danced atop the vehicles. The scene was a paradise for the wealthy elite of the capital. This mountain resort club is, in fact, owned by your family. Your father once held a portion of the shares, which should have rightfully passed to you. However, Feng Daxiao didn't need to finish. Lu Fan understood that the ownership had likely been deceitfully transferred from him to someone else. Never mind that for now. The immediate concern was Lu Demea too. Lu Fan had spotted Lu Ruyan's graceful figure standing beside a striking red Ferrari. In Lu Ruyan's presence, even among the affluent, her beauty was unparalleled. As Lu Fan exited the car, Feng Daxiao finally felt a sense of relief. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Lu Fan, unsure of the peculiar ability that made others uncontrollably embarrassed. Seeing Lu Fan's arrival, Lu Ruyan, who had been anxiously awaiting, finally relaxed. Lu Fan was increasingly enigmatic in her eyes, as if nothing could pose a challenge to him. Considering the current relationship between the two, Lu Ruyan's heart is entirely entwined with his. Speak of the situation. Lu Fan approached Lu Ruyan, leaning against her Ferrari, wrapping his arm around her waist and burying his head in her hair, inhaling deeply. An alluring fragrance, mingled with the scent of high-end perfume, filled the air, causing Lu Fan to squint in delight. Lu Fan, there are so many people watching, Lu Ruyan said, a hint of embarrassment prompting her to glance around. She recognized most of the individuals present, and indeed, several curious gazes were directed their way. Why worry about that? I'm not planning to do anything inappropriate here. So relax and stop talking nonsense, Lu Fan replied, surveying the crowd, and unexpectedly spotting a few familiar faces. Zhu Yikun, upon seeing him, scurried away as if he had encountered a cat, but Lu Fan still caught a glimpse of his familiar silhouette. I was having dinner with 2 friends, and they brought me here to have some fun. That's when I ran into your cousin Lu Ming. He found out about our relationship and called me a shameless woman. I couldn't stand it and argued back. In a moment of anger, I foolishly signed a betting agreement with him. Lu Ming? Lu Fan's expression turned cold as he scanned the crowd, quickly identifying a familiar face. Lu Ming was his cousin and the owner of this villa, and Lu Fan instantly grasped the unfolding situation. Lu Ruyan had fallen victim to an unforeseen disaster, with everything stemming from his own actions. Surrounded by onlookers, Lu Ming's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on Lu Fan, a smirk playing on his lips. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of hatred as memories of past grievances flooded Lu Fan's mind, all orchestrated by Lu Ming. Lu Fan. I was also infuriated at that moment. He not only insulted me, but also dragged you into it. In a moment of dizziness, I lost my composure. Lu Ruyan explained. The betting agreement stipulates we race 2 laps on this mountain road, and the loser must transfer their car to the winner. Betting on cars? That's quite a gamble, Lu Fan mused, staring at Lu Ruyan, realizing she had clearly fallen into Lu Ming's trap. Lu Ming, being the owner of the villa, was a seasoned racer, far beyond Lu Ruyan's skill level. Why don't I just play dirty and we leave? I refuse to believe he can intimidate a girl like me, Lu Ruyin proposed, mistaking Lu Fan's contemplative expression for frustration at her impulsiveness. Play dirty? I'm not concerned about losing money, but Lu Fan's mind raced as a devious plan began to take shape. Just then, Lu Ming approached with a group of young men and women, his appearance bearing a resemblance to Lu Fan, as they were indeed blood relatives. Well, if it isn't my foolish cousin Lu Fan, what brings you to my territory today? I recall that our villa club is members only, and you certainly aren't one. Did you crawl through some hole? Lu Ming taunted, eliciting laughter from the young crowd behind him. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, gripping Lu Ruyan's waist tighter, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Lu Ming, how dare you mention club membership to me? My father is a major shareholder in the club's establishment, and you deceitfully acquired the shares he left me, allowing you to bask in your current glory. You can say whatever you want, but I'm a legal person here now. I don't have time to banter. Let your girl race me. The loser transfers their car to the winner, and I have a legal team ready to handle the paperwork. Lu Fan's eyes brightened. That was precisely the invitation he had been waiting for. Lu Ming, it's not that I look down on you, but your tricks are all you have, he replied lazily while still holding Lu Ruyan. A mere 4 million sports car? To be honest, I have no interest in it. If you want to wager, let us make it substantial. Let's bet cash. Betting cash. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up, both cousins scheming against each other. How much do you have, foolish cousin? 5 million? Lu Ming scoffed. How dare you even mention such a paltry sum? I could buy a car worth over 10 million. Not 5 million, but 50 million in cash. If you can muster that much, I'll accept your wager. But I expect verification. Lu Fan's declaration rendered the plaza silent. While many of the wealthy second-generation individuals had money, few could casually present 50 million in cash. Foolish cousin, you aren't just bluffing, are you? Do you really have 50 million? Lu Fan simply opened his banking app for all to see, revealing a staggering balance. Lu Ming stared in disbelief at the long string of numbers on the screen. Holy cow, you really have 50 million? No wonder they call you the biggest fool in the capital. Lu Ming took a moment to collect himself, realizing that while he couldn't produce that much cash, his group of followers could easily pool their resources. Foolish cousin, this is a bet between Lu Ruyan and me. If she drives in the race, I'll agree to your terms. No. Lu Ruyan's face paled. She knew her own capabilities all too well. Racing against someone like Lu Ming, a semi-professional driver, would be akin to searching for excrement in a latrine. However, Lu Fan's next words filled her with despair as he eagerly agreed. All right, let Lu Ruyan race you, but I demand that all funds be transferred to the villa's account, with the winner taking 100 million. Agreed. Lu Ming quickly acquiesced, eager to secure the deal. It turned out that these second-generation individuals were indeed capable, quickly gathering the required 50 million in betting funds. I can't do this. Let's not gamble so much, please. I can only drive normally. Lu Ming is a semi-professional racer. Lu Ruyan protested, desperate to salvage the situation. Why worry? Just drive normally. I guarantee victory, Lu Fan asserted, raising a finger in front of Lu Ruyan. Others misinterpreted this gesture as flirtation, but Lu Ruyan realized the implication. Indeed, Lu Fan possessed the ability to ensure victory for whoever he pointed to. Upon that realization, Lu Ruyan understood Lu Fan's cunning plan. He was using the 50 million to ensnare the others. Meanwhile, Zhu Yikun and his companions had also noticed the unfolding bet, their expressions a mix of pity and fear as they recalled their own encounters with Lu Fan's manipulation. In no time, the monumental wager was finalized, with both sides' funds being transferred to the Villa Club's account under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Moreover, Lu Ming, aiming to maximize his profit, even utilized the Villa Club's account to open a foreign exchange. The atmosphere in the venue became electrifying, as everyone eagerly anticipated their participation in the external market. This truly exemplified the notion that solitary joy pales in comparison to shared delight. Almost everyone placed their bets on Lu Ming Sheng, though there were exceptions, such as Zhu Yikun and Feng Fei Xiang. In their eyes, this gambling match held no surprises. Lu Fan was destined to win effortlessly, which they perceived as a surefire opportunity for profit. Even Lu Ruyan, filled with excitement, withdrew all her savings, over 400,000 in cash, and placed it all on the line, even resorting to online loans and borrowing from friends to gather a total of 1 million. Lu Fan, the outcome now rests in your hands. This time, they have wagered everything. Rest assured, take your time to make your move. We can enjoy the night's scenery along the way, and if time permits, We might even engage in some adventurous escapades on the winding mountain roads. Lu Ruyin blushed and affectionately wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's, to which he responded with a hearty laugh, cupping her delicate face for a kiss. Soon, both parties took their positions. While Lu Ruyin's Ferrari was commendable on the streets, it paled in comparison to the $1 million Pagani Huayra, which stood as a symbol of unparalleled luxury. As the two cars lined up, Lu Ming slyly raised his middle finger towards Lu Feng, then slipped into the vehicle with a provocatively dressed companion. Lu Ruyin's aura seemed to diminish significantly. The disparity in their vehicles was stark. Even in a straight race, her Ferrari would likely be left far behind by the Huayra. Once inside the car, Lu Ruyin looked at Lu Feng in anticipation, who appeared nonchalant, neglecting to fasten his seatbelt and exuding a carefree demeanor. Lu Feng, just watch my performance. As the referee was about to signal the start, Lu Feng leisurely extended his finger, pointing past Lu Ruyin to Lu Ming in the other car. Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in shock, hastily adjusting her seat to avoid any potential mishap. Upon seeing Lu Feng's finger again, Zhu Yikun and others, witnessing the unfolding drama from a distance, instinctively fled in panic, leaving onlookers bewildered and exclaiming that they must be insane. The referee dropped her flag, and the Pagani Huayra erupted with a thunderous roar, ready to accelerate. However, as it started, the engine abruptly stalled, and Lu Ming, the young master, emerged from the driver's seat, appearing dazed and shouting in a fit of madness. This bizarre scene left the crowd in stunned silence, as Lu Ming's antics overshadowed the gravity of the race. After his outburst, Lu Ming turned to a nearby lackey, berating him, "Su Dong, you fool. I will eventually make you pay for your insolence. Pretending to be poor while possessing such wealth. Among us, you are the richest, yet you are the stingiest. But I have no money," the lackey replied, bewildered, only to be further shocked by Lu Ming's next revelation. "During my last date with your sister, she mentioned your secret stash is at least 30 million. I will ensure you squander it all." After reprimanding this lackey, Lu Ming targeted another, causing the latter to flinch visibly. Frustrated, Lu Feng urged Lu Ruyin to accelerate, and she complied, driving off. As they sped away, Lu Ruyin's spirits soared. Rather than a race, it felt like a romantic getaway for a young couple. The Ferrari took nearly 10 minutes to complete 2 laps, breaking the club's record for the slowest time. However, this duration was enough to outpace the disoriented Lu Ming, who regained his senses 3 minutes later, only to unleash a torrent of insults upon his subordinates, leading to 2 of them retaliating with a beating. When Lu Feng and Lu Ruyin exited the vehicle, Lu Ming remained sprawled on the ground, wailing. The staff at the mountain resort rushed to assist him, wearing masks and displaying expressions of disdain due to his disheveled state. The physical discomfort was overshadowed by the humiliation of having lost his composure in front of hundreds. Now fearing the headlines that would undoubtedly follow, the young master of the capital loses control in front of an audience. It was only when Lu Feng and Lu Ruyin approached that Lu Ming confronted a more pressing dilemma. He had lost his 50 million wager. "Lu Ming, stop stalling and arrange for the transfer. I'm not satisfied. This incident was due to a mishap. This round doesn't count." Lu Ming protested weakly, met with a chorus of derision from the onlookers. In the circle of the capital's elite, they could accept losses but despise those who refuse to honor their debts. "Are you suggesting that you intend to default, Lu Ming? Don't forget, you're the owner of this club. If the owner leads in deceit, perhaps it will be better to close the doors." Lu Feng's words left Lu Ming momentarily speechless. He stammered but could find no rebuttal. Ultimately, under pressure, he reluctantly issued the order to transfer the funds, his heart aching at the thought of parting with such a substantial sum. Lu Ming, feel free to reach out whenever you wish to turn the tables. I currently possess 100 million in my account," Lu Feng boasted, waving his Dragon Country Bank card triumphantly. In just a few days, he had transformed from a fool to a millionaire, all thanks to the system. At this moment, Lu Ming was consumed by regret, while those who had pooled their funds to support him glared at Lu Feng as he departed arrogantly. "Yay, Lu Feng, you are amazing." Once in the car, an ecstatic Lu Ruyin embraced Lu Feng and showered him with kisses, to which he gladly reciprocated. As their affection intensified, Lu Ruyin pressed down on Lu Feng's hand, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the Ferrari surged forward. After a while, Lu Ruyin languidly reclined in Lu Feng's embrace. Having watched numerous television shows, Lu Feng understood that internal martial arts formed the foundation of all combat skills, prompting him to peruse the manual of the Bei Ming Shengong. Lu Ruyin looked at Lu Fan's obsession with the book with a mixture of bewilderment and concern. What kind of normal person ignores a beautiful and alluring school belle to pore over a fictional martial arts manual? Lu Fan, why don't we get some rest? You must be tired after all that excitement. She whispered softly in his ear, but Lu Fan, now thoroughly engrossed in the manual, exhibited little interest in sleep. You go ahead and rest. I aspire to cultivate extraordinary martial arts and become a master of the martial world. Moreover, I've heard that martial arts not only enhance one's fighting prowess, but also improve a man's performance in other areas. Imagine the three of us, myself, Lu Mengran, and you, exploring new dimensions together. How shameless, Lu Ruyin retorted, clearly flustered. After enduring Lu Fan's antics, she was utterly exhausted and quickly succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained entranced by the manual, reading it over and over. The text was filled with obscure terminology and intricate illustrations depicting meditation and the flow of energy through meridians. Yet, in Lu Fan's mind, these complex concepts seemed to crystallize into understanding, explaining his earlier disinterest in Lu Ruyin. The school belle could sleep anytime. But mastering the martial arts was an immediate priority. With the power of the Bei Ming Shun Gong at his fingertips, he would be equipped to confront any future dangers. As it was the weekend, Lu Ruyin had not set an alarm and lazily opened her beautiful eyes only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Instinctively reaching out to touch the bedside, she found no trace of Lu Fan, which left her with a tinge of disappointment. Sighing, she thought to herself, in his heart, I must be perceived merely as a cunning woman at his beck and call. His tenderness is likely reserved solely for Lu Mengran. As she sat up, she was taken aback by the astonishing sight before her. Clad only in a pair of underpants, Lu Fan was seated cross-legged on the floor, his face illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, allowing Lu Ruyin only a glimpse of his profile. Most astonishingly, a halo of white mist swirled above his head, resembling a rootless cap floating over him, creating an otherworldly spectacle. A faint, foul odor wafted through the air, and to Lu Ruyin's shock, she discovered that the source of the stench was none other than Lu Fan himself. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that dark, foul-smelling substances were oozing from his body. Confirming her suspicions, Lu Ruyin widened her eyes in astonishment. In this age of abundant information, she had a vague inkling of what Lu Fan was experiencing. Her gaze suddenly darted to the tome of Bei Ming Shun Gong lying on the floor. Chapter 48. Transformation. Lu Ruyin sat on the bed, scarcely daring to breathe. Her expression frozen in shock as she stared at Lu Fan. The thin, cool blanket slipped from her body, revealing her fair skin, yet she remained oblivious. A thunderous roar erupted from Lu Fan's mouth and nose, and to Lu Ruyin's astonishment, the mist above his head bizarrely flowed into him through his mouth and nose. With a powerful exhale, Lu Fan released a gust of impure air, slowly opening his eyes. At that very moment, Lu Ruyin distinctly saw a flash of brilliance flicker within his gaze. Bei Ming Shingong. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan laughed heartily as he stood, only to realize the changes that had occurred in his body. A layer of foul-smelling black substance clung to his skin, unmistakably the impurities expelled from his body. He paid little mind to these, for an astonishing power surged within him. A gentle energy coursed through his veins. He felt as if he could easily defeat a bull with a single punch, a sensation of vitality he had never experienced before. He raised his head, yearning to unleash a roar of exhilaration. But then he recalled they were in an apartment, and a loud shout might attract unwelcome attention. Lu Fan, you've changed tremendously. Lu Ruyin gazed at the transformed Lu Fan, bewildered. How could a person change so drastically overnight? His height had certainly increased by several centimeters. And while he had once appeared merely healthy, now his physique exuded a striking masculinity. His muscles, though not exaggerated, were perfectly proportioned, and the contours of his body were incredibly alluring. Lu Ruyin felt her cheeks flush as she gazed upon him. She had never imagined a man's physique could be so captivating. Goodness, what is that foul smell? Lu Fan's senses, hearing, smell, and sight, were extraordinarily acute. The stench invaded his nostrils, prompting him to exclaim and rush towards the bathroom. Upon reaching the door, he pulled the stainless steel handle, which snapped off under his grip with a sharp crack, sending screws flying. Wow, am I really this strong now? Lu Fan stared in shock at the broken handle, instinctively applying pressure, only to find it bent in his hand. Had he truly become a martial arts prodigy overnight? Or was it the system empowering him that brought him to this level? After several minutes of contemplation, he cautiously entered the bathroom and turned on the faucet to wash away the grime. Lu Feng, come and scrub my back. You'll get to experience my newly attained prowess. After spending several minutes cleansing himself of impurities, Lu Feng, filled with vigor and excitement from his newfound abilities, couldn't he resist the urge to indulge with Lu Ruyan, transforming the situation into something unexpected. Time had passed, and it was now past 10 in the morning. Lu Feng's endeavors had consumed a couple of hours. Lu Ruyan, nearly fainting, realized that Lu Feng was markedly different from the previous night. While she felt she could manage him then, this morning he resembled a superhuman, his strength so overwhelming that she felt utterly defenseless. With a resentful glance at Lu Feng, she closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. Observing Lu Ruyan's pitiable state, Lu Feng felt a pang of guilt in his excitement over his newfound powers. He had forgotten to temper his actions. From now on, I must be gentler. He covered her with a blanket before leisurely exiting her apartment. Once outside, Lu Feng's perception of the world had transformed drastically. He took a vigorous step forward, and to his astonishment, his figure flickered, propelling him several meters and colliding with a trash can, landing inside it. What on earth? Is this person insane? What era is this, where one must sprint to pick up trash? A nearby elderly man collecting recyclables looked bewildered at Lu Feng, who scrambled out of the trash can. In his haste, he accidentally tore apart a brand new trash can. Son, what kind of trouble are you in to be sprinting for my trash? Me? A wealthy heir worth billions. Racing for your trash? Lu Feng, now covered in refuse, looked innocently at the elderly man. Do you believe me if I say I was propelled by my newfound powers? Just as he was about to explain, a security guard approached. Hey you, damaging community property incurs a fine of 500. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened, and he swiftly fled. He didn't mind the money, but the embarrassment was unbearable. In a matter of moments, Lu Feng vanished from sight, moving with such speed that even the fastest sprinter would be left in awe. 3 days had passed, and Lu Feng had scarcely ventured outside, dedicating himself entirely to his training within his apartment. He had left behind both beautiful schoolmates, and during these 3 days, he had made significant progress in Baiming Shengong. Feeling a constant energy circulating within him, an overwhelming sense of power. Additionally, his mastery of Yang Ji and Lingbo Weibu had reached impressive levels. Lu Feng was now certain that he bore no relation to any martial arts prodigy. His abilities were solely a result of the system's enhancements. Even in the realm of Jin Daxia's martial arts novels, none matched his rapid progress. After cleansing himself of the impurities expelled from his body, he gazed into the mirror and marveled at his tall, handsome, and muscular figure, his physique sharply defined yet not exaggerated. His training had not only erased his previous navet, but also greatly refined his aura. Now, Lu Feng exuded an ethereal charm that instilled a sense of familiarity in those who beheld him. His height, which had once barely exceeded 1.70 meters, had now surpassed 1.80 meters, complemented by 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, rendering him a quintessentially handsome man. However, upon dressing, he discovered that all his clothes had become unwearable. With no other options, he donned a loose white shirt and a pair of jeans before stepping outside. Having gone a day without food, yet feeling no pangs of hunger, Lu Feng marveled at the remarkable benefits of his newfound prowess. He rubbed his belly, noting that it had been over 20 hours since he last ventured outside, and surprisingly, he felt no urge to eat. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered several messages expressing concern for his well-being, particularly from the illustrious Lu Mengran, who had sent multiple caring inquiries. This was a first for Lu Feng, as he had never experienced such concern from anyone other than family. Lu Ruyan also reached out, her tone laced with worry for his safety. It seemed his charm was not insignificant, with 2 prominent beauties keeping him in their thoughts. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for a bite, a call from his aunt, Lu Feng, interrupted him. Auntie, is it Grandpa's birthday? Lu Feng furrowed his brow. His grandfather was a distant figure in his memory, while his grandmother left an indelible impression, though a negative one, as she was a step-grandmother, taken in after his biological grandmother's passing. With so many descendants, and him being a simpleton, one could imagine the treatment he received. Though he was reluctant to see the old man, The prospect of confronting relatives who had swindled his family's fortune intrigued him. With that thought in mind, Lu Feng agreed to visit, solidifying plans for the following day. As he approached the entrance of his apartment, a small car screeched to a halt mere inches from him, nearly colliding with him. Just as his temper flared, a tall man emerged from the driver's seat, completely disregarding Lu Feng's presence. The man rushed to the passenger side, opening the door for a young woman dressed in a fresh, innocent style, who stepped out, curiously surveying the apartment building before her. "Guang, is this your teacher's dormitory? It looks rather luxurious," she remarked. "Indeed, our university is renowned nationally, and as a physical education teacher, I have been allocated a private apartment. Living in such a place in the capital is a dream for many," Guang boasted, entirely oblivious to Lu Feng's simmering rage. This scene ignited Lu Feng's fury. Not only had the man nearly run him over without an apology, but he was now being treated as though he were invisible. "You've got the audacity to flaunt your relationship right in front of me, after almost hitting me," he thought, feeling the bitterness of being cooped up all day, only to be confronted with such arrogance. As Guang and the woman strolled toward the apartment, Lu Feng's mind concocted a mischievous plan. "Zhou Bagua, stop right there," he called out, for he detested being addressed by his full name, the reasons for which were his own to ponder. "What apartment are you from? Shouldn't you address your teacher properly? Mind your manners, or I'll deduct your credits," Zhou Bagua retorted, but Lu Feng dismissed him entirely. The notion that anyone could deduct his credits was laughable. After all, credit points held little significance for him. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Feng approached the woman, extending his hand. "Hello, beautiful. I'm a student here. May I inquire about your relationship with Zhou Bagua?" We're just classmates and potential matchmakers. Is there something you need?" she replied, momentarily taken aback as she shook his hand, captivated by his tall, handsome figure and radiant aura. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Potential matchmakers? Today, I shall ensure that does not come to fruition." He noted that Zhou Bagua was leading his matchmaker into the building, and any man could guess the unfolding narrative. Lu Feng certainly had an appetite for such drama. "Ah, so you must not know Zhou Bagua very well yet. As a student here, I feel it's my duty to formally introduce you to our esteemed teacher." "Oh, is Guang truly an outstanding teacher at your institution?" she asked. Her interest piqued. "Indeed, he is the epitome of excellence at Long University," Lu Feng replied, suppressing a laugh as he prepared to unleash a torrent of scathing remarks. "However, as you can see, though he appears imposing and robust, his character is quite the opposite, greedy, lecherous, and petty. His favorite pastime is to exploit his status as a teacher to coerce students into buying him cigarettes and alcohol, particularly the female students. Many have suffered in silence, humiliated by his advances. Have you ever seen his phone? He possesses over 20 films from Sakura Country, all the hottest titles from Tokyo," Lu Feng continued, relishing the discomfort on Zhou Bagua's face. "How dare you slander me?" Zhou Bagua's expression darkened, realizing the woman beside him bore city residence. And just as he thought he might win her over, Lu Feng's words threatened to tarnish his reputation. "Your reputation precedes you, Zhou Bagua. Everyone knows about those films." "I merely speak the truth," Lu Feng shot back, and Zhou Bagua, caught off guard, attempted to reach for the woman, only to have her step back in alarm. "Please, continue," she urged, her curiosity ignited. "Ah yes, about the 20 films, Zhou Bagua has a habit of making female students line up for gymnastics while he hides beneath a shady tree, indulging in his viewing pleasures. Once, when a girl fell, instead of helping her, he took advantage of the situation, and it was a male student who discovered the scandalous contents on his phone. Do you know how Zhou Bagua got his name?" Lu Feng asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Isn't it related to the number 8? She responded, confusion etched on her face. "Incorrect. It refers to peeling off clothes, because Zhou Bagua enjoys making female students train in the heat, taking advantage of the opportunity to ogle them as they disrobe," Lu Feng explained, and the woman's expression shifted to one of disgust. "However, he does have his merits. He is quite dedicated to addressing the loneliness of left-behind women, often inviting them to his apartment to soothe their wounded hearts. By the way, that dormitory matron is over 50 and quite overweight." "What? He would stoop so low?" The woman stared incredulously at Zhou Bagua, whose face turned as dark as a pot bottom, unable to articulate his outrage towards Lu Feng's accusations. With a disdainful laugh, Lu Feng brushed aside Zhou Bagua's finger, a forceful gesture that nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. "See, sister, Though Zhou Bagua appears tall and robust, he is, in truth, quite weak. I hardly exerted any force, and he nearly toppled over. Now where were we? Ah, yes, addressing the loneliness of left-behind women. In the school, there is a cleaning lady whom teacher Zhou often summons to the sports equipment storage room for solitary cleaning duties. However, when the students went to retrieve items from the storage room, they discovered that no cleaning had been done. The yoga mats were in disarray. In truth, teacher Zhou frequently shows concern for wayward girls and has made unparalleled contributions to the cause of rescuing them in our country. Whenever payday arrives, teacher Zhou ventures into the alleys of Jingcheng to financially support these young women, using his sincerity and compassion to touch the hearts of those who have fallen into hardship due to their impoverished backgrounds. Additionally, teacher Zhou is known to leave negative reviews on online purchases merely to extort a few tens of yuan. After finishing takeout, he would even prepare a cockroach in advance. One can only imagine what he intends to do with it. Teacher Zhou also possesses an elegant nickname, Zhou Pa Pai, which implies that anyone passing by him will be metaphorically stripped bare. Even the sanitation truck would make him wish to chase after it for a handful of refuse. Alas, it is mealtime. I must depart for dinner and shall not delay your rendezvous at the apartment. However, dear sister, if you were to share a room with teacher Zhou, do ensure that you take proper safety precautions, for I have heard classmates mention that he once made dubious phone calls from the restroom regarding certain unsavory matters. The woman before him was visibly agitated by Lu Feng's words, her expression filled with disdain and disgust directed at teacher Zhou. Seeing that his aim had been achieved, Lu Feng adhered to the principle of performing good deeds anonymously and swiftly made his escape. Behind him, teacher Zhou erupted in a fit of furious curses, venomous in their intensity. The woman, in turn, immediately turned away, too disinterested to utter a single word to him. Xiaofang, do not leave. Do not heed his slander. He is merely defaming me. You have yet to witness my backflips in my apartment. Look at you, Zhou Baguan, we are done for. Lu Feng entered the cafeteria, only to unexpectedly encounter the illustrious Lu Meng Ran. Lu Meng Ran and her companions stared at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Lu Feng, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Lu Feng, how have you changed so drastically? Lu Meng Ran exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. At this moment, Lu Feng had not only grown nearly 10 centimeters taller, but he also exuded an ethereal aura that made him stand out remarkably, suggesting that he was anything but ordinary. Furthermore, after undergoing several transformations, his physique had reached perfection, and his skin had become exceptionally fair and radiant. His complexion evoked envy among the girls, an effect unattainable by any cosmetic product. Meng Ran, my dear, you four should find a place to sit while I fetch your meals. Lu Feng grinned with pride. Playfully nudging Lu Meng ran away from the line as he dashed to the serving window. The serving lady remained the same, a walking spin dryer afflicted with Parkinson's disease. She hastily scooped 2 spoonfuls of meat for Lu Feng, eager to send him on his way. Not enough. Fill my bowl for 5 people. No can do. We cannot violate the cafeteria's rules. I cannot serve you that much. Have you forgotten how to write the characters for Feathered Swallow? I am paying for my meal, and I can take as much as I please. Do you want me to call my aunt? The serving lady's face darkened, her spirit instantly deflated. Was it really necessary to involve the principal over a simple meal? Lu Feng returned to Lu Meng Ran and her friends, carrying an abundance of food that exceeded their expectations. Wow, Lu Feng, did you cure that lady's Parkinson's disease? There's so much meat, I can hardly see the vegetables. If Ma Lili had remained silent, it would have been better, but as she spoke, Lu Feng's gaze fixated on her. It seemed this girl still owed him a back scrub. Ma Lili felt a pang of guilt under his stare, likely sensing what he was thinking, and dare not breathe a word. Lu Feng, you still haven't explained how you've changed so much. Lu Meng Ran, beside him, scrutinized him closely, while Li Qian and Yi Lu gazed at him with wide eyes. Previously, Lu Feng had been somewhat foolish, albeit slightly handsome, but his reputation as a fool overshadowed any charm he possessed. Now, however, Lu Feng was undeniably more attractive than the school heartthrob, and his newfound charisma was irresistibly captivating. Li Qian, Yi Lu, and Ma Lili felt their faces flush with excitement, their hearts racing. It seems I've undergone a second growth spurt. What do you think? Meng Ran, am I worthy of you now? Lu Feng struck a charming pose, causing Lu Meng Ran's eyes to sparkle. Who wouldn't take pride in an exceptional partner? Lu Feng, you are an adult now. How could you possibly undergo a second growth spurt? That is the benefit of cultivation. Do you remember the 3 martial arts manuals we purchased last time? I've devoted all my energy to them these past few days. Unfortunately, his candid admission was met with skepticism from the 4 girls. What era were they in, after all? Did he think he was telling a story to a 3-year-old? Hee hee. Lu Feng smiled mysteriously, extending his right index finger downward. Channeling his internal energy, he gently prodded the tabletop. Suddenly, a barely visible white light shot forth from his fingertip, and the stainless steel surface emitted a disturbing noise as it was pierced by a small hole. Wow! Lu Meng ran, and her friends gaped at the tiny hole in the stainless steel tabletop, which was impervious to even the hardest blows. Molly Lee, astonished, grasped Lu Feng's hand for a closer inspection. It felt just like any ordinary person's hand. How could he possibly pierce a stainless steel table? Hey. I know I'm quite charming now, but Molly Lee, do mind the occasion. If you can't control yourself, let us finish eating and head to your dormitory to explore philosophical theories and practices together. Bah, you big pervert. Molly Lee shot him an annoyed glare before lowering her head to devour her food. Chapter 51. The chaotic dance of the mad sorcerer. The 4 girls watched in astonishment as they finished their lunch, having previously prepared for the strange occurrences surrounding Lu Feng. He quickly picked up his chopsticks, savoring his meal while admiring the graceful dining posture of Lu Xiaohua. Turning his head, he noticed the plastic bag Lu Meng ran held, containing a delivery box. The prominently displayed QR code caught his eye, and with a clever twist, he retrieved the paper box. This is the phone case we ordered online. Lu Meng began to explain, but halted as she saw Lu Feng's eyes light up as he pulled out his phone. Instantly, the 4 girls understood his intentions. Sure enough, Lu Feng scanned the QR code for a chance to claim a red envelope, and a generous sum arrived immediately. The ease with which he executed the task resembled someone who had just taken a laxative and rushed to the restroom. This scene left Lu Meng and her companions utterly dumbfounded. The spirited Ma Li, not one to be deterred, pulled out her new iPhone 16 and scanned the QR code on the box. Despite her mental preparations, she found herself reluctantly pouting upon seeing the message. Congratulations. You have won the grand prize of 500,000 yuan. Lu Feng scanned again, and another 666 yuan appeared, continuing until the message indicated that the envelopes had all been claimed. Damn, so poor, I only collected 10,000 yuan. Lu Feng looked up to find 4 pairs of eyes glaring at him with murderous intent. Lu Feng, do you have no shame? You earned 10,000 yuan in the time it took to eat, and you're still complaining? Exactly, at least consider our feelings. We have our pride too. I really want to throw this unfinished food in your face. Realizing he had incurred their wrath, he quickly forced a smile to appease them. This afternoon, let us go shopping. I'll buy each of you a piece of clothing. Shopping? Lu Meng and her friends exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Indeed, money proves to be the ultimate solution, as the grievances of the 4 young ladies dissipated instantaneously. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Congratulations. Host, the number of times deceived has reached 30. You have acquired 30 points, fulfilling the requirements for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Lu Feng was momentarily stunned by this unexpected delight, taking a few seconds to comprehend the situation. Lottery. Quickly, let me spin the wheel. I've been eagerly anticipating this. He felt a surge of joy as he examined the system panel in his mind, confirming the 30 points displayed, precisely meeting the criteria for the upcoming draw. He recalled that he had not accrued any points over the past 3 days. He had previously reached 29 points, and the recent scan had perfectly supplemented that last point. Congratulations, host. You have won the skill Chaos Finger. Skill? Another skill? Lu Feng hastily closed his eyes to examine the system panel and was immediately taken aback. Host, Lu Feng title, the world's greatest fool deceived count. 30 points, 30 skills, Cunning Finger, Chaos Finger. Lu Feng eagerly reviewed the description of the Chaos Finger skill, and the excitement nearly propelled him to leap and shout. The host merely needs to extend a finger towards the target and invoke Chaos Finger, Dance of the Madman. The designated subject will instantly succumb to an illusion, compelled to dance according to their wildest inner visions for a duration of 3 minutes. Please note, the Chaos Finger can only be utilized 3 times per day. The lottery draw concludes, and the next draw will require 50 points. The system fell silent once more, and Lu Feng opened his eyes. A face as large as a basin loomed before him, startling Lu Feng into a jump, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Upon turning, He realized that the familiar chubby girl had replaced the now satiated Lu Mingran and her friends, who had departed unnoticed. This chubby girl was none other than the one who had been struck by chalk during class by that brutish professor. What truly unsettled Lu Feng was her unabashedly infatuated gaze fixed upon his face, uncomfortably close, making him feel quite uneasy. Had she leaned in a tad closer, a kiss would have been inevitable. The mere thought of such an encounter made Lu Feng's stomach churn. "Hey, handsome, how about a date?" the chubby girl asked, her fingers delicately poised, her demeanor shy yet awkward, as her makeup began to crack and fall away, much to Lu Feng's disgust. "I would rather not," he retorted brusquely, turning on his heel to leave. Behind him, he heard the chubby girl's persistent call. "Don't go, handsome. My sister is also available. As the saying goes, why let the good water flow to outsiders? My sister studies at the nearby school." Taken aback, Lu Feng stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance at her words. In the next moment, he hastily exited the cafeteria, teeth clenched, storming into the girls' dormitory. WSH, as the largest logistics and trade area in the Dragon Kingdom, dispatches millions of logistics packages daily. Ren Xiaoqin's company is situated here, nestled within the bustling urban village. At this moment, Ren Xiaoqin was venting her frustrations at 4 employees, having just discovered a critical flaw in their program that allowed someone to scan and claim 1,000 yuan. Just a few nights prior, a similar glitch had drained her account of 200,000 yuan. The recurrence of such a system failure, resulting in another loss of 10,000 yuan, was infuriating. "These fools. If such a thing occurs again, I will ensure you all are dismissed without a single penny of your wages." She fumed. One employee hesitantly interjected, "Boss, it seems the person who claimed our red packets twice is the same individual." "What?" Ren Xiaoqin was momentarily taken aback, rushing to her computer to verify. Indeed, the same individual had claimed over 200,000 yuan in red packets. "I suspect this person is a skilled hacker who manipulated our program, leading to these losses. Curse it. Investigate this person. They've cost me over 200,000 yuan. Do they think I'm easy prey?" Ren Xiaoqin commanded coldly, when a timid voice interrupted. "Boss, your takeaway has arrived, all vegetarian." The 4 employees exchanged furtive glances, realizing that their boss's funds had been depleted to the point where she could only afford vegetarian dishes. Meanwhile, Lu Feng stormed into Lu Mengran's dormitory, unexpectedly encountering Li Mei, the woman who had previously bullied them. Li Mei, emboldened by her robust physique and fierce demeanor, directed a barrage of insults at Lu Mingran and her friends. As Lu Feng approached, he discerned that Li Mei had become infamous following the viral video incident, and she had wrongly accused Lu Mengran's group of being behind it. As Li Mei's tirade escalated, Lu Feng stepped forward. "Li Mei, it's time to settle the debt. I assent to it. You should have received the court summons. Shall we resolve this amicably or face each other in court?" Lu Feng addressed her with a smile. Despite Li Mei's decent appearance and tall stature, her aggressive expression was off-putting. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Lu Feng's imposing presence effectively quelled Li Mei's bravado. "Lu, I will return your money," she stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. She indeed had received the court notice and had been preparing the funds to avoid the court's interference in her studies. In front of everyone, Li Mei transferred 3,000 yuan to Lu Feng. Relieved, Lu Feng instructed Lu Xiaoyan to withdraw the lawsuit, as the return of the money rendered further legal action unnecessary. With Lu Feng's backing, Li Mei was dissuaded from further harassing Lu Mingran and her friends. She muttered a final threat before attempting to exit. However, seeing Lu Mingran's distressed expression, Lu Feng could not let her depart so easily. Seizing the opportunity to test his new skill, he pointed his finger toward Li Mei's retreating figure, causing Lu Mingran and her friend's eyes to widen in astonishment. Lu Feng's unique ability was truly astonishing, prompting Malali to immediately pull out her phone to record the event. She twirled and began to tear at her own clothing, captivating the attention of several girls in the hallway who stared in disbelief at Li Mei's performance. Lu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as Li Mei began to dance wildly, her provocative movements igniting a fervor within him. "Sister, dance with me. Move to the beat." Li Mei suddenly changed her dance style, raising one hand above her head while tugging at her short skirt, her body moving rhythmically as she shouted joyfully. Had the music changed? Lu Feng was mesmerized, finally grasping the true essence of the system's description. This was indeed the dance of the madman. "Wow!" Lu Feng gasped, astonished as he watched Li Mei begin to tear at her clothing. The sheer audacity of the display left him nearly speechless. This was undeniably exhilarating. Though Li Mei possessed a fierce demeanor, her figure was undeniably appealing, and at the vibrant age of 20, Lu Fan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Yearning to seize Lu Mingran and retreat into the dormitory. What on earth was happening? Lu Mingran furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of jealousy as her boyfriend was intently gazing at another woman. The scene was becoming increasingly outrageous, causing the surrounding girls to blush and avert their eyes, while a few bold ones raised their phones to capture the spectacle. Unfortunately, only Lu Fan was privy to this scene, as the teaching building opposite the girls' dormitory was devoid of any souls on the weekend. The videos being recorded would certainly require blurring before being shared, for the content far exceeded the boundaries of propriety. Lu Mingran could no longer bear to watch. The display was beyond her comprehension. How could a young girl behave so provocatively? Lu Fan was reluctantly being pulled away by Lu Mingran toward the dormitory, yet his gaze remained fixated on Li Mei. Just then, he halted again, as Li Mei had changed her tune, her movements escalating to a near-frenzied state, completely absorbed in her own world. Though Lu Mingran had dragged him to the dormitory entrance, Lu Fan's feet seemed rooted to the ground. At that moment, the wildly dancing Li Mei finally came to a halt. Lu Fan estimated that approximately 3 minutes had passed, likely the duration of his new skill's effect. With a resounding bang, the door to Li Mei's dormitory slammed shut, followed by her unmistakable wails of despair. The spectacle had reached its conclusion, and Lu Fan had gained a clearer understanding of his new abilities. Both of his skills seemed designed to humiliate rather than harm, capable of stripping individuals of their dignity, leaving them in an awkward state whenever they recalled the incidents. The previous episode of him having an accident in front of the classmates, followed by this public display of a striptease, would surely brand Li Mei with unforgettable memories. What on earth just happened? Lu Mingran pressed Lu Fan into a chair, her expression one of astonishment as she scrutinized his handsome face. Behind her, 3 other girls gathered, their expressions equally curious. Well, it seems I've awakened another extraordinary ability recently. That was my first time using it, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. What? You've awakened another power? Lu Fan, why are your abilities so bizarre? The 4 girls exchanged astonished glances, incredulous at the notion that he could incite such wild behavior with just a gesture. If this happened in class, the consequences would likely be more severe than causing someone harm. In truth, this ability merely awakened the wildest impulses hidden deep within a person, rather than compelling them to dance improperly. Li Mei's provocative performance suggested she had either experienced such moments before or harbored a penchant for them. Lu Fan's revelation left Lu Mingran and the others speechless. It seemed Li Mei might be wishing for death after dancing provocatively in front of so many classmates and being recorded. If this video were to circulate, it would likely spark a scandal akin to a college student striptease incident. Lu Fan, may I ask you something? Does your ability to control waste have any other functions? What do you mean? Lu Fan responded, bewildered, pondering whether this girl wanted him to manipulate waste in some peculiar way. An image flashed in his mind, an upside-down spray of waste. You might not even realize it, but Li Mei had been plagued with acne. She would slather on thick foundation whenever she went out. However, after that incident at the door, her face cleared up completely, and her skin has improved significantly. Have you not noticed how much prettier she has become? Lu Mingran's words left Lu Fan dumbfounded. He had never considered that his prankster skill could yield such unexpected benefits. You do understand that acne and blemishes occur due to the accumulation of dampness and toxins within the body, right? After the incident, Li Mei cleared her system, leading to her improved complexion. Wait, so you're saying my ability to control waste has beautifying effects? Lu Fan exclaimed in shock, only to see the 4 girls nod in agreement. Look at Qian. She has struggled with acne for years, and it never seems to heal. Do you think you could help her? Lu Mingran quietly suggested, and Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there truly someone requesting to undergo such an embarrassing experience? Yet, upon reflection, he understood. Qian was slender and graceful, a gymnast with a remarkably flexible physique, yet she was burdened with several blemishes on her face. She felt too self-conscious to venture out without makeup. Qian wore an expression of both anticipation and concern as she regarded Lu Fan. Are you serious, Qian? Honestly, I am utterly frustrated with these blemishes. You have no idea how much I spend battling them, she admitted, her exasperation evident. With my monthly allowance of 2,000, I routinely spend several hundred just on skincare, and it never resolves the issue. Just a hint of spicy food sends me spiraling back into breakouts. Speaking of her skin issues, Qianqian's complaints reflected a sentiment many shared. Perhaps only those who didn't suffer from acne could truly appreciate the plight. You need to think this through. I cannot control this skill. Once activated, you will undoubtedly empty your bowels in rapid succession, leaving you utterly drained and requiring at least a day's recovery. That's all right. I can manage. You cannot fathom the agony of living with these blemishes, she retorted, undeterred by Lu Feng's warnings. Well then, if you are resolute, we shall find a suitable time to proceed. However, I suggest a hotel. Otherwise, you might clog the restroom, and guess 1T be able to enter the dorm. What? We can't do it in the dorm? Qianqian responded, her expression a mix of embarrassment and concern. This situation was already humiliating enough. She could tolerate embarrassment in front of her friends, but come on, the dorm has squat toilets. If you don't go to a hotel with a proper toilet, are you planning to faint from exhaustion and collapse into the toilet? Upon realizing, Qianqian understood Lu Feng's thoughtful approach, though she still found the prospect of a hotel visit mortifying. Lu Mengran, observing Qianqian's discomfort, suddenly hatched a clever idea. Lu Feng's apartment has a proper toilet. All right, since my esteemed lady has spoken, I have no objections. Hey, who are you calling your wife? Lu Mengran blushed fiercely at Lu Feng's teasing, retreating to her bed in embarrassment. Oh dear, it's sweltering, and I'm sweating just moving around. I need a good wash. By the way, I've never bathed in the girls' dormitory before. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he headed toward the bathroom. The four girls stared in astonishment at his brazen behavior, yet none dared to intervene. Upon reaching the bathroom door, Lu Feng turned back and called out, Li, wait for me to scrub your back. What? Lu Feng, I'm not comfortable with that today. Li's face turned crimson, as the last thing she wanted was for Lu Feng to bring up such an embarrassing topic again. Inconvenient? Spare me the excuses. You should know better than to need reminding that one must accept the consequences of their wagers. I am not here to corner you. What does giving a back rub have to do with convenience? Moll glanced around helplessly, finally casting a pleading gaze towards Liam Ngrn. Lu Fn, could you show some leniency? Perhaps we can just let this matter rest? No way. I'm a man of my word. Li D11 Ohu, you must consider this carefully. If Moll is unwilling, then you shall take her place. Lu Fn threw a lascivious grin at Liam Ngrn, and before the four girls, he discarded his shirt, revealing a perfectly sculpted torso, and then he stepped into the restroom. Lu Fn, you, Liam Ngrn, flustered and enraged, shot a glare at his back. She was not naive. If she entered to give him a back rub, he would surely seize the opportunity, and she would be the one left embarrassed. With that thought, she tilted her body, donned her headphones, and collapsed on her bed, deciding to disregard the situation entirely. LL, have you seen Lu Fn's physique? It's so robust and manly. You will be fortunate to give him a back rub. You certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lchn and HL encircled Moll, urging her on. When Lu Fn had removed his top earlier, all four girls had been captivated by his form. Moll felt a flutter in her heart. It was the first time she had seen a male body of her age, and her heart raced. In their dormitory, only Lchn had a boyfriend, and even then, it was a long-distance relationship. Although they were curious about the opposite sex, they had never broached the topic. Now, with Lu Fn bathing in their dormitory, they were all agog when he removed his shirt. In truth, it is not only men who appreciate beauty. Women equally revel in the sight of handsome men. Chapter 54. New Year's pig hair removal. The sound of the shower echoed from the restroom. Liam Ngrn was unfazed. After all, she was no stranger to the man inside. However, Moll and the others were lost in fantasies, as the dilapidated door did little to muffle the sounds. LL, come on, put on something refreshing. Don't let me look down on you. Lu Fn's voice called from the restroom, prompting Moll to bite her lip and reluctantly shed her thin outer garment. I have dealt with far worse than you. In my lifetime, I have removed the hair from countless pigs. You are merely a wild boar in my eyes. I will treat this as if I am back home dealing with pigs. Moll mustered her courage, pushed open the restroom door, and stepped inside. HL and Lchn had already climbed onto their beds but curiously peered over. Their elevated positions allowed them a clear view of Lu Fn in the restroom. Just as a stunned MOLI was pulled inside by Lu Feng. The sound of the door closing jolted the two girls from their stupor. They exchanged flushed glances, hearts racing. Elchien, embarrassed, quickly drew the curtain to shield their view. She was no longer a little girl. She had tasted forbidden fruit with her boyfriend before and had often seen men without shirts in her rural hometown. Yet, she had never encountered a man whose body was so captivating. Lu Feng's physique could only be described as exquisite, with muscles that appeared sculpted by the hands of a master. Stealing a glance at Li Mngrn, the oblivious girl was lost in her music, entirely unconcerned about the back rub situation. How could she be so careless at such a critical moment? Elchien and HL lay with ears perked, listening intently, only to hear the heavy breathing from the restroom. HL was confused, but Elchien, having experienced such situations, understood all too well. Good heavens, this has turned chaotic. MNGRN's man is taking advantage of LL. How will this relationship hold up? Elchien had an inkling of Lu Feng's character. A vibrant college girl like MOLL trapped in the restroom could only lead to one outcome. Lu Feng, embodying the principle of seizing opportunities, had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Whether it be Li Mngrn or MOLL, their innocence was evident, as Lu Feng's actions illustrated vividly the adage that a man's words can be deceitful, even if he is a fool. The restroom echoed with Lu Feng's cries akin to a pig being slaughtered, accompanied by MOLL's triumphant laughter. MOLL, do you truly believe this is akin to shearing a pig? Take it easy, do you not understand? Are you trying to harm me? You lecher. I will show you my strength, so you will think twice before taking advantage of me again. Did you really think I was easy to bully? You must be terrified now. Damn it, I will fight back. If you dare to bully me, I will break you and MNGRN apart, forcing her to find another boyfriend. Once MNGRN falls into someone else's arms, you will be left to weep. Ah, you scoundrel. Elchien and HL exchanged bewildered looks. They had not anticipated that a mere wager would lead to such an entertaining spectacle. It was as if a pair of feuding lovers had been thrown together, and MOLL, true to form, was surprisingly bold. As MOLL slipped and fell to the floor, her face flushed with embarrassment, she glared at Lu Feng. He grinned mischievously as he crouched before her, bringing their faces mere centimeters apart. MOLL stared in horror at his obnoxious face, wishing she could slap him with her slipper. LL, you should leave now. This is our little secret. If you don't speak, they will think you merely went in to give a back rub. After all, you didn't outright refuse me earlier, did you? If you had firmly rejected me, I would have stopped. Lu Feng's words made MOLL lower her head in shame, her chin nearly touching the floor. The moment she entered, Lu Feng had blocked her mouth, leaving no room for her to protest. With that thought, MOLL shot him another glare, struggling to rise as she pulled open the restroom door. Smack! Ah, what a glare! LL, you gave a decent back rub. With your degree, you might consider becoming a back rub master at a bathhouse in the Northeast. Your salary could easily exceed 10,000. Just imagine, a college girl like you working in a bathhouse would undoubtedly be in high demand, especially in men's bathhouses. Go to hell. You should be the one to become a back rub master. Your entire family should. Just wait until you get electrocuted in the shower. You lecher. MOLL, feeling guilty, fled the doorway, but before she fully exited, she cast a fierce glare at Lu Feng. The restroom was filled with Lu Feng's triumphant singing, a tune that only served to irritate those listening. I love bathing with lots of bubbles. Liu. MOLL kept her head down, the blush on her cheeks creeping down to her neck, unable to meet the eyes of her three sisters. In a flurry, she clambered on her bed, stealing a glance at Li Mngrn across the way. Li Mngrn lay on her side, showcasing a perfectly sculpted silhouette, blissfully absorbed in her music, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Even as she emerged, Li Mngrn did not cast a single glance in MOLL's direction, seemingly unperturbed by the idea of Lu Feng's intentions. MNGRN. You, Li Mngrn remained indifferent, lost in her tunes. Seeing this, MOLL felt a wave of relief wash over her. only to turn and find HL and El Chi-in grinning mischievously at her. Feeling vulnerable, she shot them a glare and pulled the curtain closed. That lecher has made quite the fool of himself this time. Hidden behind the curtain, MOLL's heart raced. In truth, she harbored no resentment towards Lu Feng. Otherwise, she would not have ventured in to give him a back rub. You scoundrel, if it weren't for the gifts of the phone, clothes, and lavish meals you bestowed upon me, I would not let you off so easily. Mao Lily sought reasons to comfort herself, lying in bed as her mind wandered aimlessly, eventually drifting into a hazy slumber. Chapter 55. A slap for every little friend. Lu Feng emerged from the bathroom, invigorated, only to find that the curtains of the three girls had been drawn. Without hesitation, he climbed on a Lu Mengran's bed, bare-chested. "Oh, Lu Feng, why are you back here again?" "This bed is too small for two people," Lu Mengran complained, removing her headphones and shooting him an annoyed glance. Yet she still shifted to make room for him. The cramped bed forced their bodies to press closely together in order to lie down comfortably. Mengran, let's snuggle. It's warmer that way." "Warmer? It's almost summer. If you want warmth, why not wear a padded coat?" she retorted. "And why aren't you dressed? This is a girl's dormitory. I am wearing pants. Isn't it normal to be bare-chested in this heat?" Lu Feng wrapped his arm around Lu, the campus beauty. Though he had indulged himself in the bathroom, it was never enough, and he was now feeling quite pent up. As he gazed at her stunning features, he leaned in closer. Lu Mengran blushed, attempting to evade him, but the narrow bed made it difficult to turn over, and after several attempts to dodge, she resigned herself to Lu Feng's teasing. The small dormitory was so cramped that even heavy breathing could be heard by the others, and their movements could not escape the notice of the other three girls. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, as he playfully touched Lu Mengran, three pairs of eyes were fixed on them with keen interest. They finally emerged from the dormitory at 3 in the afternoon. The weather was sweltering, and Lu Feng opted to go shirtless, a white shirt draped casually over his shoulders. One arm wrapped around Lu Mengran's waist, as he walked ahead feeling refreshed. Mao Lily and the other two girls followed behind, maintaining a distance, their eyes lingering on Lu Feng's perfectly sculpted physique. "Lily, those abs are incredible. Didn't you touch his front when you were rubbing his back earlier? Did you sneak a feel?" Li Qian teasingly asked, pulling at Mao Lily, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You better not mention that back-rubbing incident again. It's mortifying." "Haha, I bet you did touch him. All the other girls are eyeing him like he is a snack," Mao Lily replied, glancing around. Sure enough, the girls passing by were stealing glances at the rogue, some bolder ones staring unabashedly, even drooling slightly. "Lu Feng, your transformation is astounding," Lu Mengran noted, having grown intimate with him a few times. She was all too aware of how he had looked before. In just a few short days, Lu Feng's physique had become utterly perfect, surpassing the handsome men and muscle-bound figure she had seen in short videos. This is the benefit of training. In the future, if I encounter any troublemakers, I'll deal with them swiftly, Lu Feng declared, swinging his hand, producing a loud crack that left Lu Mengran in awe. The five of them took a taxi to a shopping mall, where Lu Feng began his grand shopping spree. Rather than accompanying the girls on a shopping trip, it was more about Lu Feng needing new clothes and shoes, as his previous attire no longer fit due to his transformation. The four girls watched in astonishment as Lu Feng's shopping prowess unfolded. He was a whirlwind of purchases, having already spent over 200,000 yuan as he bought without glancing at the prices, focusing solely on style and fit. "Are you trying to show off your wealth?" "Lu Deshao, we know you're rich, but this is a bit much," Mao Lily scoffed, seemingly forgetting the earlier back-rubbing incident. Lu Feng's retort silenced her, causing her to shoot him a glare, her face reddening like an apple. Lu Mengran eyed Lu Feng with suspicion, a hint of scrutiny in her gaze. "Lu Feng, did you take advantage of Lily?" Lu Mengran knew Lu Feng's character all too well, having been lured into bed by his innocent-sounding words. "Mengran, you underestimate me. I'm a model citizen, a paragon of virtue. How could I engage in such sordid actions? Do you truly think so little of me?" Lu Mengran regarded him with disdain. "Do you still possess any integrity?" she questioned, recalling that Lu Feng had previously misrepresented himself, realizing her friends were beside her. Lu Mengran abruptly fell silent, her face flushed. "Oh, it seems you too have a story," Mao Lily and the others observed with curiosity, their expressions brimming with eagerness. As they settled in a milk tea shop to rest, Lu Feng called a courier to have his new purchases sent to the security office at Longda. Once the items were dispatched, They finally relaxed, as carrying a multitude of bags had drained their enthusiasm for shopping. I've finished my purchases now. Shall we head to the women's clothing section? At the mention of women's clothing, the eyes of the four girls sparkled with excitement. They had experienced Lu Feng's generosity firsthand. While he may have had a penchant for flirtation, it was understandable, as all their outfits and phones were gifts from him. As they approached a women's clothing store, Lu Mengran suddenly furrowed her brow, halting in distaste. Mao Lily and the others also glared coldly at a young couple before them. Lu Feng sensed trouble brewing, suspecting an unresolved issue between Lu Mengran and the couple. Sure enough, the pair spotted Lu Mengran and her friends, particularly the young man, who glared at Lu Feng with hostility, leaving him bewildered. "Oh, isn't that my ex-girlfriend? I heard you've been seen with the biggest fool at Londa. I didn't think the rumors were true. Yuan Etienne, do you have no shame? When have I ever been your girlfriend? This is all your fabrication." Lu Mengran shot back, her expression darkening as she glared at the young man, leaving Lu Feng perplexed as he turned to Mao Lily. "Lily, what is going on?" "Umph." This jerk used to pester Mengran, flaunting his looks. He used to hang around the girls' dorm, trying to get us to send food and drinks to him. But Mengran had no interest, and he persisted for 2 weeks, claiming she was his girlfriend. Infuriated, we confronted him, only for him to dismiss it as a quarrel between a couple. Many classmates believed him, and he continued to slander Mengran until the matter faded after a month when he realized he couldn't gain anything from her. Chapter 56. A Dance for Everyone. After listening to Mao Lily's account, Lu Feng finally grasped the situation. He was acutely aware of Lu Mengran's virtue, having been her first intimate partner. This incident sparked an idea in his mind. He surmised that the young man was attempting to leverage public opinion to coerce Lu Mengran, a tactic that would undoubtedly fail against her. "By the way, Lily, what did you just call that guy?" Lu Feng inquired, a light bulb going off in his mind. "His name is Yuan Etienne, with a fortune of 100 million, aiming for the stars." Mao Lily, bewildered, turned to Lu Feng, who burst into laughter upon hearing the name. "Ha, how about calling yourself Yuan Etienne instead? Or perhaps Yuan Yabizi would suit you just as well." "You scoundrel. My name is Etienne, as in billion." Yuan Etienne's expression darkened, anger flaring as he pointed at Lu Feng, for he detested having his name ridiculed. It was only then that Mao Lily and the others understood the implication of Lu Feng's words. A grown man named Yuan Etienne was indeed a source of amusement. "You impoverished fool, you can only pick up my discarded shoes. As for you students, the most you can do is gaze longingly at the merchandise in this mall. Tell me, which of these items can you afford?" At that moment, Lu Feng and his companions were left empty-handed, as their belongings had just been delivered by a courier. Except for Lu Mengran, who still clutched half a cup of milk tea. It was likely that Yuan Etienne's jeers were provoked by this very situation, prompting Lu Feng to incredulously point at himself, looking at Lu Mengran. "Mengran, is he implying that I'm poor? Young Master Lu, you become quite astute. He is mocking you for being a lowly pauper." Mao Lily giggled, covering her mouth. Just the other day, Lu Feng had effortlessly earned millions in front of them, and yet here he was, belittled by a mere student. Why would you choose to insult me on such a trivial matter? You could call Lu Feng foolish or ugly, but to mock him in his area of expertise is akin to placing your face beneath a shoe. "Etienne, I have matters to attend to. Stop wasting time with these beggars." The girl beside Yuan Etienne was rather pleasant to behold, yet when compared to Lu Mengran, she had no advantage. She tugged at Yuan Etienne and began to walk away. "How dare you glare at me?" Lu Feng was instantly incensed. This fellow had insulted his woman and now sought to leave unscathed. "If I don't take you down today, I shall not be known as the world's greatest fool." Lu Feng wrapped his left arm around Lu Mengran's waist while casually draping his right over Mao Lily's shoulder. Mao Lily frowned, ready to lash out, but Lu Feng's words instantly turned her expression to one of delight. "Perhaps I should refrain from going too far. That could be quite disgusting and damaging, especially to my own people." "Understood. Ladies, ready your phones to witness my performance." "How dare you bully my woman?" Lu Feng straightened his arm resting on Mao Lily's shoulder. His finger pointed at the already departing Yuan Etienne. "Chaos God's finger dance." Mao Lily and the others hastily pulled out their phones, rushing toward the scene. For such a splendid moment must be captured and shared online. Failing to do so would be a disservice to their conscience. Lu Feng followed closely behind Lu Mengran, at which point Yuan Etienne had halted, closing his eyes as he stood there dazed. "Etienne, what are you doing standing there like a fool?" Yuan Etienne's girlfriend frowned at him, but the next moment her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Suddenly, Yuan Yiqian spun around and began to sensually gyrate against a nearby pillar, his movements exaggerated. The most alarming part was that he performed this while keeping his eyes closed, wearing an expression of utter debauchery, occasionally licking his lips. That expression alone incited the urge to strike him, especially since he was singing, "Come on, live it up, for we have plenty of time." Yiqian, have you lost your mind? This is utterly humiliating. What on earth are you doing? Yuan Yiqian's girlfriend attempted to snap her entranced boyfriend out of it, but regardless of how she pulled at him, he remained unmoved. In fact, the more she tugged, the more provocative his movements became. As a crowd began to gather, each person raising their phones, she, a young woman, could hardly withstand such a disgraceful display. Irritated, she stomped her foot and turned away, distancing herself from Yuan Yiqian. Wow, this is painfully embarrassing. A grown man dancing so suggestively in public. Is he trying to attract attention? What a disgrace. Oh dear, he's showing off his abs, but there's only one. The crowd pointed and gawked at Yuan Yiqian's flamboyant dance, while his girlfriend stood outside the throng, gritting her teeth as she watched her boyfriend perform so earnestly. Mao Lily and her friends huddled together, laughing uproariously as they recorded Yuan Yiqian's wild dance. The commotion caught the attention of mall security, who approached a customer to inquire about the situation. This person seemed to have lost their mind, suddenly dancing against a pillar. Their behavior suggested not a mere stunt for attention, but rather the result of some illicit substance. Upon hearing this, the security guards' expressions changed dramatically as they immediately called for backup and reported the incident to the police. Yuan Yiqian's reckless antics drew the concern of many adults who shielded their children's eyes. He concluded his wild dance with a dramatic kneel, leaning backward, his eyes opening in confusion as he surveyed the surrounding crowd. What is happening? How'd I end up here? Panic-stricken, Yuan Yiqian scrambled to his feet and attempted to flee, desperate to escape the embarrassment. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before he was apprehended by 2 uniformed security guards. You cannot leave. We suspect you have ingested something illegal, which has severely harmed our mall-s reputation. We have already contacted the police, and we will wait for them to arrive. No, you can't detain me. Ching, please save me. Yuan Yiqian shouted desperately to his girlfriend in the crowd, but his plea went unnoticed until he shouted, drawing everyone's attention to Ching. The onlookers were left curious about what kind of girlfriend this bizarre dancer could possibly have. Chapter 57. A chance encounter with a super-rich woman. Ching's face turned a deep shade of mortification. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. Seeing Yuan Yiqian's pleading gaze ignited her anger. Yuan Yiqian, you better get lost. It's over between us. With that, she turned and fled, realizing that in that brief moment, she had been exposed countless times with many recording videos. Yuan Yiqian, dejected, was escorted away by the security guards, and the crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Ha! What a relief. Mao Lily switched off her phone's recording, unable to contain her laughter as she hugged Li Qian beside her. The 4 girls erupted into a fit of giggles, for each had recorded the spectacle. Even gentle Lu Feng had succumbed to laughter, capturing the scene on her phone. Now that the performance is over, let us take a break. I'll buy you all milk tea. The 4 girls settled in the resting area, eager to edit and upload the delightful footage. As they read through the comments, laughter erupted, causing them to double over in mirth. In ancient times, there were treacherous villains like Qin Hui. Today, we have the flamboyant dancer. The video of the mall dance quickly became a viral sensation. Apologies for the spectacle. This is merely my family's long-lost silly deer. In truth, this fellow was a kept man by a wealthy woman, performing daily dances for her to the point of losing his sanity. Perhaps he lost a bet in a daring game, which would explain everything. Who would have thought that the true instigator of this entire debacle was the one holding milk tea and peeking at their comments? Young Master Lu, you've provided quite the catharsis. Though your skills may be distasteful, they are remarkably effective against scoundrels. Just look at how our Lu de Xiaohua is laughing her heart out. Mao Lily took the milk tea from Lu Feng's hands, gesturing towards the smiling Lu Feng, whose beauty could enthrall nations, leaving Lu Feng momentarily entranced. Quick, drink your milk tea. Once you're done, let us go shopping. After the earlier incident, Lu Feng's spirits soared, knowing that the scoundrel who tarnished her reputation had been thoroughly dealt with by Lu Feng. Lu Feng led the 4 girls into the women's clothing section, only to have his jubilant mood abruptly shattered by an overzealous saleswoman. Liam Ngrn, in an effort to save money for LFN, deliberately led him away from the extravagant boutiques. From the moment they entered, The two female sales associates paid them no mind, dismissing the group of 5 as mere students, obviously unable to afford the lavish items displayed, each of considerable value. HL merely reached out to touch a dress, only to be scolded by a rushing saleswoman, who disdainfully remarked, "This dress costs 12,000. Don't touch it carelessly. If you soil it, who will buy it?" As she spoke, the attendant audibly brushed off non-existent dust from the garment. This blatant attitude ignited LFN's temper, and it was only due to Li MNGRN's quick intervention that he refrained from retaliating. "Let us go. I want to be purchasing anything. How dare I be looked down upon while shopping?" OLL and the others wholeheartedly agreed. While they were indeed poor students, LFN was a true scion of wealth, with at least tens of millions in his pocket. The saleswoman was clearly short-sighted to provoke someone of LFN's caliber. What a pretentious display. If you're so capable, go shop at the luxury store next door. Ugh, a bunch of paupers. The remarks from behind them further ignited LFN's ire. He turned around, pointing at the offending saleswoman, and shouted, "Damn it. We entered as customers, and customers are kings. Didn't your boss teach you that on your first day? With your attitude, you'll forever be stuck here selling." With a declaration of resolve, LFN seized Li MNGR in S hand and prepared to storm into the luxury boutique next door. His eyes sparkled as he cast Li MNGR in a reassuring glance and dashed into the crowd. "Why, Sister BI, what a coincidence. You're shopping too?" BILNLing frowned as she regarded LFN. Truthfully, she had no fondness for him, but out of respect for Professor L, she felt compelled to acknowledge him, especially since she had dined at his expense the previous evening. "Oh, it's you, LFN. Are you accompanying your girlfriend for a shopping spree?" BILNL's gaze was drawn to Li MNGRN, her eyes momentarily flashing with admiration. Standing there, Li MNGRN was like a breathtaking landscape, attracting glances from passers-by. In contrast to herself, Li MNGRN appeared youthful and innocent. Together, they embodied different forms of beauty. "Indeed, this is my girlfriend, Li MNGRN. Isn't she lovely?" LFN, unfazed by BILNL's disdainful demeanor, approached her enthusiastically. Fortunately, an astute assistant beside BILNL intervened, preventing LF North from getting too close. "Sister BI, are you here shopping as well? How about I treat you to some milk tea?" LFN surveyed the surrounding area, noting the 8 or so individuals accompanying BILNL, each exuding an air of elite professionalism. They all bore a strong presence, unmistakably of high status, and 2 imposing bodyguards in sunglasses flanked BILNL, clearly indicating her importance. Even the assistant who had stopped LFN was clad in designer attire, her expression aloof. "No, thank you. I never indulge in such things. LFN, if you see something you like, I'll cover the cost as repayment for last night's meal." Faced with BILNL's impenetrable demeanor, LFN remained unperturbed, unable to resist approaching her simply because of her striking beauty. "Sister BI, I'm not short on cash. Since you're busy, let us save it for another time." With a smile, LFN extended his hand toward BILNL, who hesitated for a few seconds before bypassing her assistant to shake his hand. But almost instantly, she regretted it as LFN, as if he hadn't seen a woman in ages, held her small hand tightly, playing with it in his palm. One insufferable fool. BILNL glared at him coldly, but LFN ignored her frosty gaze, smiling as he withdrew his hand and even brought it to his nose to sniff. "Wait," as BILNL prepared to enter the store. LFN called out to her again, for she was about to enter the very establishment they had just exited. "What now?" BILNL's expression had turned frigid, her eyes piercing as she regarded LFN. "Sister BI, I advise you not to shop at this store. The saleswoman inside just insulted us." LFN, are you serious? The saleswoman here looked down on you? BILNL furrowed her brow, her eyes scanning the upscale boutique while appraising LFN and his companions. Those employed in high-end retail must possess a keen sense. They were all adorned in designer clothing, and Li MNGRN's shoes alone cost several thousand. Would they truly be scorned? Next door, BILNL glanced at the luxury store beside them. Then back at the boutique they stood before, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Did you know these two stores are under the same ownership? What did you say? The luxury store and this one share the same owner? LFN's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing as if a flock of crows had taken flight, leaving him feeling utterly deceived. He was no longer the naive fool of yesteryear. It dawned on him that he had been played. Had it not been for his encounter with Belle and Ling, he might have been spending extravagantly in the luxury store next door. With this realization, LFN's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening as he glared at the saleswoman within the store. Relay to me what transpired. If that saleswoman truly insulted you, I will ensure she faces the consequences. Bill's expression was icy as she addressed LFN. Yet he sensed a flicker of anger in her demeanor. After hearing LFN's account, Bill's countenance turned as frigid as ice. She called coldly, prompting her assistant to approach with a careful bow. In the name of BICH in DSH. Issue a directive to suspend MELI-NFSH for 10 days for restructuring, with all employees undergoing retraining. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of all establishments in BICH in DSH. Any store found to engage in such deception against customers must also be suspended for restructuring. Understood, BIZing. The assistant wiped the cold sweat from her brow. BILNL's order would have significant repercussions for the entire BICH in DSH. LFN stood in stunned silence, his mind racing to comprehend the scene before him. Sister BI, this building belongs to you? Yes. BICH in DSH is wholly owned by BICH in J2N, a vital project under our group. Good heavens. This building must be worth over 100 billion. Sister BI, you're quite affluent. BILNL cast him a glance devoid of expression and, with an air of superiority, strode away in her high heels, causing passers-by to yield to her presence, her powerful aura palpable even from a distance. Who was that just now? As soon as BILNL departed, Liam NGRN and the others inquired curiously. The female president of BICH in J2N, a super-rich heiress with assets in the hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Liam NGRN and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they watched BILNL retreat into the distance. While they fretted over their meager, monthly living expenses, she was already managing assets worth hundreds of billions, indicating that they inhabited entirely different realms. I know about BICH in J2N. They hold significant stakes in real estate, jewelry, film, and other industries, ranking among the top in the capital. Previously, only LSHJ2N could rival them. But recently, due to certain issues, LSH has been embroiled in disputes over shares, leading to a sharp decline in its market value. LSH, Liam NGRN and the others' eyes lit up, casting peculiar glances toward LFN. LFN's expression darkened as he shot MOLL a fierce glare. Don't bring that up. LSH was founded by my father. After his passing, the assets intended for me were deceitfully taken by relatives. Does this mean that MNGRN is destined to be forever apart from the position of LSH's young mistress? Lu Feng, accompanied by several companions, switched to a different store where he purchased a complete outfit for Mao Lily, He Lu, and Li Qian, while bestowing a total of 3 outfits upon his esteemed girlfriend, Lu Mengran. As they exited the shopping mall, twilight had already descended upon the city, and naturally, the next event was a sumptuous dinner courtesy of the affluent Lu Xiao. They returned to the same seafood barbecue stall and the very same private room as before. After indulging in a delightful feast, the 5 could not resist discussing the previous encounter with the 3 ruffians. During their last dining experience, Lu Mingran had nearly been taken advantage of, but Lu Fan had utilized his extraordinary abilities to incapacitate the 2 rogues, leading to a stern reprimand from the stall owner directed at all 3 troublemakers. At that moment, Lu Fan's phone buzzed, and upon opening the message, he was taken aback. This number was an internal line from the telecommunications company, established during his father's tenure, and he seldom received any bothersome spam messages or calls. However, upon reading the text, Lu Fan was left dumbfounded, drawing the curious attention of Lu Mingran and Mao Lily beside him. The 2 women leaned in to catch a glimpse, and upon doing so, their expressions morphed into one of incredulity. Lu Xiao, Weren't such ludicrous advertisements for seeking a child with substantial rewards traditionally plastered on telephone poles or in restrooms? Has the strict enforcement by city management forced these scammers to upgrade their tactics to direct text messaging? Lu Feng's phone displayed a cliché message about seeking a child for a handsome reward, a scheme that had become obsolete over a decade ago. In today's digitally advanced era, such a ruse could only ensnare someone as naive as Lu Feng. The first line of the message boldly proclaimed seeking a child with substantial rewards, followed by a detailed description of the scam. The sender claimed to be a wealthy matron from Xinjiang, possessing assets worth billions, and at the age of 31. She described herself as young, beautiful, and alluring. Due to the untimely demise of her husband, she lamented the absence of an heir to her vast fortune and was specifically seeking a partner to bear her child, promising a reward of 2 million in cash upon success, urging interested parties to contact the provided number. Astounded by the prospect of a 30-year-old billionaire heiress, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly saved the contact number, following it up by adding the individual on WeChat. The profile picture depicted a sophisticated and graceful woman, undeniably matching her described allure. The four women beside him stared in disbelief at Lu Feng's audacious actions, questioning whether he truly believed such an absurd scam. Lu Feng, have you lost your mind? You only had 2 beers. How could you engage in such a nonsensical venture? Lu Mingran remarked, incredulous as she touched Lu Feng's forehead to confirm he was not feverish. Hey, what do you know? Just imagine how hard it must be for a stunning and sexy young woman managing such immense wealth. As a good citizen of the new era, isn't it my duty to lend a helping hand? Lu Feng's phone chimed again, indicating that his WeChat friend request had been accepted, much to the astonishment of Lu Mingran and her companions. Are you sure you didn't pour the beer into your brain? Maybe you should try tilting your head to drain some of that excess alcohol, Lu Mingran retorted. Lu Xiao, I guarantee that the person on the other end is not a cunning old man, but rather a woman who would leave you unable to eat for 3 days. Do you genuinely believe that such a windfall could fall into your lap? Well, if a windfall truly exists, why shouldn't it come to me? I have been foolish for 20 years, believing every word spoken to me, and I have lost all my assets and shares to scams. Now, it's my turn to receive a stroke of good fortune. Lu Feng dismissed their concerns and initiated a video call. To Lu Feng, this was a golden opportunity for both wealth and romance. If the sender was indeed a scammer, then with the support of the system, it would surely culminate in success. If true, this could lead to a substantial inheritance. For how many single billionairesses could there be in Xinjiang? He was not concerned with the 2 million reward. Rather, it was the prospect of the billion-dollar estate that captured his interest. After half a minute, the video call connected, and the 4 women leaned in eagerly to witness the unfolding spectacle. In the midst of their astonishment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared on the screen, her beauty rivaling that of Lu Mingran. However, their styles were entirely different. Lu Mingran exuded youthful innocence, while the woman on the screen radiated mature allure, embodying the essence of a ripe peach. Wow, is she truly that exceptional? Lu Feng's eyes widened, and his mouth nearly watered at the sight. Hello, handsome. Are you satisfied with what you see? The woman smiled seductively, revealing a charming dimple that added an endearing touch to her allure. Indeed, I must ask, do you truly need a child? Lu Feng inquired, captivated by her presence. Of course. I possess vast wealth in Xinjiang, and my late husband left me without an heir. Hence my urgent desire for a child to inherit my fortune. You are merely one of the candidates I am considering, and all of you must come to Xinjiang for a personal interview to determine who will be chosen. The woman's enchanting smile nearly bewitched Lu Feng. Beside him, Lu Mingran pouted, visibly irked that her partner was engaging with another woman, especially in her presence. May I suggest you skip the selection process? I am young, handsome, and strong. Surely I can fulfill your needs, Lu Feng boasted. Sweetheart, I only engaged in this conversation because I found you somewhat appealing. Had your appearance been less favorable, I would have blocked you immediately. However, we must follow the usual protocol, and you should come to Xinjiang at your earliest convenience, the woman replied, maintaining her charm. As Lu Feng and the beautiful woman conversed animatedly, Lu Mingran interjected, is the next step for us to transfer money for a deposit? In the typical scams that circulated in the past, such payments were always required to secure a spot. Yet, to her astonishment, the woman turned her camera to reveal her lavish surroundings. The opulence of her backdrop left Lu Mingran and her companion stunned. The backdrop was an extraordinarily luxurious mansion, adorned with extravagant furnishings that seemed unattainable to the average person. The towering crystal chandelier alone could be the equivalent of what many would earn in a lifetime. Surely this must be fake. Your background has to be virtual, right? Lu Mengran expressed her disbelief. However, the woman merely smiled and proceeded to showcase her lavish home, finally settling into a plush sofa. This mansion is located in Qianchuan, and our properties in Shangjiang are measured by square feet. To put in your terms, this estate is over 4,000 square meters. Combined with the lavish renovations and custom furnishings, my late husband invested nearly 10 billion on this property alone. Do you truly think I would covet a mere deposit? With a snap of her fingers, two elegantly dressed maids appeared, one pouring her a glass of red wine, while the other knelt to massage her legs. Lu Mengran and her companions were left speechless. The lifestyle of such a wealthy matron felt incomprehensibly distant, and the woman's presence radiated an aura that could be felt even through the screen. I am exceedingly pleased with your appearance, young gentleman. You are quite likely to emerge as the standout individual in this endeavor, and I have high hopes for you. It seems that someone of your youth may not possess substantial financial resources. Kindly provide your bank account number, and I shall transfer a modest sum for your travel expenses. The words of the beautiful woman left Lu Mengran and her companions utterly bewildered. This was not the expected course of events. Without hesitation, Lu Feng sent a photograph of his bank card. The beauty in the video spoke to someone off-screen, presumably arranging the transfer. In less than a minute, Lu Feng received a text notification. Upon opening the message, he was astonished to find that his account balance had increased by a staggering 200,000 yuan. This spectacle left the four girls beside him in sheer disbelief. Normally, one would anticipate that the beauty would request a deposit from Lu Feng to secure his place. Yet, this brazen individual transferred a sum of 200,000 directly to him. Was there some ulterior motive lurking behind this transaction? Young man, I must attend a meeting. I will send the address to you via WeChat, and we shall meet in Shangjiang in 3 days. The beauty abruptly ended the video call, casting a tantalizing glance at Lu Feng as she did so. This glance was of a caliber that no ordinary girl, such as Lu Mengran and her friends, could hope to emulate. It exuded an exquisite charm that left Lu Feng momentarily dazed, igniting a fiery warmth within him. Chapter 60. Believe that there is light in this world, my goodness. What on earth is happening, Lu Shao? I feel as though my worldview has shattered. Mao Lily exclaimed in shock, realizing that what should have been an age-old scam had inexplicably delivered 200,000 yuan to Lu Feng. How many individuals toil for 3 years without earning such an amount? If they were to receive 20,000 each, their future tuition and living expenses would be secured. The four of them had only dined with Lu Feng twice, and during their last meal, he had scanned a QR code to receive a red envelope, resulting in a windfall of over 200,000. This time, Lu Feng had somehow secured another hefty sum under the pretense of seeking a child. It seemed that all unreasonable occurrences became rational in Lu Feng's presence, leaving the four girls utterly perplexed. Look, this world is still filled with good people. You must believe that there is light in this world. Why can't there be a little more trust among us? Lu Feng proudly displayed his phone, inciting envy among the four girls, who wished they could slap him with a size 38 shoe. Following this, Li Qian boldly requested Lu Feng to demonstrate his peculiar skill. Lu Feng had exploited this ability to great effect in the past, but this was the first time someone had actively asked him to perform it. Throughout the journey, Li Qian's face remained flushed, and the thought of what was to come made her feel embarrassed enough to want to curl up. Qian, you should come with me into the restroom. Let them wait in the living room, Lu Feng insisted, pulling Li Qian towards the bathroom. Li Qian's face turned crimson, and she hesitated, unable to enter. Lu Feng, could you not perform your ability right here, and then I could dash into the restroom? Having just experienced an enticing bath that afternoon, Li Qian was all too aware of Lu Feng's character. Stepping inside with him would surely lead to her being taken advantage of. Lu Feng quickly grasped her intent, but how could he let such a willing lamb slip away? Confucius once said, "He who takes advantage of a bargain is a fool." Lu Feng was resolutely adhering to this timeless wisdom. Qian, you see my ability. Do you really think you have time to rush into the restroom? If you wish to perform in front of your 3 roommates in the living room, you will be the one responsible for cleaning up afterward. Li Qian's face turned even redder as she lowered her head, hesitating for a few seconds before reluctantly following Lu Feng towards the restroom. Lu Mengran and her companions sat awkwardly on the sofa, particularly Mao Lily. who was keenly aware of what awaited them, as she had fallen victim to Lu Feng's advances in the past. Yet, she felt no urge to intervene. Instead, a notion of joining in on the escapade took root within her. As Lu Feng pulled Li Qian into the restroom, he shut the door with a resounding thud, eliciting a furious reaction from Lu Minggran outside. "Lu Feng, you scoundrel! Why did you close the door? Just perform your skill and come out. Is it really necessary to shut the door?" "Hee hee, I wouldn't want to embarrass Qian Qian, would I?" Lu Feng's lewd voice echoed from within, accompanied by Li Qian's muffled gasps. "Lu Feng, don't. I'll handle myself. You scoundrel. You lecher." Lu Minggran fumed, rising to pull open the restroom door. But Lu Feng emerged with a grin just as the sound of thunderous explosions resonated behind him. An overwhelming stench filled the living room, prompting Lu Feng to grab Lu Minggran's hand and flee. Mao Lily and the others could not withstand the unbearable odor and followed suit. "Damn it, my apartment is ruined. If I can't sleep tonight, I'll crash at your dorm." Lu Feng lamented, standing at a distance from his residence, concerned about whether Li Qian might clog his restroom. "Impossible. Lu Feng, dream on. You are forbidden from visiting the girls' dormitory again." Lu Minggran twisted Lu Feng's waist with surprising strength, causing him to gasp in pain. "Ouch! Dear wife, that hurts!" Lu Feng cried out, and Lu Minggran finally released her grip. Today's events had unequivocally demonstrated that Lu Feng possessed an audacious nature, always seizing opportunities for personal gain. It was evident that he had taken liberties with Mao Lily during their back-scrubbing incident, and it was likely that Li Qian had also suffered under his advances. Lu Minggran was determined not to grant him any further chances. If Lu Feng continued to frequent their dormitory, he might very well take advantage of her three good friends. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Lu Feng's apartment was adjacent to a vast playground, where some boys were engaged in a spirited game of basketball, while girls watched with gleaming eyes, captivated by the athletic young men. Just then, a basketball fortuitously soared towards Lu Minggran. With quick reflexes, Lu Feng stepped forward and skillfully caught the ball. The impressive display caught Lu Minggran's attention as she gazed at Lu Feng with newfound admiration. Lu Feng's demeanor shifted as he scanned the group of boys in the distance, many of whom had previously borrowed money from him. He recognized several familiar faces among them, and it appeared that they had thrown the ball intentionally. Knowing Lu Minggran was present, "Lu Zi, throw the ball over here." A mocking voice called from afar. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, a fierce aura emanating from him. Glancing at the basketball hoop some 30 or 40 meters away, Lu Feng leaped, launching the ball towards the hoop. A 30 or 40-meter shot. How ridiculous! Came the jeers from the boys. Yet, Lu Feng's throw defied their expectations. As everyone watched in astonishment, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing flawlessly in a thicket on the other side of the court. "Hey, who threw that basketball? I'll settle this with you." An irate voice erupted from the thicket, and moments later, a boy emerged, his pants haphazardly adjusted, brandishing the basketball Lu Feng had thrown. Lu Feng was taken aback. This was his first encounter with a basketball, and despite his strength, his aim was questionable at best. Unexpectedly, although the basketball failed to make it into the hoop, it inadvertently disrupted a couple's romantic date. The reason they are referred to as a young couple is that a girl emerged closely behind the boy, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This, combined with the earlier action of the boy adjusting his trousers, allows for vivid speculation about their prior activities. Chapter 61. Classmate Brawl, Foolishness Unleashed. The boy, clutching the basketball, glared furiously at several male classmates engaged in the game, ultimately fixing his gaze on one individual. "Xiao Bobo, I knew it was you. Did my girlfriend and I disturb you while we were having our date in the grove?" This matter is far from over. With anger etched on his face, he strode towards one of the players, while Xiao Bobo wore an expression of innocence, caught in an undeserved calamity. "Li Ming, that ball was not thrown by me." "Nonsense. You and I have a grudge, and are you not upset that I took your girlfriend? Who could tolerate you being a 3-second man? Bastard. I'm not a 3-second man, and that ball was thrown by Lu, the fool." Xiao Bobo's face turned pale as he realized that, with so many classmates watching, this scoundrel dared to speak such lies. Li Ming glanced at Lu Feng, standing dozens of meters away, and found it hard to believe Xiao Bobo's claim. "Do you think I am an idiot? How could Lu Feng, from that distance, throw the ball into the grove? I suspect you filled your head with water while drinking to concoct such a childish lie." After uttering this, Li Ming, enraged, charged at Xiao Bobo, who was equally incensed by Li Ming's earlier remark about him being a 3-second man. They began to grapple with each other. This scene left Lu Mengran and her friends utterly confounded, their gazes shifting to Lu Feng, the true instigator, who watched the spectacle unfold while the accused sustained injuries. Reflecting on it now, Lu Feng seemed to possess a peculiar aura. Those who provoked him invariably faced dire consequences. Zhao Bobo had clearly intended to impress Lu Mengran with the basketball, but ended up being pinned down and pummeled. Meanwhile, he shouted encouragement from the sidelines, eliciting silent curses from those privy to the truth. Li Ming, do not strike his abdomen. Aim for his vital points, kick him in the face and between his legs. Lu Feng, enough. You stand by and watch the fight without intervening, yet you stoke the flames. Lu Mengran, unable to bear it any longer, received a message from Li Qian, indicating that her situation had concluded. Lu Mengran and her friends rushed into the restroom to assist the utterly exhausted Li Qian, who was drenched in sweat, her flimsy dress clinging to her body. Her face was pale, devoid of strength, and it took the support of her 3 friends to lay her down on the sofa. Sister Qian, please share your feelings so I might better understand my abilities. Lu Feng inquired with curiosity, observing the faint blush on Li Qian's pallid face. The day's events would undoubtedly leave her feeling embarrassed for some time to come. She had no strength left, and Lu Mengran had taken care of the subsequent cleaning. Thankfully, Lu Mengran had entered. Had Lu Feng walked in, she shuddered to think of how much he would have taken advantage of her. Lu Feng, your abilities are indeed overwhelming. At that moment, I felt utterly out of control. Within mere minutes, I had emptied my bowels, leaving me completely drained. Li Qian trembled as she spoke, her frail figure quaking. Lu Mengran, ever considerate, helped Li Qian to her feet, preparing to leave. Lu Feng, anticipating her intention, stood in her path with a grin. Lu, are you attempting to escape again? Caught off guard by his insight, a hint of embarrassment crossed Lu Mengran's delicate features. Lu Feng exchanged glances with Mao Lily. Grateful for the meals and clothes Lu Feng had provided, tactfully assisted he Lu in carrying the limp Li Qian away, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Mengran as they departed. Lu Mengran blushed as she watched her 3 friends leave, realizing that the little lamb had fallen into the jaws of a great wolf. All right, my dear, hurry and take a shower. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the restroom to be renovated, installing a large bathtub that can accommodate 3 people. From now on, we shall enjoy baths together. Lu Mengran shot him an exasperated glance. She could easily guess his intentions, yet she felt no resistance towards Lu Feng, both mentally and physically. With her newly purchased sexy nightgown in hand, Lu Mengran entered the restroom. Just as Lu Feng prepared to follow her in, her phone, left on the sofa, rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Mao Lily, who had just departed. Mengran, come help us. We cannot lift Qian. Hee. Mengran has gone to shower. I shall assist you. Lu to Shao. Fine. Hurry over. We can't lift her anymore after walking to the west side of the playground. With that, Lu Feng dashed out the door, finding Mao Lily and the others waiting by the playground. Although Li Qian was slender, she still weighed over 90 pounds. And it was indeed a challenge for 2 girls to carry her over a distance of 600 or 700 meters. Carrying a person is far more taxing than lifting an object, and as Lu Feng approached, the 3 girls were all glistening with sweat and panting heavily. Seeing Lu Feng arrive, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, but in doing so, they exhausted their last ounce of strength, causing Li Qian to topple forward. Lu Feng, quick-witted, rushed to catch her by the waist, holding her firmly. Lu Feng, let go. Li Qian blurted, deeply embarrassed, yet she lacked the strength to push him away. Lu Feng effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and headed towards the girls' dormitory, as though he were merely lifting a piece of paper. Mao Lily and he Lu exchanged knowing glances, aware that Lu Feng, the rogue, would seize the opportunity to take advantage of Li Qian. But they had truly done their best. What more could they do? Lu Feng, keep your hands to yourself, came Li Qian's frustrated shout from a distance, causing Mao Lily and he Lu to hastily pursue him. With a mischievous grin, Lu Feng carried Li Qian into the girls' dormitory, personally placing her on her bed before humming a tune as he departed. Li Qian, now blushing fiercely, covered her face with her hands. The strange gazes from classmates during that journey were one thing, but Lu Feng's relentless hands had not rested for a moment. Mao Lily and he Lu looked at her with curiosity. They were not naive and certainly realized that their friend had just suffered greatly. Qian, how did Lu Shao take advantage of you? Lily, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm exhausted. Leave me alone. Li Qian's face was as red as a tomato as she struggled to draw the curtain to shield herself from her roommate's prying eyes. TCH, I saw with my own eyes how Lu De Shout took advantage of you. Mao Lily, shut up. Chapter 62. Nothing is impossible. Lu Fan, you bastard. In the dead of night, anguished and helpless cries echoed from Lu Fan's apartment. Over the course of 2 hours, Lu Mingran had plummeted from paradise to despair, ultimately succumbing to a deep, lifeless slumber. The following morning, the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Lu Mengran's delicate face. As she opened her weary eyes, her small hand instinctively reached for her pillow, only to find Lu Fan absent. Puzzled, she blinked in surprise, discovering that Lu Fan was nowhere to be found. According to their usual routine, he would typically sleep until noon before heading to the dining hall. Sitting up, Lu Mingran was astonished to find Lu Fan seated cross-legged on the floor, facing the balcony. What transpired next left her utterly astounded, prompting her to cover her mouth in disbelief. Lu Fan sat majestically, enveloped in a mist of white that did not dissipate, and with every breath he took, a chorus of thunderous sounds resonated around him. A few minutes later, Lu Fan inhaled all the white mist hovering above him. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, he finally opened his eyes. The moment he did, 2 piercing beams of light flashed from his gaze. What a splendid day it should be, starting with morning exercises. Lu Fan's attention was fixed on the stunningly beautiful visage of Lu Daxua, who was momentarily jolted awake by his words, letting out a startled scream as she clutched her blanket tightly. Lu Fan, get out. Do you want to kill me? Seeing the terror on Lu Daxua's face, Lu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He never anticipated that his system would be so formidable. After merely practicing for a while, he had already attained an impressive level of skill. Now, even if he were placed within the tails of Jin Daxia, he would possess a modicum of self-defense, rendering Lu Mingran, an ordinary person, no match for him. After finally calming Lu Daxua's nerves, she turned to Lu Fan with a look of astonishment, inquiring about the recent events. Mingran, dear, remember when we visited Panjiayuan and bought those 3 martial arts manuals? I practiced according to those manuals and became what I am now. Lu Fan rose to his feet, his robust muscles exuding an undeniable masculinity. As he waved his hand, the air crackled with resounding echoes, startling Lu Daxua. How could this be? Such obviously fake things cannot possibly lead to real martial arts. Nothing is impossible in my domain. Lu Fan proudly began to dress, prompting Lu Mingran to nod in agreement, acknowledging that so many incredible things had happened to Lu Fan that it seemed only natural for this to be added to the list. You must have a driver's license, right? Lu Fan, now fully attired, turned to Lu Mingran. She instinctively nodded, then, as if realizing something, looked at Lu Fan in shock. In a couple of days, we shall go buy you a car. It is inconvenient to go out without one. We cannot rely on taxis for every shopping spree. Buy a car? But I'm just an ordinary student. Having a car is of no use to me. Who says it's useless? Look at Lu Ruyan. She drives a supercar everywhere. As my woman, you cannot fall short. Lu Fan placed a finger over Lu Mingran's lips, silencing her protests, and she could only concede with a reluctant nod. That morning, as Lu Daxua exited Lu Fan's apartment, several onlookers took notice. The boys observed Lu Mingran's awkward gait, each seemingly hearing the sound of something shattering. Throughout the journey, Lu Mingran kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with her classmates. Upon returning to the dormitory, her 3 friends had no classes. Some were either studying or binge-watching dramas. You've worked hard, Mingran. Each time we indulge ourselves and leave, it's you who bears the brunt, and we truly feel guilty about it, remarked Mao Lily, her words causing Lu Mingran to blush with embarrassment as she playfully poked her. Giggling, Mingran, you look radiant. It seems you are quite satisfied, teased one friend. Stop it. You too. Come look at the campus forum. Li Mei's dance video is going viral. Lu exclaimed, pointing at her phone. Lu Mingran and Mao Lily approached with curiosity. Upon viewing, their expressions turned odd as they beheld Li Mei dancing wildly, albeit with important parts blurred. Blurred is necessary. Otherwise, no website would dare publish the original video. The comments below had reached a staggering 30,000, which was remarkable considering the entire Long University had only 50,000 students. Wow, now Li Mei is truly famous at Long University. Thanks to young Master Lu's imposing presence, she will likely never dare to bully us again. How could she find time to bully us? The school is currently investigating her for her disgraceful behavior. What? She won't be expelled, will she? Lu Mengran gasped, covering her mouth. They, as ordinary students, had faced immense struggles to enter Long University. Being expelled would render all their efforts futile. Do not worry, Mengran. She will probably just receive a severe reprimand, not expulsion. Moreover, the video from the mall featuring Yuan Etienne has also gone viral, with my video garnering over 10 million views. Lu pulled up the back end of the short video platform, and indeed, the view count was astonishingly over 10 million, with likes and comments soaring. Giggling, I read on the campus forum that Yuan Etienne and Li Mei were both called to the principal's office, and both are to receive reprimands. Young Master Lu is impressive. Mengran, I truly envy you for being able to find such a young, handsome, and capable man. Ah, Lily, you incorrigible girl, do you think you will perish without a car? Lu Mengran blushed, engaging in playful banter with Mao Lily once more. Lu Feng, feeling invigorated, donned his newly purchased attire and tidied his hairstyle before stepping outside. Lu Ruiyan's Ferrari awaited him. Lu Ruiyan had completely succumbed to Lu Feng's enigmatic power, her admiration for him only deepening, especially after the recent racing incident that had earned her a fortune, alleviating her financial burdens, as maintaining a Ferrari was quite costly. This filled Lu Feng with immense pride. Whether Lu Ruiyan was a scheming beauty or a pure-hearted schoolgirl, they were all infatuated with him. Here's a gift for you. Lu Feng casually tossed a bag to Lu Ruiyan, containing a pair of gold bracelets and a brand new smartphone. At the time, Lu Mengran assumed the bracelets were a gift for Lu Feng's aunt and did not inquire further, but now Lu Feng directly presented them to Lu Ruiyan. As she examined the valuable gold bracelets and the pristine smartphone, a radiant smile spread across Lu Ruiyan's face, prompting her to excitedly lean in for a kiss. They indulged in each other's affection for a few minutes before parting. Take me to the place where I can apply for the Hong Kong and Macau travel permit, Lu Feng instructed, then reclined comfortably in the passenger seat. Lu Ruiyan pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared to life. Lu Feng, are you heading to Shanjiang? After they had driven some distance, Lu Ruiyan curiously glanced at Lu Feng. Indeed, there is a billionaire seeking a child in Shanjiang, and I plan to reap both wealth and romance. What? Seeking a child for a hefty sum? Am I hearing things? Lu Ruiyan abruptly slammed on the brakes, looking at Lu Feng in bewilderment. What kind of ridiculous scheme is this? Seeking a child for a fortune sounds like a scam. And you're actually heading to Shanjiang for it? A billionaire would not lack for suitors. How could it possibly be you? Lu Feng, you should really reconsider. This sounds utterly unreliable. Reconsider? I've seen her on video. She is even more beautiful than you, an enchanting 30-year-old woman at the peak of her allure. Once I make my move, I will undoubtedly capture her heart, and then that billion-dollar fortune will be mine. To think of the wealth and romance. I could wake up smiling from such a dream. Observing Lu Feng's lascivious expressions, Lu Ruiyan began to doubt his sanity. Suddenly, a knock on the window startled them, and Lu Feng turned to see two striking young women leaning against the car, their beauty captivating from his angle. Lu Ruiyan rolled down the window and greeted them warmly. Ning Ning, Chi Chi, what brings you here? The two girls exchanged glances at Lu Feng in the passenger seat, their brows furrowing. Ruiyan, you are truly with this fool? You don't actually plan to rely on him to enter the upper class, do you? This fool is as broke as can be. Lu Ruiyan's expression fell. As Lu Feng's partner, she felt obliged to defend him. Two sisters openly disparaged their men in front of their companion. How could she endure such behavior? Ning Ning. Li Chi Chi, if you two truly consider yourselves my sisters, refrain from speaking ill of my man in my presence. Lu Ruiyan and the two sisters were taken aback. Previously, Lu Ruiyan had harbored intense disdain and aversion towards Lu Feng, to the extent that merely mentioning his name would ruin her appetite. When they went out for hot pot, the mere mention of Lu Feng would make Lu Ruiyan feel nauseated, unable to stomach even the tender lamb rolls. How could the aloof Lu Ruiyan, the campus belle, have changed so drastically in just a few days? As Lu Ruiyan prepared to roll up her car window and leave, Lu Feng in the passenger seat grinned and halted her action. You are Ning Ning, and you're Li Chi Chi, correct? You both once deceived me out of 60,000 yuan alongside Lu Ruiyan. Now that I am well, I still have the transfer records. When do you plan to return the money? Lu Feng's gaze shifted between the two sisters, deducing that if they were with Lu Ruiyan, they were likely of the same ilk. The two sisters were tall and alluring, dressed in revealing attire that was indeed a feast for the eyes. Though their looks paled in comparison to Lu Ruiyan's, they still exuded youthful charm that attracted attention. The sisters exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Feng's words, their expressions dripping with disdain as they turned to leave. Yet, Lu Feng's next statement shocked them into turning back again. I have contacted the Xiaoyan law firm. This afternoon, you will receive a lawsuit notification from them. With that, Lu Feng leisurely leaned back into the plush seat, eyes closed in contemplation. The sisters panicked. They had initially followed Lu Ruyin with the singular goal of ensnaring a wealthy heir to fulfill their dreams of becoming affluent wives. After Lu Ruyin swindled Lu Feng out of a sports car and several million in cash, they too had conned him out of 30,000 yuan each. Is what Lu Ruyin said true? Li Qi anxiously turned to Lu Ruyin, who displayed a complex expression as she regarded her sisters. Their fates seemed destined to mirror her own. It all depended on Lu Feng's interest in them. These two sisters were the type who lived paycheck to paycheck. How could they possibly produce 30,000 yuan? Lu Feng was correct. I personally accompanied him to the law firm and witnessed him compile the transfer records of all those who had deceived him. With a mere word from Lu Feng, they would soon be facing legal action. Fraudulent acquisition of 30,000 yuan, according to the laws of Longhua, could result in imprisonment of over 3 years and hefty fines. As acquaintances, do not say, I did not warn you. Your fates lie in Lu Feng's hands. So tread carefully. With that, Lu Ruyin departed in her Ferrari, leaving the two sisters pale and frantic, unsure of their next steps. Well done. Lu Ruyin's phone chimed, and she glanced at it to see a message from the two sisters. Lu Feng, what are you planning to do with them? You need not test me. They are unlike you, less attractive and shrewd. These two have been with countless others. I fear I might catch something. No, in truth, they have shown remarkable self-respect. Although the three of us might be a bit avaricious and status-seeking, we understand that to infiltrate the upper echelons, one must maintain self-respect. They have dated before, but poor students could never meet their material needs, leading to inevitable breakups. None of us have participated in debauchery, and we actively avoid being exploited by the rich second generation. Lu Feng cast a surprised glance at Lu Ruyin, noting her sincerity and consequently diminishing his contempt for the two sisters. Such matters did not concern him. He relished the feeling of having all the power in his grasp. Suddenly, Lu Feng exited the Ferrari and knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times in gratitude. This spectacle left Lu Ruyin in shock. Oh my, has he gone mad again? I knew a fool could never be normal. He wouldn't harm anyone, would he? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruyin descended the vehicle with a troubled expression and helped Lu Feng back to his feet. Should I take you to the hospital? This is rather alarming. Hospital? No, I am merely expressing my gratitude to the esteemed readers for their comments, likes, bookshelf additions, and precious donations. Those who reach this point are all benefactors in my life. The readers are paramount, and from now on, I shall bow to them regularly. Lu Ruyin's expression softened. Perhaps I should join you in bowing? Lu Feng's gaze shifted back to Lu Ruyin, a mischievous glint appearing in his eyes as he formulated a clever idea. My bows are for gratitude. What purpose would yours serve? In my opinion, providing some benefits to the esteemed readers would be the true path. Benefits? Lu Ruyin, ever astute, understood the implications. She adjusted her short skirt, revealing her long legs clad in Balenciaga stockings, legs that seemed to extend beyond the norm. She lowered her collar and executed a graceful 90-degree bow towards the sky. Thank you to the esteemed readers for your generous donations, urging updates, likes, comments, and collections. Love you all. Were it not for the constraints of rules, I would surely provide something thrilling. Lu Ruyin lifted her head, blowing kisses with a flirtatious demeanor that could make even celestial beings nod in approval. After meeting with her aunt, Lu Feng, Lu Feng departed the Longde campus in her vehicle. Inside, Ding Nian sat, visibly displeased as she distanced herself from Lu Feng. Initially intending to occupy the passenger seat, upon seeing his cousin in the back, he brazenly squeezed beside her. You foolish idiot, there was space in front. Why must you sit next to me? Hee, I merely wish to grow closer to my dear Nian, close to my sister. You foolish idiot. After scolding him, Ding Nian realized the contradiction. Wasn't she his sister? Nian, regardless of anything, Xiao Fan is still your brother. If you dare call him a foolish idiot again, I shall not spare you. Lu Fenghua reprimanded her sternly, prompting Ding Nian to reluctantly fall silent. In the past, when Lu Feng's father was alive, the Lu family was among the most prestigious in the capital. At that time, Dignitaries, wealthy individuals, and politicians actively sought to associate with the Lu family. However, with his father's passing, the family gradually diminished amidst the petty squabbles of greedy relatives. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Despite the Lu family's fragmentation, its influence remained formidable. The Lu family's ancestral residence, a traditional courtyard, was located within the second ring of the capital. Though it was not far from Lu Fan's school, he had never spent time there. His memories of his paternal grandfather were faint, almost non-existent. The most vivid recollections he held were of his aunt, Lu Feng. One is akin to a pet. Affection is reciprocated based on how one is treated. Xiao Fan, you cannot arrive empty-handed for your grandfather's birthday. I have prepared your gift. Please carry it in and present it to him. Lu Fan grimaced as he accepted a bag from Lu Feng, discovering within a jade ring. Though he was ignorant of jade's value, the vibrant green hue indicated it was of the highest quality. What a splendid gift for that old miser. Lu Fan's mind raced. He contemplated appropriating such a valuable item for himself, instead of gifting it to the old man. He thought it best to buy him some cheap insoles to appease him. Unwilling to spend even a penny more, Lu Feng seemed to have anticipated his thoughts and promptly dispelled them. This ring was specially arranged for your grandfather, Xiao Fan. Do not entertain any foolish ideas. Understood, aunt. In the realm of conversation, Lu Fenghua's luxurious BMW came to a halt before a magnificent Sihiyuan. A servant approached to open the door for Lu Fenghua, who then drove away, as navigating the traffic in the capital, particularly within the second ring road, is a labyrinthine challenge akin to seeking a romantic partner on the bustling streets. Xiao Fan, today marks your grandfather's grand birthday celebration. Please refrain from speaking out of turn. And if you encounter any difficulties, do your best to endure, she advised. Annie, I am not a ninja turtle. Must I endure every encounter and circumstance? He retorted. In his Na'vi days, he had suffered greatly from bullying, but now, equipped with skills and abilities, he found it intolerable to remain silent. Readers can surely empathize with his plight. With a sigh, Lu Fenghua grasped a gift box and led Lu Fan and Ding Ninian into the Sihiyuan. Lu Mansion. Lu Fan glanced up at the gilded plaque overhead. A cascade of memories regarding the Lu family flooded his mind, predominantly of unpleasant recollections. Apart from his aunt Lu Fenghua, who treated him kindly, the rest of the family seemed eager for his demise, wishing to extract every ounce of value from him. A birthday celebration, eh? I sense there might be something intriguing to unveil today. Lu Fan mused with a light chuckle as he followed Lu Fenghua into the courtyard. This was a grand Sihiyuan consisting of 4 courtyards, a true testament to opulence in the heart of the capital. Many guests had already arrived. Although the celebration was modestly held at home, numerous partners of the Lu family were in attendance. Additionally, influential figures aligned with the Lu family had sent representatives, ensuring a lively gathering of at least 7 or 8 tables. The courtyard was adorned with numerous tables set up outdoors, where elegantly dressed guests engaged in casual conversations. The arrival of Lu Fenghua created quite a stir, prompting many to rise and greet her. Madame Lu, Professor Lu. However, Lu Fan, positioned behind her, was largely overlooked by the attendees. After exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances, Lu Fenghua guided Lu Fan into the rear courtyard. As they stepped into the back area, a group of mischievous children armed with toy guns unleashed a barrage of plastic bullets towards them. The air was filled with the sound of whirring projectiles, the toy guns firing harmless plastic rounds. Although these plastic bullets were not lethal, they could inflict considerable discomfort, a truth known only to those who had experienced it firsthand. Lu Fenghua's expression shifted as she attempted to dodge, but it was too late, particularly for Ding Ninian, who was caught in the line of fire. A direct hit to her face might ruin her appetite for the day. At the back, Lu Fan's demeanor turned cold, and in an inexplicable flash, he appeared before Lu Fenghua, his hand sweeping through the air to deflect all incoming projectiles to the ground. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Lu Fenghua asked. A look of concern etched on her face as she inspected Lu Fan for injuries. Annie, I am fine, Lu Fan replied, his gaze now fixed on the trio of rambunctious boys, the children of his cousins, whom he recognized even if he couldn't name them. With a fierce glare, his eyes sparkled with intensity, a warrior's imposing aura locking onto the 3 children. The boys, unaccustomed to such a display, were taken aback. One of the timid ones burst into tears. The sound of the child's wailing drew a throng of concerned adults from main hall. 3 young mothers rushing towards the sobbing boys. Little Bao, what happened? One inquired. That bad guy scared me. the frightened child exclaimed, hiding behind his mother and pointing at Lu Fan. What? The mother's expression darkened at her son's words, and she turned to glare at Lu Fan. You foolish child. Why are you here instead of at school? This is no place for you. Jinxiu, that is uncalled for. Xiao Fan is a legitimate descendant of the Lu family and has every right to be here, Lu Fenghua interjected, stepping forward to confront the young mother. Lu Fan felt warmth in his heart. Indeed, his aunt would always stand by him. Andy, he's just a child who doesn't understand. Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against a 6-year-old, would you? Besides, you weren't injured, were you? I see 3 are all fine. My son did not harm you. Yet that foolish Lu Fan frightened my little Bao. I demand an explanation from him, Su Jinxiu insisted, clutching her son with a fierce glare directed at Lu Fan. Jinxiu, children are often unaware of their actions. As a parent, shouldn't you be more discerning? You're all too aware of the harmlessness of those plastic bullets. With so many guests present, what if one were to strike a distinguished guest? The birthday celebration would be disrupted. Auntie, there is no need for such hypotheticals. Little Bao was merely playing in the backyard, far from the front courtyard. So how could anyone get hurt? Silence. A commanding voice rang out, and Lu Fan looked up to see a middle-aged man exiting the hall. Dad, that fool Lu Fan scared our little Bao into tears. Su Jinxiu, upon seeing her father-in-law, immediately shifted blame without acknowledging her son's wrongdoing. Elder brother, Xiao Fan has returned to his senses. Please, let us refrain from calling him a fool any longer. Lu Fenghua's brow furrowed as she addressed Lu Jianmin, who appeared taken aback as he turned to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, you've returned to your senses? Yes, uncle. I have never felt clearer in my mind. Even the matter of you deceitfully taking my father's cherished Rolls-Royce is vividly etched in my memory, Lu Fan replied. Lu Jianmin's face darkened, casting a fierce glare at Lu Fan. Enough. Today is your grandfather's birthday. Let's not squabble. Go pay your respects to the old man. Once all the guests arrive, we shall commence the feast. Lu Fan, you too shall bow to your grandfather. Now that you are well, focus on your studies. Lu Jianmin dismissed Lu Fan's words entirely, for he had swindled far too much from him. The most valuable being shares in the Lu family, an asset worth billions. Had he possessed any sense of honor, he would not have engaged in such deceit against his own nephew. As the eldest son of the Lu family, he wielded a degree of authority. With his command, his daughter-in-law, Su Jinxiu, fell silent, though her eyes remained fixed on Lu Fan with malice. The crowd turned and made their way towards the hall, where a young man bearing a resemblance to Lu Fan approached him with curiosity. Lu Fan, have you truly returned to your senses? I hope I have not misnamed you. Did you not deceive me out of the luxurious residences in Jingqing and Modu that my father left for me? There was that time you tricked me into dining, only to catch you and the celebrity Huang Mo Li in a compromising situation in the restaurant restroom, to prevent your sister-in-law from finding out. You fabricated a tale that you two were merely competing to see who could urinate further. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Shun's expression darkened as he hastily covered Lu Fan's mouth, but unfortunately, Lu Fan evaded him with ease. The fellow glanced at his wife in terror. She was holding their child, her expression ominous as she glared at him, her teeth clenched in a way that sent a shiver down his spine. It was too late. Had he known better than to engage with this foolish idiot, he wouldn't have landed himself in such trouble. Look at this loose tongue of mine. Lu Fenghua, feeling uneasy, pulled Lu Fan closer and whispered for him to speak less. Those two sentences Lu Fan uttered were like daggers, piercing through the air, and had not gone unnoticed by Lu Jianmin and Lu Shun, whose faces had turned as dark as coal. Rest assured, Annie, I am quite clever now, Lu Fan replied obediently, though his mind was calculating his own interests. The vast fortune his father had left him had been swindled away by these relatives. Upon entering the hall, he found it bustling with numerous guests, especially the elderly couple seated at the head table, his beloved grandparents, who had reached a venerable age. Lu Fan felt a growing estrangement from his grandfather, yet his disdain for his grandmother was palpable. It is often said that grandparents dote on their grandchildren, but Lu Fan had never sensed an ounce of warmth from these two. His grandmother had even assisted his cousins and 2 uncles in deceiving him out of his assets, memories of which were etched in Lu Fan's mind, and the sight of her instantly rekindled those recollections. The elderly patriarch cast a stern glance at his daughter, Lu Fenghua, then turned his gaze towards Lu Fan, a hint of disdain unmistakably captured by Lu Fan's keen perception. Fenghua, are you saying Lu Fan has returned to normal? The elder inquired in a dispassionate tone. Lu Fenghua quickly stepped forward to refill his teacup. Yes, father, Xiao Fan is well now. Sanji's spirit can finally rest in peace. Lu Fenghua expected her father to be overwhelmed with joy, but he merely acknowledged her with a non-committal grunt, sending her heart plummeting. Yet, he was her father. What could she say? Lu Fan pursed his lips and obediently stepped forward, bowing his head to the elder. Grandfather, greetings. Your grandson Lu Fan wishes you well. Lu Fan, are you truly all right? Grandfather, most of the time I'm normal now, though sometimes under stress. My mind may wander. That is commendable. If your mind is clear, focus on your studies. Hearing the same words from the old man as his uncle had said, a flicker of anger surged within Lu Fan. Grandfather, now that I am well, can the shares and assets you previously took from me be returned? After all, I need to live and spend money. His words rendered the hall silent, all eyes fixed upon him, for aside from Lu Fenghua, none present had refrained from deceiving Lu Fan, including the two elderly men who had taken a considerable amount of shares after Lu Fan's father's passing. Lu Fan, what do you need so much money for as a young man? We are family. Why must we quibble over such matters? What difference does it make whether that money and those assets are in the hands of the family? Though the elder remained silent, the elderly woman beside him scolded Lu Fan with visible discontent. Lu Fan's expression darkened, ready to explode, but Lu Fenghua approached him, grasping his hand and shooting him a stern look. Grandmother, if that money and those assets are indistinguishable whether in the family or not, then they might as well all be in my name, as they are the assets my father left me. Preposterous. Lu Fan, today is your grandfather's birthday. What do you mean by fixating on this matter? Indeed, Xiao Fan, you are still young. How could you manage such vast assets? Xiao Fan, focus on your studies. Once you graduate, I will surely arrange a comfortable position for you in the company, ensuring your needs are met. Exactly. Those shares are crucial to the company's operations. How could a child like you understand such matters? It is best to keep the shares with us. Lu Fan remained expressionless as he listened to the cacophony of voices berating him. Among the 20 or so individuals in the hall, only his aunt Lu Fenghua genuinely cared for him. Silence. This matter shall not be brought up again. Jiamin's guests are likely arriving soon. Let us proceed with the next agenda. The elder's words sealed the topic, and Lu Fan retreated to a corner, choosing silence. Such were his relatives. Lu Fan understood that further entanglement would yield the same results. Chapter 66. 2 sentences nearly sent him away, to Lu Fan's astonishment. His aunt had not only prepared a gift for him, but also one for his younger sister Lu Yuan. Upon seeing his sister's gift, Lu Fan felt a pang of regret. It was a jade ruby, a vibrant green with a natural red hue atop, clearly crafted from a premium bicolored jade. Its value was unmistakable. What a waste for this prodigal girl to bestow such a treasure upon that old fool. Xiao Fan. Lu Fan looked up to find Lu Fenghua gazing at him, signaling that it was time for him to pay his respects. With a quick thought, he seized the gift bag and knelt before the elder. Old fool, your grandson offers you birthday wishes. May you enjoy longevity like the pine and live long enough to witness the dawn of many tomorrows. Lu Fan's booming voice echoed like thunder, leaving everyone in the hall dumbfounded. With a crash, the elder's dim eyes widened in shock, and the teacup in his grasp shattered upon the floor. A howl escaped the elder's lips, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, as the scalding hot tea splashed onto his feet and legs. The heat of the day had already been oppressive, and the boiling water only exacerbated his discomfort. The elder leaped up, flailing his arms like a distressed monkey. Ah, father, are you all right? Lu Fenghua gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she spotted the angry red burns on her father's skin, an injury severe enough that he would likely shed a layer of skin. You foolish child, is this what you call restoring your mind to normal? Lu Fan, leave at once. The elder trembled in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Fan, who, amidst the tirade, appeared dazed and foolish, leading everyone to believe he had reverted to his previous state of confusion. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan was gripping his thigh tightly, stifling his laughter. A grandmother, what of this gift? Lu Fan raised his hand innocently, clutching the gift box, only to be met with the elderly woman's furious reprimand. She seized a teacup lid from the table and hurled it at Lu Fan. Given her advanced age, her aim was less than precise. The lid flew with remarkable accuracy, striking Lu Ming on the forehead instead. The collision produced a sharp sound, and Lu Fan inwardly commended the sturdiness of his friend's head. Ah, grandmother, why are you hitting me? Ng's forehead suddenly swelled up like a balloon, resembling a unicorn's horn, as he looked innocently at his beloved grandmother, tears nearly spilling from his eyes due to the pain. The elderly lady, upon witnessing this predicament, was left speechless, stuttering without finding the right words, and then cast a disdainful glance at LFN. LFN. Get out of here immediately. From now on, you're not allowed to set foot in this hall. Oh, Grandma, please don't be angry. You are of advanced age, and it would be unfortunate if you were to die from anger. Your grandson will leave right away, but this gift. LFN raised the bag in his hand once more, yet the elderly lady rolled her eyes and slumped back in her chair. LFN, enough. Just go outside. LFN's expression also darkened as she scolded LFN, who then hurriedly picked up the bag and scampered away, his steps light and cheerful, as if he had just won the lottery. Bah, not allowing me to enter this grand door. This house was bought with my father's hard-earned money, and your luxurious lives are all thanks to him. Even a dog wags its tail when fed a piece of meat. Now I understand why there are so many dog owners in this world. It turns out people can be far more despicable than dogs. Once outside the hall, LFN felt a sense of freedom and casually found an empty spot to sit down, pulling out his phone. Years ago, LFN's father was a legend, rising from nothing to amass a fortune during the prosperous era of LNG's reform, earning in a short time what others would take 10 lifetimes to accumulate. Previously, the L family was merely a humble household, and it was LFN's father who elevated them. Yet, as the sole son of LG New York, how had these people treated the simple-minded LFN? They had swindled all the family wealth, maliciously deceiving and humiliating him, never once considering who had lifted them from poverty. LFN opened his phone, hoping to find something entertaining to pass the time. Unfortunately, the promotional window for a certain app had closed, and he suspected he had already been blacklisted. He could not log into that gambling platform either. It seemed he had been added to their blacklist as well, given that he had cost them over 10 million. With nothing to do, he began scrolling through short videos, watching beautiful women perform suggestive dances, his expression blank, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, DNINNIN, who was nearby, craned her neck to see what he was watching, spotting a sultry internet celebrity dancing provocatively, her movements exaggerated. Seeing LFN's expression, she rolled her eyes in disgust. It seemed her foolish brother was beyond redemption. He had gone from merely simple-minded to being particularly disgusting and lecherous. Just moments ago, his foolish remarks nearly turned her grandmother's celebration into a funeral. DNINNI and looked around but found no available seats. So she reluctantly sat across from LFN. Chapter 67. Devouring this table. LFN placed his phone on the table, where a progress bar indicated that he was downloading some software. It turned out that while watching videos, an advertisement had popped up for a game that promised cash withdrawals. Readers might find this familiar. It is a simple app designed to trick you into watching ads for profit. Those who frequently watch short videos have likely encountered such scams. Initially, it might allow a withdrawal of a small amount, but soon enough, various traps await. The game LFN downloaded was called DDZH, which allowed him to cultivate plots of land. The produce could be sold, but in reality, one could only withdraw the initial small amount, after which numerous obstacles would impede further gains. LFN excitedly opened the game, while DNINNIN watched curiously, wondering what this fool was playing. Upon seeing him enthusiastically engage in such an outdated game, she cast a disdainful look in his direction. "You foolish idiot, have you lost your mind? You fell for such a simple scam." LFN looked up, revealing a slightly excited, handsome face. "NINNIN, look, the game says I can withdraw the money from selling crops at any time. They wouldn't lie about that, right? What about the basic trust between people? TCH, only you would speak of trust. You are truly foolish and naive. NINNIN, how can you say such things to your own brother? I am a model youth of the new era." What is a model youth? DNINNI and gazed at LFN in confusion as he rambled on. A model youth of the new era enjoys good food, wealth, and beauty. Simply put, the three good things. Bah, shameless. DNINNI and shifted back in her seat, repulsed, fearing she might breathe in the foul air he exhaled. LFN ignored her and focused intently on his game. His first batch of crops was about to mature, yet one plot had pests, and to eliminate them, he had to watch an ad. Staring at the 30-second long advertisement on his phone, LFN considered uninstalling the tedious game. He had merely wanted to test if he could earn some points, not caring about the withdrawal amount. However, just as he was about to uninstall, a prompt appeared in the game. Are you tired of the ads? You can unlock the premium version for just $9.99. Intrigued, LFN immediately paid the fee to unlock the premium version. Fool, DNI, and offered him a friendly jab. But LFN paid her no mind. Indeed, after unlocking the premium version, the crops instantly matured and sold, and after a few operations, he had accumulated enough to meet the 200 withdrawal threshold. Hey, NIN, look, isn't this 200? LFN boasted, lifting his phone to show her, while DNI wore a look of disdain, feeling that merely looking at it sullied her eyes. You foolish idiot, if you can withdraw that money, I'll eat this table. LFN clicked the withdrawal button right in front of her, and the next second, a notification appeared on his WeChat stating that the red envelope had arrived. He opened WeChat and displayed the screen to DNIN. DNIN's beautiful eyes widened to their fullest extent, her delicate face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be real? Am I hallucinating? Or has the world changed? NIN, are you planning to deep fry or braise this table? As your brother, I won't deny you. You can add some salt and cumin to make it easier to chew. I'll chew on you, you foolish idiot. DNIN and angrily cursed, turning her head away and throwing a tantrum. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. After all, wasn't she a sister? LFN was too engrossed in his game to pay her any attention. Strangely enough, after unlocking the premium version, he no longer encountered any advertisements, and money flowed in effortlessly. In the 20 minutes of waiting for his dish, he had withdrawn over 10,000, not a substantial amount. But the thrill of picking up money was exhilarating. At some point, DNIN had moved to sit beside LFN, staring wide-eyed at his phone screen. She was utterly shocked by LFN's actions. Every withdrawal had occurred right before her eyes, absolutely no deception involved. The thrill of picking up money is indeed delightful, though it was a bit tiring on the hands. LFN straightened up, stretched, and shook his arms, while DNIN's expression shifted, ultimately forming a flattering smile. Brother, you must be tired. Let me play for a while. Regardless of Lu Feng's willingness, the girl snatched his phone and began to follow his actions. She clicked to plant crops, and instantly, the crops matured. After harvesting and selling, the entire process took merely a few seconds, yielding 56 yuan from a batch of crops. After several transactions, she reached the 200 yuan withdrawal threshold, and, with excitement, she clicked to withdraw, promptly receiving a red envelope of 200 yuan. The notification from WeChat sent her into a frenzy of joy. Although she was a privileged daughter from a wealthy family and did not lack for such trivial sums, the thrill of unexpectedly acquiring money was an experience only those who had played could comprehend. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Feng was in the restroom, she made 5 withdrawals, totaling 1,000 yuan. Noticing Lu Feng was occupied, Ding Yin mischievously clicked to share the game, directly transferring the game QR code to her phone, as she indeed had Lu Feng's WeChat, albeit without prior contact. Upon opening WeChat, Ding Yin discovered several chat records from other girls. Casual curiosity led her to open one, noting the contact named Lu Demantu. Upon glancing at the chat history, her face flushed crimson. Lu Demantu had sent Lu Feng a series of provocative and alluring photos. Although none were explicit, their allures surpassed that of nudity. This scoundrel, this lecherous rascal. Ding Yin cursed under her breath, her cheeks aflame as she curiously browsed through the 20 or so enticing images sent by Lu Demantu. Yin, do you not fear the consequences of invading someone else's privacy? Lu Feng's voice suddenly resonated from behind her, startling her into a jolt as she sheepishly pushed Lu Feng's phone back towards him. Chapter 68. I'm not a foolish sweetheart. Ding Yin took out her own phone, stealthily scanning the code to download the game to Diju. She followed Lu Feng's example and spent 9 yuan to become a super member, just as she was filled with excitement to embark on her money-making journey. The screen displayed a message that left her dumbfounded. Congratulations on completing the 200 yuan withdrawal threshold. Your withdrawal amount this time is 1,000th. 1,000th? 3 times? What on earth is this? Ding Yin stared in disbelief at her phone, feeling as though her worldview had shattered in that moment. When she had played with Lu Feng's phone, the amounts credited had not indicated that only 1,000th would be deposited. Why was she being subjected to such a trick now? Was it her misfortune? Casting a glance at Lu Feng, who was engrossed in his phone, she felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, Lu Feng had a fairer complexion than hers. How could a grown man have skin smoother than a girl's? Little did she know, this was the result of Lu Feng's training. His skin had not always been so fair and refined. I refused to be defeated by this. Ding Yin resolved, once again clicking to plant and sell. After several attempts, she reached the 200 yuan withdrawal threshold once more. However, much to her dismay, the outcome was the same as before, a mere 3 dimes. This time, the additional dime was due to her super member status. Otherwise, it would have been merely 2 dimes. Damn it! Ding Yin's expression soured as she pointed at her phone and erupted in anger. Just as she raged, a line of small text in the game caught her attention. Would you like to spend 99 yuan to upgrade to gold? Gold can increase the amount of your withdrawals to 100%. Could it be that this fool upgraded to gold without me noticing? Ding Yin stared blankly at Lu Feng as amounts continued to be credited to his account. In an impulsive moment, she scanned the code and paid 99 yuan to upgrade to gold. With high hopes, she clicked to plant, water, fertilize, and sell, only to be struck by yet another shocking message. We sincerely apologize. The market has crashed. Your crop sold for 0.056 yuan. 5 dimes and 6 cents? I spent 100 yuan for this paltry sum? Poor Ding Yin felt as if 1,000 crows had flown over her head. Calling mockingly, unwilling to accept defeat, she planted and sold once more, only to receive another 5 dimes and 6 cents. Furthermore, the withdrawal amount remained at 200 yuan, meaning she would need to sell over 3,000 times to reach the withdrawal threshold. To plant and sell over 3,000 times for just 200 yuan. How idle must one be? Ding Yin realized she had been deceived. Her personal experience proving a bitter truth. An ordinary person could never outsmart a con artist. Despite being an exceptionally intelligent scholar, she had fallen victim to such a simplistic scam. Yet upon looking up, she saw Lu Feng's fingers dancing over his phone, and once again, 200 yuan was credited to him, a stark contrast to her meager 3 dimes. What is this? Does the game favor certain players? Do I, Ding Yin, truly appear so foolish? Bewildered, Ding Yin examined her phone, confirming that they were indeed playing the same game. Another line of text caught her eye. Would you like to spend 999 yuan to upgrade to diamond? Diamonds can restore market prices to normal. How dare you attempt to deceive me again? Do you truly believe I am Navi? Ding Yin erupted in furious expletives, but just as she finished, she felt a sharp slap on the back of her head. Who dares? She exclaimed. Turning, she found her mother, Lu Feng, glaring at her sternly. Ah, mother, I promise I won't do it again. Please don't punish me. If you dare utter another word, you will copy this 200 times. Ding Yin's face turned pale as she quickly covered her mouth and fell silent. Lu Feng, turning away, immediately donned a smile for Lu Feng. Xiao Fan, stop playing on your phone. Dinner is about to be served. Come sit with Yin and the other young people. After we finish eating, we'll be leaving. After giving her instructions, Lu Feng left, feeling somewhat disappointed in Lu Feng's performance. She had hoped her favorite nephew had sufficiently recovered from his earlier foolishness, only to discover that he still exhibited erratic behavior. It was one thing to act foolishly when alone, but to falter at critical moments, nearly causing the elder to be upset, was unforgivable. Lu Feng, smiling as he tucked away his phone, noticed Ding Yin glaring at him. Her eyes filled with undisguised resentment. You foolish idiot, you've ruined me. Yin, did I ever speak a single word to you first? Where does this resentment stem from? Ding Yin realized that Lu Feng had never initiated conversation with her. It was she who had brazenly taken his phone and played with it, and she who had shared the game without his knowledge. This fool had never actively invited her to play. It's your fault. You should have stopped me earlier, and you saw my mother coming but didn't warn me. It's all your fault, you silly idiot. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly, not expecting to reason with this headstrong girl. What he did not anticipate was that, just before the meal commenced, all his cousins and their spouses would gather around his table. Fool, what are you staring at? If it weren't for the guests taking up all the seats, who would choose to sit with you? Lu Ming, with a large bump on his forehead, glared at Lu Feng, filled with rage. Just days earlier, he had lost 50 million in a car race against this idiot due to an unfortunate bout of diarrhea, money he had saved over 6 months. Moreover, he had publicly embarrassed himself in front of hundreds when the incident occurred, and videos of it were still circulating among acquaintances. Today, due to this fool, he had ended up with a painful bump on his head. Hey, Lu Ming, I believe if Journey to the West were to be remade, you wouldn't even need makeup to portray the Golden Horn King. With that visage of yours, you would undoubtedly be a recipient of the esteemed Golden Donkey Award. Lu Fan pointed at the large bump on Lu Ming's forehead and laughed loudly, while Lu Ming's expression darkened, glaring at him fiercely. Laugh all you want. You dimwit with a head resting on your shoulder and an IQ of 250. Do you even have the audacity to mock me? Lu Ming, my sister Yin Yin is right here. Lu Fan grinned as he pointed at Ding Yin Yin. The innocent Ding Yin Yin shot a disdainful glance at the two of them before lowering her head to play on her phone, finding both of them equally detestable. Although I may be foolish, I know that one must go to the restroom for bodily functions, unlike you who defecated in front of hundreds of people, and did so quite effortlessly. It truly astonishes me. Do you have a penchant for outdoor exposure? You dolt. I will make you pay for this. Lu Ming, having had his most painful scar exposed, was instantly filled with rage, his face reddening as he prepared to confront Lu Fan. However, the elder Lu Liang intervened, pulling him back, not out of concern for Lu Fan, but rather to avoid the humiliation of the Lu family being laughed at in front of so many people. Chapter 69. A shameful thing. Lu Liang calmed Lu Ming down, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Fan, his eyes brimming with unabashed contempt. You fool. There are many guests today, so we won't hold this against you, but it would be best if you refrain from appearing before us again. Grandma's words ring true. You are a disgrace. Please, as if I would willingly show my face before you. Seeing your ugly countenances makes me want to vomit the noodles I had the other night. Lu Liang, as the eldest son of our generation, you are carrying on an affair with a student, causing her to become pregnant, and you think you can solve it with 20,000 yuan? When she refuses, you resort to kicking your own flesh and blood away. Is this how you set an example for us? Lu Fan, you scoundrel, cease your slander against my wife. Do not listen to his nonsense. He is defaming her. Lu Yang's face turned pale with fright as he desperately tried to placate the fuming Su Jinxiu beside him. But she merely huffed and turned away. Lu Shun, sitting nearby, had kept silent throughout. The brothers had previously regarded Lu Fan as a fool and had not concealed many things from him. Who would have thought this fool would openly reveal their embarrassing moments in front of so many people? Such behavior was akin to a slow, painful knife stabbing at the heart. Ding Yin Yin looked at Lu Fan and the others with disgust. In her eyes, this was a classic case of dogs biting dogs, with none of them being good individuals. Lu Fan, just wait. Lu Liang glared at Lu Fan, clearly incensed by his words, which had ignited the ire of his wife. His wife was from a prominent family in the capital, and the thought of this made Lu Liang grit his teeth in anger, already plotting his revenge against Lu Fan. The atmosphere at the table grew chillingly tense, with eyes filled with hostility. This was far from family gathering to celebrate a birthday. It resembled a gathering of sworn enemies. Lu Fan remained composed, observing the menacing Lu Liang and Lu Ming across from him, both likely plotting against him. However, Lu Fan was no longer the foolish individual he once was. Armed with skills and martial prowess, he felt no fear. The 8 or so tables were filled with guests as the Lu family began serving the dishes. The celebration was held in the courtyard, as per the wishes of the patriarch, and the Lu family had specially invited a professional chef team from a 5-star hotel for the occasion. The ingredients were top tier, airlifted from around the world, and an array of exquisite dishes was quickly laid out on the tables. The guests attending the birthday celebration were divided into several tiers, with those of lower status seated in the outer courtyard. The courtyard where Lu Fan was seated had 4 tables, comprising the core members of the Lu family and representatives from some prominent families or high-ranking officials from the capital. As the feast commenced, Lu Fan attacked the food with the fervor of a starving ghost, devouring the delicacies, which drew mocking glances from Lu Ming across the table. A fool remains a fool. When you go out, don't even mention your surname Lu. Sitting with you is a disgrace. Eating like you've been starved for 800 years is pitiful. I'm just worried you might perform your infamous birthday tribute mishap again. Who will be able to eat after that? We got food poisoning that time. Can you not keep bringing it up? Lu Ming's face darkened once more. The incident had become a painful memory for him, and every mention of it made him cringe. Yet, Lu Fan continued to harp on it, and Lu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to thrust the chopsticks in his hand into Lu Fan's mouth. The 3 unruly children at the table had stopped eating, instead throwing dishes at each other, while their parents sat idly by, saying nothing. Finally, Ding Yin Yin could no longer remain silent, and spoke up. Can you not manage your children? If the little ones are ignorant, must you also act thoughtlessly? They've touched all the food. Who would still dare to eat? This food was purchased with money, even if you don't eat it. You shouldn't waste it like this. However, as soon as Ding Yin finished speaking, she was immediately met with backlash. Su Jinxiu, who had been harboring frustrations, seized the moment to retaliate. Ding Yin, you have no place to speak here. You are the youngest among us. If your mother behaves like this, it's hardly surprising you would too. At your age, still acting like a child, I am truly ashamed to be related to people like you. As Lu Feng was enjoying his meal, he paused, his brows furrowing as he directed a piercing glare at Su Jinxiu. While he might not have cared for her remarks about Ding Yin, the mention of his aunt, Lu Feng, struck a nerve. Su Jinxiu sensed the intensity of Lu Feng's gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine. Wow! Su Jinxiu's face went pale, and her child, Xiao Bao, began to cry again, throwing dishes about in panic. One plate flew directly toward Ding Yin's forehead, and she was so startled that she couldn't even move to dodge it. Just as the plate was about to hit her, a large hand appeared before her, catching the plate with precision, though the sauce inside splattered all over her. Ding Yin's face instantly filled with anger as she glared at Su Jinxiu. Sister-in-law, is this how you manage your children? Wow! Before Su Jinxiu could respond, the unruly Xiao Bao let out another wail. Seeing his son frightened once more, Lu Yang stood up, his face filled with fury as he fixed his gaze on Ding Yin and Lu Feng. Are you two still at it? Two adults squabbling with a 6-year-old? Before Lu Yang could finish his sentence, the patriarch, Lu Laozu, along with the elder matriarch and Lu Jianmin, Lu Jiandong, emerged from the hall. As the celebration reached its midpoint, the hosts naturally needed to make an appearance. Lu Feng's table was right in front of the hall, and Lu Laozu had evidently heard the commotion from inside. With a look of disdain, he glanced at Lu Feng and approached with his cane. Lu Feng, did I not tell you to get lost? Why are you still sitting here? Do you intend to disrupt my birthday celebration? These words were spoken in front of 4 tables of guests, instantly drawing dozens of eyes to fixate on him. Lu Feng's face fell, an overwhelming fury boiling within him, wishing he could flip the table and leave. His aunt, Lu Feng, signaled for him to endure it. Damn it, I am not a turtle. I have already endured this much, and yet I must continue. What about our reputation in front of these esteemed guests? LFN, with a resolute heart, finally extended his finger, which had been pinned up for a long time, and discreetly pointed at Li Ying across the table. The chaotic gesture of a madman ensued. After executing his skill, LFN shrugged and stood up, departing without a trace of reluctance. Nin, hurry up and follow your brother. If he acts foolishly outside, it could be dangerous. The concerned words of LF Ying, who warmed LFN's heart. Indeed, his aunt would forever be the one who cared for him the most in this world. At this moment, Nni dared not contradict her mother, lowering her head in preparation to leave with LFN. Just then, Li Ying suddenly closed his eyes, raised his hands above his head, and began to wave them passionately, a look of obsession on his face. As he flailed his arms, he shouted loudly, "U-L-I-L-I-U-L-L." Simultaneously, his body began to sway in a flamboyant manner. What on earth? Has he lost his mind? Inung halted mid-step, unable to suppress an expletive as she watched Li Ying's ostentatious antics. Unfortunately, LF Ying, who was equally stunned by the scene, paying no heed to her daughter's inappropriate language. Old Master L's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, revealing a missing tooth as he stared blankly at Li Ying's performance. The guests in the entire courtyard seemed to have pressed a pause button, their expressions exaggerated as they watched Li Ying. Li Ying, are you crazy? Stop this at once. S.J.N. She, frightened by the spectacle, turned pale, her words tinged with a whimper. Yet, Li Ying's son, in stark contrast, was delighted by his father's wild dance, laughing heartily. Dad is amazing. You're dancing so well. How disgraceful. What a disgrace to the L family. I ought to beat you to a pulp. Realizing the gravity of the situation, LGNMN's face darkened, nearly choking on his anger. He snatched the cane from Old Master L's hands and approached Li Ying, delivering a heavy blow to his back. However, Li Ying seemed entranced, showing no sign of pain. Remarkably, he twisted his way over to Old Master L, who bore an expression as if struck by lightning, and began to dance provocatively as if he were a pole dancer. Li Ying's body wriggled like a water snake, his eyes still closed. Yet his face bore an alluring expression. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Old Master L, unable to catch his breath, kicked his legs out straight, his eyes rolling back in his head, collapsing backward. Thankfully, he fell into the arms of his second son, LG Ying, thus averting injury. Old man, what's wrong? Don't scare me. The elderly lady and LF Ying, who hurriedly rushed to support old Master L, who blinked his eyes, slowly regaining consciousness. At this moment, Li Ying's spell seemed to have expired, and he gradually opened his dazed eyes. The next second, as if recalling something, he looked around at the astonished faces staring at him. His complexion turned ghostly pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. You scoundrel! I'll beat you to a pulp! LG and M roared, wielding his cane in fury. Li Ying, too frightened to evade, endured several strikes, crying out in pain. Observing the chaos in the courtyard, LFN stood at the entrance, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, evidently pleased with the outcome of his actions. Sensing it still lacked flavor, he thought, I need to add a little more spice. Propping his chin on his hand, he muttered, then extended his finger once more, this time pointing at the gleeful LM Ying seated at the table. With a lewd gesture, he unleashed a chaotic torrent of words. Ying, sitting at the table, suddenly stood up, dazed, and pointed at the now-recovered old man, cursing, You old fossil, why are you still alive at your age? You hoard wealth, but can't even enjoy it. Do you think we want to celebrate your birthday? If it weren't for the money, who in their right mind would show up? I'd rather be at home enjoying life with a girl than looking at your old face, which makes me sick. Don't think I'm unaware of your misdeeds. I saw you and the maid, LM, in the kitchen. Old man, I suggest you hurry up and die, so we can divide the shares and property. LM Ying's harsh words left the guests around him in stunned silence. Old Master L was so enraged he could hardly utter a word, pointing at LM Ying with a trembling hand, as if he had developed Parkinson's disease. Suddenly, old Master L's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Witnessing the chaotic scene in the courtyard, LFN nodded contentedly. What an unforgettable birthday celebration. He turned to leave, the sight too unbearable to endure any longer. Having reached her limit, In quickly followed suit. Half an hour later, the two found themselves seated in an upscale Western restaurant. Having only eaten half of his meal earlier, and not having eaten at all, hunger had overtaken them by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Skillfully selected several of her favorite dishes from the menu and handed it to LFN. Silly boy, order whatever you want. Today it's my treat. Then I shall not hold back. LFN was unfazed by N's teasing, as she was the daughter of his dearest aunt, and he would not begrudge a little girl. However, when LFN picked up the menu, he was instantly taken aback. Being a Western restaurant, the menu was entirely in English. Having been slow on the uptake for 20 years, he was only now starting to catch up and knew little of the language. Yet, in front of his sister, he couldn't bring himself to ask the waiter for help. Feigning composure, LFN flipped through the menu, randomly pointed at a couple of items, and pretended to hand it to the waiter. The waiter's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at LFN for a few seconds before departing, leaving him utterly perplexed. Evidently a regular at the restaurant, ordered pan-seared beef, pasta, vegetable soup, pan-seared foie gras, and French snails. Although the variety was extensive, the portions were small, just right for a girl of her stature. Watching elegantly enjoy her meal, LFN felt the protest from his stomach grow louder. Unfortunately, his food had yet to arrive, so he resorted to his phone, playing a game to pass the time. Half an hour later, unable to tolerate his hunger any longer, LFN slammed the table and shouted towards a distant waiter. Waiter, what is going on? Why hasn't my food arrived yet? That beef should have been prepared and served by now. Can't you see my companion has already finished her meal? The waiter, looking bewildered, approached LFN and checked the menu once more, then looked at him with a strange expression. Handsome, your order was already served. Preposterous. Does this table look like it has had food served? Upon hearing this, LFN erupted in anger, realizing that the restaurant had mistakenly served his order to someone else. Otherwise, how could his food be absent for over half an hour? Sir, you might have misunderstood. I didn't say your order was food. What do you mean? LFN stared blankly, his eyes wide open. Sir, you ordered the piano pieces, the wedding of dreams, and the Blue Danube. which were just played 20 minutes ago. What? LFN gaped at the innocent-looking waitress before him, feeling as though a flock of crows cawed mockingly above his head. Sir, look, this is the menu you personally selected. The waitress placed the menu before Lu Feng. But alas, this fool was utterly illiterate in English. On the contrary, Ding Yin Yin, seated across from him, curiously snatched the menu and was astonished to discover that Lu Feng had marked 2 checkboxes after the piano pieces on the first page. Such an upscale Western restaurant featured a song selection, with some even hiring a pianist for live performances, yet this establishment opted for convenience, playing recordings through speakers. Realizing this, Ding Yin Yin could no longer contain her laughter. She leaned on the table, covering her face as she laughed uncontrollably, slapping the table with glee until tears streamed down her cheeks. Lu Feng, on the other hand, wore an expression of embarrassment and annoyance, particularly with 2 young couples at nearby tables also laughing heartily, their laughter causing them to cling to each other in tears. The waitress, standing nearby, was shaking with suppressed laughter, pinching her thigh behind her back in an effort to maintain professionalism. After all, we must uphold our integrity. Mocking customers is unacceptable, unless one simply cannot restrain themselves. Why are you all laughing? I merely wish to test whether listening to music could stave off hunger. Bring me 4 servings of medium-rare steak and a rich soup. What? 4 servings? Are you sure you can finish that? Handsome? You know the portion sizes of your steaks. That amount is barely enough to fill my gaps. After the earlier debacle, Lu Feng's mood soured, and his tone grew somewhat brusque. The waitress, taken aback, quietly retreated to fulfill his order. Upon lifting his gaze, Lu Feng saw Ding Yin Yin across from him, still laughing derisively, which only heightened his irritation. What gives you the right to laugh at me when you have a pair of luxurious 2 scenic spots? What on earth is 2 scenic spots? Ding Yin Yin looked bewildered. She recognized the individual characters, but found the phrase itself utterly alien. Such ignorance is truly alarming. Let's use a more commonplace term. Airplane. Do you understand? Although she was somewhat flat-chested, it was rather rude to point it out so blatantly. After all, everyone deserves a semblance of dignity. Who are you calling flat-chested, you fool? I have my own assets. With that, Ding Yin Yin puffed out her chest, but no matter how she posed, the effect was hardly significant. Lu Feng smirked and rolled up his sleeves, resting his arms before her. What does this mean? Ding Yin Yin wondered, perplexed by his gesture. Do you see the bump on my arm? I was bitten by a mosquito last night, and does it look familiar to you? A mischievous smile crept onto Lu Feng's face as he revealed a small, red bump the size of fly. Ding Yin Yin glanced at her own chest and felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, as if struck by a powerful blow. This is it. Today either you perish or I do, she screamed, lunging at Lu Feng with flailing arms. Unfortunately, her petite frame was no match for Lu Feng's presence. He merely extended an arm and gently pushed her back into her seat. Flushed with indignation, Ding Yin Yin attempted to charge at him again, but Lu Feng nonchalantly picked up the knife from her plate of steak. At that moment, she fell silent, glaring at him with fury. You lunatic! Are you mad? You think I'm going to scratch you, and you'll perish? And you dare to wield a knife? That's against the rules. I merely want you to acknowledge a reality. Lu Feng chuckled lightly, gripping the knife with one hand while extending his middle finger with the other, flicking the blade gently. With a sharp crack, the high-quality steel knife snapped into 2 pieces as if it were a mere twig. The 2 fragments shot away like bullets, and before Ding Yin Yin could comprehend the situation, she felt a tremor from the chair beside her. Turning her head, her mouth fell agape, and her wide, innocent eyes were filled with astonishment. The knife's tip had embedded itself into the wooden chair, quivering violently, having penetrated 2 centimeters deep. How is this possible? Did you cheat somehow? The break in the knife was so clean that there was no sign of tampering. Moreover, the knife was provided by the restaurant. They had merely chosen this place for a meal, leaving no opportunity for Lu Feng to prepare in advance. Ah, this is merely the truth. Little girl, it's not that I look down upon you. With your abilities, I could suppress a crowd with just a finger. Lu Feng extended his index finger toward the table and lightly tapped it. With a soft pop, a faint white glow flickered at his fingertip, and the solid mahogany table emitted a disconcerting sound, revealing a small pit 2 centimeters deep. Wow! Ding Yin Yin gasped in shock, quickly standing to inspect the tiny pit on the table. Lu Feng had cultivated a trace of internal energy through his Bei Ming Shun Gong, and under the system's significant enhancement, his Yi Yang finger had achieved considerable prowess. although it was not as dramatic as depicted on television. This trace of energy still granted him formidable strength. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How did you do that? Lu Feng crossed his arms, reveling in her disbelief. This is martial arts. Remember the basic martial arts manual I showed you last time at your home? What? You've been practicing that Bei Ming Xingong? Ding Yin Yin felt her worldview shatter. Could internal martial arts truly exist in this world? Just then, the waitress brought Lu Fan his steak and soup. She wished him a pleasant meal and turned to leave, but Lu Fan called her back. Beautiful lady, do you believe I can finish this bowl of soup through my nostrils? And as for this steak, do you think I can swallow the plate and the table whole? What? Are you joking? The waitress stared at Lu Fan, perplexed. While he may have been somewhat handsome, she wondered if his mind had gone awry. First, he ordered 2 piano pieces as if they were a meal, and now he spoke such absurdities that seemed to stem from a brain addled by a donkey's kick. If you don't believe me, why haven't you brought me utensils? Lu Fan gestured to the 4 plates of steak and the bowl of soup before him. Only then did the waitress realize her oversight. She had brought the food, but neglected the silverware. Ah, I'm so sorry, handsome. I'll get you some utensils right away. Blushing, she hurried to fetch him knives, forks, and spoons. Lu Fan devoured his meal with gusto, while Ding Yin Yin observed him with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. They had known each other since childhood, and Lu Fan had always been her target for teasing. Now, this so-called fool not only seemed to have returned to normalcy, but also radiated an air of mystery. Wait, why does this term crazy pull sound so familiar? Ding Yin Yin's eyes widened in shock, recalling how Lu Fan had previously pointed at Lu Ming before the incident. Could it be? After finishing their meal, Lu Fan insisted on paying the bill, only to feel a pang of regret when he realized that the 2 piano pieces had cost him 400 yuan. Was this a scam? If you had hired a live pianist, I might have accepted it. But merely pressing a play button and pocketing 400? Your establishment should consider a career in robbery. Lu Fan stood at the restaurant's bar, visibly displeased. Dining may have been expensive, but those 2 songs were hardly worth 400. Hurry up and leave, you foolish idiot. It's you who insisted on rushing to pay the bill. So stop embarrassing yourself here. Ding Yin Yin, being rather shy, felt utterly humiliated under the watchful eyes of the many patrons in the restaurant. And she dragged Lu Fan outside. Yin Yin, this is clearly a scam establishment. And you still say, if it weren't for your stubbornness and feigned understanding, we wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation, ordering piano music to feast upon. This is the first time in my life I have encountered such a peculiar person as you. Did you not notice how everyone in the restaurant was whispering about you? They are probably calling us foolish and unsophisticated. Huh, I couldn't care less about how others insult me behind my back, for I berated many myself, and they may not even be as harsh as my words. Ding Yin Yin looked at Lu Fan in exasperation. Arguing with a fool was undoubtedly the most misguided decision. Upon stepping out of the restaurant, Lu Fan lifted his gaze and spotted the sign for Pan Yuan in the distance, and an idea immediately surged in his mind. Lu Fan was increasingly eager for the lottery draw from the system, yet regrettably, he was still 19 points short for the next draw, a deficit that was only alleviated by a point earned from the earlier landlord game. Lu Fan tossed a remark to Ding Yin Yin and began making his way towards Pan Yuan, only to be pulled back by her. Once I leave, you can drown in the sewer for all I care. Ding Yin Yin's words darkened Lu Fan's expression. Who would curse their own brother to death like that? Unfortunately, this girl was impervious to reason, and no matter how Lu Fan tried to shake her off, she clung to him. Yin Yin, I am merely going for a stroll around Pan Yuan. You should attend to your own matters. No, if you think you can shake me off, you are sorely mistaken. Ding Yin Yin gripped Lu Fan's sleeve tightly. Onlookers might assume they were a young couple, unaware that she was merely concerned about her brother's safety. You can follow me if you wish, but I will pose a question. If you can answer it, I will allow you to accompany me. Pose a question. You foolish idiot dare to challenge me. A scholar? Observing the disdain on Ding Yin Yin's face, Lu Fan could easily discern her thoughts. It was often said that the fierce were devoid of wit, and this adage held true for his sister. She was indeed intelligent and quite sharp. Lu Fan had already experienced her intellect during their last visit to their aunt's house. To stump her, he needed to devise an unconventional question. Hey, Yin Yin, listen closely. 4 girls in a dormitory got drunk and swore an oath of sisterhood. The first girl cut her finger with a small knife, screaming in pain. The other 3 girls were frightened. The second girl, in a moment of inspiration, popped a pimple on her face, causing a drop of blood to emerge. The third girl, with no blemishes on her face, racked her brain, and squeezed out a drop of blood from her menstrual pad. The fourth girl had a clear face, was not on her period, and did not want to cut her finger, yet she also managed to draw blood. Although the blood wine had a strong taste, the four girls successfully completed their oath. So, how did the fourth girl draw blood? Lu Feng casually walked away after posing the question, confident that while Ding Yin was indeed a top student, an academic question would not stump her, which is precisely why he concocted such an odd query. Ding Yin was momentarily taken aback. What sort of ridiculous question was that? As the heat intensified, Lu Feng stepped into a nearby shop to buy 2 bottles of water. Upon his return, he found Ding Yin still frowning in deep thought. A mischievous smile crept onto Lu Feng's face. This question was likely beyond the grasp of many, even the most learned among them. He handed her one of the bottles and turned towards Pan Yuan, intent on validating a thought that had been brewing in his mind. Unexpectedly, Ding Yin followed him once more, refusing to leave despite Lu Feng's attempts to shoo her away. He assumed she was worried about him getting hurt, but in truth, she was frustrated by the riddle posed by a fool. You foolish idiot. Are you trying to trick me with an unanswerable question? Huh. If you are too dim-witted, don't make excuses. I refuse to believe you have posed me a question without an answer just to annoy me. Ding Yin clung to Lu Feng's clothes, and he, growing increasingly irritated, dragged her along the ground. Fortunately, his clothes were of good quality. Otherwise, he feared he would need to buy a new one. Are you not tired? Ding Yin, I am merely visiting Pan Yuan. Do you think I am in danger from all those counterfeit antiques? No, Pan Yuan has public restrooms. What if you drown in the toilet? You foolish idiot, tell me the answer, or I will cling to you incessantly. Lu Feng, thoroughly exasperated, declared as he dashed into Pan Yuan. The fourth girl has hemorrhoids. Though he had left, Ding Yin remained lost in thought about his words. Hemorrhoids? What does that have to do with drawing blood? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she gasped in shock. After the initial surprise, disgust followed. Crucially, she recalled Lu Feng's remark. The four girls had all consumed that blood wine. Did that not imply they had ingested something akin to excrement? Thus, he yearned to accumulate enough points for the next draw, and he aimed to affirm a notion that had taken root in his mind. In his hand, he held a weathered gold ingot, weighing a hefty 50 taels and exuding a rich patina. This object was undeniably a treasure. The stall was filled with many gold ingots, yet the others were clearly brass fakes, while the one in Lu Feng's hand appeared genuine, of vibrant gold. The stall owner, a youth younger than Lu Feng, was engrossed in playing a mobile game and barely acknowledged Lu Feng's presence. How much for this gold ingot? Is it real gold? 20,000, not a penny less. You can choose any. I guarantee they're all real gold. Buy it or leave, no bargaining. All sales are final. The stall owner did not even glance up as he tossed a remark to Lu Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng scanned the payment and took the gold ingot. The stall owner, still fixated on his game, reluctantly handed Lu Feng a plastic bag only after hearing the payment notification, then returned to his game. Upon turning around, Lu Feng found Ding Yin staring at him with a look of disbelief. Well, you truly have become a sticky plaster. Huh, if I don't stick to you, how could I witness your extravagant side? There isn't a single genuine item at this stall. Only a fool like you could be deceived. Spending 10,000 on a lump of copper is far more foolish than spending 400 to have 2 songs played. Ding Yin pointed at the plastic bag Lu Feng held, offering a round of scorn. Lu Feng's face darkened. He could not overcome the hurdle of the song request. Miss, do you understand the rules? Speaking carelessly comes with consequences. Everything in my stall is clearly priced, and I do not deceive customers. The young stall owner, now irate, put down his phone and glared at Ding Yin, clearly incensed by her earlier comment. Ding Yin's bravado faltered, and she timidly hid behind Lu Feng. However, he merely smiled at the stall owner. Brother, please don't take offense. My sister was a bit foolish. When she was born, her head was filled with amniotic fluid, and as a child, she had a peculiar fondness for touching donkeys' behinds and playing with doors. So you understand. You foolish idiot. Your brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Lu Feng embarked on a shopping spree, negotiating prices for anything that caught his eye. If the price was reasonable, he would purchase it immediately. By the time he had acquired 10 items, his small bag had transformed into a large woven sack, and he had spent over 200,000 yuan. This scene was diligently captured by Ding Yin on her phone, as she was concerned that this fool would land himself in trouble and drag her down with him. She had attempted to dissuade him from every purchase. Just as Lu Feng prepared to buy his 11th item, A warning suddenly echoed in his mind from the system. Warning. The host exploits the system to manipulate scores, thereby undermining rules and disrupting the world order. If he does not cease this behavior, he will face severe repercussions. His return to Panjiayin is motivated by a desire to ascertain whether he can continue to inflate his scores indefinitely. Indeed, it becomes evident that the system adheres to its own regulations, and his actions have evidently breached these rules. Should he be able to persist in boosting his scores, he intends to remain in Panjiayin for several days, for here he can amass infinite points and accrue staggering wealth, potentially rendering him as affluent as a nation within mere days. Only the system's warning dissuades Lu Feng from this notion, prompting him to head towards the familiar Zhu Baozhai with a large bag of items. Upon entering, the proprietor of Zhu Baozhai, upon hearing the door chime, initially maintains a calm demeanor. However, upon spotting Lu Feng, his face flushes crimson with excitement. The old man exuberantly leaps from behind the counter, akin to a lover reuniting after 50 years, and grips Lu Feng's hands tightly. This scene leaves Ding Yan, who stands behind Lu Feng, utterly dumbfounded. The image of lovers reunited unfolds before her eyes in such an unexpected context, rendering the spectacle rather jarring. My goodness, could it be that this fool has an inappropriate relationship with this old man? How shocking that he possesses such peculiar tastes. Ah, young man, you have arrived. The old man, with his face flushed with eagerness and wrinkles galore, is met with Lu Feng's disdainful withdrawal of his hands. If a stunning beauty had embraced him with such fervor, he would have welcomed it, but being accosted by this old tree bark is simply unbearable. I am sweltering. Boss, please fetch me 2 bottles of chilled beverages. Lu Feng casually drops the snakeskin bag onto the floor, producing a cacophony of clinks within, causing the old man to twitch at the corners of his mouth. If he is not mistaken, the bag undoubtedly contains precious treasures. After quenching his thirst with the icy juice proffered by the old man, Lu Feng retrieves a gold ingot from the bag. As the scene shifts to the exit of Panjiayin at a stall selling gold ingots, a young proprietor is engrossed in a game when an elderly man, bearing a striking resemblance to him, rushes over anxiously with a box in hand. Xiao Jun, you did not sell anything, did you? The old man, with a face full of concern, inspects the stall's inventory. The next words from his son send his heart plummeting into despair. Dad, I was fortunate. A clueless fool just bought a gold ingot for 10,000 while accompanying a girl. What? The old man's complexion shifts drastically, and he begins frantically searching through the stall, his expression growing increasingly grim. The young man, sensing something amiss, sets his phone down and curiously observes his father. It's over. Our family heirloom has been sold for 10,000 by you scoundrel. That was your dowry. The old man collapses in despair, and the young man's face pales at his father's words. Dad, what are you saying? How could there be a family heirloom at the stall? Alas, this is all my fault for indulging too much in drink. Last night, I got tipsy with your uncle and showed him that gold ingot from the Jiajing era. We planned to sell the heirloom to secure you a wedding house. Afterward, I carelessly tossed it onto the pile of goods. Dad, I saw that gold ingot this morning and tossed it in with the merchandise, the young man whispers, his voice trembling. In the next moment, the two lock gazes, their faces ashen, and the old man suddenly faints. Dad, don't scare me, what's wrong? The proprietor of Zhu Baozhai, astonished, examines the gold ingot handed to him by Lu Feng, employing a magnifying glass and flashlight, donning glasses to scrutinize it closely. This spectacle elicits disdain from Ding Yan, who observes the old man acting foolishly in his own store. Two fools, one old and one young, engaging in a charade over a seemingly worthless item. A perfect match of ignorance. A 50-tael gold ingot from the Jiajing era. What a treasure indeed. Mr. Lu, are you intending to sell this ingot to our little shop? Naturally. Why else would I bring all these items here? Mr. Lu, you are a valued guest of our shop. According to market rates, this gold ingot is worth approximately 7,500,000. I shall purchase it at that price. If you agree. Agreed. Please note it down for a later transfer. As Lu Feng speaks, he retrieves a box about a foot tall from the snakeskin bag. Upon opening it, a vase of around 20 centimeters is revealed. Ding Yan stares in disbelief at the two men before her, suspecting they're deliberately performing a skit for her amusement. She witnessed the fool purchase the gold ingot for 10,000. Now, only a few steps away, the old fool offers 750,000. What on earth is happening? Even more astonishingly, the vase bought for 5,000 is now valued at 3 million after the arrival of another elderly man who, alongside the first, removes a layer from the base to reveal a Qianlong Emperor seal. Next, they present a wooden carving with its eyes deceptively crafted from gemstones. The two old men proceed to appraise it at 900,000, despite the fact that the fool had only spent 120 on it. Ding Yan stares blankly as each seemingly worthless item is exalted by the two old men, who assign them prices beyond her wildest imagination. Ultimately, the total worth of 10 items reaches a staggering 22 million, and to her disbelief, the last old man even insists on purchasing 3 of them. My goodness, what is this world? Have I inadvertently traversed into a realm of fools? While Ding Yan grapples with her incredulity, Lu Feng receives a staggering transfer of 22 million. Observing the transaction notification, he grimaces, bemused by the disparity in value compared to the previous sale of Tang Boha's painting. Since the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. Certainly, Mr. Lu, take care. If you happen upon any treasures, do not hesitate to call me. I am always at your service. Mr. Lu, likewise, be sure to keep my number handy. I possess ample funds and can provide up to 100 million in cash at any given moment. The two elderly men, their faces flushed, bow deeply as they escort Lu Feng out, who is still accompanied by the dazed Ding Yan. Are those two old fools you paid to put on a show for me? She queries. Stop looking at me with those eyes. Let me snap a photo of you in front of the apartment, and then I'm off. After that, if you drown in a sewer, it's no concern of mine. Lu Feng, hearing her words, distances himself disdainfully towards the taxi. This girl seems eager for his demise. However, could she not choose a more dignified manner of passing, rather than perpetually falling into cesspools and sewers? If he must choose a method of demise, he would much prefer to perish upon the belly of a goddess. Scoundrel, is it you? A furious roar emanates from the taxi driver's seat. Lu Feng, taken aback, peers in, his expression one of astonishment. This driver is an old acquaintance, who has previously contributed a point to him. Indeed, it is the very same driver who, after swearing an oath, had recklessly collided with by Linglong's Rolls-Royce, shattering her headlight and crumpling the front bumper. How can this be? This jinx. Lu Feng's heart races as he recalls the driver's vows. Before he can ponder further, the driver, glaring fiercely at Lu Feng, loses control of the steering wheel, sending the vehicle hurtling straight into an oncoming Maybach. Watch the road. Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he let out a furious roar, instinctively shielding the startled Ding Yan beside him. At that moment, the driver also reacted, abruptly swerving the steering wheel to avoid colliding with the approaching Maybach, but unfortunately crashed into the guardrail instead. The vehicle came to a halt, yet the unfortunate guardrail fell with a thunderous crash, collapsing over 50 meters and landing on a shared bicycle by the sidewalk. Anyone who has encountered a guardrail knows that it is billed by the meter, and the cost of this 50-meter section is certainly no less than that of a collision with a Maybach. It's over, utterly finished. The black car driver gazed despairingly at the row of guardrails he had knocked down. Little did anyone know the ordeal he had been through these past few days. Every day was either spent repairing his car or on the way to repairs, and just when he finished one, another mishap would occur the very next day. The consecutive days of dealing with insurance claims had made him well known to the traffic police and insurance agents. And even the manager of the nearby repair shop had added him as a friend and gifted him a box of tea. It was unavoidable. Such a valuable customer was a rarity, and he had to maintain the relationship. Each time he left the repair shop, the manager would see him off with a bow, accompanied by a warm invitation to return. Just yesterday, he had replaced a bumper and headlights, and today he cautiously drove out, expecting a peaceful day, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Feng again. The black car driver distinctly recalled that it was after encountering this jinx that his misfortunes began. Lu Feng found the situation somewhat absurd. In such a vast capital city, he had run into this unfortunate fellow twice. The predicament before him was clearly not something that could be resolved swiftly, so Lu Feng directly pulled Ding Yan out of the car. Upon seeing the culprit of his misfortunes attempting to escape, the angry driver flung open the car door and charged out. You bastard! I'm going to settle this with you. Ding Yan's face turned pale with fear at the sight of the approaching taxi driver, her heart filled with confusion. What on earth was happening in this world? It was merely a taxi ride, yet it felt as if it were a matter of life and death. As the taxi driver lunged forward, Lu Feng effortlessly raised his right hand to block the man's head and gently push him back, causing him to stagger a few steps and land on the ground. Last time he had been in this driver's car, Lu Feng was still a weakling. But in just a few days, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, making it exceedingly easy to deal with such an ordinary person. Casting a glance at the utterly defeated black car driver on the ground, Lu Feng could guess the tribulations he had endured, especially since his system had never once faltered. My friend, I advise you to change careers. Otherwise, you will face accidents every single day. Moreover, refrain from doing wicked deeds in the future, or you will surely experience retribution. As they entered the campus, a towering figure suddenly blocked Lu Feng and Ding Yanyan's path, casting a shadow over them that obscured the sunlight. Lu Feng looked up to see an enormous face before him, a visage as large as a basin. 500 pounds? He exclaimed, instantly recognizing the name of the classmate standing before him. His impression of her was indelibly etched in his memory. Not just him, but could be said that anyone from Longdo would recognize her. Stop calling me 500 pounds. My name is Wu by Xian. If you keep that up, I might just end up marrying you. No, I'm the foolish one and you're the heavy one. We're not suited for each other. You should find someone else to torment. Lu Feng's complexion turned a shade of green as he involuntarily took a step back at her words. Stop calling me heavy. Can't you appreciate beauty? This is called being voluptuous, a charmingly plump type, you know? Wu by Xian retorted, flaunting her figure, but with her gas tank-like physique. It was indeed challenging for Lu Feng to associate the term voluptuous with her. Wu by Xian was quite the character, holding a status at long comparable to Lu Feng's notoriety. She weighed at least 350 pounds, her body expanding horizontally. Although she had yet to reach the weight indicated by her name, she was steadily approaching that goal. At Longda, she was a figure of fear, prompting the school to specially provide her with a lower bunk bed to avoid any mishaps. After all, could she really climb to the upper bunk? Or if she did, would the bed withstand her weight? Her face was also obscured by the excess flesh, making her features nearly unrecognizable. Compounding her uniqueness, she had a romanticized view of love, yearning for wild and passionate romance. In school, she would declare her intent to marry at the slightest disagreement, leaving all the boys trembling in fear. Lu Feng bore no ill will towards her, as they shared a sense of mutual understanding. Yet her frequent declarations of wanting to marry him truly unsettled him. What do you mean blocking my way, 500 pounds? Stop calling me that. I'm in need of cash. Could you lend me 2 or 3,000? Lend money? The meals at Longda are subsidized by the state, and they are quite affordable, often just 5 yuan for a decent meal. However, 500 pounds requires 30 yuan per meal, so one can imagine her expenses are primarily directed towards her appetite. Sure, lending is possible, but when do you plan on repaying me? I'm asking to borrow 3,000 and I'll repay you within a month. If I can't, I'll become your wife. Don't forget, I'm still a pure maiden, Wu by Xian declared, striking a pose that would make any onlooker laugh. At this, Lu Feng felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind buzzing. You still consider yourself a pure maiden? More like a seasoned pumpkin. It was clear that Wu by Xian had no intention of repaying the money, yet she made such bold declarations. Given his system's track record, her vow was bound to come true, and the thought of his lifelong happiness hanging in the balance made Lu Feng shudder. No way am I lending you that money. Absolutely not. He shoved his phone back into his pocket, understanding the importance of his points over fleeting pleasures. Grabbing the stunned Ding Yanyan, Lu Feng turned to flee, only to feel the ground tremble as Wu by Xian, swaying like a table, pursued him. Alas, Ding Yanyan's high heels hindered her ability to run quickly. Don't run. I'm truly a pure maiden. This is a gift. No thanks. I can't handle this offer. Go find someone else to torment. Don't run. I only need 3,000 for food. I'm not lending you anything. How do you know I have a sister? You could lend her the money too. She is much slimmer at 328 pounds, an absolute beauty. Lu Shazi, don't run. Today, you must choose between lending me money or lending it to my sister. As Lu Feng fled frantically, a dark line crossed his forehead, feeling as though his delicate psyche had suffered an 800-point blow. Glancing back, he saw Wu by Xian still chasing after him, her body swaying. At that moment, Lu Feng could only curse under his breath. This crazy woman had set her sights on him today. Get lost, 500 pounds. I'm not lending you anything today. Lending to my mother is fine too. She is single since my father met an unfortunate end. My mother struggles to raise pigs alone. Why don't you come be her stepfather? Lu Shatsi, they don't mind you being my stepdad, just don't run away. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, flipping over as if he could crush someone with his weight. It seemed that this family of 3 were all heavyweight contenders. Chapter 76. I am not a thief. At the entrance of Lu Fan's apartment, Ding Yin Yin embraced a tree, laughing uncontrollably, her laughter echoing as she playfully struck the trunk. Beside her, Lu Fan wore a dark expression, glaring at Ding Yin Yin's jabs. "You idiot, do you believe I could call that beautiful girl over here?" Once again taunted by Lu Fan, Ding Yin Yin placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him in frustration. "Oh, Nian Nian, what's wrong? I won't bring this up again. You should leave quickly." Ding Yin Yin's threats were indeed terrifying, and Lu Fan dared not take any risks. If the plot turned against him, and he inadvertently lent money to that 500-pound girl, he feared he would be in tears. You can follow that 500-pound girl. You two will share a bed, and when she rolls over, you will vanish just like her father. I will make sure to buy you an upscale urn. Ding Yin Yin took out her phone and snapped a picture of Lu Fan before turning to head towards her mother, Lu Feng's office. Finally rid of this clingy annoyance, Lu Fan sighed in relief and used his fingerprint to unlock the apartment door. He intended to relieve himself in the restroom before taking a stroll around campus to accumulate some points. Just as he reached for the bathroom doorknob, Lu Fan's expression turned icy, for he sensed someone inside the restroom. Lu Mingran was currently in class, so she would never come to his apartment. Lu Ruyan was too frightened to seek him out. Therefore, the only possible occupant at this hour could be a stranger. With this thought, Lu Fan forcefully pushed open the bathroom door. A wave of hot steam greeted him, and a girl humming a tune in the shower abruptly halted her actions, stunned. Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the girl bathing. Pervert! Quickly shut the door. The girl shielded herself with her hands, letting out a piercing scream. Lu Fan felt as if his head was spinning, his mind entering a state of shock. "You idiot, shut the door." He stepped into the bathroom and slammed the door shut behind him. Turning back, Lu Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, unblinkingly gazing at the girl's figure. The girl was momentarily dazed by his shamelessness, before she quickly grabbed something nearby and threw it at Lu Fan without looking. "You bastard! You lecher!" Lu Fan was drenched as she splashed him with water, reluctantly exiting the bathroom. Just before closing the door, he peeked back inside once more. Upon stepping out, Lu Fan's first instinct was to think he had entered the wrong apartment. However, realizing that his apartment was at the end of the hall and the adjacent room was a storage space with no residents, he quickly dismissed that thought. Moreover, he had entered using his fingerprint. It was impossible he had entered the wrong room. Lu Fan scanned the living room, confirming it was indeed his apartment. "You inside? Come out. I've already notified the school security, and a dozen guards will be here to catch you." Don't call the security. I am not a thief." The girl's panicked voice came from the bathroom, and Lu Fan found her voice rather pleasant. "Of course you're not a thief. You barged into my apartment to bathe without my consent. I truly am not a thief." "Lu Fan, have you forgotten your aunt hired a part-time cleaner for you?" "What?" Lu Fan stood there in confusion. His aunt Lu Feng had indeed employed a cleaner. He tossed his used clothes into a basket, and every few days, someone would come to wash and tidy up his room. Yet, he had never met this cleaner before. Now, it seemed the person his aunt hired was the girl bathing inside. Damn it, he would ask her for clarification once she emerged. For now, he found himself captivated by her beauty. After what felt like an eternity, the bathroom door finally creaked open, revealing a stunningly attractive and innocent-looking girl. Her voluptuous figure was striking, her damp hair cascading down to her waist. A strand of hair clung to her flawless face, exuding an aura of delicate vulnerability. The girl stood before Lu Fan, timid and helpless, her exquisite face flushed crimson as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Lu Fan was utterly mesmerized, feeling as if a fairy from an anime had stepped into reality. However, her ethereal beauty was somewhat obscured by her simple gray long-sleeve attire. "Who are you?" "I am a cleaner your aunt hired. You can call her to verify. I know I have a cleaner, but why have I never seen you before?" "I am a student in need, and Principal Lu arranged this easy job for me to earn some money. Since we are classmates, I prefer to clean when you're not around. Today, the hot water heater in the girls' dormitory broke down, so I came here to bathe." Lu Fan nodded slowly, beginning to believe her words. No wonder he had never encountered the cleaner before. She always avoided him while tidying up. "What is your name?" Lu Fan's gaze was fixated on her delicate face. Such a lovely visage deserved a kiss. "I am Bai Tian." Puffed. Cough, cough. "What did you say your name was?" Lu Fan accidentally spewed his chilled drink all over her skirt. "Bai Tian, not the silly Bai Tian you are thinking." Bai Tian glared at Lu Fan, yet her adorable anger made her even cuter, causing Lu Fan to feel a surge of affection. Silly by Tian. Aside from being silly, you are indeed fair and sweet, undoubtedly delightful. Lu Feng licked his lips, making the girl feel a wave of disgust. I should take my leave, the girl muttered, attempting to exit, but Lu Feng called after her. You haven't cleaned yet, and the clothes in the basket are still unwashed. I will come back after you leave. No, I have no intention of leaving today. You must finish your work now. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Tian reluctantly turned and began washing the clothes and cleaning. Lu Feng's gaze was like a hawk, fixated on her every move. Chapter 77. Prove you were a couple in the midst of an awkward atmosphere that made Bai Tian wish to dig a hole to hide in. She spent over half an hour washing the clothes and tidying up the room. Lu Feng had been staring at the adorable girl for the entire duration, his eyes unblinking. I am done cleaning. Lu Feng, I will take my leave. Bai Tian murmured, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, as she tossed a remark over her shoulder before darting away like a startled rabbit. Once outside the apartment, Bai Tian felt her face burning fiercely. With no one around, she planned to wash up quickly and leave after finishing her chores. The thought of Lu Feng's lecherous gaze made her heart race uncontrollably. What a misfortune to have been seen by a fool. She felt utterly humiliated. Bai Tian retrieved a pair of oversized black-framed glasses from her bag and let her bangs fall to cover her exquisite, fairy-like face, accompanied by her simple gray attire. She underwent a remarkable transformation, instantly morphing from a delicate fairy into a modern-day Cinderella. However, upon closer inspection, one could still discern her astonishingly fair complexion and exquisitely crafted features, reminiscent of fine porcelain. At the entrance of the apartment, Lu Feng observed the newly adorned Bai Tian as she departed, already surmising the reason behind her captivating beauty, yet recognizing her lack of prominence at Longda. With such allure, she could easily rival the renowned beauties of the university, yet her deliberate attempt to downplay her appearance, concealing her visage with her hair and glasses, and adorning herself in plain, unassuming garments, ensured her anonymity. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been crowned as one of the campus beauties by the less discerning male students. Lu Feng, often perceived as foolish, re-entered the campus, his expression vacant as he sat prominently at the edge of the playground, absorbed in his phone with a silly grin. His demeanor quickly attracted the attention of two male students, who approached him with a cheerful intent to borrow money. Lu Feng, far more delighted than they, understood that the act of borrowing money required the initiative from the borrower. If they did not approach him with genuine reasons, he could not earn any points. This was the essence of Lu Feng's foolish fade, as his seemingly naive expression held a deceptive charm. Lu Feng, do you recognize us? The two boys inquired, one on each side of him, their faces marred by youthful acne, overshadowed only by their cunning smiles. Haha, not at all, Lu Feng replied. We are members of a charitable organization, one of them explained, and many impoverished children in remote areas are unable to afford food or education and require the assistance of compassionate individuals. As he spoke, the other boy produced his phone, showcasing images of destitute children shivering in tattered clothing against the cold winds. Lu Feng glanced at the pictures, nearly suppressing a laugh. While the children indeed appeared pitiable, it was rather questionable that a supposed Good Samaritan would present a picture adorned with a large watermark. The photo bore the name of a website in bold letters, along with a timestamp indicating it was taken over a decade ago. Those children from years past were likely parents themselves by now. Did these boys not consider the authenticity of their deceitful ploy? What does this have to do with me? Lu Feng asked, barely containing his amusement as he looked at them. Seeing those children in such dire straits, don't you wish to extend a helping hand? They pressed. If you could just transfer 10,000 yuan, those children would be fed and clothed. It's a tremendous opportunity to accrue virtue. Then why aren't you two offering your kindness? Lu Feng countered. We come from humble backgrounds. We earn our living expenses through part-time jobs, unlike you, Lu Feng, whose family is affluent. 10,000 yuan is mere pocket change for you. Exactly, Lu Feng. Just use your phone to donate a little. Those unfortunate children would be immensely grateful. A silly grin spread across Lu Feng's face, and just as the two boys believed their success was assured, he uttered a shocking remark. I'm sorry, but charity should come from one's own heart, not through moral coercion of others. I happen to know an underground clinic. I could refer you both to sell kidneys, livers, or corneas. Any of those would fetch a handsome sum. With money in hand, you could make your own donations without pressuring others. What? The two boys exchanged awkward glances. surprised that Lu Fan, whom they thought easily deceived, was now proving to be so difficult. However, Lu Fan's next words reignited their hopes. "While I'm not interested in donating money, as classmates, if you face any difficulties, I am willing to lend a hand." "Oh, yes. We actually encountered a problem last night. We were bitten by a dog in the small grove and urgently need rabies vaccinations," they exclaimed. "Please, Lu Fan, we have no money. Could you lend us some for the vaccine?" Lu Fan's mind raced as he crafted a scheme. "In the grove? Isn't that a place for couples to embrace? Are you two a couple?" The boys were momentarily taken aback. They were both male, and Lu Fan's foolishness seemed to know no bounds. Yet, considering the potential for financial gain, they exchanged knowing glances and reluctantly nodded. "Yes, we are a couple. We were there for a romantic rendezvous." "Really? Who plays the dominant role in this relationship?" Lu Fan teased, pinching his thigh, struggling to maintain his composure. "That's none of your business, Lu Fan. We urgently need the money for our shots. Are you going to lend it or not?" "Sure, I have 6,000 yuan, Lu Fan replied. "But you both must kiss in front of me to prove your relationship. Otherwise, I won't believe you." "What? You want us to kiss in front of you? You got to be kidding." The boys turned pale at the thought of kissing in front of a man like Lu Fan. However, the prospect of 6,000 yuan, enough to sustain them for a month, loomed large. With faces twisted in disgust, they deliberated for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly pecking each other on the lips. Much to Lu Fan's astonishment. "Ugh, why do you taste like garlic?" one complained. "And you smell like something foul. Did you eat something rotten?" With their patience wearing thin, Lu Fan was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Moments later, the two boys left hand in hand, exhilarated, having received a transfer of 3,000 yuan each from Lu Fan. Observing their intertwined hands, Lu Fan wore a peculiar expression. He had orchestrated quite the trap for them. And to his surprise, the system executed his plan with remarkable swiftness. As the money was transferred, the boys exchanged looks filled with camaraderie and ambiguous affection. "Apologies, my friends. You brought this upon yourselves. When your bond blossoms, I shall be sure to gift you a generous red envelope," Lu Fan murmured. Watching their retreating figures embraced in the golden glow of the setting sun, their silhouettes painting a rather eye-catching scene. Chapter 78. The trio of smoke recently. The number of individuals seeking to borrow money from Lu Fan on campus had dwindled, primarily due to rumors circulating that the previously foolish Lu Fan had seemingly regained his wits. It was also said that he was in a romantic relationship with the stunning campus beauty, Lu Mengran, and that they were even cohabitating. These tales deterred many from approaching him for financial assistance. Lu Fan wandered around the campus until mealtime, managing to accumulate only 2 points, leaving him 5 points away from his next lottery chance. As the dinner hour approached, Lu Fan considered his options for the evening's entertainment. His gaze fell upon 4 graceful figures in the distance, making their way to the cafeteria, none other than Lu Mengran and her companions. With a mischievous grin, Lu Fan decided to pursue his interest in Lu Mengran once more. As he approached, Lu Mengran spotted him from afar, her instincts alerting her to his intentions as he approached with an unmistakable lewd smile. As she contemplated, Lu Mengran felt her legs weaken slightly. It was undeniable that Lu Fan's physique was extraordinarily formidable. "Mengran, what's wrong?" Mao Lily looked at Lu Mengran, who wore a face of sheer terror. While couples greeted each other with kisses and embraces, here was Mengran, paralyzed with fear upon their meeting. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, Lu Fan had already approached Lu Mengran, just a few meters away. "Mengran, let us have dinner together tonight. What would you like to eat?" Lu Mengran uttered a hasty remark before bolting away, not even heading to the dining hall, leaving Mao Lily and the others utterly bewildered. Lu Fan, equally speechless, deduced from her frightened expression that Lu Mengran was indeed terrified. His gaze shifted to Mao Lily and her companions, who had anticipated a lavish dinner, now rendered moot by Lu Mengran's abrupt departure. "How about I treat you 3 to drinks and dancing? I know a bar with a fantastic atmosphere. We can have a blast, and then play a game of mahjong in a room later." "Lu Xiao, you're treating us to drinks? You're not trying to get us drunk so you can take advantage of us since you can't get Mengran, are you?" Mao Lily, having been previously misled by Lu Fan, was well aware of his true nature. "Oh, Lily, your words truly wound my heart. My innocent and pure soul has been trampled upon. I'm so heartbroken." Lu Fan feigned sorrow, but Mao Lily, with a look of disdain, stepped back with her 2 friends, evading his outstretched hand. After she retreated with Li Qian and He Lu into the dining hall, she left him no opportunity. Damn it. A group of ingrates who cursed the chef after dropping their bowls, yet still clutching the phone I gifted them, and having dined on my lavish meal just last night, have turned their backs on me in a day. With the prospect of courting the stunning Lu Xiaohua dashed. Lu Fan was about to pull out his phone to invite Lu Xiaohua when a thunderous roar of a supercar interrupted him. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Fan stepped forward, blocking the approaching Ferrari. He happily approached the driver's side, with a window rolled down to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face, Lu Rian, though her complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. As evening approached, Lu Fan obstructed her vehicle, and given her freshly manicured nails, she could tell he harbored no good intentions. Lu Rian felt her legs tremble as she pressed the brake. This foolish boy had evidently trained in some bizarre martial art, boasting a physique as robust as an ox. Lu Fan. Lu Rian glared at him, her face pale, while Lu Fan's gaze shifted to the passenger seat, where a youthful and attractive girl, Ning Ning, was seated. She owed him money. A glance into the back revealed another girl, Li Chi, crammed into the luggage compartment. Well, the Rian trio has gathered, he mused. Hey, Lu Mantu, what are you preparing to do? Nothing at all. What do you mean? Lu Fan's expression darkened at the haughty girl's words. Dinner. Lu Fan, the three of us are going to eat. I just saw Lu Mingran. Why don't you go ask her out? Hee. Mingran is a bit fatigued and needs maintenance for a few days. Tonight is just for you. Lu Rian paled further at his words, wanting to refuse. But he had already opened the passenger door, squeezing himself inside. Glancing at the bewildered Ning Ning, Lu Fan unceremoniously lifted her onto his lap. The already cramped passenger seat became even more congested, leaving no room to move. You foolish Lu Fan, what are you doing? Let me down. Ning Ning blueshead. Struggling to exit the vehicle, but Lu Fan smacked her thigh, prompting her to submit immediately. Ning Ning, would you like me to procure a summons for you? I believe I have the complaint you and Li Chi file printed out, just waiting on my word for us to head to court for a triad rendezvous. No. Lu Xiao. Ning Ning and Li Chi turned pale, more so than Lu Rian. If you don't want to see the court, then repay your debts. You must choose one. Lu Mantu was off to dinner. He was feeling hungry, and after eating, they could get to work. Lu Rian realized she was doomed for the night, so she relinquished control and pressed the accelerator, speeding out of campus. The atmosphere within the car was rife with tension. The three girls' faces flushed, though it was unclear if it was due to the cramped environment. Poor Ning Ning dared not resist Lu Fan over the past few days. She and Chi had pieced together what had transpired with Lu Rian. If the dominant Lu Rian could not escape Lu Fan's grasp, what chance did they have to resist? The Ferrari halted in front of a high-end hotel. Lu Fan chose this dining spot for its advantageous location, allowing for a hearty meal before conveniently heading to a room. What for? Naturally, to play mahjong, perfectly assembling a table of four. What? You wish to witness something else? Then why not leave a review or a comment to show your support? Chapter 79. Can't really bite? Ning Ning and Li Chi's reactions pleased Lu Fan immensely. Both girls stood at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, and with their high heels, they were nearly eye level with him. Youthful, alluring, and undeniably attractive. That was the essence of these two. Moreover, they were part of Lu Rian's entourage and close friends, having previously mingled within the so-called second-generation rich circles, hoping to one day marry into wealth. However, the reality was that such dreams were mere figments of their imagination. The gates of affluence would remain forever closed to them. After parking in the hotel garage and entering the elevator, they were joined by a middle-aged woman dressed in a long skirt, leading a frightened poodle inside. The moment the poodle entered the elevator, it displayed an extreme fear, jumping around wildly. This spectacle startled Lu Rian and her friends, who simultaneously shrieked and hid behind Lu Fan. What are you afraid of? It's just a tiny dog, smaller than my foot. It can't possibly bite you, Lu Fan began, but his words were cut short as the poodle lunged at his ankle. Damn, it really dares to bite? Lu Fan, visibly annoyed, kicked the poodle away, prompting the woman to react angrily. You bastard! How dare you kick my baby? This is a world-renowned dog, imported at great expense. Losing a single hair is worth more than you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's temper flared. Your dog attacked first. I merely brushed it aside. And I didn't even kick hard. If I had, that poodle and you would be in trouble. Annie, are you even reasonable? Your dog lunged at us first. My boyfriend simply moved it aside without any force. Lu Fan remained silent, but Lu Rian stepped forward, glaring at the woman. This display warmed Lu Fan's heart. At least she knew how to defend her man. However, the woman, upon hearing this, became even more furious, causing the elevator to shake violently with her outrage. Who are you calling Annie? You're the one who is an Annie. Your whole family is. Do I look that old? If you can't speak properly, then keep silent. My baby is an imported dog, far more noble than you poor fools. If my baby dies, it's not worth your lives. Lu Rian was taken aback by her aggressive demeanor, instinctively stepping back, while Lu Feng wrapped his arm around her waist, shielding her. Calling you auntie is already too generous. Looking at your wrinkled face, you must have slathered on 18 layers of foundation just to cover it. Those 2 shouts you made just now knocked off enough makeup to fill a pot of dumplings. Your age, being in your 40s or 50s, warrants the respectful address of Annie. Yet you genuinely believe that a thicker layer of foundation can mask your true age? Furthermore, this is merely an ordinary teddy. Even if it were sourced from the moon, it remains just a teddy, valued at less than 300. You treat it as a treasure, calling it your baby. Is this some sort of mutated offspring you've given birth to? You cannot even manage your own dog's behavior. And individuals like you are the ones lowering the standards for dog owners nationwide. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Feng guided 3 young women out, while the woman behind him was left trembling, her face pale from Lu Feng's scolding. With a shake, another layer of foundation fell from her face, sending a chill down Lu Feng's spine. You bastards, don't you dare walk away. Lu Feng, wrapping his arm around Lu Ruyan's waist, paid no heed to the shouting woman. However, she proved to be quite a nuisance, chasing after them with her teddy in tow. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brows. It seemed that a peaceful meal was no longer in the cards. With a quick thought, he devised a clever plan, recalling that his peculiar skill could be applied to animals, though he was uncertain if it would work on this erratic teddy. He extended his hand towards Lu Ruyan while softly muttering to himself. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in recognition of this familiar scene. Oh my! Lu Feng is at it again, she thought, preparing to witness the woman's embarrassment. However, after a few moments of silence, the woman remained still, while her dog began to act wildly. The teddy, not much larger than a human foot, stood upright and began to shake its body, howling in a pitiful manner, causing the 2 nearby waitresses to retreat in fear. Lu Feng's face displayed surprise. He anticipated that the dog could also exhibit such wild behavior. Yet, when paired with his peculiar skill, a rather shocking image emerged in Lu Feng's mind. Acting on this thought, he extended his hand once more. Peculiar skill, unleash your madness. This was Lu Feng's first time using 2 skills on a single target, driven by his desire to validate his thoughts about the unruly creature. Baby, don't scare mommy. What is wrong with you? The woman looked at her beloved dog in terror, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. The response to her pleas was the dog's increasingly frantic yelps. This small dog, already lacking stamina, was now exhausted from the ordeal. However, the duration of the skill was evidently not over, as the little dog continued to jump and howl uncontrollably. This spectacle left the surrounding waitstaff in stunned silence, each one too frightened to approach. Waitstaff, come here quickly and help me restrain my baby. Otherwise, I will file a complaint. The woman shouted angrily at the staff. Yet none dared to assist her. The dog's behavior resembled that of rabies, and a single bite could very well be fatal. With a salary of several thousand yuan a month, no one could afford to jeopardize their life. You scoundrels, my husband knows your boss, and I will call to complain. The woman, too frightened to approach, resorted to shouting at the waitstaff, but not a single one responded. They were well aware of their worth and had no intention of risking their safety. After several moments of her desperate shouting, no one dared to step forward. In despair, the woman approached her dog, which had seemingly exhausted its energy and lay panting on the ground. Chapter 80, A Misstep. Damn it, I don't provoke others. You dare to bully me? Truly outrageous, Lu Feng exclaimed, his head held high, as the 3 young women beside him looked on in astonishment. Especially Lu Ruyan, who had witnessed Lu Feng utilize his peculiar skill multiple times. Lu Feng, has your skill evolved? Can you now control it while jumping? Will it evolve into an upside-down maneuver? Why not give it a try? Lu demanded jested. I've yet to see a campus beauty in such a predicament. Ah, enough, Lu Feng, I take it back. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as she quickly covered her mouth, mortified at the thought of being embarrassed in front of others. Meanwhile, Ning Ning and Li Chi Chi were equally stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Lu Feng's admission of controlling such a repulsive skill. Goodness, this fool can actually manipulate excrement. How revolting. The four, guided by the waitstaff, were about to enter a private room when two women, covering their noses and squinting against the overpowering odor, approached. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached. Oh, Sister Bai, what a coincidence. It seems we are destined to share this foul aroma. The newcomers were Bai Linglong and her assistant, Lu Feng, eyeing her immense wealth. Consider the potential gains if he could charm her. Ignoring Bai Linglong's look of disdain, he boldly took her hands, making it impossible for her to pull away. Lu Feng, release me, and stop embellishing your words. Bai Linglong's exquisitely beautiful face turned icy, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Feng, yet he remained oblivious. Sister Bai, are you here for a meal as well? I was, but after witnessing that doggish antics, I've completely lost my appetite. Since we are all here to dine, why not join us? It will be lively. Lu Feng persisted, disregarding her glare and continuing to play with her smooth hand, much to her disgust. Bai Linglong instinctively rejected him, yet a thought crossed her mind upon seeing the three beautiful women behind him. Very well, let us dine together, she conceded, releasing his hand and leading her assistant into the private room, while Lu Feng stood in disbelief. This isn't right. Shouldn't she have firmly rejected me? What's going on, Lu Feng? How do you know Bai Linglong? Lu Ruyan asked, astonished, choosing to overlook Lu Feng's antics. Have you met her? Lu Feng inquired, surprised. A few times, but she is a paragon, and our status is too disparate for anything more than a distant glance, Lu Ruyan replied. Ning Ning and Li Chi nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing Bai Linglong as well. Disparities? I will win her over eventually, and then you can all be my friends, playing cards together in innocent camaraderie. Leading the three young women into the private room, Lu Feng found Bai Linglong already ordering dishes. He shamelessly sat beside her. It seems your last girlfriend wasn't her. Oh, Sister Bai, you yist. What outstanding man doesn't have a few romantic interests? The previous one was named Lu Mengran, and this one is Lu Ruyan, known as the Lu Sisters of Long University, two campus beauties. One is the main partner, while the other is a side partner. Sister Bai, you should strive to win me over soon, and then you'll be good friends with them. You insufferable fool, Bai Linglong exclaimed in disdain, shaking off his hand and glancing at Ning Ning and Li Chi, who, while not as stunning as Lu Ruyan, were youthful and captivating. And what about these two? Sister Bai, these two are Ning Ning and Li Chi. Both are merely friends. No, they are card-playing companions, strictly innocent ones. Tonight, we plan to reserve a room upstairs for an all-night game of mahjong. By the way, Sister Bai, why don't you join us? With four of us, we can have a full table. I'll just be the observer. What a ridiculous thought. Bai Linglong's expression was spectacular. It was truly remarkable how one could embody lewdness and shamelessness so thoroughly. She regretted entering the same private room with this person. Lu Feng, I have a friend coming over. If he is coming, then so be it. The more, the merrier. Just as Lu Feng uttered these words, he regretted it immediately. For arriving was a young man even more handsome and arrogant than he was. To make matters worse, this fellow had two tall and burly bodyguards accompanying him. As the bodyguards positioned themselves at the door, the atmosphere of the private room instantly grew tense. Lu Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend from Mo. Gan Shan Miao, whose family is involved in politics. Shan Miao, this is my friend Lu Feng. As Bai Linglong began her introduction, she deliberately leaned closer to Lu Feng, intensifying the already serious atmosphere. The young man's piercing gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng, scrutinizing him. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. He was no fool and could discern Bai Linglong's intentions. It seemed he was merely a pawn in her game tonight. Initially, Lu Feng and this lad were locked in a mutual glare, but Bai Linglong's words left him momentarily stunned. Sister Bai, what did you say this fellow's name is? Lu Feng, speak respectfully. Shan Miao is a guest from Mo. The status of guests was of little concern. Hello. 3-second brother. I am known as 2 hours. Lu Feng grinned as he extended his hand. To his surprise, 3 seconds brother frowned and disdainfully turned his head aside, ignoring Lu Feng's outstretched hand. Damn it, I'm called Shan Miao, with Shan meaning mountain and Miao meaning ethereal. Understood. 3 seconds brother, 1, 2, 3, done. Lu Feng's jest elicited laughter from the nearby Lu Ruyan and her companions. Even Bai Linglong grasped the humor and struggled to suppress a smile. Linglong, who is this scoundrel? Is this how you entertain guests? Deliberately bringing such a disgusting person to irritate me? Gan Shan Miao glared at Bai Linglong. his eyes seething with rage. Emerging from the restroom, Lu Fan noticed Bai Ling Long explaining something to 3 Seconds' brother, their proximity increasingly encroaching. He could no longer tolerate it. Bai Ling Long, born into wealth, was not only stunning but also exceptionally capable. Having marked her as his from their last meeting, he would not allow anyone else to encroach upon his territory. With a swift motion, Lu Fan stepped forward and grasped 3 Seconds' brother's hands with a warm expression. 3 Seconds' brother, please don't take offense. I'm just a friendly person who enjoys joking. Although your name is 3 Seconds, I surmise you are certainly not a 3-second man, as undressing takes time. As Lu Fan spoke, he firmly held his hands, while Ganshan Miao sensed something amiss and looked down, discovering his hands drenched and reeking of urine. Apologies, 3 Seconds' brother. I accidentally misfired. Misfired? I'll circle your entire family. Ganshan Miao, as mouth hung agape, his expression shifting several times before finally turning ashen, and he began to yell at Lu Fan in fury. Chapter 81. How much is one's face worth? Ganshan Miao, S veins bulged, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Fan, while Bai Ling Long appeared disgusted, as if she had swallowed a fly. How could such a shameless and thick-skinned individual exist in the world? Lu Ruyin, however, had long since grown accustomed to such antics, merely smiling charmingly. Demao, Air Mao, throw this bumpkin out, whose pants weren't secured to let such a disgusting creature loose. The 2 bodyguards stationed at the door, receiving the signal, approached Lu Fan with icy expressions. Lu Fan, seated casually, showed no sign of concern. With his skills and martial prowess, he was unbothered by 2 ordinary individuals. Lu Fan, Bai Ling Long observed the looming bodyguards, a hint of reluctance crossing her delicate face. Today, Lu Fan was merely being used as a pawn, despite her dislike for him. She would feel guilty if he were harmed due to her actions. Unexpectedly, Sister Bai, you actually care about me? Seizing the moment while Bai Ling Long was distracted, Lu Fan reached for her smooth, delicate hand with his left, while his right hand nonchalantly extended toward the approaching bodyguards. Lu Ruyin instinctively dodged upon seeing Lu Fan's gesture, fearing he might unleash some uncontrollable ability, potentially ruining the private room. Offend my young master. And you're courting death. One bodyguard, grinning maliciously, reached for Lu Fan. In the next moment, Lu Fan's actions astonished everyone present. Narrowing his eyes, he released a faint white mist from between his fingers. Before Demao could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to instinctively think he'd been shot. Ugh! Demao emitted a muffled groan, his body tilting backward. Had it not been for his brother supporting him, he would have crashed to the floor. Brother, what is wrong with you? Demao's face turned pale, tearing open his shirt to reveal a distinctly red mark on his chest, the agony akin to being shot, making it hard to breathe. What is happening? The 2 bodyguards stared in shock at the grinning Lu Fan, while Bai Ling Long and Lu Ruyin were equally dumbfounded. Lu Fan's actions had unfolded right before their eyes. He merely extended his finger, without even touching the man, yet he had collapsed as if in a scripted scene. Sister Bai, my abilities should be sufficient to protect you, right? How is this possible? Lu Fan, what is this ability? Bai Ling Long, standing closest, had witnessed the faint white mist emanating from Lu Fan's fingers. This is called Yangji. I just began my training and can currently strike up to a little over a foot in front of me. In the future, should anyone dare to show teeth at me, I shall give him a taste of this. Lu Fan, pretending to be impressive, extended his finger and, under Bai Ling Long's wide-eyed gaze, lightly tapped the table. With a dull thud, a small indentation, the width of a finger, appeared on the redwood table, measuring a depth of 2 centimeters. Wow! The young women in the private room gasped in amazement. Even the worldly Bai Ling Long felt her mind racing. What era was this? In a technological age, who still believed in martial arts? Yet, Lu Fan's display directly overturned their understanding. On the other side, Ganshan Miao's eyes widened to their fullest, staring blankly at the small dent in the table. 3 Seconds, brother, your bodyguards are quite inadequate. They can't even withstand a single finger from me, yet dare to claim the title of bodyguard? Lu Fan turned to Mao and Air Mao. In truth, these 2 exuded a fierce aura, likely former military personnel, possibly from a special forces unit. They had simply encountered Lu Fan, an anomaly. Otherwise, they would have easily handled several individuals. Startled by Lu Fan's sudden turn, the bodyguard brothers instinctively stepped back, cowering at the door, casting fearful glances at Lu Fan. Although you two seem somewhat incompetent, you really ought to be more observant. I had already held back earlier, otherwise that fingertip could have punctured your heart. LFN waved his fingers once more, causing the two bodyguards to retreat a step in fright, ultimately finding themselves outside the private room. LFN was exceedingly pleased with their performance. Without their cooperation, how could his greatness be accentuated? Such pretentiousness required a proper backdrop. Turning to the petrified GNSHNMIO, he noticed the poor fellow flinching against the wall, his face a portrait of terror. The man seemed as if he wished to vanish into the very wall itself. Brother Sam Yao, if you could just eat your meal quietly, I wouldn't bother with you. Should you wish to cause trouble, I can resolve you in an instant. Enough, LFN, by LNGL Ing interjected, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She had been repeatedly astonished, forgetting that her delicate hand was still ensnared in his grasp. Let us just eat in peace, shall we? After all, we are only here for 2 hours of extraordinary dining. There is no need to stoop to the level of a man who lasts merely 3 seconds. As LFN spoke, his hands never ceased their playful manipulation of by LNGL Eng's fair hand. It was only then that she realized, her expression shifting to one of disdain as she attempted to withdraw her hand. LFN, indeed, seized every opportunity to take advantage of her. Let go of me. LFN, hey, I'm just trying to warm your hands, by LNGL Eng, he replied with a grin. Her face darkened, and she shot him a fierce glare. Are you out of your mind? It's May and it's hot. Do you think I need warming? At this rate, I might just break out in heat rash. You are utterly shameless, LFN. You are bringing disgrace to the L family. Huh, how much is face worth, anyway? If you like it, take it. I don't need it. The other young women in the room collectively rolled their eyes. By LNGL, Ing realized she could not outmatch him in words and promptly instructed her assistant to bring the dishes. She felt that inviting LFN to dinner was her gravest mistake. Not only had she been taken advantage of, but her appetite had also been thoroughly spoiled. Following the earlier commotion, GNSHNMIO became considerably subdued. Once the dishes arrived, he merely lowered his head to eat, not daring to utter a single word. After finishing, by LNGL Ing was eager to leave. Staying any longer would surely drive her to the brink of madness. The previous dinner with LFNGU had been far more tolerable, as LFN had behaved himself. This time, however, he had taken shamelessness to new heights, constantly seeking to exploit her. As she led her assistant out, LFN reluctantly rose. Sister Bai, how about a farewell hug? He stretched out his arms, only to be met with her frigid and disdainful gaze, causing him to awkwardly drop his hands. Sister Bai, it's still early. Why don't we go to a hotel upstairs and play some mahjong? Play mahjong? I'll play your sister. By LNGL Ing, who maintained an admirable composure, could no longer contain herself. In that brief moment, she felt as though she might lose her sanity due to his antics. With his lecherous nature, she feared that entering a hotel with him would lead to her being carried out horizontally. As the group exited the private room, LFN draped his arm over GNSHNMIO's shoulder. Brother Sam Yao, you must pull yourself together, although you are weak and last only 3 seconds. And despite your foul temper and lack of talent, you must possess some shamelessness. Even in such a pitiful state, you still dare to face the world. I must say, I truly admire your courage. GNSHNMIO stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and turned to glare at LFN with unmasked hostility in his eyes. Chapter 82. An old cow grazes on young grass on the airplane. LFN, weary, closed his eyes to rest. Last night, he had played mahjong with Liar YN and Ing and LQQ until the early hours. Upon boarding, he slumped into his seat and soon fell into a drowsy slumber. Hey, handsome, are you headed to Xiangjing as well? A potent mix of perfume and garlic assaulted his senses, causing LFN to frown even in his sleep. Opening his eyes, he was startled by a large, made-up face hovering close, causing him to jerk back in surprise, only to remember he was seated. The face was slathered in thick foundation, and the lips painted an alarming shade of crimson, creating a disconcerting sight. Goodness, what are you? He exclaimed. Don't call me Mama. I'm only 46 and still young. The middle-aged woman retorted, her voice dripping with a syrupy tone. But if you like this style, I can certainly accommodate you. Realizing her intentions, LFN felt a wave of nausea rise within him. If she were a sultry and attractive young woman, He might have entertained the thought, but as it stood, he found it utterly intolerable. "Excuse me, but you've mistaken me for someone else. I prefer men. I'm actually a gay friend." He attempted to present himself in a more effeminate manner, and upon hearing this, the woman's face fell instantly. Such a waste of a handsome face. LFN thought he had escaped, but then a balding, middle-aged man in his 40s, with a phone in hand, leaned in closer. "Hey, can we add each other on WeChat? I'm also a gay friend. Once we get to Xiangjiying, we can meet up. I'm quite flexible." LFN's expression was one of utter disbelief as he stared at the man's half-bald head. "Get lost. I'm not adding you." "Huh? Aren't you into men? Why would you add my sister? If you're not my type, I can introduce you to my brother. He's younger and much more handsome than I am." The man's words left LFN utterly astounded, as they conveyed an overwhelming amount of information. "Shut up. If you keep blabbering, I'll make sure my size 42 shoe meets your face right now." With a look of disdain, he extended his foot, causing the balding man to scurry away, embarrassed. "I must have neglected to check the almanac before stepping out today. I keep encountering these bizarre individuals." LFN thought he had escaped the ordeal, but the woman approached him once more. "Handsome, what are you going to Xiangjiying for? If you're looking for a job, I can help." "Oh, you can offer a good job?" LFN shot her a disdainful glance, noting her considerable weight and the way her face jiggled, dropping bits of foundation as she spoke. "Of course. My husband has businesses in both Xiangjiying and JNGCHing, and he can help you find something. Are you willing to work hard?" "Sorry, I can eat, but I can't endure hardship." "That one T do. Young people should be able to endure hardship. Otherwise, which company would want you?" The times have changed. In the past, enduring hardship was the way to success. Nowadays, it's all about enduring hardship to remain in the same place. In this era, enduring hardship merely allows one to survive. How many individuals truly amass wealth through suffering? If hardship could elevate one above others, bitter herbs would surely be more precious than gold. The superficial rhetoric employed by capitalists to deceive the lower class has long been rendered obsolete. Lu Feng's twisted logic left the women speechless and in shock. Fearing that this woman might exploit him further, Lu Feng promptly donned a blindfold, sealing himself off from the world, and finally found a semblance of peace. After 3 arduous hours, as the plane came to a halt, he dashed out with his luggage in tow. "Hey, handsome, don't leave. My luxurious mansion is just a stone's throw from the airport. Come to my place, and I'll perform a backflip for you." A few meters away, Lu Feng stumbled, nearly colliding with the aircraft door. If you can't grasp the humor, don't play games. At your weight of 180, claiming you can roll like a donkey is quite the stretch. He uttered this before making his hasty retreat, thinking to himself that there was no way he would allow himself to be taken advantage of. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Feng spotted a young lady holding a sign bearing his name. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached her. "Beautiful lady, I am Lu Feng." The girl, clad in a maid's long dress, was mistaken by onlookers as merely indulging in role play, whereas her true identity was that of a wealthy family's maid. She retrieved her phone, verified a photograph, and with a stern expression, accepted the luggage from Lu Feng's hands. "Mr. Lu, I will first arrange accommodations for you at a hotel. Mrs. Zhou will be able to meet with you tomorrow." Her tone was rigid, and her gaze toward Lu Feng was devoid of warmth, likely aware of his intentions for visiting Shanjiang. "What hotel?" "ISNT Sister Zhou, eagerly awaiting my seed." "Let us head straight to Sister Zhou's house. Perhaps a collision of celestial bodies will spark a flame of romance. By the time I'm entangled with Sister Zhou, who knows, her vast fortune might just bear the Lu surname." With a scoff, the girl led Lu Feng to a Maybach, her demeanor radiating an air of aloof pride. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, even as Lu Feng posed questions, yielding no useful information. Finally, exasperated, she retorted, "Mr. Lu, to be frank, you are the least impressive among the 6 people I have hosted in the past 2 days. You possess a certain charm and charisma, yet your incessant chatter and erratic personality would lead me to eliminate you if I were Mrs. Zhou." Lu Feng bristled at her words, incredulous that a mere maid would look down upon him. "What is your name? Do you dare believe I wouldn't conquer Sister Zhou first and then make you my conquest? Just wait. I'll showcase a myriad of wonders, and you'll understand why flowers bloom so beautifully." "Boasting is futile. If it were, you could achieve world peace," she retorted. "My name is Zhou Ruo, Mrs. Zhou's personal assistant and a member of her extended family. After studying abroad, I have been managing all of Mrs. Zhou's household affairs. Should you truly manage to win her over, I, Zhou Ruo, would be at your disposal. But for now, kindly silence your incessant rambling. Your chatter has practically set the tires smoking. Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Being publicly insulted was an experience he could hardly fathom. He contemplated whether to retaliate with a lewd gesture or a more assertive approach. Mr. Lu, you aren't seriously hoping that pointing your finger will curse me? The driver, Zhou Ruo, continued to mock him, her words piercing through his pride. Mr. Lu, the tire pressure is alarming. Perhaps you should step outside and inflate it. With your breath, you could likely fill it up. Lu Feng glared at Zhou Ruo, astonished that such a sharp-tongued woman could survive this long. If it weren't for your driving skills, I would have surely unleashed my wrath upon you to uncover the depths of your icy demeanor. As Lu Feng's gaze swept over Zhou Ruo, he began to contemplate how to handle the wealthy Mrs. Zhou once he secured her affections. Despite her acerbic tongue, he had to admit she was quite attractive, standing around 5'7", with a voluptuous figure and fair skin. Her features were exquisitely sharp, and while she might not rival Lu Mengran, the campus beauty, she would undoubtedly stand out as a prominent figure in any academic setting. Unfazed by Lu Feng's scrutiny, Zhou Ruo merely smirked in disdain. The hotel arranged by the affluent Mrs. Zhou was commendable, a five-star establishment that exuded grandeur. Zhou Ruo maintained her frosty demeanor throughout the check-in process, only offering Lu Feng her business card upon reaching his room. This is my number. Please refrain from calling unless absolutely necessary. I will return to pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Behave yourself here. This is not the mainland. If you misbehave and get caught, I will not come to your rescue. With her head held high, she turned to leave, but Lu Feng, provoked by her insults, would not let her depart so easily. You hand me a business card and expect me not to call? Nonsense. As Zhou Ruo turned, Lu Feng seized her wrist, pulling her into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, and Zhou Ruo regarded the grinning Lu Feng with cold, piercing eyes. Mr. Lu, I advise you against making a fool of yourself. To protect Mrs. Zhou, I have trained in karate, taekwondo, sanda, and jeet-kune-do. I dedicate 2 hours daily to practice. Yet, Lu Feng merely chuckled as he settled onto the sofa, extending a finger toward her. Ever since I regained consciousness, I have only ever bullied others. Today, you've insulted me so thoroughly that I will ensure you experience my prowess. Fool! Zhou Ruo scoffed, readying to leave. I'll show you chaos incarnate. Lu Feng activated his skill, unleashing chaos upon her. After all, he needed to stay in this room. If he resorted to indecency, the room would likely be left in ruins. Just as Zhou Ruo placed her hand on the doorknob, she suddenly closed her eyes, and a flush crept across her cheeks, as her body began to move in an exaggerated manner. What the hell? Is she this fiery? Without hesitation, Lu Feng grabbed his phone and activated the recording feature. With her face flushed, Zhou Ruo placed a finger on her lips, exuding an alluring charm that starkly contrasted her previous aloofness. Indeed, the colder the exterior, the more passionate the heart beneath. A classic case of hidden fervor. Lu Feng was taken aback, sitting upright, as Zhou Ruo began to tear at her clothing. He sought to affirm a personal hypothesis. Would someone under the influence of chaos remain oblivious to external forces? The evidence proved that the afflicted remained utterly entranced in their own world, impervious to any outside awakening. As Zhou Ruo's impromptu dance came to an abrupt halt, her dazed eyes blinked open, revealing confusion. What did you just do to me? She shrieked, hastily scrambling to gather her clothing. Why didn't he touch you? You were the one who suddenly began dancing provocatively. Lu Feng replied, incredulous. No wonder you were so abrasive. You were trying to capture my attention all along. In truth, there is no need for such formality. One can be quite easily seduced. A mere beckoning of your finger, and I assure you, you shall remain here tonight to engage in profound discussions on the intricacies of physiology, as well as the evolutionary processes of cells and life itself. What did you just do to me? Lu Feng smiled lazily as he tucked his phone into his pocket, reclining on the sofa. You little minx. If you dare to insult me again, I shall make you relive the scene we just witnessed. Nonetheless, I must say, your dance moves were rather provocative. Ah, Zhou Ruo exclaimed, covering her face as she fled through the door. If she lingered any longer, she feared she might die of embarrassment. Chapter 84. The excremental revelation. Once Zhou Ruo left, Lu Feng lay in bed, feeling bored. Earlier on the plane, he had evaded the incessant pestering of that old hag, by burying his head in sleep. Now, with nothing to occupy his mind, he felt invigorated and wide awake. Practicing internal energy at night or in the morning proved most effective, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. In his overwhelming boredom, he pulled out his phone and began playing the game of Dizu, engaging in the art of money collection. As he went through the motions of planting, harvesting, and selling, he was greeted with an instant influx of over 50 yuan. After 4 consecutive sales, he reached the withdrawal threshold of 200 yuan. Upon seeing the 200 yuan deposited into his account, Lu Feng grimaced in disdain. This sum was beneath his notice. Yet the thrill of collecting money was something he was reluctant to abandon. An idea struck him. Why not design a script to automate the process? He could effortlessly lie back and watch the money roll in. Without hesitation, Lu Feng took a moment to send a video to Lu Mingran, only to have it abruptly declined by the illustrious school beauty. How dare she ignore my call? Lu Feng thought. He attempted to send 2 more videos, both of which were met with the same fate. Just as his patience began to wane, Lu Mingran's video call unexpectedly came through, and he answered with a disgruntled expression. On the screen, Lu Mingran appeared visibly irritated. Before Lu Feng could utter a word, she began to berate him. Lu Feng, you fool, what on earth are you doing? I am currently in Professor Li's class, and your incessant video calls have drawn the ire of both Professor Li and the dog professor. What? Which professor dares to scold my girl? Could it be that bear of a professor from last time? Though I cannot reach that Professor Yang, I could certainly curse him from afar. Enough, Lu Feng. Stop your nonsense. Professor Jiang, ugh. You've completely thrown me off track. Professor Li is quite decent. So if you have something to say it quickly. Lu Feng surmised that Lu Mingran was likely hiding away in a secluded corner, for she would not dare speak so boldly otherwise. Dreamran, my darling, I miss you. Get lost. You ran off to Xiangjiang to become a wealthy woman's whatever, and you still have the audacity to say you miss me? Is there anyone more shameless than you? Well, I am merely striving for a better life for us. The more money I make, the better prepared I will be for our future children. You are merely infatuated with the beauty of that wealthy woman. I know your character well. Lu Feng, I was wrong. Work hard in Xiangjiang and win over that wealthy woman. I still have school to attend, so please do not monopolize all my time. The voice on the phone conveyed Lu Mingran's genuine fear of Lu Feng. In the beginning, she could manage to deal with him, but since he trained in that mysterious martial art, 3 of her combined efforts would not suffice against him. Please, Lu Feng, spare me. In the video, Lu Mingran's face had turned pale. If she had to spend every day with Lu Feng, she would rather find a block of tofu to end her life. All right, Dreamran, I have a serious matter to discuss. Lu Feng began to explain his experience with the Dizu game and the withdrawals he had made. Such matters were extraordinarily rare for others, but for Lu Feng, they were no longer astonishing. Lu Feng, it's simple. That game only requires a few clicks. You just need to download an auto-clicker, record your actions, and the auto-clicker will operate automatically. Following Lu Mingran's instructions, Lu Feng recorded an auto-clicker. Indeed, once activated, it ran autonomously on his phone, and he soon discovered that the withdrawal process was remarkably swift, much quicker than his manual attempts. While he took a shower, the auto-clicker earned him over 20,000 yuan in red envelopes. This effortless acquisition of wealth was utterly delightful. Just as he was about to order food, an unexpected WeChat call came through from someone he did not anticipate. Staring at the name on his phone, Lu Feng hesitated for several seconds before answering. Is this Mr. Lu Feng? Are you all right? Indeed, the caller was none other than the beautiful dealer involved in the fraudulent operation, Ling Feng. Lu Feng's casual inquiry about her well-being shattered Ling Feng's composure, and she burst into tears. Mr. Lu, you've put me in a terrible situation. Last time, you won over 10 million from us, and manager Xinjiang was brutally punished by an enraged boss. The 2 programmers, due to their negligence, were sent to work as piglets. I was beaten up by several individuals, and had it not been for my ability to generate revenue for the boss, I might have already been buried. Lu Feng impatiently cleaned his ears. Sister dealer, what you're telling me has nothing to do with me. I earned that money fair and square. Is your platform only allowed to lose and not win? Mr. Lu, you misunderstand my intentions. I contacted you because our technicians have pinpointed your location at Long University. Why not blink when killing? If he never blinks, won't his eyes hurt? Not blinking can harm one's eyes, dear. I suggest you buy a bottle of eye drops. Mr. Lu, this is not the time for jokes. If you do not repay the money, my boss will truly kill you. Do you think I'm easily frightened? If your boss wants to come after me, let him try. I'll show him what I can do. Ling Feng's words elicited a scoff from Lu Fan. With 6 skills and a wealth of martial prowess, there was nothing in this world that could instill fear in him. Lu Fan ordered food, opting to stay in and relax while watching television, leaving his phone to generate income on its own. A local channel caught his attention. It was a promotional segment for the lottery. A beautiful woman on screen predicted the winning numbers for the next draw, and Lu Fan's eyes lit up once more. The lottery was a local specialty. Now that he was in Xiangjiang, how could he resist participating, especially with the system granting him an advantage? There was no telling how much he could win if he played his cards right. Chapter 85. The Terminator of Lies. Lu Fan was acutely aware of his advantages. Everything he possessed was a result of the system. Without it, he would still be living a meager existence at Long University. The system endowed him with the ability to turn every lie into reality. After all, those winning numbers were merely a series of clever deceptions. Observing the absurdity presented on television, various predictions from fortune tellers, he could only scoff at the blatant intelligence tax. A particular announcement on the screen piqued his interest. Call the Huang Daxian hotline for first-hand information consultations, guaranteed accuracy, and ample profits await. A foolish smile crept upon Lu Fan's face. Was this not a direct invitation to make money? If Huang Daxian's claims were genuine, he would undoubtedly profit immensely. Even if it were a ruse with the system's assistance, he could still make a profit. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Fan picked up his phone and dialed the number displayed on the television. Sir, would you like to connect with Huang Daxian? A reservation fee of 1,000 yuan is required. I cannot believe that to simply make a phone call, I am required to pay $1,000 without even hearing a voice from the other end. Is this not an outright scam? Lu Fan silently cursed in his heart. However, he was resolute, a master of deception, and paid little heed to such trivial sums. Before arriving in Xiangang, he had exchanged 100,000 in currency for convenience in spending. Without hesitation, Lu Fan transferred 1,000 to the account provided. As soon as the transaction was completed, his phone rang. Hello, I am Huang Daxian. My time is limited. You have only 3 minutes. What? $1,000 is worth merely 3 minutes? You must be joking. Lu Fan exclaimed, feeling indignant. Sir, in light of your payment, I forgive your curses. You now have 2.5 minutes remaining. Lu Fan felt his face darken, wishing to unleash more insults. Yet it was evident that the other party had encountered such verbal abuse countless times and was immune to it, showing no sign of impatience in his tone. It was understandable. After all, who wouldn't he greet a $1,000 insult with a smile, and even assist with words when one found themselves at a loss? All right, Huang Daxian, I wish to know the winning numbers for this episode of the Mark 6 lottery. Sir, according to my predictions, the winning number will be between 8 and 16 or 21. Stop right there. I only want a precise number. Why don't you provide me with all the numbers? Based on my predictions, the number most likely to appear is 8. However, this is merely my estimation. I advise you to approach this with rationality and considerate entertainment. Well, sir, your 3 minutes are up. I wish you the best of luck in winning. Furious, Lu Fan unleashed a torrent of curses, wishing ill upon Huang Daxian and his family, before finally hanging up when he heard the busy tone. In a cramped office in Xiangang, a middle-aged man with a lecherous grin hung up the phone with satisfaction. Foolish mainlander, dreaming of winning the jackpot? What a delusion. Another $1,000 in my pocket. Indeed, this man was Huang Daxian, who had just spoken to Lu Fan. His company consisted of no more than 3 people and was, in essence, a mere gimmick. Can 8 truly be drawn again this time? Inquired a bespectacled woman across from him, her curiosity piqued. Huang Daxian was merely a nickname. His real name had no connection to it. Are you kidding? 8 has already been drawn twice. There is absolutely no chance it will be drawn 3 times in a row. Such odds have never occurred in the history of the Mark 6 lottery. If it does, I shall swallow this ashtray. With a sinister smile, Huang Daxian patted an ashtray on the table. The woman glanced at the small ashtray, contemplating whether to sprinkle some cumin and chili powder on it if 8 were indeed drawn. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, he had just been mocked and derided by Huang Daxian. Even if he had known, it would not have mattered. After all, he had obtained the winning number provided by the other party. And as long as he placed his bet, victory was assured. His only concern was how much to wager. For others, this was a gamble that could lead to ruin. But for the fortunate Lu Fan, it was a golden opportunity. After checking the official prize pool, he decided to stake 8 million. Should he win, with a 42-fold return, he would gain over 300 million. Even after tax deductions, the amount would still be astronomical. With this thought, Lu Feng exchanged 8 million for Xiangang currency and unhesitatingly placed his bet on number 8 through the official website. After taxes, he anticipated receiving a staggering 260 million, likely causing the lottery office considerable distress. Lu Feng felt no guilt over the funds involved, knowing how many families have been shattered by gambling. He wished for the lottery offices to collapse entirely, perhaps preventing future familial disintegration due to betting. Upon checking his system panel, Lu Feng noticed an increase in his points. The rise in points indicated that he had been deceived, and the system had intervened. Thus, he was assured of winning, and not just any prize, but the grandest of rewards. Over 200 million. Such an amount was unheard of, even among the wealthiest individuals. As Lu Feng drifted into slumber, his mobile phone, aided by an automated clicking device, played a game of da-di-ju, automatically cashing out $200 red envelopes at intervals. The next morning, Wang Jun was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent phone calls, releasing the sleeping beauty from his embrace. With a weary expression, he sat up, glancing at the girl beside him, a sly smile creeping across his face. She was the lost girl he had saved the previous night from the alley, a victim of circumstance. Her ailing father had remarried, leaving her to fend for her younger siblings alone in the big city. In the dim light of the alley, Wang Jun had been enchanted by her alluring figure and the sexy short skirt. After a brief exchange, they had embarked on a passionate affair that lasted until dawn. Generously, Wang Jun had supported her entrepreneurial endeavors with $2,000, although the heavy layers of foundation on her face obscured her true appearance. Their romantic connection made him overlook the wrinkles beneath. "What did you say? Over 130,000 from the company account has vanished?" Wang Jun exclaimed in disbelief, his earlier joy evaporating instantly. Sitting upright, he stared at his phone with wide eyes. "Not Mr. Wang. The money hasn't disappeared. Rather, Mr. Wang, that 130,000 was completely withdrawn by a user. They withdrew over 6,000 times in one night." 6,000 times? Have you lost your mind? How could such nonsense occur? Our system is designed with traps. Clients can withdraw a few cents, but the rest are layered pitfalls waiting for them. How on earth did this person manage to withdraw that much? "Mr. Wang, I'm not fabricating this. I checked the account as soon as I arrived at the office and contacted you immediately upon discovering the issue. Mr. Wang, the sky is falling. You must come to the office right away." Wang Jun's heart raced. He knew his subordinate would not dare deceive him. If that 130,000 had truly been withdrawn, their small company would face imminent collapse. Realizing this, he hastily started dressing. Clatter! A card slipped from his pocket, making a crisp sound as it hit the floor. Instinctively, Wang Jun glanced down, discovering it to be an identification card. Thinking it was his, he picked it up, only to find it belonged to a middle-aged woman. Discarding the ID on the bedside table, he froze in place. In this room, it was just the two of them. If it was not his, then... A horrifying thought flashed through Wang Jun's mind as he trembled, holding the ID up against the sleeping girl's face. The thick layers of foundation on her skin resembled a skyscraper, but he could still discern a hint of similarity in her features. The comparison sent him reeling, as if struck by lightning, with the chaotic cacophony of cawing crows mocking him, leaving a metaphorical mess on his forehead. At the age of 52, I, Wang Jun, found myself entangled with a woman significantly older than my own mother. My face fluctuated between shades of green and red, grappling with the unsettling reality of the situation. Just then, the young woman, who had been soundly asleep, stirred awake, and the pent-up fury within me erupted instantaneously. "Get up! You are over 50, and yet you feign innocence like a young girl to elicit sympathy. I swear I will end you," I bellowed, raising my fist to strike her. The woman, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing my discarded ID. Yet, she seemed unfazed, wearing a nonchalant expression. "Young man, when you contemplate violence, do consider whether you can afford the consequences. And remember to bring extra pickles if you ever end up in the slammer. I hear the food is atrocious there." My fist halted in midair. She was right. In this day and age, fighting could lead to criminal charges. The woman casually dressed herself, and under the light, I finally perceived her true appearance. This was no mere wayward girl. She resembled the grandmother of such a girl. No wonder she had insisted on keeping the lights off last night. I had ludicrously concocted excuses for her, claiming she was shy. A wave of nausea washed over me as I recalled that moment, and I doubled over, emptying the lavish dinner I had consumed the previous night onto the floor. "Damn it, you wretched woman. I hope I never cross paths with you again." The stench in the room was unbearable, and with pressing matters at hand. I hastily gather my belongings and rush towards the exit. Young man, do take care of our business next time. After all, with your age, retirement isn't far off. Her voice trailed behind me, nearly inciting my fury once more. I fled the room as if pursued by a monstrous tide. Upon returning to my small company, I dashed into my office. The sight of just 60 cents in my account drained me of all strength, and I collapsed onto the floor. It was over. Everything was utterly lost. The young employee beside me turned pale, fully aware of our dire situation. The over $1,000,000 was the entirety of the company's assets. With this debacle, I feared we wouldn't even be able to pay our staff. What kind of programmer are you? How could you let him withdraw successfully? Didn't we set up all sorts of traps and pitfalls? I yelled. I don't understand either. I just ran a self-check 3 times and found no flaws. The employee stammered. Nonsense. Shut down all games and have every staff member conduct a thorough inspection. He must have exploited a vulnerability in our system. In a hotel room, Lu Feng sat cross-legged by the window, the sunlight spilling over him as he meditated. A mist of white gathered above his head, creating an otherworldly aura. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly have their worldview shaken, questioning the validity of their beliefs. Suddenly, the mist was inhaled into his nostrils and vanished. And Lu Feng slowly opened his radiant eyes. He exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated as he stood. Whether he slept at night or not mattered little. As long as he practiced his meditation, his bodily functions remained stable. The Beiming divine art was indeed remarkable, strengthening his physique day by day, a sensation truly exhilarating. With a gentle wave of his arm, the air crackled with energy, illustrating the immense power he had acquired. Previously, he believed that mastering the Beiming divine art required the absorption of others' internal energy, but this practice enlightened him. The Beiming divine art was a profoundly sophisticated internal cultivation method, possessing the unique ability to absorb and refine the internal power of others for personal use. Although he had yet to encounter any other practitioners with internal energy, his progress through solitary cultivation, aided by the system, was neither slow nor lacking. Moreover, alongside the internal techniques of Yang Finger and Ling Bo Wei Bu, he had begun to refine them, though he still lacked the support of substantial internal power. A crisp knock echoed, and instinctively, Lu Feng stepped forward, crossing several meters in the blink of an eye, showcasing the might of Ling Bo Wei Bu. He opened the door to reveal Zhou Ruo, who awkwardly lowered her gaze, only to be met with his powerful legs. Raising her head instinctively, her delicate face instantly shifted, her eyes betraying undisguised disdain. Mr. Lu, do you have a penchant for revealing yourself? Apologies, I just forgot I was unclothed during my meditation. But I'm wearing shorts. So being shirtless isn't illegal, right? Lu Feng replied, donning his shirt in front of her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. The moment he opened the door, an overwhelming masculine aura enveloped her, making her heart race and her legs feel weak. Although Lu Feng had a disagreeable personality, his physique was undeniably flawless. After dressing, Lu Feng grinned and extended his hand toward the blushing Zhou Ruo. What's this about? She asked, bewildered. You stared at me for 2 minutes and 3 seconds without blinking. So please settle the ticket fee of 230,000 yuan. Shall I send you a QR code, or would you prefer a bank transfer? Zhou Ruo's typically composed face turned beet red, quickly followed by a surge of anger. Are you out of your mind? Who would want to look at you? With your appearance, you're worth at most $20, not 230,000. Then 20 it is. Even a mosquito is still meat. My springtime cannot go unappreciated. Lu Feng chuckled, pulling out his phone to display the QR code, making Zhou Ruo grimace as if she had swallowed a fly. After a few expressions of distaste, she disdainfully took out her phone and scanned the code. Wait, why is it adding a friend? Apologies, I only accept payments from friends. Lu Feng grinned as he accepted her friend request and received her 20 yuan red envelope before following her out of the hotel. This time, their vehicle was an elongated Hummer. Gazing at the extravagant automobile, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Damn, this car is so flashy. Once I win over Zhou Fupa, I'll take her for a spin around Xianjiang. I'll live it up in this car. Mr. Lu, you might want to regain your composure. Your 5 competitors are in the car with you. Once you see them, you'll recognize the gap between you. Zhou Ruo remarked with a cold smirk. Lu Feng's expression faltered as he craned his neck to enter the vehicle. Inside the stretched Hummer sat 5 strikingly handsome young men, each one more attractive than the last. Their eyes bore into him, filled with hostility as if they wished to stab him repeatedly. "Hello, gentlemen." Lu Feng greeted cheerfully as he settled into the car, with Zhou Ruo beside him. Despite the spacious interior, the atmosphere was tense and silent, contrasting sharply with Lu Feng's jovial demeanor. "You six have been selected by Mrs. Zhou as candidates for her offspring. Ultimately, your performance will determine who she chooses," Zhou Ruo announced. The 5 men, now seated upright, listened intently. All 5 were exceptionally handsome. Even Lu Feng, having undergone transformation through cultivation, could only match their charisma. Mrs. Zhou's status is unique. She urgently requires an heir to inherit her fortune, which is why you have been summoned. I do not wish for this matter to be shared or boasted about, nor will I sign any agreements with you. In my opinion, no agreement holds more value than your lives. Should I discover any of you recklessly disseminating this information, I suggest you prepare your wills in advance. For life is worth less than wealth. The 5 young men's expressions changed, visibly shaken by her words. Lu Feng cast a surprised glance at the girl. It was impressive how effectively she intimidated others. Before your arrival, you should have each received 200,000 for travel expenses, and the one ultimately selected will receive a compensation of 10 million. Therefore, perform well. 10 million? Wow! The 5 handsome men gasped in astonishment, their eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement as the car filled with rapid breaths. Zhou Ruo cast a curious glance at the only calm Lu Feng. To an ordinary person, 10 million is indeed an astronomical fortune. Could it be that he does not desire money? The interior fell silent once more, as the 6 handsome men were all rivals, creating a rather tense atmosphere. Lu Feng curiously examined the luxurious decor of the vehicle, touching this and that, before grabbing a banana and consuming it without a care for the disdainful looks from the others. "Hello there, I'm Lu Feng." Lu Feng's eyes shifted, and he extended his hand toward the nearest handsome man. The latter frowned and cast him an impatient glance, reluctantly shaking Lu Feng's hand. "Ing Baiqi," unable to hold back, Lu Feng exclaimed, "What an unusual name you have." He stared in astonishment at the handsome man before him. Indeed, the world is full of peculiar names. It's Ing Baiqi, as in the character for should and white. Have you lost your mind? Upon glancing down, he noticed a sticky brown substance smeared in his palm, and the man widened his eyes, glaring at Lu Feng. "My apologies, I was just in the restroom when Miss Zhou called me out. In my haste, I tore the paper, and didn't he have time to wash my hands hence?" Lu Feng shot an apologetic glance at the handsome man in front of him. Ing Baiqi looked down at the brown paste on his hand, then at Lu Feng, who was wiping his hands with a tissue, his face instantly turning the color of liver. "Is this feces? I'm going to be sick." Ing Baiqi's face darkened, and he opened his mouth to vomit. But halfway through he remembered he was in a luxury car worth tens of millions. If he were to throw up inside, his trip would be in vain. Gulp. He swallowed several times to hold it back, leaving the others in the car wide-eyed. Zhou Ruo shivered in disgust, instinctively moving closer to Lu Feng, nearly pressing herself into his embrace. "Your face." One of the distant handsome men pointed in shock at Ing Baiqi's face, who then realized the abnormality. He glanced at the brown substance on his hand, and his eyes widened to their fullest extent. "It seems I may have inadvertently covered my mouth with that hand." Realizing this, Ing Baiqi's face turned pale again, and he felt nauseous. He could no longer contain himself, opening his mouth and retching loudly. A second-hand breakfast splattered all over the expensive coffee table, causing chaos in the vehicle. "Ah!" Zhou Ruo screamed in horror, instinctively pressing herself against Lu Feng once more. Lu Feng, with an expression of distaste, pulled out a tissue and stuffed it into his nostrils, then lifted the girl who had leaned against him. His philosophy was to seize any opportunity that presented itself, never letting go, even if it meant clinging on for dear life. "You dare to vomit in Mrs. Zhou's car? Get out! Driver, stop!" Zhou Ruo, pale with anger, pointed at Ing Baiqi and shouted, prompting the vehicle to halt abruptly. Lu Feng swiftly embraced the girl and opened the door, rushing out as the odor inside became overwhelming. Chapter 88. The overwhelming stench. "Miss Zhou, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry." Ing Baiqi and the others followed him out, and he immediately apologized to the furious Zhou Ruo. "Get lost. I declare you disqualified. Mrs. Zhou will never allow someone who vomited in her car to enter her home." "No, Miss Zhou, I truly didn't mean it. It was him, that bastard, who caused this." Ing Baiqi angrily pointed at Lu Feng. who had just realized he was still tightly holding Zhou Ruo, and the key issue was that his hands had not behaved themselves. Zhou Ruo's face darkened, nearly fainting from anger. "Scoundrel, let me go." "Oh, Ruo, your figure is quite impressive." Lu Feng, releasing her, savored the lingering fragrance on his hands. A scene that made Zhou Ruo feel as if she had swallowed a fly. "You scoundrel, did you deliberately set me up for this?" "Miss Zhou, he is to blame for everything. If he hadn't smeared feces on my hand, I wouldn't have vomited." Ing Baichi looked innocent as he pointed at Lu Feng, shouting, "My apologies, my friend. The banana I ate earlier was a bit spoiled, and the tearing of the paper was merely a joke. I thought to lighten the tense atmosphere in the car." "What? That was a banana?" The expression on Ing Baichi's face was priceless, while the four handsome men beside him cast sympathetic glances, realizing how thoroughly Lu Feng had tricked him. "My friend, in all my life, I've never seen someone swallow what they just vomited and then regurgitated. This talent of yours deserves a stage performance. However, given the overwhelming odor, I suggest you provide mass to the audience during your act. Scoundrel, perform for your mother. I'll beat you to a pulp." Ing Baichi lost control and charged at Lu Feng, his fist swinging toward Lu Feng's face. In that instant, Lu Feng's figure swayed before he suddenly fell backward, his toes barely grazing the ground as he spun like a top, bizarrely reappearing beside Zhou Ruo. Holy cow! The four handsome men and Zhou Ruo were left dumbfounded. While Ing Baichi's punch halted midair, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng, who had vanished and then reappeared in the distance. Were it not for the scorching sun, he might have thought he was seeing ghosts. "My friend, I advise you not to act rashly. With your physique, I could dispatch you with a mere finger." Zhou Ruo casually instructed the driver of the Hummer, then approached the front of the Maybach, opening the passenger door to take her seat. Lu Feng, quick-witted, slid into the passenger seat ahead of her, and in her bewildered expression, he directly wrapped his arms around her waist, placing her on his lap. "Ruo, there are quite a few people. Let us all squeeze together." "Scoundrel, let me go." As Lu Feng's fingers lightly pressed against her waist, Zhou Ruo felt a jolt of electricity surge through her body, her form instantly softening. Lu Feng grinned at the astonished driver, while the four handsome men quickly squeezed into the back of the Maybach. "Driver, let us go." The driver glanced at Zhou Ruo in Lu Feng's embrace, pressed the accelerator, and sped away, leaving Ing Baichi in a state of disarray. "Scoundrel, let me go." "Ruo, if you keep squirming, I won't be so courteous." Zhou Ruo glared at Lu Feng's unruly hand, pondering how he could be so shameless. Lu Feng, cradling the fragrant beauty, relished the moment, feeling elated. Meanwhile, the four handsome men were crammed together, experiencing an undeniable disparity in treatment. At this moment, Ruo, I truly wish to compose a poem. The Maybach sped along, the male frog embracing the female frog's waist. The female frog, so alluring, made the male frog yearn to engage in morning exercises. "Ha ha, what a wonderful poem." LFN buried his head in Zhuru's hair, laughing heartily. Zhuru was utterly stunned by his absurd poem, her small mouth agape, her expression one of bewilderment, having grown numb to his shamelessness. The four handsome men in the back row gaped at him, their collective thought being to shout, "Let go of that girl." In just a few brief minutes, the Maybach traversed multiple security checks and came to a halt in front of an opulent villa nestled on the mountainside. This 2.5-story mansion showcased luxury in its most exquisite form. As the vehicle came to a stop, Zhuru, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly pushed open the car door and rushed out. Those fleeting few minutes felt like an eternity to her, as LFN's hands had not rested for even a moment, either checking her pulse or inspecting the quality of her stockings. In her embarrassment and anger, Zhuru attempted to retaliate, but her efforts were futile against LFN's defenses. Upon exiting the car, she stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing had it not been for a maid who offered her support. "Miss Zhu, are you all right?" "Oh dear, your stockings are riddled with holes. I recall you had just changed into a new pair this morning." The maid's words caused Zhuru's face to flush crimson all the way to her neck, and she shot a fierce glare at LFN. "Ha! Ru, I must say your stockings are of poor quality. I suggest you try a different brand next time." LFN smirked, completely ignoring the murderous look she shot his way, instead sniffing his fingers with exaggerated relish. "Miss Zhu, the madam is waiting for you in the living room." "Yes." Zhuru straightened her face, resuming her aloof demeanor, and strode toward the nearby living room. The prospect of meeting ZHUDFP filled LFN with a flicker of excitement. As for the four competitors behind him, LFN had never regarded them as worthy adversaries. His sole purpose in coming to Jiying was to pursue ZHUDFP and her wealth. With her extensive connections and financial support, many of his subsequent plans could be executed smoothly. Upon entering the extravagantly adorned hall, LFN finally beheld the illustrious HUDFP. The moment he and the four handsome men laid eyes on the stunningly beautiful woman seated on the sofa, they were left utterly speechless. Wow, she is simply stunning. The lady on the sofa wore a white silk low-cut nightgown, her long hair cascading lazily down her back to her waist. Her porcelain-like skin complemented her exquisitely chiseled features, accentuated by a pronounced D-colletage that seemed to draw one's very soul towards her. The first impression she evoked was one of familiarity, akin to a perfectly ripe peach. When LFN heard the sound of someone swallowing behind him, he quickly wiped the drool that had escaped the corner of his mouth. ZHURU approached the lady respectfully and whispered a few words. But the lady's gaze fixated in astonishment on her tattered stockings. Your stockings. Madam, it's nothing, the quality is poor, and they got snagged. I regarded the embarrassed girl before her with a mix of suspicion and understanding, her eyes darting momentarily to LFN and the other handsome man, almost instantly deducing significant information. Madam, all 5 candidates are present. ZHUHing replied with a casual acknowledgement, her alluring eyes flitting over LFN and his companions. Each of the 5 men possessed a distinct style, yet all exuded undeniable charisma. The others were somewhat composed, swallowing nervously while stealing glances at her exposed thighs and cleavage. Only LFN, with his brazen gaze, seemed unable to blink, staring unabashedly as if he wished to devour her whole. His lewd expression, coupled with the drool trickling from his mouth, made it clear what unsavory thoughts occupied his mind. ZHUHing frowned at LFN's demeanor, while ZHURU mentally marked him down as a disqualifier. I have reviewed your profiles, and I seek the finest genes for my future children. So I must reiterate a question. Are you all certain you have not undergone cosmetic surgery or inherited any familial diseases? The final candidate I choose will undergo a thorough medical examination. If any of you have concealed such matters, you may exit now and receive 100,000 as severance. However, should I uncover any deceit, I assure you that you will not leave Jiying unscathed. ZHUHing's voice was melodious and pleasant, yet laced with an unmistakable edge of danger. Madam, my name is Toling. Among us, I believe no one surpasses my excellence in looks or education. One of the handsome men interjected proudly. ZHUHing nodded with a smile. Indeed, Toling's profile stood out among the group. Not only was he handsome and tall, but his academic credentials were also impressive, holding dual master's degrees from the University of Oxford, positioning him leagues ahead of the rest. Madam, I am Li Biying. Although my education may not be as high as his, I am a university graduate and am passionate about fitness, boasting a physique that surpasses all of yours. Li Biying boldly lifted his shirt, revealing a chiseled, muscular frame. His 8-pack abs and well-defined villain drew the admiring gazes of the 4 young maids standing behind ZHUHing. She regarded him for a moment before merely nodding. With her status, she had encountered countless men and was unimpressed by superficial displays. Madam, I am charming and articulate, able to provide emotional value that others cannot. The 4 handsome men all stepped forward to showcase their attributes, while LFN remained fixated on ZHUHing, his tongue flicking over his lips, afraid to miss even a second in her presence. They have all introduced their strengths. What about you, young man? ZHUHing asked, her smile directed at LFN, whose unique aura set him apart from the others. However, his unabashedly lustful gaze and infuriating expression made one want to smack him. Mr. L, it is your turn to introduce yourself. Introduce? What is there to introduce? I am standing right here. Their matters are irrelevant. Sister ZHU, let us hasten to the bridal chamber. I assure you, I possess exceptional skills and can guarantee a thrilling experience. LFN wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth once more, and to everyone's astonishment, he boldly approached ZHUHing, sitting down right next to her. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Instantly, An intoxicating fragrance, mingled with the scent of high-end perfume, enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply with a look of sheer delight. Oh my, this is simply exquisite. Zhuang was left in shock by Lu Feng's audacity, her mind momentarily blank as she found herself in his embrace, forgetting to resist. Scoundrel! Release me this instant. How dare you disrespect the madam? Abo, seize this rogue and break his legs. Zhuang shouted in alarm, her fury palpable as the two stoic bodyguards behind the maids advanced to take action. Heh. Lu Feng chuckled, holding the beauty close. A lascivious grin plastered across his face as he observed the approaching men. Just as they reached for him, Lu Feng casually raised his right hand. Two visible beams of white light shooting forth from his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp, piercing sounds echoed as and Abo simultaneously let out cries of agony. Clutching their chests and collapsing backward, they writhed on the ground in pain, and when they lifted their shirts, they were horrified to discover a dark purple mark glaringly apparent on their chests, accompanied by a searing pain that rendered their breathing labored. Heavens! What kind of power is this? The entire hall was engulfed in a state of shock. Zhuang gazed blankly at the handsome face before her, forgetting to evade the large hand resting over her heart. Zhuang, equally astonished, stared at Lu Feng, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by Hu and Bao. With these two present, it was safe to assert that no fewer than 20 ordinary individuals could harm Mrs. Zhou. Yet, these two powerful bodyguards failed to even stop a single finger from Lu Feng. Were they even human? You two better think carefully if you dare draw your guns. I shall not hesitate to incapacitate you. Lu Feng casually extended his finger towards the duo, causing their movements to falter. Whoosh! A faint white light shot from his fingertip, creating a sharp sound as it struck the hard marble floor, leaving behind a 2-centimeter deep hole. Wow! Tao Long and his three handsome companions exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they looked at the grinning Lu Feng. Hu and Bao gulped nervously, slowly placing their hands before them in a gesture of surrender. They were not foolish, clearly. Lu Feng had held back his strength. They did not believe their bodies could withstand the hardness of marble. Bao, you two may withdraw, Zhuang commanded, prompting the bodyguards to exhale in relief as they helped each other to their feet and moved aside. The pain in their chests caused them to gasp for air. Lu Feng, holding the beautiful woman, turned his attention to the four stunned gentlemen, slowly lifting his hand to point at them. Gentlemen, I apologize for your wasted trip. You are free to leave. Tao Long and his companions cast pleading looks at Zhuang, but she was too preoccupied with Lu Feng, who had taken the liberty of embracing her. Zhuang, however, stood angrily in front of Lu Feng. You scoundrel, no matter how powerful you are, can you outmatch the entire police force of Shanjiang? Release Mrs. Zhou at once, or I shall declare you a wanted man. Lu Feng chuckled lightly, raising his finger towards the furious Zhuang. Startled, she quivered, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear, yet she remained resolute before him. Dear handsome, let us have a proper conversation, Zhuang said, playfully grasping Lu Feng's extended hand, sending a wave of soft, smooth sensation coursing through him, nearly causing his spirit to soar. Suddenly, the lavish hall fell silent, its vastness of at least 200 square meters now reduced to just Zhuang, Lu Feng, and Zhuang. This was primarily due to Zhuang's concern over Lu Feng's treatment of Zhuang, leading her to stay vigilant. Their essay saying, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Matters of intimacy should be consensual. They cannot be forced. Hey, Sister Zhou, are you unaware of the term thirst-quenching? Lu Feng retorted, his demeanor brimming with audacity. Zhuang's eyes flashed with scorn. If looks could kill, Lu Feng would have been slain 1,000 times for his vulgarity. Dear handsome, as a top student from Long University, you must possess some literary talent. No? Absolutely, Long University is among the most prestigious institutions in Long Country. There are no subpar students here. Lu Feng puffed out his chest in pride, only to regret his boast in the next moment. Why not showcase your literary prowess and compose a poem inspired by this scene? I prefer men with eloquence. Compose a poem? Lu Feng was taken aback, staring at Zhuang in disbelief. What madness is this? Merely a matter of intimacy, has no connection to poetry. Who would ask a fool to recite verses? He mentally scoffed while his thoughts raced. Madam, this Mr. Lu must have relied on connections to enter Long University. A person as uncouth as he would hardly comprehend poetry. Zhou Ruo scorned Lu Fan once more, to which he could offer no rebuttal. He was indeed the most fortunate beneficiary of connections at Long University, without his aunt's influence. No institution would admit such a simpleton. Scratching his head and contemplating for a moment, Lu Fan finally managed to utter a line that left both women dumbfounded. 1,000 miles to send a husband for a 7-day tour. A beautiful young wife with no old man. Friendly exchanges throughout the night. Why not conceive child? Ha! What a splendid poem. I am truly a genius. Lu Fan laughed heartily, turning to see Zhou Haitang and Zhou Ruo staring at him with wide eyes, utterly astonished. What? Are you both taken aback by my incredible literary talent? You unrefined oaf. With such crude verses, you are hardly fit to be an esteemed guest of Mrs. Zhou. Recognize your place and leave. I shall offer you 1 million as a parting gift. Zhou Ruo could no longer tolerate his vulgar poetry. You could at least craft a romantic couplet. What in the world is this? Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Lu Fan glared at Zhou Ruo. She seemed intent on opposing him at every turn, believing her beauty afforded her immunity. You little vixen, do you truly think you can push me around? I shall teach you a lesson. Madness unleashed. Lu Fan pointed a finger at Zhou Ruo, causing both women to flinch, fearing he would unleash his wrath. Zhou Haitang quickly grasped his hand, while Zhou Ruo remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences, just as they assumed Lu Fan was merely attempting to intimidate them. An uncanny scene unfolded. Zhou Ruo suddenly closed her eyes, her body swaying like a serpent, the movements exaggeratedly sultry. Ruo, are you out of your mind? Zhou Haitang watched in disbelief as Zhou Ruo performed with fervor, her eyes closed in bliss. You won't be able to wake her now. She will stop on her own after 3 minutes of performance. Lu Fan explained, his arms encircling Zhou Haitang's waist while his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Ruo. Ruo. Zhou Haitang gasped in shock as she witnessed Zhou Ruo begin to remove her clothing. Wow, how exquisite! Lu Fan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhou Haitang, stunned, shifted her gaze between Lu Fan and Zhou Ruo, piecing together that her friend was under the control of the man beside her. What kind of ability is this? And what was that white light that shot from his finger earlier? In that moment, Zhou Haitang felt an overwhelming curiosity towards this enigmatic man. As a top socialite of Xianjiang, inheriting a fortune that could last 10 lifetimes, she had mingled with the elite and witnessed countless spectacles. Yet, this handsome young man was a puzzle she could not decipher. Ruo. Zhou Haitang gasped once more, realizing that Zhou Ruo had completely discarded her last article of clothing. What a figure! Lu Fan's eyes blazed with excitement as he watched her dance even more provocatively than the previous night. Just as Zhou Haitang was about to summon a maid to restrain Zhou Ruo, the latter abruptly stopped her performance. Opening her dazed eyes, Zhou Ruo felt a chill enveloping her. The little vixen stumbled, falling to the ground in shock. Not bothering to tend to her aching knees, she scrambled to her feet and hurriedly vanished around the corner. What is this ability of yours? Zhou Haitang's gaze remained fixed on Lu Fan, her expression one of astonishment. The distance between the two was merely a few centimeters, and Lu Fan's large hand tightly embraced her delicate form, an air of ambiguity blossoming between them. Zhou Jia, you are truly beautiful and alluring, even more so than in the video. Lu Fan spoke, his eyes tinged with a hint of bloodshot intensity, igniting a flicker of discomfort within Zhou Haitang. She instinctively raised her small hand to shield herself from Lu Fan's advancing lips. What issue do you wish to discuss? Zhou Jia, although you are undeniably handsome, my heart still favors Tao Long as my primary choice. If you aspire to emerge as the ultimate victor, please furnish me with a compelling reason. A reason? Lu Fan stared blankly at the enchanting face so near to him. At that moment, Zhou Haitang's expression was icy. Her gaze sharp, a stark contrast to the previously fragile demeanor she had exhibited. Lu Fan released his hold on her, studying her eyes as his expression gradually turned serious. Zhou Haitang, I shall provide you with an irresistible reason. My fate is intertwined with yours. Regrettably, I have been swindled out of my immense fortune, while you still bask in your vast wealth. You are indeed more fortunate than I. I now possess the strength to safeguard everything, with me by your side. All that you cherish shall remain untouchable. How do you know about my situation? Zhou Haitang gazed at Lu Fan in shock. She, a widow with assets worth billions, had resorted to the path of surrogacy because her late husband had left her no heirs to inherit his considerable estate. As a childless widow, she found herself scrutinized by all, both in her natal family and her husband's kin, all coveting her vast fortune. A widow with assets worth billions is akin to a naive rabbit wandering into a den of wolves. Such a simple truth. How could Lu Feng fail to comprehend it? Your name is Lu Feng, correct? What was your status before? In Longhua, there are only over 200 entities or companies with assets reaching billions. I should be able to name them all. The Lu Group from the capital. What? The Lu Group, once renowned alongside the City Group? Zhou Haitang gazed incredulously at Lu Feng. To avoid future complications, she had specifically selected 6 individuals from the mainland. By sheer coincidence, she had sent a random message to the heir of the Lu Group. Is there truly such a coincidence in this world, or is it fate? She had only heard whispers of the Lu family's decline, lacking concrete details. However, Lu Feng's origin from the capital and his surname confirmed his identity beyond doubt. Zhou Jia. I was once a fool, deceived and humiliated by all my relatives. And you, a widow with billions, share a remarkably similar plight to mine. Zhou Haitang nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were both victims of circumstance. Zhou Jia, you may dismiss the other 4. Providing them with some travel expenses will suffice. I am your ultimate choice for surrogacy. Lu Feng grasped Zhou Haitang's fair hand, enticing her, yet she furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Wait, you claim to have been a fool? If I truly become pregnant, I won't end up giving birth to a fool, will I? Lu Feng's expression darkened, nearly prompting him to leap up in indignation. Have you ever encountered such a clever and handsome fool? I am now more powerful and intelligent than anyone. I still find it unreliable. What if I give birth to someone like you? My situation would become more precarious. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was incensed. He advanced, grasping Zhou Haitang's shoulders and pressing her down onto the sofa, his eyes fixed intently on her alluring gaze. Let us see what kind of child we would produce. I traveled all the way to Xiangjiang. If I do not leave you with a legion, I would be remiss to the cow on the plain. Wait. I'll agree to you, all right? Zhou Haitang exclaimed, panic-stricken. She realized that this fool was genuinely intent on proceeding with their arrangement, and she found herself unable to resist. Lu Feng reluctantly released her, and Zhou Haitang straightened herself, once again embodying her captivating allure. This woman was akin to a ripe peach, with each glance. Lu Feng felt an uncontrollable heat rising within him. Zhou Jiesi? Everyone else has left. Shall we not consummate our union? Lu Feng cheekily took hold of Zhou Haitang's hand, his face brimming with anticipation. According to the unfolding narrative, was it not time for the heavens to rumble and the earth to ignite? Hee, Lu Feng, you think too highly of yourself. I have called for a doctor to examine you first. Zhou Haitang playfully pushed Lu Feng's head away as he leaned in closer. From the second floor, a beautiful little head peeked out. Zhou Ruo gazed at Lu Feng with a look of terror, having hesitated at the staircase for quite some time, unable to muster the courage to descend. She had been thoroughly frightened by Lu Feng, believing herself afflicted by some bizarre mental illness after their wild dance last night. Today, she finally comprehended that the orchestrator of it all was none other than that lascivious man. Ruo, Zhou Haitang called out, prompting Zhou Ruo to timidly descend the stairs. Observing her assistant's fright, Zhou Haitang regarded the foolish man before her with exasperation. Not only was he foolish, but he was also lecherous and troublesome. Having made her delicate hands swell, Ruo, take him for checkup. Madam, are you truly certain about choosing him? He is a fool. Zhou Ruo began to protest, but halted when she noticed Lu Feng's unfriendly gaze as he extended his right hand toward her. Little miss, have you become addicted to wild dancing? Please no. Zhou Ruo, terrified, instinctively recoiled, hiding behind Zhou Haitang and refusing to show herself. Lu Feng, do not frighten Ruo. Look at how scared she is. Zhou Haitang admonished, recognizing how alarming such behavior would be in public. Wait, in public? Can you make anyone dance provocatively? Essentially, yes. It is not merely about provocative dancing, but rather awakening a deep-seated desire for passionate movement within them. Sister Ruo dances suggestively due to her seemingly cold exterior. Yet her inner self is quite the opposite. She is, to put it accurately, a restrained exhibitionist. Another person might perform differently. It could be a social dance, pole dance, or even a spontaneous performance. Zhou Haitang regarded Zhou Ruo, who kept her head down, not daring to refute. She feared Lu Fan might unleash another surprise upon her. Zhou Ruo led Lu Fan for a full medical examination, while Zhou Haidang summoned two young, beautiful maids. Clad in their maid uniforms, they were a sight to behold. "Madam, please fetch me some ointment for bruises. This rascal has made my hands swell." Zhou Haidang extended her hands, looking exasperated, leaving the two maids momentarily stunned. My goodness, what must he have done to cause such swelling? Look at her delicate hands, all red and swollen. The two maids exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. This lecherous man must be Zhou Haitang's guest. If he were to take a liking to them, should they submit willingly or resist? Lu Fan completed his examination with Zhou Ruo by noon. Upon returning to Zhou Haitang's villa, the young matron was elegantly dining on steak at the table, while two beautiful maids busied themselves at the teppanyaki grill, presenting an array of exquisite ingredients. "Madam, Mr. Lu's examination is complete. Here is his report." Zhou Ruo handed over a sealed folder, which Zhou Haitang carefully examined. Lu Fan, ever the opportunist, swiftly pulled out a chair and sat beside Zhou Haitang, snatching her half-eaten steak and devouring it without a hint of hesitation. This scene left several young women beside them frowning, though Zhou Haitang chose to remain silent, prompting them to feign ignorance. Lu Fan, to his surprise, found his mental faculties lacking, yet his physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary person by considerable margins. Lu Fan's expression darkened. Was this a compliment or an insult? "Well, Sister Zhou, since you've passed the physical fitness test, shouldn't we proceed to the bridal chamber?" Lu Fan eagerly set down his steak, his eyes glistening with anticipation as he gazed at Zhou Haitang. With such unparalleled beauty before him, who could think of eating steak? Lu Fan, take a day to recuperate, and tomorrow I'll arrange for the doctor to assist with in vitro fertilization. What did you say? Lu Fan was utterly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the stunning young woman before him, his steak tumbling from his mouth to the table. In vitro fertilization, what else did you think? Zhou Haidang elegantly accepted a piece of seared foie gras from a maid, adorned with golden caviar, and gracefully savored it. Lu Fan finally regained his composure, yet the proposition was utterly unacceptable to him. In a fit of frustration, he leapt up. "What the hell are you talking about? I flew all the way from Beijing, and you think I'll settle for just a mere urine sample? Let me tell you, that's not happening." Chapter 92. Head first into a brick wall, a smile graced Zhou Haitang's face as she looked up at Lu Fan. "The idea of borrowing seed to conceive is indeed for in vitro fertilization. Do you think I, Zhou Haitang, lack for men? Once we have a child, we will be connected, and we can maintain a friendship thereafter. Is that not agreeable? Lu Fan, you are a scion of a prestigious family. Surely you can refrain from being so crass." Lu Fan glared at the exquisite young woman before him. "You think you can silence me with your words? You've clearly mistaken your audience. Zhou Haitang, you are wrong. I am just a vulgar man, and I revel in the act of procreation. Who has time for lofty, spiritual conversations? Since you have chosen me, we must follow through with the process. Do not attempt to placate me with any nonsense about in vitro." Zhou Haidang and the three young women beside her were left flabbergasted. How could someone of Lu Fan's background be so crass and lustful? "Mr. Lu, you are merely a passive participant in this process. You have no right to choose. Furthermore, the compensation we provide you will be more than fair." Zhou Ruo stepped forward, her expression icy as she defended her employer's interests. Lu Fan, already agitated, found himself further provoked by her words. "Ruo, have you forgotten what you said yesterday? If I become the final choice, you must obey my wishes. I'm contemplating whether it will be at the dining table, in the bathroom, or perhaps on the sofa. I've mentioned before, I will make you understand why utility poles are so tall." Lu Fan cast a cold smirk at Zhou Ruo. "Your grim face may intimidate others, but it holds no sway over me." "Ah, you bastard." Zhou Ruo's face turned pale as she covered her mouth. For Lu Fan had already raised his right hand with a chilling grin, a gesture that terrified her to her core. "I am someone who values the spirit of contract greatly. Zhou Haitang's matter must be resolved tonight. And you, Zhou Ruo, if I do not display you in 18 different ways, then I shall not bear the surname Zhou." "You don't even bear the surname Zhou," a maid interjected timidly, earning a fierce glare from Lu Fan that compelled her to lower her head and return to cooking. "Enough, Lu Fan, let us eat first. We can discuss this further." Zhou Haitang, feeling exasperated, rubbed her temples, realizing that keeping Lu Fan around might be the gravest mistake of her life. If he were an ordinary person, she could easily manage him, But this Lu Fan exuded an unsettling aura, coupled with his unabashed lechery. If mishandled, she feared she might plunge into a proverbial inferno. The young and beautiful maid Zhou had hired were undoubtedly the Siarmi de la Siarmi, and the culinary masterpieces they prepared were nothing short of exquisite. In stark contrast to Zhou Haitang's elegant dining experience, Lu Fan devoured the array of gourmet dishes with the voracity of a starving ghost, his formidable physique enabling rapid digestion. He cleared the table of all its finest offerings, leaving the onlooking women in astonishment as they whispered about his insatiable appetite. Burp. Sister Zhou, we've had our fill. Shouldn't we proceed to the bridal chamber? Zhou Haitang, who was sipping tea, turned pale, nearly choking on her drink. Zhou Ruo rushed to assist her, casting a furious glare at Lu Fan. Can you refrain from mentioning the bridal chamber so frequently? Sister Zhou, what shall we discuss then? The corn cobs of northeast China? Or perhaps the cultivation of cucumbers and eggplants? Or maybe why utility poles are so tall? Zhou Haitang spewed her tea, inadvertently soaking Zhou Ruo, who wore a look of incredulity. What have I done to deserve this? Cough, cough. Lu Fan, you truly are incorrigible, having been through similar situations before. Zhou Ruo understood the implications of Lu Fan's lewd remarks and shot him an embarrassed glare, prompting Zhou Haitang to remain silent. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Zhou. Lu Fan, as a member of a prominent family, you should exhibit some decorum and avoid bringing shame upon your relatives. Sister Zhou, you are mistaken. I have never been acquainted with the notion of decorum, and if there is an opportunity to embarrass the Lu family, I will not hesitate to seize it. Zhou Haitang recalled Lu Fan's past. He had once been a fool, swindled of his wealth by relatives, and now he likely harbored resentment towards the Lu family. All right, Lu Fan, let us discuss lighter and more entertaining topics to get to know one another better. Who knows, you may just find yourself welcome tonight. Wow, I like the sound of that. Lu Fan's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming with excitement. From a moment he first laid eyes on Zhou Haitang, he had been captivated. Such an extraordinary woman was a rarity, a true gem among the mature ladies. I appreciate men of literary caliber. Since you lack in that area, surely you must possess a sense of humor? Humor? That is my forte. An elderly lady, in her 80s, wandered about collecting free eggs. One day, she stumbled upon a streetwalker and asked, "What are you doing standing there?" The young woman, annoyed due to the absence of clients, replied, "Waiting for someone to bring me 2 eggs and a lollipop." The elderly lady, upon hearing this, became excited and stood beside the young woman until nightfall, only to be apprehended by the police. The officers, astonished, questioned her. "At your age, you're still soliciting?" The elderly lady retorted, "It's just a lollipop. I can't even bite it." The 3 maids, who were cleaning up, stood in stunned silence, dropping their utensils in disbelief. Lu Fan, you are truly hopeless. Zhou Haitang, infuriated, stood up and headed upstairs, with Lu Fan hurriedly trailing after her. Sister Zhou, are you feeling full and taking a rest? Shall we go together? I'm going to relieve myself. You idiot. If you haven't eaten enough, feel free to join. Zhou Haitang felt she was on the verge of madness due to this shameless rogue and quickened her pace upstairs. Sister Zhou, once you're done, call for me. I am quite skilled at cleaning up. Lu Fan taunted, I assure you, there will be no mess. Zhou Haitang, momentarily blinded by rage, stumbled and fell on the stairs, landing precisely where Zhou Ruo had previously fallen. Ignoring the pain in her knee, she scrambled to her feet and dashed around the corner, disappearing from sight. Lu Fan, bewildered, turned to the shocked Zhou Ruo, whose face had turned pale as she shrieked in terror and hurried after Zhou Haitang up the stairs. 2 maids tidying up nearby attempted to slip away, but Lu Fan, in a moment of mischief, seized each of their small hands. With a full stomach and nothing pressing to occupy his time, he proposed a game of do di zhu in the living room, where the losers would have to remove an article of clothing. Hey, don't run away. If we don't play do di zhu, I can always read your palms. Or even better, I have a unique skill to interpret flatulence. I can predict whether you'll have sons or daughters. The 2 maids, startled, dashed toward the door and collided headfirst with the glass wall, producing a dull thud. Ignoring the pain, they scrambled to their feet and bolted out the door. Ah, these girls from Xiangjiang are something else. They can crash into walls. Chapter 93. The nonconformist among dogs. Zhou Haitang awoke from her slumber at 2:30 in the afternoon. After stretching languidly, she felt a jarring pain in her knees. Upon lifting the thin blanket, she discovered that her fair, delicate knees were bruised. That rascal, Ruo, Within moments, Zhou Ruoruo, clad in a maid's uniform, appeared at the door. "Madam, please bring me some ointment for my bruises on my knees." To Zhou Haitang's surprise, Ruoruo pulled a bottle of medicine from her pocket and approached her. When Zhou Haitang glanced up, she noticed that Ruoruo's knees were similarly marked with bruises. They exchanged an awkward glance, each aware of the implications if anyone else were to see them. Just as Zhou Haitang finished applying the ointment, a mournful dog howl echoed from outside the window. Their expressions shifted in alarm as they rushed to the balcony to investigate. Zhou Haitang nearly lost her breath upon seeing the scene below. Her fierce, purebred Tibetan Mastiff, whom she had raised as a guard against potential assailants, was currently being held down by Lu Feng, who was attempting to shave its fur. His lack of skill was evident, leaving the dog with patches of baldness scattered across its body. "Lu Feng, you scoundrel! Stop this at once!" Zhou Haitang yelled, darting toward the door. "Madam, change your clothes." Ruoruo called after her, but Zhou Haitang, anxious for her beloved dog, did not heed her warning. Lu Feng, bored and wandering about the villa, had encountered the ferocious dog barking at him. Frustrated by the lack of more enticing company, he unleashed his anger on the dog, easily pinning it to the ground. Despite its growls, Lu Feng struck the dog several times, rendering it disoriented and powerless. Zhou Haitang had provided her dog with a little villa and a collection of grooming tools, and when Lu Feng's gaze landed on an electric clipper, a chaotic scene unfolded. By the time Zhou Haitang reached Lu Feng, the dog's grooming was nearing completion. The once majestic Tibetan Mastiff now appeared as an unrecognizable, scruffy creature. Its had a patchwork of uneven fur. "Mau Mau. Ah, Lu Feng, you fiend. Give me back my dog." Zhou Haitang's heart sank at the sight of her beloved pet, who looked up at her with helpless, humiliated eyes. It had faced down wolves before, but was utterly powerless before this human. Now it looks much better, doesn't it? Truly splendid. From now on, you'll be the nonconformist among dogs. Lu Feng squatted on the ground, admiring his handiwork, when Zhou Haitang, clad in a low-cut, short nightdress, rushed out. As Lu Feng looked up, he was greeted by an exquisite sight. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Mau Mau." Zhou Haitang was oblivious to her revealing attire as she rushed to embrace her dog, who whimpered in distress. As she crouched down, Lu Feng felt as though his eyes were not enough to take in the scene before him. While most would steal glances at beauty discreetly, he felt compelled to stare unabashedly. "Madam, you're exposed." Ruoruo rushed over with a robe, only for Lu Feng to snatch it from her. "Why wear such a thick garment in this heat? Are you trying to make Sister Zhou faint? How shameless!" Zhou Haitang shot back, her face flushed with embarrassment, as Lu Feng tossed the robe onto the second-floor terrace. "What's wrong, Sister Zhou? Look how diligent I am, ensuring your dog doesn't overheat by giving it a cool haircut." Zhou Haitang, furious, charged at him, but her weak punches were easily dismissed. However, taking advantage of the situation, Lu Feng embraced her, inhaling her alluring scent. "Ah, let go of me. Sister Zhou, you are quite enthusiastic." "Yes, you. Grooming the dog was not that laborious. There's no need to express your gratitude in such a manner." Lu Feng's words nearly sent Zhou Haitang into a fit of rage as his hands wandered unabated. Zhou Haitang felt herself growing faint, collapsing into his embrace just as her fierce mastiff barked and charged. Lu Feng shot a piercing glare at the dog, and it immediately cowered, retreating into its little villa. "Let go of my madam." Ruoruo lunged forward, resembling a fierce tigress. Lu Feng, still holding Zhou Haitang, effortlessly grabbed Ruoruo and pulled her close as well. "I've already wasted 2 days here. My 7-day trip is slipping away, and I haven't yet addressed the matters at hand. Cool me. Let us discuss this properly in the living room." With one arm around each of the two defenseless beauties, Lu Feng led them into the living room, where they finally managed to break free from his grasp once seated on the sofa. In that brief moment, Zhou Haitang had been thoroughly taken advantage of, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What's with the lumps on your foreheads?" Zhou Haitang glared at Lu Feng, who had clearly orchestrated their misfortune. "We accidentally ran into the wall." The two maids offered a guilty glance at Lu Feng, and Zhou Haitang, ever perceptive, pieced together that this was yet another of his antics. "There's no way we're having a wedding night without going through the proper steps." Lu Feng, no fool, recognized the difference between 30 million and 1 billion and knew which mattered more. Chapter 94. Do you still have any dignity left? Zhou Haitang rubbed her temples with a sigh. Lu Fan had turned her home upside down in just a brief time. He had fixated on her, refusing to relent until he had his way. Ruoral had been so bullied she seemed dazed, trembling at the sight of him. With 2 of her 4 bodyguards on leave, the remaining 2 lay in the hospital, unable to work. Not only did she have to pay their wages, but she also needed to send them compensation and check on their well-being. The 2 maids bore the marks of his mischief, their foreheads swollen like cartoon characters. Even her beloved dog had been shorn of its fur, transformed into a shivering, bald creature hiding in its den. Heavens! I merely wished to borrow a seed. Yet it appears I have summoned an ancestor, and one of the most troublesome kind at that. Perhaps I should allow him to succeed this once. After all, this scoundrel possesses no redeeming qualities beyond his lasciviousness and utter shamelessness. With this thought, Zhou Haidang scrutinized Lu Fan with keen interest. His appearance was undeniably striking. Youthful, handsome, tall, and robust, but his roguish demeanor left much to be desired. Moreover, his shifty eyes seemed to suggest that she was always under his control. Madam, it is time to prepare. We are to attend Mr. Li's soiree tonight. Zhou Ruo's reminder sparked a mischievous idea in Zhou Haitang's mind. Lu Fan, you shall accompany me as my date for the evening. The guests will include the titans of Xiangjiang, as well as numerous renowned stars. Perhaps we may even encounter some familiar faces from the capital. Famous stars? Now that piques my interest. Sister Zhou, have you invited Teacher Tsang and Teacher Nagasawa? I'm quite fond of those two. Teacher Tsang and Teacher Nagasawa? I have never heard of them. Are they from our country? Zhou Haidang looked bewildered at Zhou Ruo, who mirrored her confusion. Surely you jest. You two are earthlings, yet you are unaware of their illustrious names? They are international superstars, enlightening countless youth on matters of intimacy, and have graced innumerable classic scenes in romantic films. Teacher Tsang once took on 18 adversaries and emerged unscathed. Teacher Nagasawa has battled countless lecherous men, leaving them in utter disarray. A flush of embarrassment crept over Zhou Haitang's face as she searched her memory, finding no trace of these 2 figures. Madam, I am aware of their identities. The maid with the flushed face quietly interjected. Zhou Haitang turned her gaze toward her. They are actresses in adult films. What did you say? Adult films? Zhou Haitang's eyes widened in disbelief as her expression shifted rapidly, locking onto Lu Fan. So, all that he had said was merely scenes from such films. As a member of a prestigious Xiangjiang family, how could she possibly concern herself with an actress from that realm? Zhou Ruo, equally astonished, gaped, realizing once again how low Lu Fan's shamelessness could sink. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Ruo, lest apart. Ching, take this scoundrel to select an outfit, and see to his hairstyle. Zhou Haitang, her face flushed, hurried up the stairs, with Zhou Ruo close behind, both wearing expressions of evasion, as if fleeing from a natural disaster. The 2 maids stood frozen, realizing that dressing this shameless rogue was akin to leading sheep to a tiger's den. Thank you for your trouble, dear sisters. Lu Fan grinned as he grasped the hands of the 2 maids, who were youthful, alluring, and fair-skinned. Although not divine beauties, they were undeniably captivating. The maids exchanged resigned glances, abandoning any hope of resistance. Mr. Lu, let's go change. Excellent. I do enjoy changing clothes. He wrapped an arm around the waist of each maid and left, both women lacking even the thought of resistance, their foreheads still bearing the marks of their earlier encounter. Zhou Haitang reclined in an opulent bathtub filled with foam, the water bubbling around her enticing form. Nearby, Zhou Ruo knelt respectfully, attending to her bath, while Zhou Haitang sipped juice and savored delectable treats, embodying the lavish lifestyle of a high-society lady. Madam, you had them change clothes for him. I worry that he might take advantage of them. What do you suggest? Should you take their place? Zhou Haitang closed her eyes, savoring the moment, causing Zhou Ruo to pale in alarm. Better that scoundrel uses ching than you. Ruo, I will bring Lu Fan into the soiree tonight. You and the bodyguard will wait for me outside in the car. I fear he may create some unspeakable chaos. What? You are still bringing him? Though he may be shameless and lecherous, he possesses an air of peculiarity that could be of great use if harnessed properly. Zhou Ruo nodded, still perplexed by her own actions of performing a humiliating dance before a stranger. At 6 o'clock, adorned in resplendent attire, Zhou Haitang descended the staircase, her right hand gracefully lifting the hem of her purple gown, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate legs. Lu Fan, seated on the sofa with the 2 maids, gawked, his eyes wide as saucers. Clad in a white shirt adorned with golden patterns, he appeared exceptionally dashing, though his expression was somewhat infuriating. Good heavens! This young matron is stunning. She is a walking embodiment of allure. The two maids quickly rose, standing respectfully beside her, as Zhou Haitang, enveloped in a fragrant aura, sat beside Lu Feng, her gaze scrutinizing the maids. Lu Feng, you haven't bullied them, have you? Sister Zhou, how could you say such a thing? A person as sunny, handsome, and upright as I could never bully delicate young ladies. How could you doubt my character? Lu Feng feigned righteous indignation, glaring at Zhou Haitang, only to reach for her hand the next moment. Zhou Haitang, realizing evasion was futile, allowed him to toy with her hand. Lu Feng, your jokes are far too amusing. Do you even possess any integrity? The two maids blushed deeply, their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Observing their demeanor, Zhou Haitang could easily deduce the nature of events. Let us go. The banquet is about to commence. Lu Feng, please rein in your behavior. Tonight, you are my date. Rising, she gently linked her arm with Lu Feng's and departed. Zhou Ruo, curious, leaned toward the two maids. Were you two not bullied by that scoundrel? We were Ruo. That cat. The two maids gazed at Zhou Ruo with tear-filled eyes, their pitiful faces radiating a sense of grievance. How did he bully you? And why does your voice sound so unclear? That shameless scoundrel. Ruo, we wish to take a leave. We miss our mothers. Chapter 95. The night banquet of the affluent. Inside the elongated Hummer, a fragrant breeze wafted through. The source uncertain, whether from the car's fragrance or the alluring scent of the two stunning beauties beside him. Lu Feng reclined comfortably on the soft sofa, one arm around Zhou Haitang and the other around Zhou Ruo. Zhou Ruo appeared reluctant, yet she offered him a grape, albeit with a clenched jaw, likely wishing to swap it for a lethal poison. Zhou Haitang, though frequently at his mercy, maintained a calm demeanor, lost in contemplation. You scoundrel, must you tear my newly changed stockings every time? Zhou Ruo glared at Lu Feng in fury, the stockings beneath her gown now riddled with holes. Those cost 2,000. It's not as if you were the one paying. You rogue. Mentioning the maid sent Zhou Ruo into a fit of rage. They were her carefully selected attendants. Not only youthful and beautiful, but also virtuous. The fact that this scoundrel had coerced them into such disgraceful acts was something she couldn't even broach. The elongated Hummer cruised through the bustling metropolis, escorted by a Maybach ahead, while surrounding vehicles hastily cleared a path, clearly indicating the presence of a prominent Xiangjiang tycoon. As Lu Feng embraced the two beauties, gazing out at the nightscape of Xiangjiang through the car window, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This scene is indeed worthy of a poem. Lu Feng's words momentarily stunned the two beautiful women in his embrace. This fellow had held back for so long, only to once again taint their ears with his musings. Lu Feng, let us indulge in some fruit and red wine instead. Do refrain from composing poetry, would you? Nay, my refined spirit has been ignited, and only poetry can encapsulate my current sentiments. Lu Feng's eyes darted, but alas, his mind was limited, and after a prolonged silence, he could only muster a few phrases. Luxurious cars, always in motion, beautiful women. Let us engage in a delightful encounter. Scratching his head, he lowered his gaze and noticed Zhou Ruo's torn stockings. Ah, the night scenery is truly exquisite, yet the stockings are riddled with holes. Laughter erupted. What a splendid poem. Zhou Haitang turned her head away in exasperation. His poetry remained consistently unimpressive. Zhou Ruo, more embarrassed, covered her face, wishing she could curl up and hide her feet. The vehicle halted before a towering skyscraper, likely a luxurious five-star hotel. As Lu Feng exited, a rare serious expression graced his face, a directive from Zhou Haitang. They intertwined arms and entered the lobby, greeted immediately by two rows of long-legged ladies clad in qipao, each possessing striking beauty and alluring figures. Welcome! More than 20 young women chimed in unison, nearly lifting Lu Feng's spirit to the heavens. His roguish gaze wandered over the pairs of slender legs, prompting Zhou Haitang to twist his waist sharply, her annoyance palpable. She wished she could wield a pair of pliers to pinch his flesh for his shamelessness. Lu Feng, I do not expect you to shine tonight, merely to spare me some embarrassment. Rest assured, Sister Zhou, I shall be on my best behavior. With your disposition, it is indeed a challenge to feel at ease. In the elevator, with only the two of them, Zhou Haitang reiterated her instructions. Lu Feng, we may encounter my husband's relatives shortly. The atmosphere might not be particularly congenial. So please help me navigate it. Are those individuals coveting your wealth? Lu Fan quickly grasped the situation. Zhou Haitang's husband had bequeathed her a substantial inheritance, and naturally, his relatives would be envious. Amidst such immense wealth, familial bonds among the affluent appeared exceedingly tenuous, and he himself was a prime example. Faced with billions, even his grandfather would attempt to claim a share, let alone his uncles, aunts, and numerous cousins. They exited the elevator, where 4 cheapao-clad attendants greeted them. After verifying Zhou Haitang's identity, they were led into a bustling hall. Instantly, an extravagant scene of a lavish banquet unfolded before them, with elegantly dressed men and women filling the expansive space. Lu Fan's roguish gaze swept the room, and dozens of beautiful women caught his attention, some even familiar to him despite his disinterest in celebrities. If you wish to avoid being escorted out by the staff, you might want to tone it down. These are Hong Kong's elite, either high-ranking officials or wealthy signs from the mainland. Mr. Li hosted this gathering to celebrate his daughter's coming of age and to facilitate networking among business magnates. Such events not only broaden one's social circle, but also foster numerous business collaborations. At that moment, Zhou Haitang regained her poise, effortlessly accepting a glass of red wine and greeting familiar faces with practiced elegance. They finally stopped before 3 noble women, adorned in luxurious gowns and sparkling jewelry. While their beauty was evident, their age was more pronounced, with thick makeup attempting to conceal the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes. Lu Fan glanced briefly, losing interest as he stood beside the stunning Zhou Haitang. The others appeared garish by comparison. Oh, who is this handsome young man accompanying you? Haitang? Though Lu Fan found the trio unremarkable, their interest in him was unmistakable. His high-end white shirt accentuated his charm, and his tall, imposing figure was indeed magnetic to the ladies. A friend from the mainland, brought here to broaden his horizons. Zhou Haitang's introduction was rather dismissive, leaving the 3 noble women visibly dissatisfied. Isn't this charming young man your secret lover? It is quite common for lonely men to seek companionship, and for women to do the same. There is nothing to hide. Indeed, Haitang, this young man possesses quite the allure. Should you tire of him, feel free to pass him along to me. One of the noble women licked her crimson lips, sending a shiver down Lu Fan's spine. Actually, he came to Hong Kong seeking medical treatment for his difficulties. Lu Fan thought this statement might deter the trio's advances, but the ensuing words from the noble woman left him utterly astonished. It is indeed a pity if he is lacking in that department, but young man, you articulate well and have all your limbs intact. Surely, we can still have some fun. Lu Fan was rendered speechless by her audacity. He had always been the one to toy with others, yet today he found himself on the receiving end of such brazen remarks. Enough of this, ladies. We are in a public setting. Can we not maintain some decorum? Zhou Haitang shot a glare at the trio, who, despite the reprimand, appeared quite familiar with one another and soon shifted the topic of conversation to something else. Chapter 96, The Bun with Dog Food Filling. Oh, isn't this my sister-in-law, who prides herself on her virtue? Who is this dashing young man you have ensnared? A sarcastic voice pierced through the air, causing Zhou Haitang, who had been chatting with friends, to freeze, her expression hardening as she turned around. Lu Fan squinted, observing a woman of considerable allure, but certainly over 40. Her face caked with thick makeup. She approached, arm in arm with a middle-aged man, and their gaze locked onto Lu Fan, radiating palpable hostility. Brother and sister-in-law. Zhou Haitang greeted flatly, and Lu Fan quickly discerned the situation. These 2 were relatives fixated on Zhou Haitang's south vast estate. Zhou Haitang, do not call me brother. You are openly keeping a young man on the side. How can you face my deceased brother? Brother, this man is merely a friend from the mainland. Ah-chung has been gone for 4 years, and I have honored him by remaining a widow all this time. Even if I were to find companionship again, I believe his spirit would harbor no grievances. Nonsense. You inherited our brother's vast fortune and ought to maintain your fidelity to him for a lifetime. Since you have been unfaithful, you should return all the assets you gained from our family. The last statement was clearly their true intention. Zhou Haitang scoffed. She had grown accustomed to such underhanded tactics. Pang Zuda showed no sign of embarrassment at being exposed, instead directing his disdainful gaze at Lu Fan, looking down his nose at him. Is there a shortage of men in Hong Kong? Zhou Haitang, you are so brazen as to seek a partner from the mainland. These mainlanders are riddled with illnesses. You should pray you do not contract any unsavory diseases. I truly pity my deceased brother. Look at the company you keep. This man is only decent in appearance, but reeks of something foul. Lu Feng, who had remained silent as a bystander, finally erupted. Did you forget to brush your teeth before leaving this morning? Or perhaps you dined on excrement for lunch? Or maybe you just scavenged dog feces at the hotel entrance? I stand here without provoking you, yet you spew such filth. Is this your idea of courtesy? It was said that lousy emitted an unpleasant odor. Yet with such a mouth as yours, the earth itself would need to cover its ears. You are nothing more than a grotesque embodiment of a sewage system, a walking toilet, a refuge for refuse, and the very embodiment of the foul compounds of Xinjiang. How dare you insult me? The vitriol spewed by Lu Feng caused Pang Zuda's face to flush crimson and his body to tremble as he pointed at Lu Feng in disbelief. Nearby, Zhou Haitang and several affluent ladies were equally astonished by Lu Feng's venomous tirade. Was it appropriate to utter such harsh words at the grand soiree of Xinjiang's elite? You initiated the insults first. Why should I refrain from retaliating? Do you think you are somehow superior to us? Are you allowed to indulge in filth, while we cannot even partake in sustenance? You, a mainlander, do you wish for your demise? Ade, find someone to deal with this mainlander. Beside Pang Zuda, Ji Xian's complexion turned ashen, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Lu Feng. The moment she spoke, Lu Feng shifted his focus onto her. Do refrain from speaking. Your words would cause the flowers in this hall to wither instantly. Perhaps when your husband scavenges for refuse. You indulge as well? Observe your disgraceful demeanor, adorned with a face akin to a catastrophic accident. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to share the same air with others. Your unattractiveness is not your fault, but pretending to be something you are not is indeed your misstep. Look at the layers of foundation on your face. Even Newton would struggle to count them. With just a few words. The makeup that fell from your visage could cover this entire building, with enough left over to steam several buns filled with refuse, which you must not sell, for your husband relishes them. The lipstick on a beautiful woman's lips pales in comparison to what you possess, which resembles something far more grotesque. When you open your cavernous mouth, it could consume a toilet hole. I shall make you pay for your insolence. Ji Xian, overwhelmed by Lu Feng's tirade, screamed and lunged at him. Yet Lu Feng evaded her grasp by sidestepping, clutching Zhou Haitang's waist. Ji Xian's advance resulted in her colliding with a passing server carrying a tray of red wine. Crash! The wine splattered all over them, transforming the elegantly dressed Ji Xian into a drenched spectacle, her white gown now stained crimson. This scene captured the attention of the entire hall, while Pang Zuda's face turned the color of liver as his wife's humiliation reflected upon him. He rushed to assist her, but the glaring stain on her gown was impossible to ignore, leaving them thoroughly embarrassed. My gown. Ade, avenge me. I want that mainlander dead. Pang Zuda, his expression dark and threatening, fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, as if he wished to annihilate him. Zhou Haidang, see what sort of despicable trash you have befriended. Daring to cause a ruckus at Mr. Li's banquet. Have you prepared your explanation for him? Realizing that confronting Lu Feng was futile, he redirected his ire towards the more vulnerable Zhou Haidang. Lu Feng interposed himself between Zhou Haidang and the furious couple, smiling serenely at them. Zhou Haitang's expression faltered as she regarded the man shielding her, his silhouette becoming reminiscent of someone from her memories. Old tree bark, you instigated this conflict. You hurled insults first, and it was your wife who initiated the violence. How dare you call me a bastard? Pang Zuda, shocked, pointed at his own face, incredulous that such venomous words could escape another's lips. Old tree bark, you may call me a bastard, but is it not reasonable for me to address you as Old Tree Bark? If you're satisfied with that moniker, I can have some business cards printed for you. At no cost to you. You scoundrel. Pang Zuda bellowed, his eyes turning bloodshot as he raised his fist to strike. Ji Xian, coming to her senses, clutched his waist, restraining him. Realizing he was outmatched by Lu Feng's youth, Pang Zuda reconsidered. To confront him would only lead to further humiliation. You wait, and you too, Zhou Haidang. Pang Zuda glared menacingly before retreating with his wife in the hall. Chapter 97. Is social dancing acceptable? The revelry had dissipated, and the guests began to disperse. Zhou Haitang gazed, captivated, at Lu Feng's handsome visage. What is it? Are you bewitched by my brother's striking features? Indeed, being exceedingly handsome can attract unwanted attention. Giggling, Zhou Haidang covered her mouth, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. In recent years, she had never felt as joyful as she did at that moment. Pang Zuda and his wife relentlessly bullied and oppressed her in their pursuit of her inheritance. My goodness, How ferocious! The flustered Zhou Haitong's laughter caused her gown's strap to slip, revealing a delightful glimpse that left Lu Feng utterly entranced. Haidang, your eyes seem to be on the verge of sinking into oblivion. Where on earth did you find such an eccentric individual? Zhou Haidang coyly adjusted her strap, feeling fortunate to have brought Lu Feng along, for without him, she would have undoubtedly faced defeat in the earlier confrontation. Haidang, do take heed. My husband mentioned that Peng Zuda has been getting close to Lord Hu. Three affluent ladies whispered this to Zhou Haitang before departing, prompting her to frown with concern. What is the matter, Sister Zhou? Is that Lord Hu truly formidable? The unacknowledged king of Xiangjiang's underworld. Do you not think so? Zhou Haitang cast a sultry glance at him, causing Lu Feng to lose his train of thought, while his hands, encircling her waist, began to wander. Sister Zhou, fear not. You are mine, and I shall protect you. What unacknowledged king? By the time he approaches me, he shall be rendered powerless. An unacknowledged king, you say? Ah, Lu Feng, you scoundrel, behave yourself. We are at a banquet. Zhou Haitong's alluring face flushed as she pinched his hand. Hee, Sister Zhou, later tonight. I shall take your measurements in private. After all, measuring while clothed is hardly accurate. You scoundrel, are you intent on tormenting me? If not, I could have one of my 4 beautiful maids accompany you. I will ensure they are adequately prepared and compensated. No, while they may be lovely, they cannot compare to your captivating allure, Sister Zhou. Lu Feng, now quite astute, understood that having Zhou Haitang meant her companions would not stray far. He recognized the importance of choosing between one tree and an entire forest. Zhou Haitang sighed helplessly. Had she truly preserved her virtue for 4 years, only to succumb to this rogue? Just then, a commotion erupted in the hall as an elderly gentleman entered, arm in arm with a stunningly youthful and beautiful girl. My goodness, has this old man truly found himself a young companion? Lu Feng whispered in dismay, for the girl's beauty was ethereal, her features too exquisite for the earthly realm. Clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial being descended from the moon. It was a pity that such beauty was linked to an elderly gentleman. Silence. That is Mr. Li with his daughter. What? That man must be over 80. Does he truly have a daughter, so young? Do you not understand? That is the daughter of his 4th concubine, and she is dearly cherished by Mr. Li. Good heavens! Is this the sort of extravagant lifestyle enjoyed in Xiangjiang's upper echelons? Zhou Haitang shot him a glare, choosing not to respond, while Lu Feng's gaze shifted back to the girl, utterly captivated by her striking beauty, which seemed to eclipse even that of his schoolmate, Lu. Lu Feng, I advise you to refrain from harboring any unscrupulous thoughts. This young lady in Xiangjiang is among the most esteemed princesses, possessing a haughty and willful disposition. Should you provoke her, I assure you, the likelihood of you exiting Xiangjiang unscathed is exceedingly slim. Is she truly that formidable? It appears to be quite a challenge. Perhaps I shall claim her as my maid. If you seek a death wish, that is your prerogative. The young lady's father stood upon the central dais and delivered a few perfunctory remarks, essentially welcoming everyone to his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Aware of your disinterest in such trivialities, I shall skip over this part. After the customary pleasantries, the stars of the evening took to the stage to serenade the guests, elevating the atmosphere of the hall. Lu Feng, however, showed no interest in these celebrities. His roguish gaze flitted amongst the crowd of beautiful women. One may question the character and morals of these high society individuals, but their discerning taste is beyond reproach. The women they choose are invariably stunning and alluring, with the finest resources swiftly claimed by these affluent individuals. Lu Feng, can you dance? Zhou Haitang looked at him with eager anticipation, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Have you ever witnessed a fool dance? What about that societal shuffle? You mean the chaotic bouncing scene in nightclubs? What did you say? Lu Feng retorted, realizing he stood in the heart of Xiangjiang's elite soir. If you plan to engage in such foolishness, do not speak to me, for I cannot afford to tarnish my reputation. Zhou Haitang, with a look of disdain, released Lu Feng's arm and prepared to leave. Lu Feng, I will teach you how to waltz. Zhou Haitang, amidst a throng of greasy middle-aged men, clearly chose the former. Lu Feng proved to be a quick learner. At the very least, he refrained from trampling the delicate feet of his partner. Within the duration of a single song, he mastered the basic steps of the waltz. The only flaw was that he held her too tightly, his roguish eyes inadvertently straying to her bosom. Suddenly, Zhou Haitang gasped, halting their dance. Lu Feng initially thought he had gripped her too firmly, but upon looking down, he noticed her back was dripping with red wine. Turning around, Lu Fan's fury ignited at the sight of Pang Zuda and his wife, both wearing triumphant expressions as they raised their glasses in mockery. Brother and sister-in-law, you have gone too far. Zhou Haitang glared at them, her complexion paling with fury, her body trembling with indignation. Adorned in a resplendent purple gown, the red wine, while less glaring than white, had thoroughly soaked her back, rendering her unable to remain at the gathering. Ah, my apologies, Zhou Haitang. We slipped earlier, and the wine accidentally spilled onto you. We are family. You wouldn't hold it against us, would you? Pang Zuda's words dripped with insincerity, his expression brimming with arrogance. What happened, Sister Haidang? A melodious voice rang out, and Lu Fan felt an alluring fragrance waft by as the enchanting Li Mingxue, the evening's guest of honor, graced him with her presence. Mingxue, Pang Zuda spilled red wine all over me. Li Mingxue scrutinized Zhou Haitang's back, noting it was completely drenched. Sister Haidang, let me help you find a change of clothes. There are spare gowns in the back room. With a look of distress, Zhou Haitang nodded. She had endured similar humiliations countless times, each occasion prompting her to suppress her tears in silence. Pang Zuda, with a smug grin, took his wife, Ji Xian, and began to leave. Having already reached his boiling point, Lu Fan was not about to let them depart easily. Just moments prior, he had vowed to protect the women he cared for, and now Zhou Haidang was being bullied right before his eyes. This was an affront to him. Curse it. I had no intention of being overly harsh, but you have left me no choice. I shall unleash my lewd gesture. Chapter 98. Are you a hypnotist? Lu Fan. Let's go. Zhou Haitang grasped Lu Fan's hand with tears welling in her eyes, fearing he was about to retaliate. However, Lu Fan had already completed his preparations. Not even the king himself could prevent Pang Zuda from suffering disgrace. Zhou Jia, watch how I avenge you. Let's step back a few paces. The ensuing spectacle may be rather intense. Lu Fan was acutely aware of the potency of his lewd gesture and pulled Zhou Haitang back, with the stunning Li Mingxue following suit in surprise. Pang Zuda, with a dazed expression, grasped his wife Ji Xian and uttered a statement that rendered the guests momentarily speechless. Ji Xian, you shameless woman, do not think I am unaware of your affair with that young boy. A woman in her 50s preying on a 20-year-old. Do you not have any shame left? Furthermore, your mother, perpetually demanding money from you. I suggest you buy her some rat poison instead. I toil to support your entire family, and yet you lack fidelity. Should I find the opportunity, I shall poison you all. Are you out of your mind? Ji Xian stared incredulously at her husband. Hadn't Pang Zuda known about her affair all along? Why would he publicly humiliate her in such a manner? Moreover, Pang Zuda himself had mistresses, several in fact, and they had always maintained a tacit understanding to avoid interference. Yet, to expose this in front of an audience was to tarnish his own image. How? After berating his wife, Pang Zuda threw his head back and bellowed like a gorilla. This scene frightened the surrounding guests, who scattered in every direction, eager to distance themselves from potential chaos. Ji Xian, stunned by her husband's actions, rushed forward to cover his mouth. Unfortunately, Pang Zuda was still under the influence of the skill, breaking free from her grasp and turning to berate a similarly aged bald man. Zheng Jiqiang, your ancestral grave is something I had someone excavate for you. If you have the guts, take a bite out of me. Moreover, during the last bid, it was I who leveraged connections to thwart your efforts. Ignoring the man's murderous glare, he shifted his attention to another middle-aged man in his 40s. Zhang Chong, you scoundrel, you dare to stab me in the back? I merely spent a small fortune to seduce your wife. If you have the gall, challenge me. The banquet hall erupted in chaos as Pang Zuda sought out his next victim. The two previously insulted men, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged at him, throwing punches. In an instant, the three were embroiled in a brawl, but it seemed Pang Zuda was not quite coherent, merely receiving blows and failing to retaliate, quickly becoming a pitiful sight. At this moment, Zhou Haitang's expression cleared as she turned to Lu Fan in astonishment. Lu Fan, is this truly you? Sister Zhou, I have warned you. Whoever dares to bully my woman shall face dire consequences. What? Sister Haidang, are you suggesting this is his doing? How could that be? Li Mingxue appeared to grasp the implication of their words, her large, innocent eyes fixed on Lu Fan with curiosity. This was the first time she regarded him with such scrutiny, and as their gazes locked, Lu Fan felt his heart race. The beauty before him was breathtaking, her features exquisitely sculpted, and her large, innocent eyes seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken sentiments. It could be said that aside from a slight lack of height, Lu Fan found no faults in her. "Lu Fan, how have you accomplished this?" Zhou Haitang whispered, her expression a mixture of awe and admiration. Clearly, Pang Zuda had made a complete fool of himself, and for the next few months, he would undoubtedly be the talk of Xiangjiang's elite circles. Lu Fan extended his right hand, slowly pointing toward the dazed Jixian. Just as he prepared to unleash his chaotic gesture, Zhou Haitang grasped his hand, shaking her head in disapproval. "Forget it, Lu Fan. If you really make her perform a striptease here, she might only see jumping off the building as her way out. Sister Zhou, you are indeed kind-hearted, but if this old cow seizes the opportunity, she will surely make your life miserable. It is wise to show mercy when one can. While my husband was still around, our relationship was relatively good, so let us consider this a gesture of goodwill based on our past friendship." Lu Fan smirked. Although he disapproved of Zhou Haitang's actions, he eventually relented. "Handsome, can you really make someone do a striptease? Are you a hypnotist?" Li Mingxue, standing beside them, had been listening intently and had gathered some understanding from their conversation. "Hee, little beauty, I possess numerous miraculous abilities. How about we add each other as friends? We can discuss life together this evening." Lu Fan cheerfully pulled out his phone and looked at Li Mingxue with a smile. The young lady hesitated for just a moment before waving to a distant waitress. The waitress brought her phone, and without hesitation, she added Lu Fan as a WeChat friend. "Mingxue, this guy is not a good person, so do not let him deceive you," Zhou Haitang warned as she observed them adding each other as friends, feeling an ominous premonition arise within her. Li Mingxue, who was beautiful and of noble status, alongside Lu Fan, whose lustful nature was notorious, made her fear that their pairing would cause chaos. However, Li Mingxue merely chuckled, unfazed, and handed her phone back to the waitress. "Sister Haidang, I am no saint either. I have always despised being a good person." "Hee, you're absolutely right, Mingxue. Good people live too exhaustingly. It is the bad ones who enjoy life freely. We truly are kindred spirits." Lu Fan, in his enthusiasm, instinctively reached for Li Mingxue's hand, but before he could touch her, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. Looking down, his expression darkened. Li Mingxue had produced a pin from somewhere, its sharp tip now threateningly aimed at him, leaving a small wound that was already bleeding. Zhou Haidang could not help but laugh at witnessing Lu Fan's first defeat in front of girl. Li Mingxue laughed, her eyes squinting with amusement. Yet a cold glint flickered within them. This brief exchange had already revealed to Lu Fan that she was extraordinary. She was undoubtedly the most challenging woman he had ever encountered. At this moment, Pang Zuda's frenzy was nearing its conclusion, with his wife, Jixian, looking on with disdain from a distance, merely directing several waitstaff to intervene. However, the staff were not inclined to assist her. Who would approach such a chaotic scene? Li Mingxue's father, Old Li, emerged from somewhere, and upon seeing the scene, his face darkened to the color of a burnt pot. "Quickly, drag those people away. Clean the floor immediately. Each of you will receive a red envelope of 10,000 as a reward afterward." Only then did the staff step forward to manage the situation, and within a few short minutes, the hall returned to a state of tranquility. Lu Fan, embracing Zhou Haitang, prepared to leave but, not yet satisfied, reached out once more toward Li Mingxue. Li Mingxue frowned. At that moment, she finally understood Zhou Haitang's earlier warning. This person was indeed a gluttonous fiend. Chapter 99. Blocked inside the extended Hummer, even faced with Lu Fan's opportunistic hand, she remained unfazed and responded with a smile. The reason for her demeanor stemmed from Lu Fan's earlier defiance against Pang Zuda and his wife. Zhou Ruo, upon hearing Zhou Haitang's account, was left utterly stunned. To think someone could dare to cause such a ruckus in front of all the influential families in Xiangjiang was a scene that was hard to fathom. "Lu Fan, how did you pull that off?" Zhou Haitang, blushing, blocked Lu Fan's hand that rested near her heart, looking at him with curiosity, while Zhou Ruo occasionally fed him grapes and lychees. "I used to be a fool, perhaps blessed by the heavens. Not only did I regain my normalcy, but I have also been bestowed with some miraculous abilities. Little Ruo, the ability to dance passionately and to control others is a gift from above. Did the heavens consume too much alcohol? How could such a lewd and disgusting ability exist?" Zhou Haitang and Zhou Ruo exchanged glances, their expressions filled with incredulity. Lu Fan, uninterested in their musings, pulled out his phone to check his lottery winnings. The system had indeed increased his points, and the draw numbers matched his ticket perfectly. Zhou Ruo casually glanced over, but the next moment, her eyes widened to their fullest extent, and the grapes she held fell to the ground. What happened, Ruo? Madam. Lu Feng won. Oh heavens. He struck the lottery. It's just a prize. Why are you making such a fuss? Zhou Haitang frowned, casting a disapproving look at her. As she had seen many grand spectacles with her vast wealth, winning a prize was not a big deal. Madam, this fool placed 8 million on a single number and won the jackpot. Good heavens, how much is that? What, 8 million? Zhou Haitang's composure shattered as she snatched Lu Feng's phone to check, which was currently displaying the betting interface. Oh my, with a 42-fold return, you idiot bet 8 million. Which means over 300 million. Zhou Haitang stared blankly at Zhou Ruo, their eyes meeting, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Hee, it's just a small win. Nothing to fuss over. Lu Feng replied smugly, taking his phone back, knowing it was too late to claim the prize now. He would have to wait until tomorrow. Do you consider over 300 million small change? If you were to utter that in public, you would surely be pelted with rotten eggs. Zhou Ruo nodded in agreement, aware that 300 million was a fortune most could only dream of. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, startling both Zhou Haitang and Zhou Ruo. Before they could comprehend the situation, the Hummer screeched to a halt. Peering out, Zhou Haitang's face drained of color as she saw a Maybach overturned by a van, which spun several times before flying off. Its frame crumpled. 4 more vans arrived on the scene, blocking the Hummer's path. Zhou Haitang instinctively realized she was being trapped. Sure enough, from the vans emerged a group of over a dozen men, each wielding steel pipes and knives. Zhou Haitang was struck dumb with fear, yet to her astonishment, Zhou Ruo stepped forward. Madam, I will hold them off. Let driver Fu take you to safety. Although Zhou Ruo also appeared pale with fright, she feigned courage and opened the car door. Yet, outside were armed men. For her, a girl with only a bit of martial skill, stepping out would be akin to delivering herself to slaughter. If these ruffians captured her, they would undoubtedly engage in some unseemly conduct. Just as Zhou Ruo resolutely opened the door, a large hand grasped her small one. Sister Ruo, you are my designated warm bed maid. How could I allow you to be harmed by those scum? Such matters are for men to handle. Stay put and watch. Lu Feng shot them a reassuring glance, elegantly leaping out of the vehicle. Truthfully, he felt apprehensive about the situation, yet he could not falter in front of the two beauties, or else his hopes for the evening would surely be dashed. Then, he would deal with all of her assistants and maids, for Lu Feng's time was limited, and he could not linger in Xiangjiang. Casting a glance at the overturned Maybach, he noticed the driver and 2 bodyguards were clearly trapped inside, meaning he would have to rely solely on himself. His Beiming divine skill has already reached a profound level, and his Lingbo Weibu and Yang Finger are also practiced with considerable finesse. If he performs at his usual capacity, dealing with these individuals should pose no challenge. Suddenly, a dozen ruffians brandishing weapons charged at him, completely disregarding the unarmed young man, Lu Feng. Ruo, do you think Lu Feng can handle this? Zhou Haitang, trembling with fear and her face pale, curled up on the sofa of the Hummer, peering out the window. Madam, despite Lu Feng's shameless and lecherous nature, there's an air of mystery about him. He should be able to manage these thugs, right? Zhou Ruo offered uncertain comfort to Zhou Haitang, simultaneously reassuring herself. As a baseball bat swung towards him, Lu Feng's mind sharpened with focus. In his perception, the bat's speed appeared rather slow. He concentrated the scant amount of true energy within him into his fingertip and lightly directed his Yang finger at the bat. With a crack, the sturdy bat seemed to encounter an immense force, instantly snapping in two. What the hell? The remaining thugs were left stunned, frozen in place. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Haitang and Zhou Ruo widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene. Even Lu Feng was taken aback by the damage he had inflicted, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Damn, I didn't expect myself to be this formidable. Clearly, the martial arts from Jean Daxia's novels are not mere embellishments. This marked his first application of martial arts in a real battle. Previously, he could only feign prowess, and he was astonished by the astonishing effectiveness in practice. In that moment, Lu Feng's anxiety dissipated entirely. Without hesitation, he charged towards the group of armed thugs. His figure moved with an uncanny grace, casting shadows beneath the dim streetlights, and in a mere flash, he found himself before a bewildered thug. With a light touch of his fingertip to the thug's chest, The thug was rendered incapable of reaction, feeling an excruciating pain akin to being shot. The thug emitted a heart-wrenching wail, dropping the steel pipe and rolling on the ground in agony. Had Lu Feng not held back, that singular strike could have pierced through his body. This was Hong Kong, and should a fatality occur, he feared he might be subjected to free gruel in jail. The next chapter unfolds with Lu Feng displaying his prowess, weaving through the throng as if a phantom, knocking down one thug after another with mere gestures. Although the adversaries were numerous, they were utterly unable to capture his elusive form. Lu Feng felt immense gratitude for the selection of the 3 martial arts techniques he had chosen, for they formed a veritable arsenal for combat. Just as he was about to subdue the last 2 foes, he suddenly halted in his tracks. 2 handguns were pointed directly at him, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his heart tightening with dread. Damn it, you lack martial ethics. You think you can act so arrogantly? Go ahead and try to dodge again. The 2 gunmen, previously frightened by Lu Feng's speed, had now reacted and drawn their weapons. Hey, steady there, you might accidentally pull the trigger and someone could get hurt. Where did you even buy those guns? Do share. Lu Feng raised one hand above his head to signal that he meant no harm and casually gestured to the guns in their hands, a sly smile curling on his lips. The next moment, to his astonishment, the 2 gunmen closed their eyes and dropped their weapons, beginning an impromptu dance. The 2 burly men intertwined their fingers, moving their bodies with serpentine grace, all the while extending their tongues to lick each other, creating a nauseating spectacle that made Lu Feng feel queasy. Ensuring that no threats lingered in the vicinity, Lu Feng finally sighed in relief. He had nearly been overwhelmed with fear moments before when the guns were aimed at him. Has the danger passed? Zhou Ruo, who had somehow exited the vehicle, approached Lu Feng with a shocked expression, her voice barely above a whisper. The way she looked at him now was devoid of any disdain or contempt, replaced instead with a hint of admiration. Does my little sister Ruo think her brother is incredibly handsome and impressive? To his surprise, she blushed and nodded shyly, a stark contrast to her previously aloof demeanor. Lu Feng's attention was once again drawn to the 2 men dancing, who had now embraced and were passionately kissing while continuing their bizarre routine. The outrageous scene left Lu Feng utterly dumbfounded, as well as Zhou Ruo and Zhou Haitang, who were equally astonished. I can't watch this any longer. You 2 are truly revolting. Lu Feng strode over and kicked each of them away, sending them tumbling several meters into the roadside greenery. Yet, to his astonishment, the 2, seemingly battered, struggled to their feet and resumed their embrace, writhing together. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered. Even the thugs Lu Feng had already incapacitated were momentarily distracted from their pain, staring blankly at the 2 entangled figures. Fine. If I can't separate you, I can at least leave. The movements of the 2 became increasingly inappropriate, their hands wandering beneath each other's clothing. Lu Feng, feeling a wave of revulsion, suddenly jolted, grabbing Zhou Ruo and making a beeline for the vehicle, realizing that if he stayed any longer, he might very well be compelled to vomit. Lu Feng, we need to help Long and the others. Their vehicle is mangled and they can't get out. Zhou Ruo pointed towards the deformed vehicle in the distance. The driver had managed to escape, but the 2 bodyguards remained trapped inside, unable to extricate themselves. Lu Feng quickly approached the crumpled door, grasped it with both hands, and with a surge of strength, tore it off. The 2 bodyguards, covered in dirt, finally emerged, looking gratefully at Lu Feng. While the bodyguards and driver remained to handle the aftermath, Lu Feng departed with Zhou Haidang and Zhou Ruo. This time, Lu Feng standing elevated significantly, as the gazes of Zhou Haidang and Zhou Ruo towards him were filled with admiration. Particularly Zhou Ruo, who had always maintained a high and aloof demeanor, now appeared captivated, likely due to the absence of a strong man capable of conquering her spirit. Lu Feng's earlier display of prowess had been nothing short of spectacular, single-handedly overpowering a group of armed thugs. In a moment of boldness, Lu Feng wrapped his arms around Zhou Haitang, engaging in flirtation, to which she responded with a shy blush, offering only token resistance. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruo pretended not to notice, diligently massaging his legs. Zhou Haitang's demeanor ignited Lu Feng's excitement. It seemed that securing this charming lady for the night was all but assured, and he felt grateful for the opportunity presented by their adversaries. Upon returning to Zhou Haitang's villa, Lu Feng eagerly sought to ascend the stairs with her. Wait a moment, Lu Feng. I need to handle some matters first. Zhou Haidang pushed him aside and sat on the sofa, making a phone call. Lu Feng could only grasp the gist of the conversation in Cantonese, which seemed to involve some high-ranking official in Hong Kong regarding the events that had just transpired. While Zhou Haidang was on the phone, Lu Feng's gaze drifted to the 4 female servants standing nearby. 2 of them had previously been subjected to his advances, resulting in some rather suggestive encounters. Ruo, how much do these ladies earn here? Ching Ching and the others are top-tier talents, not only with impressive educational backgrounds, but also possessing various life skills. They serve as housekeepers here, while also taking on roles as gardeners, chefs, florists, tea artists, seamstresses, hairstylists, and massage therapists, among others. Their salaries are directly tied to the skills they possess. For instance, Ching Ching's annual income, including bonuses, is approximately 3 million. How much? Lu Feng, astonished, released the small hand of Ching Ching and gazed blankly at Zhou Ruo. Over 3 million. In truth, this price is quite reasonable. Many affluent families are eager to secure a maid like Ching Ching. However, the madam possesses a commendable temperament, rarely displaying anger, and treats us, her subordinates, with utmost kindness. Unlike some wealthy individuals who regard us as mere tools. Hence, we remain with a mistress like her until we can no longer work, or until she chooses to dismiss us. Goodness, are you aware of how much an executive earns annually on a mainland? It seems you maids are indeed wealthy ladies. With an annual income exceeding 3 million, after 3 years, one would undoubtedly be a millionaire. Such wealth could allow one to retire comfortably in a 3rd-tier city on the mainland. Ah, Mr. Lu, this exemplifies the exorbitance of scarce resources. Young, beautiful, well-educated, and skilled girls like us who willingly choose to be maids are, in fact, exceedingly rare. In contrast, bodyguards like a Hu and a Bao are abundant, easily obtainable with a mere expenditure of money. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the 4 maidens, who were undeniably young, beautiful, and obedient, and importantly, possessed a wealth of practical skills.